Good morning, everybody. Yes, welcome back to Snetterton for day 2. I'm having a case of deja vu because I'm pretty certain yesterday afternoon I was in the assembly area with all of these Civics. Now, yes, that was because due to the rain and the red flags we had yesterday, the day was shortened. We lost the mini CLUBSPORT race. That's going to be bolted on today. And this race was due to take place yesterday. But now, of course, it's going to be the first race of the day. So we are on version 4 of the timetable. So, as you can see, a bit of a change. Jam-packed schedule today, wall-to-wall racing from about 9:05 all the way through to about 6 o'clock. We've got the Milltek Civic Cup, as you can see. The TCRs are in town today as well. We've got Caterham graduate racing to bring you Junior Saloon Car Championship, and of course the mini CLUBSPORT as well. And 3 British truck racing championships. As you can see, the cars are coming in right now. And somebody we spoke to yesterday was Charlotte Birch. Let's go have a quick chat with her now. Charlotte, I'm having a case of deja vu here because we actually did this yesterday. If you come round, please. We did this yesterday, didn't we, this interview? But of course, we had to can it because the race went, didn't it? Let's first of all talk about 16th place. Not where we really want to be, is it?
It's not, is it? It's not. I just need to work on my qualifying, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Yeah. 2 new front tyres straight after the trucks. I mean, everyone was in the same boat, but I think it took too long to get them switched on.
Yeah.
And then just finding my own space and I just need to sort something out for qualifying, I think.
Right. The race will be fine. We spoke yesterday, actually, that before the race. You're like, I will speak to you in Park Fair, mate. And you never know. But we're going to do this again. Let's pretend we haven't already done this bit. Let's open the door just randomly and see what's... Oh, my word, what is this? Oh, my word, I have no idea that was in there. What's the story behind that, Charlotte?
So that was a year ago here, actually. Just to put on the record, I wasn't racing. I was just here with my dad's running the Saxos. And I had a few drinks. Because I don't
Lemonade.
Just lemonade, yeah. Because I don't drink often. When I do drink, straight to my head. And that is the product of a drunk Charlotte, yeah.
And on that note, everybody, we'll crack on. Charlotte, thank you so much for doing that again for us. I appreciate it. Let's move down a little bit, shall we? Yeah, we're expecting a great racing here today at Snetterton. Wherever you're watching from as well, please hit that like button. Do hit that subscribe button. And of course, a big show of love, if we can, for our camera crew. Yesterday, if you watched that British Endurance Championship race, we were okay. We managed to get inside the pit garages, but our crew outside on the circuit was stuck in that driving rain. So a great effort by the crew. They're out on the circuit today. It's going to be a long one as well. Let's head down here, shall we? Have a quick chat with Alistair Camp, the man on pole position. And let's just jump in. Alistair, sorry, we're in. I don't know. I've just walked into something. I don't know what's going on. It's good to see you. Of course, we should have done this yesterday, shouldn't we? But here we are now. First thing in the morning, first race out. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, it'd be good, mate. And I think it'll be a lot better racing as well this morning than what it was.
Do you think?
Yesterday I think it's just been a bit carnage and a lot of damage for unnecessary reasons.
That's quite fun though, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose it is, but it's not when the mechanics are fixing them all night, so I think it was the right call what we did. I think it'd have been a rush, potentially that the race would have got cut short and it'd just been another problem. So I think the right thing's been done, because if not, it's all the conspiracy thing. If we did 3 laps and they call it, everyone gets the full points, what could have been. So I think the best way is
it was the right call.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
And we were pushing close to curfew too. Right, on pole position for this race. You're obviously quick round here, so what's the secret?
I don't think there is any secret. I think it's just track
time. None of these lot are watching.
Oh, right, it's the massive nitrous oxide tank under the sea, the big turbo. No, yeah.
That's definitely not.
No, I don't know. I think it's just gone well. Like in testing, we couldn't get anywhere near what we've just done in quali, and Liam was fastest. Like when I say fast, like we couldn't get on Friday, we missed the opportunity for Friday, so we did Thursday.
Right.
So I did Thursday, went like in. Rob was like, yeah, pretty good time, and then Liam goes and does me by half a second on Friday. But then you've got no chance to go and have a go.
Yeah.
So we did another qualifying yesterday and practice session in the morning, which then gave us the time we wanted to see. So I felt a bit confident then going into it, and obviously we built going into qualify for ourselves. So yeah, bit of seat time, bit of track time, and it seems to make it work.
It's good to see you, mate. Good luck, yeah. Enjoy it, won't you? Indeed. I did want to find Jack if he's around, but I can't find him anywhere. Let's grab Lewis. Can we grab you for a quick chat if we can as well? Just tried to run me over, did Lewis? You didn't see that on the camera. But look, great camaraderie in the Civic Cup. What are you expecting from this race? Because obviously we should have done it yesterday, but now we're doing it this morning.
Most probably chaos.
Yesterday morning for us, qualifying, we were just after the trucks. It was very lively and very greasy. First practice on Friday as well, we were the first ones out. And again, it was sort of a battle to keep the car in a straight line. I think you're going to see a lot of sideways and a lot of sliding. So yeah, it could be anything really. But yeah, we'll stick it as far up as we possibly can, and
You always do.
yeah, try my hardest to race up there, but we'll see how it goes.
So why is the Civic Cup so great to be a part of?
I just think it's so close. You know, when you look at the sort of the times between even the top 5 yesterday in qualifying, it was nothing in it. I had one time taken away, and by taking that one time away, I dropped a couple of places. You know, stuff like that. It's mentally close. You go to a place like Brands Hatch, when you've got the full field of 20 cars split between just over a second, is something else. But yeah, it's affordable, it's cheap, it's fun, it's very close and very minimal contact. I don't think I've actually had anything that I've had to change on the car this year or last year, body wise. Like the car from last year, it's stickered the exact same stickers, same everything. I've got one tyre mark on the side where Dave lost control at Croft, and that's it. That's all I've had in the last 2 years. So yeah, you look at most other championships and you're always going to have at least one problem or get taken out at least once a year. Not here.
Right, you've mentioned, okay, the last 2 years. We're now, a number of calendars are already being released for 2026. Can you maybe tell us where you're going to be next year?
No idea. No idea. Money dependent. I've got a couple of meetings lined up. I'd like to sort of push back up a little bit in the sort of ladder in motorsport. But yeah, you know what it's like. It's year by year. You don't know what's happening until April when the first round comes around. So we'll see. We'll see what we can pull off. But yeah, hopefully I'm not saying that this is a bad championship. It's one of the best championships in the UK, and I'm happy to stay here forever. But yeah, I just want to get back up sort of to where I was before this. So yeah, got a couple of plans, but we don't know yet.
Lewis, let's get back focused on today. Good luck, top man indeed. Let's move a bit further down, shall we, see who we can find to have a bit of a chat with. I wanted to see if I could find Will, if he's about for a quick chat. In fact, no, let's just jump over here, because let's go chat to Charlie over here, shall we, and see how he's. You see me, he's coming. Look, he's going to pretend to ignore me now, is Charlie. Charlie, you can't ignore me. I'm really sorry, mate. But how's it been going this season for you?
It's been up and down.
Yeah.
We've had some car issues. Obviously, running a new Civic, but yeah, it's all right now.
What are you thinking? Are you starting to think about next year? We'll grab Josh in a minute. Are you starting to think about 2026?
Yeah, I mean, probably this again. Yeah.
Top man, look, I'll let you crack on anyway. Not too far to go. Let's go have a quick. Sorry, Danny, I'm going slowly. I promise I'm walking slowly, so you can keep up with me. Here he is, Josh, the man who lost to me. I was on foot, Josh was on a scooter, and I beat you in a race. Right, here we go. First race out. Do you like the early start?
Yeah, I do. I'm a lot happier today with it being a bit nicer weather, to be honest with you. Yeah, I look forward to it this morning. P10. We hadn't tested on Friday. The engine went in at Wednesday at 1 o'clock in the morning. Dyno on Thursday, and then we just got here. So to be in the top 10 in qualifying, I'm pretty happy with that.
So are we expecting big things from you in this race?
I wasn't saying that. If I can stay in the top 10 and move forward, have somewhere nice in the reverse grid, I'll take that, to be honest with you.
Top man. Not trying to put words in your mouth, Josh. Good luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Let's keep going down, shall we, a little bit further on. As you can see, the drivers are starting to get the helmets on and get into the car. I think it's a 9:05 start, isn't it? So there was actually just one of the junior saloon cars just had to go around and do a lap behind the safety car. So let's just jump down here, shall we? I think we've got time to have a quick chat with Dave, shall we? So Dave, how are we doing? You all right, mate? It's good to see you again. You ready for this one?
Yeah, ready. Better than yesterday.
Yeah. New day, new dawn, and all that.
Yeah, new day, new diff, new gearbox.
New day, new day. I like that.
Yeah. Gearbox left the chat on the first lap.
Yeah.
So parked it and then found myself here. So we'll see. Should be actually quite fun. Quite looking forward to it. Track's a bit green.
I was going to say that this has got all the markings for a bit of a Dave Marshall come through the field, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we did. Last a P11 last year. So if we get a P10, that'll be lovely. But you know, you can't expect to do that on a stack grid like this. So we'll see.
We'll see. We're on Dave Marshall watching it. So good luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let's just make our way back down to the front. As you can see, the cars are just starting to fire up here as well. A bright day so far, though. I do understand that we have got rain coming a little bit later this afternoon, so it is going to be something quite special, I think, here at Snetterton. Like I said, wall-to-wall racing from about 9:05. Civic Cups, we've got Caterham graduates, the 135s and the 150s out on circuit at various points today. Junior saloon cars as well, they will be on track action as well. 3 races for the British Truck Racing Championship. We saw a couple of crackers yesterday. What an A-star lineup we've got for you today as well. We've got Paul O'Neill joining us, Andy McEwen, of course Dave Goddard as well, and Pointy as well. How could we forget the wonderful, wonderful Pointy? The cars are starting to fire up. We are live on the BARC YouTube channel. We are live at the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel. We are also live at the TCR UK YouTube channel as well. So whichever one you're watching, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. The live chat is open, so get your comments in. If you've got a friend or family member racing this weekend, let us know and tell us where you're watching from as well. We do want to hear it from you. The cars are firing up here down at the assembly area. It is almost time to go racing for the Milltek Civic Cup, the first race of the day here at Snetterton, and it is going to be jam-packed. I am absolutely delighted as ever to hand over to your wonderful commentator, Dave Goddard. Take it away, my friend.
Thanks so much, Ian. Yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Snetterton Circuit, the home of motorsport in the east of England. And my goodness, have we got a packed programme for you today. The first time ever that the British Truck Racing Championship and TCR UK have ever appeared on the same programme. We've got no fewer than 15 races to get through across the day today. A very busy programme of racing indeed. Now, we lost a couple of races yesterday, of course. We had a delay because of an epic rainstorm that hit during the British Brick Car Endurance Championship race. That had to be halted for a time, but we did get through the programme. We had to bump a couple of races to today, so that means we'll have 3 races today for the Mini Challenge Club Sport. We'll also have both of our races for the Milltek Civic Cup today as well. 2 races for TCR UK, 3 races for the British Truck Racing Championship, 3 races for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham graduates as well. We had a race for the Sigma 150s yesterday, 2 races today for Sigma 135, the less powerful cars, and 1 for Sigma 150. TCR UK have their 2 races here today. Everything did qualifying yesterday, so we haven't got to worry about any qualifying or practice sessions. And completing the programme today, we have 2 races for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We've got 1 car just doing some laps behind the safety car at the moment that didn't make it out in qualifying yesterday for the Junior Saloons. Max Scharfegger had some problems yesterday, so once he is off track, we will have our first race of the day, which is for the Milltek Civic Cup. And I'll be handing you over to their commentary team, a pair of commentators who know far more about both TCR UK and the Milltek Civic Cup than I do. Paul O'Neill and, first of all, Andy McEwen. Good morning, Andy.
Good morning, Dave. I'm not sure I'd agree with those sentiments, but we'll see if we can blag our way through the day, shall we? It's going to be a busy day, this, definitely, for the Milltek Civic Cup drivers. Busier than they were expecting, because, of course, we were originally anticipating that we would have a race yesterday for the Milltek Civic Cup and another one later on this afternoon. As Dave quite rightly mentioned, that rainstorm and then a couple of delays through the rest of the day meant that we ended up with that race being cancelled and moved, or postponed, I should say, I suppose, and moved over to Sunday morning. So they've got 2 races to squeeze in today, and 2 important ones in the context of the championship as well. Things couldn't really be a lot closer. Coming in to this first race of the weekend, 4 points separate Alistair Camp and Liam McGill, the area motorsport teammates, to the top of the championship table, with Lewis Kenter a somewhat distant third. He's 42 points off the championship lead, but mathematically still in contention for the title. And Jake Hewlett, 4th as well, I think is mathematically just about in there as well, although he really is a long shot, but absolutely nip and tuck between those 2 area motorsport teammates at the top. And we've also got a reasonably interesting battle going on in the Goodyear Diamond Award as well. Adam Jackson, who leads the Goodyear Diamond Award, not racing this weekend. Mark Hughes, who is second, is, and therefore he's looking just to try and stay out of trouble over the 2 races today to move into the Goodyear Diamond Award championship lead. And we've also got the Paul Winfield Trophy, which is led by Jack Riddell, but Jamie Petters, with a real purple patch in the middle of the season, has started to close that gap down as well to 29 points, the difference between the two of them. So 3 different categories, and all of them likely to go down to the wire at Brands Hatch for the championship finale, you would have to say. Right, this then is how they line up on the grid for the first race of the weekend, based upon qualifying from yesterday. Remember, the top 6 drivers in qualifying also score championship points, 6 for pole, 5 for second, 4 for third, and so on. So Alistair Camp slightly extends his championship lead from 3 points to 4 points over Liam McGill, who lines up alongside him on row 1. Wesley Swain will start third alongside Lewis Kent, with Jake Hewlett and Spencer Stevenson, the best of the non-area motorsport cars. The Ben Sharp prepared car starts from the outside of row 3. Jay Renshaw and Jack Riddell together on the 4th row, with Sam Nicolau and Josh Bromley completing the top 10 on row number 5. And I spoke to Josh yesterday. He's very much looking forward to that reversed grid race later on today. He thinks he'll be in with a shot of a race win. Then we have Jamie Petters. So I mentioned Jamie Petters second in the Paul Winfield Trophy. He starts 11th on the grid, but the Paul Winfield Trophy Championship leader Jack Riddell is several places ahead of him. Charlie Constable shares that 6th row with Jamie. Harry England and Adam Parker together on row 7. Then it's Daniel Petters, brother of Jamie, alongside Charlotte Birch on row 8. Row 9 for Ben Bateman and Will Butt, who again was disappointed with his qualifying effort yesterday, but we know Will is a much better racer than qualifier. Mark Hughes, as I said, looking just to stay out of trouble really in the context of the Goodyear Diamond Award. Dave Marshall, his teammate, team boss really, Dave Marshall, who did a drive shaft in qualifying yesterday and will have to start from the back of the grid. He was a winner, remember, Dave Marshall at Silverstone earlier this year, although did start significantly further up the grid in that race than he will do today. Aidan Mitchell, meanwhile, didn't get out at all in qualifying, I don't think, and will have to start from the back of the grid. In fact, no, he did, but there must have been a penalty applied. He was 12th fastest in qualifying, was Aidan, but starting from the back of the grid today. Right, cars out on the grid, sun glinting off these beautifully prepared Honda Civic EB3s and FN2s, and Paul O'Neill alongside me in the commentary box, getting set for an exciting day, I think, Paul. We were doing a little preview for social media just now, and we were discussing how long these area motorsport teammates can keep playing nicely. Well, it's crunch time now, isn't it? 4 races to go, 4 points between them. How long can that alliance last, do you think?
Yeah, well, let's see, Andy, because interestingly, mate, there's a lot of area stuff going on here at the front, so let's see how they can get on together and get on with it, because I am really looking forward to this really, really, really slow first corner, so let's see what happens.
Yes, Snetterton is one of those tracks, isn't it, where things can happen in the first few corners. It's a quick double apex right-hander at Riches, and then it all funnels down into the Wilson hairpin, where over the years we've seen countless lap 1 dramas, haven't we? So yeah, it's going to be a lively first lap. How important do you think it will be for Liam McGill to try and get ahead of Alistair Camp on that opening lap? Because we know Campy had a bit of an advantage, best part of 3/10 in qualifying. Do you think that will translate into the race?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I think there's going to be a really, really, you know, interesting delta as we go through it. Depends how green the track is, and when we talk about green, we mean, you know, how slow the circuit is going to be, because there's no rubber in the track. So yeah, it's the first race of the day. It's a little bit of rain maybe overnight, so let's see what happens.
Yes, track has been sort of washed clean overnight, hasn't it? And that is not a bad thing for the drivers, because they were all complaining, I think, yesterday that the trucks had left the track in a not brilliant state. Nothing that they'd done wrong particularly, but it's just the way that the trucks work. They tend to dump a bit of fluid on the circuit, and yeah, the Civic drivers in particular were finding a little bit of oversteer was the order of the day. But yeah, now a dry circuit for the time being. We anticipate some rain later on this afternoon, but for now a dry circuit and pretty much perfect conditions for a race. Alistair Camp then, 3 times a winner this year. Worth mentioning drop scores. I know that this is where most of you will fall asleep, but just stick with me for the next 30 seconds or so. Each driver drops their 2 worst scores, so their 2 lowest scores of the season. It's like they never happen. They get to delete them from their championship total. So Alistair Camp is dropping his 2 worst finishes, an 8th place last time out at Alton Park. Remember when he went round the outside of his teammate at Cascades, and there was a bit of contact, and off onto the grass he went, so he ended up 8th in that race. He's also dropping a 4th place finish from the first race of Crop. That is a total of 42 points that Alistair Camp is dropping. Liam McGill is actually dropping 48 points, slightly more. His 2 worst finishes, again, a 4th place, he's finished 4th twice this year, and a 6th place from the middle race at Brands Hatch earlier in the year. So slightly more drop points for Liam McGill to play with. In other words, if Liam were to not finish either race today, he would still score those 48 points back. Same for Camp, he would score 42. But that's definitely not what they're hoping for. They want to try and finish the races, score all of the points they can, especially because once we get to Brands Hatch at the end of the year, Paul, you cannot drop any scores. So everything that happens at Brands Hatch will count. If you're going to have a drama, you'd rather it was today than in a few weeks' time. Although, really, in a championship battle this tight, neither of them can afford any problems, can they?
Third row ready by number 17, which is James Hewlett, coming to by number 12, which is Spencer Stevenson. Then on to the 4th row, number 19, and James Brayshaw, alongside him is Jack Ruddle, part of the 15. The 5th row then is number 65, Sam Nicolau, and 37, which is Josh Bromley.
Yeah, so this is going to be a interesting 15 minutes, I suspect. And we will have the cars on the grid. It takes a while to get the cars around on the formation lap here at Snetterton, and it's going to be a very important race, like I said, in the context of the championship. Don't count out a few other drivers getting in the mix, though. We mentioned Lewis Kent, who also is 4 times a winner. Had it not been for the fact that he missed a race earlier this year because of the birth of his first child, congratulations again, Lewis, although we have congratulated him every time we've seen him, I think, over the last few events. But he missed around for that, and had it not been for that, would have definitely been a championship contender, and mathematically still is in 3rd position. 370 points for him against 412 for championship leader Alistair Camp. Wes Swain is up there as well. He'll be very keen to try and get a good result. He's the black and blue FN2, starting 3rd on the grid. Pole position here on the inside line. It's always a bit of a debate, isn't it, Paul, as to which side of the road you want to be starting here, which side's the grippier side, but you don't want to be on the outside into turn 1, do you?
No, not at all. But let's see what happens, because I think McGill's going to attack early doors, really early doors. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, here we go then. Back few rows of the grid, I think, are just coming into position then. 15 minutes the duration, and with 4 races to go in the 2025 championship. Place your bets, everyone. Who wins the race? Who wins the championship? Off they go, and McGill is away well. He's level with Alistair Camp already on the outside line. In fact, he's ahead of him, is he? Yes, McGill has got the lead as they head into Rich's corner for the first time. That could be crucial. Liam McGill ahead of his teammates, ahead of his championship rival, and that was a much better launch from the outside of row 1, which gets him the early advantage. Through Rich's, up towards the Wilson hairpin they go, and there we have it. McGill from Camp. Oh, that's drama behind, and that is Spencer Stevenson, tapped into a half spin, runs wide, rejoins, but deep in the pack. That pull could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, welcome back, Spencer Stevenson. That's not what you want, but look at McGill. He's trying so hard, and now he's just running wide at the apex. He was still getting the power down, and now it's going to be battle royale at the front.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is not according to the script that Alistair Camp would have been writing overnight. He wanted to lead from the front and control the pace of the race, but now Liam McGill is out in front, the 3 abreast further back, and that was a recovering Spencer Stevenson, the grey, black and blue car on the inside line, picking a couple more off. It's a 4-car breakaway then at the front. Lewis Kent only 5th, Paul, so he's also not had a great run through the first few corners. I don't think I expected this much shuffling in the first half a lap.
Yeah, it just shows you people just get different traction from the start line, and one of those people that got brilliant traction was McGill. Great start line to fire himself.
Yeah, he just had just the right amount of wheel spin. The car didn't bog down, but it wasn't sat there spinning the wheels and going nowhere. Camp, I don't think, got a bad start. It was just Liam McGill absolutely aced it, and he is the leader as we arrive down at Brundle Nelson for the first time. One of the first times you really lean on that right rear tyre, but the leading group all keep it together and accelerate out of Nelson towards the bomb hole and through that never-ending right-hander at Coram to end the lap. Some good battles further back in the pack as well. As the midfield runners come through, Dave Marshall, you can see, has picked a few places up already in his red FN2, and there is Will Butt, just ahead of Aidan Mitchell. Remember, Aidan Mitchell also coming from the back of the grid after being sent to the back, having qualified inside the top dozen initially yesterday afternoon. Dave Marshall gains another position. Where do you think Dave Marshall can get to in this race? Starting 21st, but we know he's a heck of a racer.
Why can't he get into the top 10? Let's just see, because there's a lot of drafting to be had here, and people can get on the tail of someone and just pass a couple down the back straight. If anyone's going to do it, it'll be that man Marshall. Let's see it. Just a couple of things. We're sorry if you can hear me and I sound like I'm in a toilet at the minute. I think the technical team are trying to work on that one, so apologies. I've got about 68 messages.
Message received and understood. We're working on the problems. Spencer Stevenson is working on resolving his problems as well. Look to the inside of Sam Nicolau. That, though, becomes the outside into Palmer's, and that's often the way here, isn't it, on this sort of technically demanding infield section. The inside for one corner can very easily become the outside for the next, and I think Sam Nicolau was therefore able to keep Spencer Stevenson behind for now. Right, Paul, Liam McGill is not getting away at the front of the field, is he? Alistair Camp is going with him. We know that Camp in qualifying was 0.3 of a second quicker than McGill, but it's really hard in a race situation to find that sort of advantage again, isn't it? The leader has such an advantage.
Yeah, but to me it does look like Campy is now starting to get fully involved in him. So yeah, this is where he needs to be in the tow and really get into the back of that car and try to get past McGill. But yeah, it's getting closer because McGill now starting to look in his mirrors.
Yeah, there is one of Petters, that is Jamie Petters, I believe, wasn't it? Trying to make a move, heading down the back straight. Leaders, though, pretty much together as we arrive at the braking zone for Brundle and Nelson, and it is McGill from Camp from Swain. Hewlett maybe just being dropped slightly in fourth, and I'm really mystified as to the relative lack of pace from Lewis Kenton here. Okay, he had a not great start, but I genuinely thought he would then have the speed to latch onto the leaders. If anything, though, Paul, he's dropping away.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. He's really not involved, is he? And that's going to take a bit of kerfuffle at the front to get him back in there. I can't see this. It's really difficult for Lewis.
Yeah, so a bit of an odd one for him, but there is time yet for the leaders to start battling away. We still are not even a third of the way through the race. The leaders blast past across the line, and it's only a couple of civic lengths between really all of that leading quartet as they round the bridges. In fact, fastest lap for Camp, so Alistair Camp gets the fastest lap back again, a 209.346. It's only half a tenth quicker than Liam McGill, but it sort of proves my point that McGill is going nowhere and Alistair Camp is closing right in fact, under the brakes into the Wilson hairpin pull.
He's into it now, isn't he? And this is where he's going to start picking a toe up and really starting to put pressure on him. But can he outbrake him in that EP3? Two different cars, closely matched, but they will have strengths and weaknesses against each other.
Yes, they will indeed, and I wonder how much of a risk Alistair Camp is willing to take here, really. I know we've been bigging this rivalry up between the two of them and saying that every point matters, every position matters. It really does. The difference between finishing first and second is 5 points. You get 40 points for a win, 35 points for finishing second, so it's well worth going for it if the opportunity presents itself. Jamie Petters there rounds the Agostini hairpin. Jamie further down than we've been used to seeing, well, actually 10th place, so that would be pole position for the second race later on. But look who's only 3 places behind him, Dave Marshall from the back of the grid. Dave just got a habit, hasn't he, of popping up at the front of those reverse grid races.
He's doing a sterling job. It's a great camera angle, that, just showing the difference in line. And there's Petters. And I talk about difference in lines. That was amazing stuff. Jamie there, proper large. I mean, your tyres should be up to temperature now, son, but he does love it large around the outside.
That was a big drift and a good save. It lost him some speed off the corner, though, I'm afraid. So I think it might cost him a place by the time we get to the end of the Bentley Straights. We hit the brakes through the left, through the right at Brundle and Nelson. Sam Nicolau there with, I think that's Josh Bromley behind. Oh, Dave Marshall round the outside. Why not? That's on the outside again into the bomb hole. That's not really where you want to be, but Dave Marshall is on the march.
Yeah, he's coming for it, isn't he? And he's going to have to get a little bit further ahead there. But his body language says to me, with the headlights on, I want to pass you, mate. But Petters, with those blue headlights, he's going to be difficult to pass.
Yes, he is, isn't he? Jamie Petters then, I think, has been overtaken by both Josh Bromley and Harry England because of that slide. So puts Bromley now provisionally on pole position for race 2. He's a little bit further up the road as well from that little gaggle which now goes across the line. What's going on out in front? Well, Liam McGill has stolen the fastest lap back, so that's more like it from Liam. They're trading lap times at 209.0, 2 tenths quicker than Alistair Camp in second place. The gap goes up to 3/4 of a second. Wesley Swain is a further 7/10 or so slower than that in third. So becoming more of a two-horse race as Dave Marshall picks another one up and gets to the inside of Petters at the Wilson hairpin.
I've got to say, there's some cracking camera angles here. You can really see what the cars are being put through by the drivers. But McGill seems to be super fast in the second sector, where it's just actually just round here. He seems to pull a little bit of a gap coming out the hairpin and coming into Hamilton through the left-hander. But the first part of the lap looks difficult because Camp is right with him into that hairpin, isn't he?
No, he is definitely. In the first sector on this lap, Camp a 10th.5 quicker than Liam McGill. We'll get the second sector time shortly. Around the right-hander there that takes them onto the Bentley straight, and difference in lines, as you said, some turning in early, some turning in a bit later. A lot of drivers complaining about too much oversteer in their cars so far this weekend, and that will affect the way that you attack a corner like that if you don't have the confidence in the rear. Easy to end up being a bit too tentative on corner entry. McGill, I would say, has had a better middle sector this time. Yes, another 2/10 quicker than Camp, so neither of them personal best in sector 2, but McGill most definitely in this mid phase of the race is the quicker. Here meanwhile comes Dave Marshall, another move to be made, and that looked very easy indeed.
Wow, that was super easy, that, wasn't it? He really got the job done. He's got a lot of understeer, hasn't he, through the S's coming onto the back straight towards the bomb hole, but he's getting the job done. Looks like he's had a few offs though. That front split is telling a few stories.
Well, I don't think he's had time to clean the car. He spent most of yesterday fitting a new drive shaft to it after his qualifying issues, but he's got the headlights on. That is racing driver language for I am on the charge, get out of the way, and we'll see whether Josh Bromley is so keen to get out of the way as and when he gets there, because that, remember, is for that all-important 10th place, which would be pole position for the second race later on. Lap time comparison at the front, well, in the end actually Alistair Camp with a good final sector was slightly quicker than McGill and has flowed right into the Wilson hairpin. That camera angle maybe flattering to deceive a little bit. I think Camp was a touch late on the brakes there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he just missed the apex, doesn't he? I've got to say that Liam McGill just looks really precise in where he's putting the car, but like I say, they're two different cars, and the rear axle on the FN2 of Campy is a solid rear beam, so yeah, it's a different kettle of fish, but great to see these two different cars going at it.
It's an interesting point, and it's been a talking point all year, hasn't it, the difference between the EP3 and the FN2. I would like to make the point, it's balanced out beautifully over the season. They are only 4 points apart. As it stands now, they'd be 1 point apart, I reckon, with McGill taking the championship lead back away. But on a track such as Snetterton, which has a bit of everything, some tight stuff, some high speed stuff, where do you think the EP3 might have an advantage, and where might that advantage sway back in the favour of Alistair Camp?
Well, it seems to be, like you can tell from the sectors, medium and high speed corners seem to be where Campy can really capitalise, but then again, you know, different drivers drive cars differently, so you know, you've got to say these two are pretty well matched, but I've got to say that I'm impressed with the FN2, because independent rear suspension, which the EP3 has got, is always the best way to go on a car, for sure. But Campy has really developed that car well.
He seemed a bit slow out of Nelson there, Alistair. I don't know if that was a missed gear or he'd had a moment coming out of the corner, but Alistair Camp has dropped back noticeably, I'd say. Yeah, look at that gap.
Oh.
That is a big gap now between McGill and Camp. Now, in the first sector, Camp had set a personal best, an outright fastest. In sector 2, it was a PB, but the fastest sector went to McGill. But then after sector 2, Camp seemed to slow. Is the car accelerating well out of the final turn? He's not pitting, so if there is an issue, it's something he's going to try and manage. But look at the way that gap has extended, Paul.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I've got to say, though, that he looked super fast into Coram and super fast into the last corner as well. So he was definitely chasing some kind of problem, and it didn't really seem to be big enough to pull in the pit. The other thing is that he's just getting on with it. So, yeah, I think the easiest thing would be a missed gear.
Yeah, well, 1.6 seconds back now, so that's maybe handed this on a plate now to Liam McGill with only a couple of laps still to go. We focus instead then on the battle for third, Wes Swade and Jake Hewlett, except Hewlett now drops back as well, so Jake Hewlett then is slowing. Hewlett's on the pace, Kent is through, so a couple of little gremlins creeping in late in the race. Jake Hewlett then loses fourth place to Lewis Kent, and that again, Paul, was under acceleration from the hairpin.
Interesting. This is getting a bit tasty now then, isn't it? There's a few things happening. That looks like a very slow car.
Yeah, he's off the pace, isn't he? Now,
yeah.
What could that be? Drive shaft, maybe. We heard Dave Marshall lose a drive shaft yesterday. If the drive shaft goes, it tends to be an acceleration from a tight corner. and Jake Hewlett's car doesn't appear to have a huge amount of power, does it?
No. Oh, look at this, Dave. That's Dave. Oh, mate, you don't want to be getting squeezed there, do you? Is Dave Marshall going to get that done? Oh, he's got it done round the outside, I think. Oh, that was a great move.
Yeah, well, either he's gone through or neither of them are going to appear at the next corner. I hope it is the former of those two options. That would have been for 10th place, of course, which would have knocked Josh Bromley off pole position for race 2. Oh, and Josh from the inside. The point I'm making is they're actually now both in the top 10 because Hewlett is going no further. So that's now 9th for Marshall, 10th for Bromley still. But that battle has allowed Harry England to close in slightly. You can see it is the red FN2 of Dave Marshall ahead. Well, he said to Ian pre-race, if he makes the top 10, he'll be very happy. He is into 9th position now and still has a lap left after this one to gain more ground.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting fight now for the next 2 minutes. But I've got to say, I'm so impressed with Marshall. That is a great effort, that, because there ain't anyone in this championship that is easy to pass. That's a good effort.
Yeah, absolutely so. And Josh Bromley certainly didn't make it easy for Dave Marshall. The leaders go through onto the final lap then, and I think Camp has now accepted defeat, hasn't he? He has backed off the pace and he's just trying to manage the car home. I'd be intrigued to hear after the race, though, Paul, what the issue was, because since then the car seems to be running more or less okay. He may tell you that he was managing an issue all along, but for now the car, okay, not as quick as McGill, but I think that's more just Camp settling for second, isn't it?
That looks like Camp settling for second. You've got to say it's got to be a missed gear or something like that, hasn't it? Got to be.
Tiniest mistakes that could prove to have enormous consequences in the championship, because I reckon as it stands Liam McGill would take a 1-point championship lead into race 2 later on. What is it about this championship, Paul? Every year this seems to happen. We were sort of robbed a bit last year, with the last couple of years, with Max Edmondson's domination, but we're back to a nip and tuck championship battle now, and I can see this going right down to the final race of the season. This, meanwhile, is 4:11. This is Jamie Petters on the tail of Harry England and shaping up, Paul, I think, for a move into Agostini.
Yeah, you can always guarantee with one of the Petters that they'll have a go. So, yeah, that was pretty interesting defending early doors by Harry England. Yellow flags, that'll be for Hewlett's car, won't it?
Yeah, it should be. I think this is where Jake Hewlett pulled over. Yeah, there to the inside of Hamilton. Tell you what, Josh Bromley hasn't given up on getting back ahead of Dave Marshall here. This is for 9th position, remember, that they're battling. And Dave Marshall with the advantage for now. There you can see the advantage held by Liam McGill, though, and he's less than half a lap from home now. Turns into Brundle and Nelson for the final time. A brilliant performance, and really most of the job done in the first 10 seconds or so of the race.
Yeah, exceptional stuff. That's won him the race, that start. And going back to Campy, though, that missed gear, if it is a missed gear, you try not to do it again and again and again. So that's when you start managing it, because if you've missed it one time, there's obviously a problem there. But this looks like the winner.
Doesn't it? Liam McGill on course for a 5th win of the season. That will make him the driver with the most wins now. He was tied for 4 on the season with Lewis Kent, but this now is a big victory of the season, and perhaps the most important one yet. Liam McGill wins here at Snetterton. Alistair Camp comes home in 2nd, and Wesley Swain makes it an all-area motorsport 1, 2, 3, with Lewis Kent 4th. Jack Riddell, by the way, quietly went about his business there, Jack Riddell, but Jack, the winner at Brands Hatch earlier this season, the Paul Winfield Trophy Championship leader as well, ends up with a top 5. Really good result from him. Jake Renshaw, Spencer Stevenson, Sam Nicolau, Dave Marshall, and Josh Bromley, yes, is there with a dodgy transponder, giving me slight cause for concern at the end, but he is there in 10th and will provisionally have pole position for race 2 a little bit later on today. So entertaining race then from the Civics. You'd expect nothing less, and race 2 later on I suspect is going to be even more dramatic with the reverse grid. Like I said, top 10 finishes from race 1 get inverted, and that gives us the grid for race number 2. So the cars are ushered back into the paddock. We can take a look at that provisional result now. Liam McGill with the 5th win of the year, and I think that gives him the championship lead by a single point over Alistair Camp, who came home 2nd, Wesley Swain 3rd, Lewis Kent 4th, Jack Riddell 5th ahead of Jake Renshaw, Spencer Stevenson, Sam Nicolau, Dave Marshall with a charge from the back of the grid 21st to 9th, and Josh Bromley completes the top 10. Then it was Jamie Petters and Harry England, with Ben Bateman and Aidan Mitchell 13th and 14th respectively. In 15th position was Adam Parker, 16th place then for Will Butt, 17th Charlotte Birch, 18th Mark Hughes, who I believe will pick up the Goodyear Diamond Award win anyway just by finishing the race. He was some way adrift of the rest of the pack, and we lost Jake Hewlett in the closing stages with mechanical issues, and Dan Petters was shown as retiring to the pit lane. Jack Constable, a non-starter, so Jack Constable, who we did chat to, I'm pretty sure, in the assembly area, didn't we, but didn't actually turn a lap in that race. So there is Jake Hewlett's car, awaiting recovery to the inside at Hamilton. So that will lead to a short delay before the next race can get underway. But, that is a shame for Jake, because he was having a really good run, and unfortunately, not only does he not jump a non-finish in that race, but he will have to start from the back of the grid in race number 2. We've seen from Dave Marshall in that one. You can make progress from the back in the Civic Cup, and Jake Hewlett will be hoping that he can do the same in the second race later on. That second race, by the way, is scheduled to take place at 12:45. Now, it's a very short turnaround between the two races for the Civic Cup, and so anyone who does have issues to resolve, they will have to do so fairly quickly before race 2 starts later on. Right, I think we're ready to head down into the Parc Fermé area. Paul O'Neill is there to chat to our race winner.
Wesley Swain. So a quick word with Wesley. Wesley, fantastic stuff. It is great to see you back on the podium.
Thanks, guys. Well, there's your winner, Liam McGill. Wow, got to say, mate, was it done at the start? Because it looked hard all the way through.
Yeah, I knew I had to do it at the start. Ali's been really fast in qualifying, so I was a couple of tenths off him. So yeah, I was just hoping that I could get a good launch for once, and I ended up getting that launch, so that was good. Got me into the lead, and Ali was keeping me honest. He seemed much quicker in the first sector, and I seemed quicker kind of in the middle towards the end. So yeah, it was kind of, he was catching, then dropping, catching, then dropping, but then I see he made a mistake at the end of the straight, and I was like, jackpot.
What mistake was that? Because we didn't really see that.
I don't know. I think he maybe just outbroke himself or something like that, or had a slide going into the corner. It's very easy done. That's probably the kind of lairiest bit of the track, to be honest. So once I see him go across the grass, I thought, right, okay, I better not do the same.
Top man, well, you needed that. Well done, mate. We'll let you get on your way. Campy, can we have a little word, mate? Well done, my man, Alistair Camp, P2. Could you have won that? It was a good effort, that. That looked hard work, mate. Did you have a little miss gear, or what happened in the back straight?
Bit too much commitment. Thought I could brake later, and then the turtle's back end started coming round. I thought, uh-oh. So I just thought, grass it is, or it's just a sausage curb and run the roof. So, but yeah, no, fair play to him, didn't put a foot wrong. I got wheel spin off the line. But yeah, I thought I'd done enough to heat it up, but obviously not. But no, it was good, mate.
First sector was really impressive, mate, but then second sector, you just couldn't get anywhere near.
No, I don't know what it was like. Through Hamilton on that left and onto the back straight, he was just munching me everywhere. No matter what I tried there, I tried fourth through this left-hander here. So third gear seems to be better for it because it's got more front traction. But yeah, we just tried everything then. I tried every gear possible to try and make, even onto the back straight, like third to fourth and trying to flick it, and it's just like, but yeah, we did do a little change yesterday, obviously for the damp, and we thought it'd still be a little bit greasy this morning, so we left the rear like softer than what we normally would have. So I think it's had a bit too much rear, and I know it looks horrendous on live feed when it's like back end, but it's the only way to drive it.
Well, listen, we'll let you crack on with your other interviews, mate. I feel terrible holding other people up. Wesley Swain, where's Wesley Swain? Here he is. Let's go and get him. Wes, well done, mate. It's good to see you back up here, fella. Looking super quick at the end of this back end of this season. All good?
Yeah, everything was good in that race. I felt just really strong from the start, and I saw obviously there was a bit of chaos behind me, so I just decided to get on with it and try and keep it with the front pack, which I sort of did for most of the race. So it was good.
Happy with the car? What was it like being first on the circuit today?
Oh, slipping when we first got out, cold, you know, but once it all got to temperature, the track was fast, we were all setting fast times, it all felt nice.
What we're looking forward to for this next race, mate?
I hate to say it, but I think a bit of carnage with the reverse grid and stuff, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Good man. Listen, we'll leave you to it, mate. Well done, good stuff. Looks like the other cars are cracking on, so it's back to you guys. Right, everybody, it's time for our first look at the Sigma 135s this weekend for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. The championship has already been wrapped up. Tom McEwing is your champion, but we thought we'd come down and have a quick chat with Stephen down here. And Stephen, it's been
It's quite bright there, isn't it? It's been a bit of a wait for you, hasn't it, this weekend?
Yeah, but it's a good time and atmosphere here. The paddock's a really good attitude, and we're very pleased to be with graduates, so it's a good place to be.
I've been covering the Caterham graduates for a few years. You guys always make me feel very welcome, so thank you very much indeed. Look, where you are on the grid, you're just looking for a bit of fun this afternoon?
Well, yeah, I normally make a good start and gain 4 or 5 places at the beginning, so we'll watch out for that. But the struggle is when the fast ones are behind me, they, you know. But the attitude of the paddock here is so much better that when we race with respect, MS UK, so you tend to find there's less, shall I say, intimidation or aggro as people are coming through. So
is that why you love racing in the Caterham?
Well, it's why I love racing at the graduates, because you know the attitude of people is that they overtake at the right opportunity and they don't push through with crash.
Stephen, are we going to see you in 2026?
Definitely, yeah. There's a great itinerary we've already got provisionally provided, and you know, we're looking forward to some of those circuits.
Excellent. Look, thank you for joining us this year. Really appreciate it. Best of luck. Enjoy the race, won't you? Stephen Trinder there. Hello, David. How you doing? Let's just pop over very quickly. Shall we? A little bit of time to say hello to David. David, this is going to be fun, isn't it?
Oh, excellent. Yeah. Well, look at the weather, mate.
Perfect.
Hey, a perfect Sunday morning sport by a race.
You get to go out second. Yeah. It's like golf, isn't it? A good walk sport. I mean, the good thing is the Civics, of course, going out first, so they can sort of get rid of the grease, and you boys can have it.
Well, that's the good thing. I mean, they're going out as well before us after lunch as well.
Yeah.
So the trucks, they leave all sorts of debris on the track. That'll clean it up, and we can have a good race again.
Well, I better let you get racing then. It's great to see you, mate. Enjoy it, won't you? Thank you so much for that. There you go, David Jarvis there, Stephen Trinder just off to my right. Time to go racing for the Caterham graduates, Sigma 135s. Let's go racing. Come on, Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, cars on their green flag lap, the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Championship. This is the less powerful 135 category, effectively based on the 270R Caterham 7. And as we said from Ian there, the championship has already been sewn up by the man who's on pole position. Tom McEwing, number 49, starts on the pole alongside number 96 Luke Waitman. Now he's running in the trophy category, I believe. Just checking our entry list here. No, Luke Waitman booked in as a guest driver this weekend, which surprises me a little because he's registered in the trophy, so was due to score points in the limited round, 3-round championship. More on that a little bit later on. Second row anyway, James Hapgood, he is a trophy driver alongside Sean Crellin, then Stephen Merritt and Adam Waitman on row 3. Has he already scored points in 3 rounds this year? Because you can only score maximum of 3 rounds. Yes, so Steve Merritt and Luke Waitman, they've already scored their points in trophy, so racing as guest drivers. That's the reason for my confusion there. So Stephen Merritt and Adam Waitman on row 3, Thomas Gunter and Neil Warnock on the 4th row, and then Henry Morris and Louise Deason completing the top 10. Row 6, 77 Giles Derry, who's second in the championship this year, and 17 Giles Hansen. Then on row 7, Simon Arnold alongside Orlando Morris, Neville Sykes and Toby Bryant on row 8, Michael Munns and Darren Butler on row 9, Dean Pollen and Lee James complete the top 20. Neil Bell and Benja Headley are next, but the cars are lined up on the grid. Revs already rising for the start of our first Caterham race of the day, and we are underway. It's the green machine of Tom McEwing, the man from York, on pole position. Let's see if he can crown his title-winning season with a win. Well, it's 4 wide going into the first. I think that's the purple car of James Hapgood trying to make a move up the inside there. This huge grid. There's no fewer than 39 cars out there scheduled to be on the grid for this race. Absolutely massive field, to say the least. I've no idea who's going to come out on top here. Tom McEwing and James Hapgood side by side for the lead in the early stages here. I think they've all made it round so far. A bit of bodywork goes flying there towards the back of the field. It is McEwing who leads from Hapgood. Up on the outside there, I noticed number 14, Sean Crellin, the man from Douglas on the Isle of Man, is up into fourth position behind Luke Waitman. That's the black car with the orange nose, Luke Waitman. Crellin in fourth place. He's side by side with, I think that's Giles Derry alongside him, as they start to sort themselves out in these early stages around the Snetterton 300 circuits. Neil Warnock was in there as well, number 42, but it's McEwing who leads the way. Now, he's already sewn up the championship, so we don't need to worry about points charts in this one. He secured that at the previous round of the Sigma 135 Championship at Anglesey with the pair of wins. Tyres squeal as they head around Williams Corner for the first time. This massive field of Caterham graduate Sigma 135 cars. Their Toyo tyres already being tortured around this opening lap. Now here they come en masse down towards the left-hander at Brundle. It is McEwing in the green car who leads the way. Looks like it's Luke Waitman up there in second. Hapgood is third, Crellin in fourth, and Neil Warnock rounds out the first five. Pick up the rest of the field as they come through at the end of the opening lap. Nice busy pack there further back in the order. 51 of Simon Arnold ahead of 104. That's Neville Sykes. Battling a little bit further down the order. There'll be battles constantly and slipstreaming everywhere all the way through this first of two races today for these Sigma 135s. First five starting to possibly break away just a little. So they come up across the line for the first time. It'll be McEwing who leads the way, but he's under attack from Luke Waitman trying to get around the outside. Hapgood in third place, and Waitman does get around the outside down towards Rich's Corner for the second time, so he's up into the lead ahead of Tom McEwing. The place you don't want to be leading is at the top end of that home straight, because you will get slipstream, but McEwing back up the inside as they come through the right-hander at Wilson's hairpin. Sean Crellin in the turquoise and red car in fourth place behind them, as Waitman back up the inside as they go towards Palmer, the left-hander. They're side by side on the entry. Hapgood in third place, Crellin is fourth, Warnock is in fifth position. It's Adam Waitman next in the order. We've got three members of the Waitman family in there, Luke, Adam and Michael, who's further back in the order. Adam Waitman there, the red car with the white wheels. He's being chased by Steve Merritt. The white number 111 car is one of those cars there. Another bit of bodywork goes flying on the outside there. A couple of cars losing wings early on. So McEwing leads this time through Oggy's, the right-hander, up towards Williams. Hapgood in third place, then it's Crellin. Warnock in P5, I think, still. Somebody has pulled over with some damage. That's number 95. That is Tom Gunter, who's on the top runners in the championship over the early part of the season, but he missed the round at Alton Park. He's sixth in the standings. That's McEwing to the inside on Luke Waitman, holds the lead into Brundle and Nelson. Hapgood attacking for second place, then it's Crellin. I think it's Steve Merritt who's up into fifth position now, the black and orange car. The Marshal's able to push the 95 of Tom Gunter in, so no need for a safety car. Well done to them. So we come around to complete the second lap then of this P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Championship race, with Tom McEwing and Luke Waitman swapping the lead in the early couple of laps. Waitman's going to have another go here, I think, down the pit straights. Steve Merritt is the man on the move. He's done the fastest lap. He's up into P5 as James Hapgood tries a slingshot down the inside. So does Sean Crellin. That's allowed Waitman to escape a little at the front of the field, if anything here. McEwing is in the clutches of the chasing pack. Hapgood's going to go up the inside into the hairpin. Crellin is there as well. Steve Merritt, Neil Warnock and Adam Waitman in there as well. Frantic stuff for second place. Typical Caterham battling. All this is allowing Luke Waitman to break away slightly in the number 96 car. Here they come down towards Agostini. McEwing moves to the inside. Merritt up into fourth place as well. He's got past Sean Crellin in that multicoloured number 14 car. And Warnock, Adam Waitman, Henry Morris in there as well. He's number 198, the white car with the green roll cage. Henry Henry Morris, who was well up in the trophy category, I believe, this year. Yes, third in trophy, but the trophy class runners have all scored points in 3 rounds, except for 1 or 2 lower down the points chart. So the trophy class pretty much has been won by Steve Merritt already in the number treble 1. He wants an overall win here. They start to weave around down the straights here to try and break the toe. There's Merritt, the black car with the orange nose on the inside, attacking James Hapgood. He's going to go through into P3 at the left-hander at Brundle. He's done so. Now we'll go after Tom McEwing, the new champion in number 49. Henry Morris coming under fire. That's number 17 of Giles Hansen. They're battling further down this top 10. They're all close bunched up behind our race leader, Luke Waitman. Steve Merritt currently with the fastest lap of the race. He's up into 3rd place. Then it's Hapgood and Krellin. See a lot of the trophy class runners who've already scored their points, so they now move into the guest class and won't pick up points. McEwing, how far behind is he now? He's 0.4 of a second behind Luke Waitman. Fastest lap going to Louise Deason, who's down in 10th place in the number 122 car. Charge their way over the line, then down towards Wilson's hairpin. 3 wide there, Neil Warnock in the middle. Up on the outside is Hansen. On the inside for the hairpin was Henry Morris. Neil Warnock just about able to hold them all off. 3rd in the championship this year, behind Tom McEwing and Giles Derry. Now where is Giles Derry? Down in 12th place at the moment. 67 and 163 battling it out. 67, the purple car, is Ian Hapgood. And 163, Russell Gunter. Already seen Tom Gunter out of the race. There's Giles Derry, number 77. Chasing after the number 51 of Simon Arnold. Giles Derry, the championship runner-up this year, behind Tom McEwing. Enters this weekend on 359 points. Tom McEwing on 397. So he's going to pass the 400 point mark in this race as long as he reaches the finish. There is Giles Derry up there in 2nd place. He's had a couple of wins this year at Alton Park and at Croft, up alongside Simon Arnold, 9th in the points. He did have a top score at Anglesey earlier this year, did pick up the 30 points. And of course with trophy and guest runners in the race as well, may not have won the race overall, as guest drivers don't score points. Through the bomb hole, see the way the circuit drops down through there, it's that little dip. 104 up the inside there, Neville Sykes on the attack on the back of, I think that was Orlando Morris, number 199. 40 and 75 battling it out are Dean Pollen and Benja Headley. Readers heading over the line, still Luke Waitman who leads the way. Rest of the pack head over the line. Just over 10.5 minutes to go in this first race of 2 today for the Caterham Graduate Sigma 135s. The battle still raging on for 2nd place and for the lower reaches of the top 10 as well. Has the lead changed back again? Indeed it has. At the end of the straight it must have changed there. Tom McEwing is back ahead of Luke Waitman for the lead. Merritt in 3rd place, then it's Krellin. Krellin having a look up the inside into Agostini, the banksman. Then Hapgood has dropped back slightly into 5th, the car with the yellow roll cage there. 6th is Adam Waitman. These two still duelling for the lead. McEwing, the overall championship winner this year. Luke Waitman 2nd in the trophy to Steve Merritt, the man who's behind him in 3rd place. Through the right-hander up Williams onto the Bentley straight. Giles Hansen coming under fire from Neil Warnock on the 42. to Brundle, the 5 leaders together. Up the inside there, having a look. Behind Neil Warnock, that's the battle between the 1-2-2 of Louise Deeson. She's lost a rear wing. Look, and who's that on her tail? It's Giles Derry and the 51 of Simon Arnold. They're all close bunched up then in the top dozen places or so. Here comes Sean Crellin on the inside, trying to take 3rd place under braking for Murray. Scored up, bang! There's contact there, and Luke Wakeman hit the back of him. He's lost his nose cone. That's going to damage the 96. He's going to pull into the pits. I think that's burst the radiator on the 96, so he heads straight for the pit lane, and one of our early leaders is out. So the battle is now between Steve Merritt and Tom McEwing for the lead. Sean Crellin and the number 10 of James Hapgood, the Welshman, battling for 3rd place. So one element of that 5-way lead battle has been removed because Luke Wakeman has had to head into the pits. He's damaged the radiator there, hit the back of Sean Crellin's car. Crellin's still there in 3rd place. There he is, well, down to 4th now because James Hapgood has come through. And there are the leaders. It is Steve Merritt up front in the number treble 1 machine, the Oxfordshire driver. Head of McEwing, the champion, in 2nd place. Adam Wakeman is now 5th. He's got to uphold family honours down the inside into Anglesey. Tom McEwing into Agostini rather. Tom McEwing retakes the lead. Championship did race at Anglesey recently. There were 3 wins there for Tom McEwing. Who does that belong to? A bit of bodywork on the track at the Wilson's hairpin. And a lot more bodywork there. A few souvenirs for one of our marshals. Further back in the order, the Marlborough lookalike there, number 5, Neil Perry. Here come the leaders down the Bentley Straight. McEwing back ahead of Steve Merritt. Hapgood in 3rd place. Then Crellin is 4th. Then a gap back to Adam Wakeman in 5th. This is the battle for 6th. Here comes Neil Warnock under fire from Henry Morris. Doesn't quite manage to get alongside. We jinx out, and I think Neil Warnock missed a gear there coming out of Nelson because you saw Henry Morris had to dodge across to avoid him. Giles Derry closing up, and Giles Hansen as well in the number 17. So Neil Warnock recovering there. You can see how quickly and easy it is to miss a gear or lose momentum in these cars. There's a black and white flag going out there as a warning for somebody. We didn't see who it was. And this is the fight for 2nd place now between Hapgood, Merritt and Crellin. Crellin running a little bit wide there, going through the right-hander of Riches. Wilson's hairpin sees Tom McEwing in the lead. Hapgood in 2nd, a tangle there between Merritt and Crellin. Oh dear, they've tangled up into the hairpins, so it's 3rd place gone. Crellin rejoins 1st. Steve Merritt trying to get the treble 1 car going again. He does so. They'll have lost a fair bit of ground, a fair number of places there. So who's up to 3rd? Now it's Adam Wakeman in the red number 98's car. And now this fight is for 4th place. Neil Warnock ahead of Giles Hansen. Behind him we've got Henry Morris. He's got Giles Derry on his tail. Simon Arnold, Louise Deeson, number 122 is there as well. There's Sean Crellin. He's rejoined in about 10th position. Through the infield loop, there goes our leader, throwing it through Williams there. Tom McEwing sideways, and now James Hapgood on his own. He's able to go after our race leader with just over 5 minutes of this race to go. Down the Bentley Straights.
When you got the call, because you got the call relatively early yesterday to say your race wasn't going to take place. What did you do? Did you stay on side? Did you?
An incident down at the exit of Agostini. Bit of contact there. I think that was the 141 car of Toby Bryant, the green machine there. One of our guest drivers this weekend hit the back of possibly Neil Bell in the 22. Couldn't see the numbers from that angle, but it looks like it was those two who came together. So coming around to complete lap number 7 then of this Sigma 135 race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Over the line they go. The lead gap is 1.06 seconds, but James Hapgood has just done the fastest lap of the race at 2:12.406. There's an extra point for the fastest lap as well. Now, did Neil Merrick get going again after that entangle with Sean Crellin? It's not come through yet on this lap, so I'm not sure he has. Neil Warnock's holding off Giles Hanson, that's for 4th position. Behind them Henry Morris and Giles Derry. There go the leaders in the foreground into Agostini. Hanson tries to cut back in the orange and light blue car. So Warnock holds on in 4th at the moment ahead of this train of cars. Yeah, Steve Merritt has headed for the pits, so he's out of it. There's Adam Waitman on his own in 3rd. And here's this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car battle now for 4th position. Louise Deason on the back of it in the 1-2-2 car. 27 there is Simon Nicholas, the orange car. He's a bit further back in the order. Now James Hapgood is definitely going after Tom McEwing here for the lead. As they go up towards the long right-hander at Corham. England v Wales for the lead of this Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 race. They're coming around to start their final lap this time. It's a long lap here, one of the longest in UK national motorsports, nearly 3 miles, the Snetterton 300 circuit. Over the line they go to start their final lap. The last lap board is out. Over the line goes the 4th place battle, headed up by Giles Hanson now. He's got ahead of Neil Warnock. Everybody else in the same order. Morris, Darby, Arnold and Deason behind them. Sean Crellin still in 10th, a bit further back.
And then behind that we had a very, very close battle with about 6 cars all involved in that one. So I think
it's Tom McEwing still up front.
3rd place should be set down for Adam Waitman, and then in 4th place is going to be anybody together, I reckon.
He's already taken 11 maximum scores so far this season. In terms of championship scores, he's not been out of the top 2 finishers in the championship class all year. Does mean he's had to drop a couple of second places, but he won't let that affect him too much. He's already secured the title. Warnock back ahead of Hanson. There go the leaders through Williams now. Can James Hapgood get within slipstreaming range down the Bentley Straight? Can he pinch the win from Tom McEwing? There's a battle further back in the order. The 63 on the inside there, the lime green car. That's Norman Jeeves. Similar battle to that for second place with 5 or 6 of them together. James Hapgood is now right with our race leader Tom McEwing. Is he going to snatch the win on the run to the line? His best chance to get the slipstream coming out of Murray's for the final time. Just between these two now, they're 4 seconds clear of Adam Waitman in 3rd place. Another fastest lap last time around for Hapgood. So here they come up towards the checkered flag this time in this P4 emergency lighting Caterham Graduate Sigma 135 race, and up alongside Hapgood's going to go through on the run towards line. Cam McEwing slipstreaming back again. They're going to come up towards the line. Are they going to finish side by side? Yes they are. It's a photo finish. Now who's got it? James Hapgood by 0.024 of a second. My goodness, what a finish. Adam Waitman is 3rd, Warnock 4th ahead of Hanson, then Morris, Derry and Deason. Wow, .024, 24 thousandths of a second between James Hapgood and Tom McEwing. I said Hapgood might get the run there coming out of the final corner at Murray's. He did. McEwing tried to out-drag him back again. A photo finish goes to James Hapgood. That's the finish of the weekend so far.
46 thousandths of a second clear on the number 17 position, Southampton, and then behind that we had 6th place for 198, which was Henry Morris. Behind that also Joel Derry, so the man who has been the first.
Well, we'll check out the provisional results in a second of that one. James Hapgood the winner, .024 of a second. Doesn't get much closer than that in motor racing. Third place, about 5 seconds back, was Adam Wakeman. Neil Warnock taking fourth, ahead of Giles Hansen, Henry Morris, Giles Derry, Louise Deason and Simon Arnold. Huge battle between those 6. Then Sean Crellin recovering from that tangle up at the hairpin with Steve Merritt. Orlando Morris, Neville Sykes, Lee James and Benja Headley next home. 34 of the 38 starters went the distance in that one. We lost Steve Merritt and Luke Wakeman, of course, from the lead battle there with damage. Tom Gunter we lost as well, and Paul Vokes. Well, we didn't get to see everybody there because there was so much going on up at the sharp end of the field. Typically spectacular Caterham racing from the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 135s.
And Adam Wakeman, it will be his first podium of the season as well, because he's one of our guest class runners. So your top 3, Mark is standing by, and we'll have the chat with the top 3 very shortly.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got the top 2. I think the third place car of Adam Wakeman has been called in towards the Weybridge and Park Ferme, so I'll need to track him down at some point. But James Hapgood just about to clamber out of the car. Matt Sale on hand to take some photographs of our race winner. And let's grab a quick word with James Hapgood. James, there was a great battle going on for the lead midway through the race between Tom McEwing and Luke Wakeman, and you were sort of in third gap from them.
I think Ian Waterhouse is ready down in Park Ferme, and we can hear from our race winner.
Skitty, and I wasn't very good around it all, so I thought I fell off, and then I was in about 5th, and I let them all fight.
Yeah, welcome down to Park Ferme, everybody. Caterham's always make a great race, don't they? Tom McEwing won that by 0.047 of a second. I'm trying to get over to Sean, but I'm trapped here because all the cars are coming through, as you can see. So bear with me a minute. Of course, Tom, our race winner, he has also wrapped up the championship. He'd done that at the previous round. So let's go over and find Sean. Sean, how you doing, Sean? You all right? Well, congratulations. That was a great race.
It didn't finish well, but hanging on to top 4 was great fun. It got very close at times, a little bit too close. I think I tagged someone and I got tagged as well, so it cost me rear wing. But yeah, I'm pleased I was on the pace, but yeah, it just didn't end well.
Are you glad you've gone out this morning? I know you've got another race a little bit later, and that one might be a touch spicy.
It could be, starting the 4th again on the grid, so I'm chuffed with that. I'll just try and keep it as clean as I can, like we always do, but it's close racing and it's great fun.
Thanks for talking to us, Sean. I really appreciate that. Sorry, let's move down a little bit. How you doing? All right? Was that good?
That was unbelievable, mate. Yeah, almost better than sex. Well, these days, anyway.
All right, blimey, it's only just got 10 o'clock in the morning and we started already. Let's keep going down. I really want to find Tom, but I don't know where he has. Tom, he's over here. He's just with here over here with Mark Werrell at the minute, so we'll jump in for a quick chat. I can see actually just behind me, can you see the minis are heading out on tracker right now, so we'll grab a very quick word with Tom, then we better chuck it back, haven't we, today? But he's just finishing up with Mark Werrell on the circuit comms here. Look, we'll see if we can just jump in very quickly and have a quick chat with him. Stephen Merritt, of course, coming home in 2nd place in that race. Fantastic stuff indeed. I'm just going to make a bit of a nuisance of myself and hang around for a second. Here he is. Look, Tom McEwing, number 49, already wrapped up the championship as well. I don't know where Stephen actually went. I don't remember. We've got Paul Vokes' car down there. He came in actually before the end of the race. He pulled into Park Ferme, so I wonder if I can find him for a chat in a minute and find out what happens. We'll very, very quickly. Go on, Mark. You can do it for us and get this wrapped up. Hello, mate. Very quickly, how was it out there? All right?
Good, yeah. Bit chaotic. I fell off a bit, so then I let them fight each other while I just made my way back, and then by the time I got back, everyone had fallen off, so it was just me and Tom then.
It was a good race.
That's how it worked then,
yeah. Top man. Thank you. Tom, very quickly, I won't keep, because we've got to move on to the minutes, so I'm really sorry about that. But well done, congratulations. Close at the end, though.
Very, very close, yeah. Standard Caterham out the last corner, drag race. I didn't have the best exit, so I knew I had to kind of do something, so I tried to drop behind James and then get in the tow, and it was nearly enough, but yeah, he got me, yeah.
Special year for you.
Yes, it's been a great year. Racing and this championship. It's been really enjoyable, and so yeah, thanks to Dave Keane and DKS Motorsport, giving me a great car all year. My partner Talia's amazing, helps me out so much, and my parents, come to every race and they're great support. So yeah, just thanks to all those guys.
One more dance later. Thank Tom. Thank you so much. Right, you heard the minis. They're on track already. So let's go straight back to Dave Goddard.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. It is now time for the first race we should have seen yesterday for the Mini Challenge Club Sports with Airtec Motorsport. 3 different classes of BMW Minis, S56 and S53 classes. They line up mixed together in the front few rows of the grid, and it is Ollie Wilmot who lines up in pole position, number 70 from the S56 class, alongside number 5 Freddie Hewitt. They've divided the wins between them so far this season. Second row, a pair of S53s, that's Zach Blackwell, number 411, and 42 Andy Langley. The third row, 77 Adrian Lingy and treble 7 of John Wyatt. Fourth row, 53, which is Neil Clark, and 16 Ben Trundley starts alongside him. Completing the top 10, Steve Webb, number 231, and number 7 James Dudley. Then on row 6 we have 29 DJ Paul Sawyer and 219 Chris Johnson, Freya Belk 89 and Ian Trundley, number 41, round out the 14 cars in S56 and S53. And then there's a gap, and we've got the Cooper class cars, Class C, the less powerful machines. They're headed up by Daniel Truman, number 19, alongside 55 Gary Papworth. Behind them, number 14, which is Chris Aram, and 28 David Taylor, the Scotsman, and Adam Kirkland, number 2, rounds out the 5 cars there. The cars have headed round for another green flag lap behind the safety car, because they didn't get running after qualifying yesterday, so they are still under controlled conditions at the moment. And well, up until the last meeting at Brands Hatch, it was Ollie Wilmot, number 70, who was unbeaten. The driver based in Switzerland, works in the skiing industry. But at Brands Hatch last time out, he was defeated twice by the man starting alongside him, Freddie Hewitt. So expect to see those two battling for the win here. Meanwhile, in the Cooper category, there was another unbeaten run ending at Brands Hatch. Daniel Truman had won every race up to that point, but it was at Brands Hatch Gary Papworth who took the... Oh, David Taylor's pulling in the 28. That's a shame. All the way from Dundee to race here today, but he's a non-starter. He's got 2 more chances though later on. Hopefully he'll make it out for that one. 2 races coming up this afternoon.
Number 219 machine of Chris Johnson, and then the final row of what's going to be the S56 is S53 will be that of 89 Brian Bell.
Meanwhile, in Class S53, to look out for is Andy Langley. He's won all 9 races so far this season, car number 42 in that class. He's on his local circuit this weekend, the man from Fakenham. We've got quite a few Norfolk-based drivers here. The Norfolk Cars team, BMW Mini specialists.
Adam Kirkland, so that's how they'll all line up then for this.
So they're over on the back of the course at the moment. This will be a 15-minute race for the Mini Challenge Club Sports. You can hear the superchargers whining on some of these cars under acceleration. Yeah, the Norfolk Cars team, they've got about 3 or 4 cars out in this one.
Where he was a non-finisher, so that meant Freddie Hewitt came through as a victor, and in the second race he finished second best to Freddie Hewitt, as that car was possibly by the team yesterday on its way out in race number 2, but still managed to claw onto it.
So extra lap behind the safety car just to allow the drivers to get acclimatised.
One of those races where he didn't think he'd get back out for the second day, but everyone kind of worked together. Massive help from all other teams and Freddie was able to get that car prepared and out for the Sunday of the mini festival, and with that it was a well worth effort because they took the 2 victories with those 2 races. So as I said, Freddie now on the turn to picking up some more valuable results. He has been, as I said, there or thereabouts along the way. He has finished second in most of the races to Ollie Wilmot so far this year. In terms of the S53 class, we'll add
So Ollie Wilmot in pole position, looking to get back to winning ways after his first defeats of the season for the number 70 car at Brands Hatch. Ollie lives in Wengen in Switzerland. Runs a family ski and board rental business during the winter. During the summer months, works for a helicopter company. So skiing in the winter, helicopters in the summer for Ollie Wilmot over in Switzerland. Mini prepared by Ben Fellows of Fellows Speed Shop. The other ski set Wengen car up there, driven by his running mate Adrian Lingy, number 77. A little further back on the grid. There's the number 2 car towards the back. That's Adam Kirkland. He'll be at the back of the Coopers. See the novice cross on the back of his car. So the red and white machine of Ollie Wilmot on pole, the grey car of Freddie Hewitt alongside him, and the darker grey with the orange headlamp covers is Zach Blackwell. Alongside him is Andy Langley. They'll be battling for the win in the S53 category.
15 minutes that we have ahead of us. Ollie Wilmot in the white and red machine, which sits on pole position.
20 cars out there then. We'll see the Coopers having their own race. Class C a little further back where the less powerful cars.
Pretty much a black car or a dark grey as it is liveried for this weekend.
John Wyatt on row 3 of the grid, the gold car. In gold because he's a jeweller by trade. Normally see him racing at Brands Hatch. So the red lights come on then for the Mini Challenge Club Sport, and off they go. And who's going to get the whole shot down towards the first corner at Riches? Side by side and up the outside. That is John Wyatt, I think, has made a decent start in there. Not the best of starts for Ollie Wilmot. We'll see who's leading as they come into the first corner. It's side by side, and it is on the inside there Zach Blackwell, who's made a great start, the 4.11 alongside Freddie Hewitt. Wilmot's gone down to 3rd place. It's Blackwell who takes the lead. There's Wilmot. I thought it was him coming up the outside, but no, he's further back in the pack there. They all make their way round. There's Kirkland at the back in the number 2, but it is Zach Blackwell, number 4.11, in one of the S53 cars, the man from Surrey, who leads the way in the early stages of this Mini Challenge Club Sport race. Freddie Hewitt in 2nd place, and Ollie Wilmot trying to go around the outside on the run into Agostini, and he's done it under braking. That's a good move by Ollie Wilmot. You don't very often see cars go round the outside under braking there. Further back in the order, the 77 car, that's Adrian Lingy. He's dropped back a fair bit towards the rear of the S53, S56 mix ahead of the Class C cars. Up the inside, here comes Andy Langley attacking Freddie Hewitt into Oggies. Not very easy to fit the 2 cars side by side through there. Rain fight is on for 3rd then, and Hewitt does hang on around the outside. So a real sort out in the early laps here. There is Adam Kirkland at the back of the field in the number 2 car. But it's Zach Blackwell from Ollie Wilmot, Freddie Hewitt in 3rd, and Andy Langley in 4th position. Now Langley wants to catch Zach Blackwell here and keep up his unbeaten run and make it 10 wins this year in the S53 class. Or the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtec Motorsports. There's then a small gap back to our next runner, which I think is one of the Norfolk Cars machines. Pick up the number in a moment. Ollie Wilmot starting to fight back, then chasing down Zach Blackwell in the 4.11 car for the lead. Across the line they go to complete the first lap. Blackwell from Wilmot by just under half a second. It is Ben Trunkley who's gained 3 places off the line up into P5 ahead of John Wyatt. Paul Sawyer, professional DJ, up there in 7th position ahead of the 53 of Neil Clark. So Paul Sawyer's gained 3 places, as well as up the inside under braking into the hairpin. Oh, it's almost 3 wide. Look at this, look at Freddie Hewitt. That was an opportunist move. It looks as though Ollie Wilmot was going to take the lead. But fighting back is Freddie Hewitt here, trying to take the lead away. Back up the inside now comes Blackwell. You can't go 3 wide into Palmer, surely. And Wilmot has just about held his lead. Andy Langley looking to get involved as well in the 42, the blue and white car. My goodness, that was close there through the hairpin and into Palmer. Ollie Wilmot now has the lead then, and Blackwell's going to be relegated down to 3rd, possibly 4th, because Hewitt goes through on the inside. Andy Langley's going to go through as well, I think, in the 42. Now that's going to be a change for the lead of the S53 class as well. Unless Blackwell can hang on, the dark grey car, yes, I think he has. Andy Langley's going to have another go as they come towards the right-hander at Oggie's. So Ollie Wilmot has now got the lead, chased by Freddie Hewitt. Trundley is 5th, Wyatt in the gold car in 6th, then Neil Clark in green has got ahead of Paul Sawyer into 7th. Chris Johnson running a bit wide there in the 219 car through Williams corner. So the S-Class cars go through. There is number 29, Paul Sawyer. DJ Paul coming under fire from Steve Webb in the number 231 car now. That's for the lower reaches of the top 10. Leaders come through Murray's. Cooper class have dropped already about 4 1/4 seconds back off the S-Class cars towards the front, as over the line go the leaders. Wilmot leads Hewitt by 0.37, but Hewitt's just done the fastest lap, 2:16.424. Over the line the S-Class runners go. So Wilmot from Hewitt, Blackwell in 3rd, then Langley. Blackwell still leads the S53 class. Ben Trundley 5th, John Wyatt in 6th place. There's Neil Clark, and Steve Webb up the inside in the hairpin. He takes Paul Sawyer, that's for 8th position. Now here's our leader in Class C, number 55, that's Gary Papworth, local man from Kings Lynn. Ended Daniel Truman's unbeaten run in that category last time out. There is the 55 in the Union flag livery. Very Austin Powers, isn't it? Austin Powers Jaguar and the Mini that was also appeared in the later film. He's been chased by number 19, the Class Championship leader Daniel Truman, number 19 from Leighton Buzzard. Behind them it is Adam Kirkland, I think, next through. I think David Taylor has joined in. We saw him pull off on the green flag lap, but yeah, he's showing us on track a couple of laps down. So David Taylor has been able to join the races. Number 14, Chris Aaron in 3rd place in the category. Here's a battle further forward. 219 of Chris Johnson there, getting ahead of, I think it was Ian Trundley, number 41. Here are the leaders, and Freddie Hewitt is not hanging back here. He's going for the lead. He's right on the rear bumper of Ollie Wilmot as they head through the bomb hole up towards Coram. Freddie Hewitt is ready to follow up his successes at Brands Hatch with a win here at Snetterton. Every other race this year has been won by Ollie Wilmot. Into Murray's corner. Freddie Hewitt, whose sister Chloe also raced BMW Minis very successfully. Over the line they go. The fastest lap for 411 Zach Blackwell. 2:16.078. It's only just over half a second covering the 3 leaders. Towards the hairpin once again. Or Wilmot a little bit deep there into the hairpin. See if he can hold the lead there through Palmer and up towards Agostini. Side by side, Hewitt trying to go around the outside. I think he'll get round the wider line there. They're still side by side up towards the left-hander at Agostini. And look at this, they're going to make it 3 wide. Blackwell at the inside of both of them. Surely he's never going to get through there. No, Wilmot holds the lead. Blackwell might get 2nd place though with a bit of luck. wants to put a car between himself and Andy Langley because they're in the same class. I think Blackwell's going to do it as they head up towards Hamilton here. Or is he? Hewitt goes out wide, puts a couple of wheels onto the grass. He'll have the inside line for Oggy, so I think Hewitt will go back through. Terrific race here for the second and third place. Andy Langley thinks I could slipstream my way into second place as we go into the straights here. This is allowing Ollie Wilmot to escape in front though. Hewitt stays second. Yes, Langley up the inside. He's going to try and take third place away. What a great race between these four. Blackwell side by side with Langley, but Langley's got around him. And the lead of the S53 class changes. Andy Langley sweeps his way into the lead. The car in blue with the pink roof and the white stripes. Andy Langley on his local circuit this weekend. Chasing down the 5, and we've got a car off. That's Chris Johnson has pulled over. That's down at the hairpin, I think, but he's got it behind the barrier, so we won't need a safety car. Chris Johnson, who was running 11th, out of the race. Freddie Hewitt being reeled in by Andy Langley now. He might try for P2 overall. Black and white flag has been shown there. That's for Freddie Hewitt to warn him for exceeding track limits. Doesn't want to do so again. He'll risk a time penalty if so. First offence is noted by the stewards for exceeding track limits. Second is the black and white flag, and your third, he might get a 5-second penalty. Still leading the Class C split is Gary Papworth, the 55. There's DJ Paul Sawyer chasing Steve Webb, the battle for 8th position. Meanwhile, the leaders are heading towards Agostini once again. What's going to happen this time? Freddie Hewitt could go for the inside here. Not quite close enough. You can see Zach Blackwell has dropped away from the top 3 now. Paul Sawyer keeps up his attack on Steve Webb for 8th place. Now, who's that in behind them? I think it's Ian Trundley, number 41, closing up. Chris Johnson has got the 219 going again, but he's going to limp it round to the pits. A long way to do so here at Snetterton. Such a long lap. Behind Ian Trundley there is the 77 of Adrian Lingy. There go the leaders, just under 4.5 minutes to go. Out towards Brundle. Fight is on for 5th as well. Ben Trundley, John Wyatt in the gold car. Neil Clark, who's racing Class C, just behind them with the number 53. So Ben Trundley, another local man from Kings Lynn, the Norfolk Cars machine, ahead of John Wyatt from Essex. Races a VW Golf in various open saloon events as well, John Wyatt. He's holding off Neil Clark in the green machine. It's another Kings Lynn based driver. Over the line goes that battle for P5 and 6. 53 has received the black and white warning flag. That's Neil Clark on the back of this trio. Meanwhile, side by side for 3rd place, Andy Langley and Zach Blackwell. And Blackwell slow off the hairpin there. Did he miss a gear or has he got a problem? Langley pulls away from him. Or did he give the place back? I wonder if there was a yellow flag on this hairpin actually. I thought I saw a yellow out. No, Blackwell has got a problem. I thought he was very slow off the hairpin. He has pulled up. So out goes Zach Blackwell. But now I don't know what the problem was. Did he break a drive shaft or something possibly there? Because the car just suddenly seemed to slow off the hairpin. So that's going to give Andy Langley another class win in Class S53. It's going to be 10 out of 10 for him this year as long as he gets to the finish. while the lead battle has spread out just a little. Eddie Wilmot led at the line last time through by 0.3 of a second. We know Andy Langley has dropped back a little after his battle with Zach Blackwell. There are the leaders. Wilmot's from Hewitt, Langley third, and then the fight for fourth headed up by Ben Trundley, John Wyatt and Neil Clark. Then a gap back to Steve Webb, who's now seventh with the demise of Zach Blackwell. Yep, yellow flag is out at the hairpin. This is the reason Zach Blackwell is out of the race. John Wyatt trying to close in on Ben Trundley here for fourth position as they go into the final lap. New fastest lap for Ollie Wilmot, 2:15.975 for the number 70. Through the right-handed hairpin. It looks as though Ollie Wilmot has just about done enough. Andy Langley's going to win Class S53. Class C is going to be won by number 55, Gary Papworth. He stayed clear of Daniel Truman. But he's slightly slower, less powerful Cooper cars. The gap has increased just under a second now. Ollie Wilmot's over Freddie Hewitt. Top three are over 6 seconds clear of Bobby Trundley. Sorry, he was racing yesterday. It's Ben Trundley out in this one. Bobby was racing, of course, in the Brick Car Endurance Championship yesterday. Leaders heading out towards the far side of the circuit down the Bentley Straight. Here they come. Looks like it is going to be back to winning ways for Ollie Wilmot, who was defeated for the first time this season by Freddie Hewitt at Brands Hatch. Looks fairly safe for him this time. Oh, well, it's confirmed it's safe now. Freddie Hewitt has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, the second place man. So that's going to drop him behind Andy Langley. Langley's going to win Class S53, but it's going to be a win and in Class S56 for Ollie Wilmot. The Swiss-based driver comes out of Murray's for the final time. Checkered flag is at the ready. Checkered flag waves and Ollie Wilmot takes the win. Second for Freddie Hewitt on the track, but he will drop overall to second place on corrected time behind Andy Langley with that 5-second penalty. So Langley second overall and wins Class S53. Ben Trundley fourth and second in class, then John Wyatt and Neil Clark. Steve Webb next home ahead of Adrian Lingy, who recovered from that poor start to get ahead of Paul Sawyer for P8s, and Ian Trundley rounds out the top 10. Wait for the last couple of cars to come in. Waiting for Class C to come in at the moment. To say there are slightly slower cars lapping in the 2:28 is their quickest pace, as opposed to 2:15 for the fastest lap in the S-Class cars. So can Gary Papworth hold on for a second class win of the season? Is Dan Truman going to catch him through Murray's for the final time? I don't think he is. Up over the line they come. It is going to be Gary Papworth who takes Class C. There's Truman in second place, and the gap between those two just 0.6 of a second at the line. Chris Aram, number 14, will take third in the class. It's a win for Ollie Wilmot overall by just over 4 seconds ahead of Andy Langley. Freddie Hewitt penalised to third place for exceeding track limits. Ben Trundley second in S53 in fourth behind Andy Langley. Then Wyatt ahead of Clark, Webb and Adrian Lingy recovering to pass Paul Sawyer on that last lap, with Ian Trundley completing the top 10. Let's head down with Ian to Park Ferme.
Crash helmet and balaclava on. He's about to turn off the judicial camera, which all of these cars have to run as part of the regulations, an onboard camera that allows the...
Ollie Wilmot, well done, my man. Actually, in the end, Freddie got a penalty, so it's probably a little bit easier than you realised. But great racing between you two boys. Always is, isn't it?
It's the best. I mean, it's fair. We don't hit each other. It's nice. Yeah, and it's nice to have Blackwell with us. But I don't know. I think he's burned his car out. I think. But yeah, nice and close.
Yeah, it is. And of course, for you, we've spoken about it before, but you always come from overseas, don't you, to race in this? Why is it so special to you?
Just the team. I think just the team and everyone around it. I mean, last weekend we blew up an engine, and it's nice.
Well, look, well done, mate. Congratulations. You can't rest too much, though, because you've got a few more still to go today as well. 3 races in total for the minutes. Addy, hey, that's a P2.
Yeah, I'm very happy
P2.
with that. Wow, yeah, what a result. Yeah, nice one.
Always great racing out there. Snetterton 300. Where does that say? Yeah, isn't it? Where does it rank for you in all the circuits you've raced at?
Well, this is my local one, so for me it's the best. I love this place, so it's brilliant.
So we're expecting big things a little bit later.
We'll try. The other guys seem to have the legs on the straights. It's really hard to fight back. But
rain is coming.
I'm looking forward to it.
The great
forward to it.
Cool. Andy, thanks so much, mate. Pretty appreciate it. Good stuff indeed. Let's grab Freddie. Not quite what you were hoping for there in the end of the penalty, but still on a podium.
Yeah, I was just saying, I'll take a podium. It doesn't make too much of a difference to us championship-wise because Andy's not in our class, so third place, second place, not too big a difference.
Excellent. Look, I'll let you crack on anyway, Freddie. Appreciate it. Thanks for talking to us today. We'll catch up later, no doubt, as well. As you're probably gathering, a slight change to the timetable from how it was yesterday. We're on version 4 at the minute. 2 races added on today. We've got this race was due to take place yesterday. Of course, it's happened just now. And the Civic Cup race we had earlier as well. So now we're getting into the meat and bones of the day. And for the first time this weekend, we get to see the junior saloon cars in action. They're about to head out on track. Let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through. Over to you, my friend.
Yes, thanks Ian. Cars coming up to the grid for the first of today's races for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They will have another race later on, of course. Just looking at the timetable, that's coming up at around 10 to 4 today. But the first of our Junior Saloon Car Championship races onto the grid. Qualifying took place yesterday, and it is Wilf Butler who has out-qualified the championship leader, which is Josh Salvadori. There's only 3 points between those two coming into today's action, so Butler ahead of Salvadori on the grid for race 1. Row 2, treble 2, Ollie Kerr, currently 3rd in the championship, and Ollie Smith, who's 4th in the points. His brother Harry won this championship last year. He's now in the trophy class of the Mini Challenge. They're on row 2. Row 3, 27 Matthew Swatton and 87 Leon Holly. 4th row, 26 Louis Austin and 14 Martin Wright, the scholarship winner last winter. And on row 5, a pair of newcomers this weekend. Number 3, Jake Wardle, and 64 Ben Ward. Good luck to them in their first ever Junior Saloon Car Championship race. Row 6, 42 Sherry Ann Powell starts alongside 35 Tom Algar. And the final row, treble 3, I should say, of Lexi Powell alongside 23 Max Scharfegger. Max had some problems in qualifying yesterday, had to do some laps behind the safety car this morning. We were going to have another newcomer out there for the Junior Saloon Car Championship this weekend, but unfortunately Layla Henderson from Arlesey in Bedfordshire had an accident in qualifying, has damaged the back end of her car. She's okay, but sadly unable to race. That's a great shame for Layla. I know she was looking forward to her debut. As we see Zach Blackwell's Mini just being stretchered off by the recovery vehicle. There's the cars head off on their green flag lap. This will be a 15-minute race. As we say, looking at the points chart, Josh Salvadori comes into this weekend off the back of a couple of wins last time out at Donington Park. He's just 3 points clear of Wilf Butler, with Ollie Kerr in 3rd place, another 6 points back. So the championship is really between those three for this year. Ollie Smith, the leading rookie, in 4th place. He's on 327 points, so nearly 100 back on Ollie Kerr. There's 2 rounds to go after this as well. They go to Alton Park in October, and then there'll be an action and support of the British Truck Racing Championship once again at Brands Hatch at the start of November. The cars, identical 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs. Used to be known as the Saxmax Championship before changing its name to Junior Saloon Cars. There's our 2 newcomers. The blue car is number 3 of Jake Wardle. You can find him on YouTube. Look at the channel Motorsport Mishaps on YouTube. Have a look at his highlight reels on there. Starting alongside him, Ben Ward, number 64, driving for the Kersley Motorsport team, teammate of Matthew Swatton, who's been giving him some tutoring, his new teammates. The red, white and blue cars. Matthew Swatton up there in 5th place on the grid. Thanks to partner sponsors of the JSCC, Goodyear Tyres and Milltek Brakes. There's Max Scharfegger back out after picking up some damage in qualifying. The grey and Dayglow yellow car starts at the back.
425 points. He's the man who starts 2nd on the grid. Will Butler is
Let's say a quick hello to Richard Barwick, who says all the Brisker F1 camera crew are watching the stream on our way home from Kings Lynn. Yes, it was the Brisker F1 World Final at the Adrian Flux Arena in Kings Lynn last night. Congratulations to Tom Harris, who won yet another world title. Man who's trying to beat John Lund's record. He's on to 6 now, the record is 8. This should be a close one. The junior saloon cars.
A race winner, so it's looking good for those 3 out ahead of the championship. Behind them we've got Ollie Smith, who's 4th in the championship, and Max Scharfegger in 5th place. I'd say probably watch out for Max.
It's the white and black car of Wilf Butler from Tadley in Hampshire on pole position, alongside the Lightning McQueen look-alike. He really should be number 95, shouldn't he? Josh Salvadori, he's number 110, the man from Chelmsford in Essex, on the front row of the grid. Ollie Kerr's car quite distinctive in the colours of Simpson Race Exhaust, the business run by former British touring car race winner Matt Simpson. Matt very busy with his son Ben's racing career these days on the short ovals and in karting. All these drivers aged 14 to 17. This is the training ground for these saloon car stars of tomorrow. The Mini Challenge is a popular destination for drivers graduating from the JSCC. Second row, Ollie Smith, who said his brother Harry won this title last season and is now in the trophy class of the Mini Challenge. Ollie in the green, blue and white car on the second row of the grid. Matthew Swatton in the red, white and blue of Kersley Motorsport on row 3, alongside the light blue car of Leon Holly, all the way from Devon. The red lights come on then. 15 minutes for the junior saloon cars gets underway. And who's going to get the whole shot down towards Riches for the first time? Looks like they're all the way okay. Side by side between the 2 front row men. Who's that creeping up on the outside? That's Ollie Kerr. Looks like Wilf Butler has just about held his inside line. Josh Salvadori trying to sweep around the outside in the red machine as they go out of Riches up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Ollie Smith has run a bit wide there, I think that was. He's going to go up the inside. Louis Austin was slowing as well there. They're all together as they come into the hairpin. There's Louis Austin sliding out wide. It was him who got wide coming out of Riches, the green and white car. He just about stays ahead of one of the Kersley Motorsport cars there. That is our newcomer Ben Ward, but it's Wilf Butler who leads. Ollie Kerr's got through into second. Salvadori is third, then Smith ahead of Matthew Swatton. There's Ben Ward side by side with one of the Oryx Motorsport cars. I think that's Sherry Ann Powell. Down into Agostini for the first time. Wilf Butler leads the way, but we have a red flag. The race is being stopped. There's a recovery vehicle on the move at the hairpin, so something's happened up there. So the race has been stopped. We'll await confirmation of what has happened. Who is not in the line there? Max Scharfegger's in there. He's already made up a few places. So what has happened? It's Luke Wardle, number 3, has come to a stop. That's a shame. His first ever race is over already. It's his very first Junior Saloon Car Championship race. He has stopped on the track, I think, there, Jake Wardle.
Observational driving from himself there, but that he's just going to need to be.
Yeah, that's coming up towards Wilson's hairpin that he's pulled over. So the red flag has come out. That will be a full restart.
By the team down there on the start-finish line. It's already the bucket of dust, effectively, which is used to absorb that oil, will be dressed, and it shouldn't take too long to get that sorted. Quite a way up towards the first corner, so it's half the centre straight by the looks of it. But quick work by the marshals should be able to get that job done fairly efficiently, because we haven't completed the first lap.
Just looking out of the commentary box window at the pit straight here, I can see the marshals spreading some powder onto a what looks like an oil spill. I'm wondering if Jake Wardle's car, yes, had problems right off the start-finish line there. So a spillage being covered here, yeah, you can see there. So I reckon Jake Wardle's car was in trouble right from the start of that race. Well, as you say, he does have a motorsport YouTube channel called Motorsport Mishaps, and he's had a mishap of his own there, unfortunately. So the stoppage is because of fluid on the circuits from Jake Wardle's car. The cars will be brought back round to the start line, ready for a restart as soon as the circuit is clear. Coming up after this, we have the revised timetable, of course. We have the first truck race of the day, the British Truck Racing Championship Race 3 of the weekend, with Ryan Smith going for a hat-trick of wins. We've got the other class of Caterhams, the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Sigma 150. I just want to say a big thank you to Darren Holcroft, who sent me a few bits of assistance with the championship calculations. After that, we'll have a second race for the Milltek Civic Cup. Back over to Andy and Paul for that one, and they will stay on air for the TCR UK Championship, one of our feature events this weekend. Then another truck race before hopefully we'll have a lunch break of around half an hour. And then we're back with the mini challenge, Club Sport with Airtec Motorsport. The Sigma 135's back out for the Caterhams. We know that the championship's already sewn up there. And then our second junior saloon car race of the weekend. That's followed by more from TCR UK, a final truck race of the weekend, and the mini challenge, Club Sports with Airtec Motorsport, closes out the programme. So recovery vehicle is with Jake Wardle's car. So that's bad news for two of our newcomers. Layla Henderson didn't get past qualifying, sadly. She had a shunt yesterday. Jake Wardle's engine appears to have failed. There is Jake. So it's left to Ben Ward to uphold the honour of the newcomers this weekend now. About trucks, the championships, entry list for all of these. Looking to get his first points on the board this weekend.
After what's to come here at Snetterton over the coming months as well, because next weekend we're joined by the second edition of the USA Snetterton 300 event. So that we'll be back for some more great racing.
Total of 18 cars, 18 drivers have scored points in the Junior Saloon Car Championship so far this season.
At the end of the season, we have Modified Live, which closes out the Snetterton.
We haven't seen Lewis Stannard for the last couple of rounds, a race winner earlier this year. We've not seen Kyle Wells for a couple of rounds either. Luca Maserati, we know, has departed the championship to move up into senior racing. He had a couple of wins earlier this year. He's moved into senior racing with a Porsche Boxster, along with his family.
For the resumption of the junior saloon cars, hopefully not too much longer to wait for them, but once the circuit has been dressed and grid reformed, we'll have that race to resume for you here at Snetterton for this British truck.
So a quick clear up needed on the centre straight up towards Rich's corner at the moment. That's the reason for the delay. If you're just joining us here on BARC TV, we have a red flag in the Junior Saloon Car Championship due to fluid on the circuits from Jake Wardle's car, which you can see being recovered. And an early end to Jake's first ever Junior Saloon Car Championship race. Big thanks to our volunteer marshalling team as always. Couldn't go racing without the Orange family. Out in all weathers, as they proved yesterday. That rainstorm we had during the Brick Car Endurance race. The race had to be red flagged, of course, yesterday. If you weren't with us here on BARC TV, the rain absolutely threw it down. We had a bit of thunder and lightning as well, and racing couldn't continue until the rain had halted. That's why we lost a couple of races yesterday, had to be moved to today's programme. So full credit to all the marshals, also the recovery crews, the medical staff, race control staff, everybody else here at Snetterton, making sure the day runs smoothly. Big thank you to all our camera crews as well, braving the rain yesterday. Their main concern is keeping their equipment dry, so if that goes under, of course, we don't have BARC TV, so full credit to all our crews here this weekend. Nice shot of our grid forming up there. Wilf Butler in the black and white number 70 car on the pole. Looks like it will be a full restart over the full 15 minutes distance. Max Scharfegger had already made progress through the field on that opening lap, having had problems and didn't set a qualifying time yesterday, but he's got it all to do again now with the original grid being used. Scharfegger family have competed in Caterham racing in the past and in the Citroen C1 Endurance Series as well. Ollie Smith looking for the first win of his rookie season, the blue and green car. So as soon as that fluid has been treated down on the track towards the first corner at Riches, we will be able to get back underway. There's Jake Wardle's car being stretchered off on the back of the lorry. Our thanks to Trackside Recovery this weekend for providing the recovery vehicles, the heavy artillery in particular for our truck racing recovery. Trackside Recovery always heavily involved in truck racing. So I think the green flag is about to be waved. And the field will move away for a fresh green flag lap. They move away. So getting ready for round 22 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship 2025. It's a very busy season, as you say. They've got 2 more rounds to go after the 2 races today. That's at Alton Park in October, and then at the start of November at Brands Hatch, who will follow Harry Smith as the champion this year.
So cars now heading back onto a formation lap. We can see Jake Wardle's car has been recovered from Ritchie's, which is a real shame, not what the family team would have wanted, because, as I said, Jake's qualified really well inside the top 10 on his.
So a reminder of the lineup now. Wilf Butler is on pole alongside Josh Salvadori, 2 of the championship protagonists, and Ollie Kerr, number treble 2 behind them, Ollie Smith alongside him. Row 3, Matthew Swatton, number 27 in the Kersley Motorsport car, 87 Leon Holly alongside him. Row 4, 26 Louis Austin and 14 Martin Wrights. 5th row, number 3 Jake Wardle is not there. Ben Ward, number 64 is. Row 6, 42 Sherry-Ann Powell and 35 Tom Algar. And the final row, treble 3 Lexi Powell and 23 Max Scharfegger. Lexi Powell, the grey and red car, is of course the daughter of Stephen Powell, British truck racer, who will be out in the next race. Martin Wright, all the way from Cornwall, he won the Junior Saloon Car Scholarship last winter. He's the black and orange car. Louis Austin in black, white and green just ahead of him, number 26. Ran wide at the start of that first race and dropped back, so he's got another chance here on our first start, dropping a few places.
We did mention the championship, 9 points 12.3 for a race win within the championship in 25.
So it's getting their tyres warmed up as they head down the Bentley Straights. This long lap here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Pole position time for Wilf Butler, 2 minutes 23.664 yesterday, only a tenth of a second ahead of Josh Salvadori. Very evenly matched, these little Saxos.
Salvadori, as you mentioned, did drop down behind Ollie Kerr, so Ollie Kerr also needs to find himself ahead of both Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadori to pull back at some point. He's 9 at rear, so he's not got too much work to do, but it's getting ever closer as we head away from Snetterton this weekend.
So there are the 3 championship protagonists at the front of the field. They're nearly 100 points clear of Ollie Smith in 4th, so it'll be one of those top 3 on the grid who wins the championship this year. There's Max Scharfegger. Watch for him coming through from the back. He'd already made up a few places when the red flag came out, so he won't be hanging around here.
Like to admire it, and do get the chance this weekend, do pop down to the paddock and catch up with all the youngsters, give them your support and go and check out the cars as well. But yeah, like McQueen is on the outside of row number 1, and then the Simpson livery machine of Ollie Kerr on the second row with the blue, white and green car of what's going to be Ollie Smith with his...
Into position on the grid then, Wilf Butler in the Muni Hire sponsored number 70 car on the pole. 110, Lightning McQueen, aka Josh Salvadori, alongside him. Ollie Kerr, number treble 2 in the Simpson race exhaust car, 3rd on the grid. He awaits the all clear from the marshals, then the red light comes on now. Revs are up for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We're underway for the second time of asking. Down towards Riches for the first time. Everybody is away cleanly. And down towards the first corner. Looks like Wilf Butler has held his advantage from pole position this time. We saw Josh Salvadori trying to get around the outside at the first attempt. This time he slots in behind. Kerr is in 3rd place. Now Salvadori, is he going to try and go around the outside or switch to the inside on the hairpin? Ollie Kerr slots in behind. Salvadori in 2nd place, but it's Butler who leads. Smith in 4th place, 3 wide through the hairpin for 5th position. Louis Austin was there on the inside. Matthew Swatton in the middle. There's our newcomer Ben Ward on the outside. Max Scharfegger's already on the move from the back of the grid, but it's Butler who leads through Palmer for the first time. Salvadori in 2nd place. Kerr is 3rd. Smith in 4th. Everybody else trying to be 5th. It's Matthew Swatton who has it at the moment. You can see Scharfegger already making some moves from the back of the grid. He's gained 4 places already, just as he did on the first start. Louis Austin holding off Leon Holly, behind them Martin Wright. Algar up the inside there, number 35, battling with Lexi Powell, and Ben Ward with the novice cross on the back of his car towards the back of the field. Out towards Oggies and Williams for the first time. We mentioned the rain yesterday as well, so that's the reason a couple of our camera lenses are a bit steamed up as well. They were affected by the rainstorm yesterday, so apologies for that. We're doing the best we can to resolve it, but our equipment did take a bit of a battering in the rainstorm yesterday, so our apologies for our camera lenses are a bit misted up as a result of that. Meanwhile, the leaders come down the Bentley Straight. It is Wilf Butler who continues to set the pace ahead of Salvadori and Ollie Kerr in 3rd. They're already starting to break away from the rest of the field. Butler under pressure there from Salvadori. Ollie Smith looking on from 4th. Matthew Swatton heads a crocodile of Saxos for 5th position. Up towards Coram for the first time out of the bomb hole. And a change for 5th there. Leon Holly in the light blue car has got through ahead of Swatton coming out of Nelson. Leaders coming through to complete the first lap of this 15-minute race then. It is Wilf Butler from Josh Salvadori. Across the stripe they will come for the first time. Butler from Salvadori, Kerr in 3rd position. They're covered by just under 1.4 seconds. There's Max Scharfegger, the grey and Dayglow yellow car is already up into that 2nd group. He's side by side with Louis Austin, so he's up to 7th already around the first lap. That's a great first lap by Max Scharfegger. He's up with Louis Austin now, trying to battle through for 5th. It's Swatton who's 5th at the moment in the number 27. No, Leon Holly in the 87, I apologise. So Swatton's lost 3 places there. He's been slipstreamed down the pit straight. Louis Austin's got ahead of him. Now Scharfegger as well, who threw it through the hairpin, almost rallycross style there. So the battle on for 5th, and Swatton's been shuffled backwards. Battle for 9th is between Sherry-Ann Powell and Martin Wright. Lexi Powell is behind them in 11th. She's running well ahead of Tom Algar and Ben Ward, our newcomer. Here's the fight for 5th. Leon Holly from the southwest of England, as is Martin Wright a little bit further back. Scharfegger still on the move, up in 7th place. Battles everywhere you look in this 14-car JSCC field at the moment. Through at the right-hander at Oggies. Again, running a bit wide there, Max Scharfegger. He's taking some risks here as he tries to move through from the back of the grid. Now they go on to the Bentley straight once again. There are the leaders. Wilf Butler ahead of Salvadori in the red car. Kerr is 3rd. Ollie Smith, rather in no man's land at the moment, in 4th position. He's got nobody to battle with. Louis Austin's got the headlights on to try and intimidate Leon Holly. He's going to try and get up the inside into Brundle. No, you don't, says Leon. He's later on the brakes. And here comes Scharfegger closing up on them as well. Look at that, 2 wheels up in the air off the curb there as Austin moves to the inside. Holly ran a bit wide there. He's lost out to Austin. He turns in on Scharfegger. There's a bit of rubbing there through the bomb hole. That's broken the wing mirror on Max Scharfegger's car. But Scharfegger's got the inside line for Coram, and he's going to go through up into P6, I think. Yes, he's done it. Well, the wing mirror's hanging off, but Max Scharfegger, no, he hasn't made the move stick. Leon Holly back up the inside. He had a stab down the inside. Well, that was like Jason Plato and Matt Neal through that section of the lap back in the early 2010s. And Holly's lost out because Matthew Swatton has come through as well. Well, they call this the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Some say it's the touring car stars of the future, and they're certainly living up to that reputation in the midfield at the moment. But Leon Holly has lost 3 places around that lap. Meanwhile, Wilf Butler's done the fastest lap of the race, 2:23.476, as he leads the way by 3/4 of a second from Josh Salvadori. Where's Max Scharfegger going? Heading for the A11 there. He's lost out to Matthew Swatton, and Leon Holly's up alongside him again as well. They're renewing their rivalry from half a lap ago. And Max Scharfegger will have the inside line for the next left-hander at Palmer's, and he keeps 7th place. He'll be frustrated now, having thrown away a place there by running wide on the hairpin. Martin Wright's got ahead of Sherry-Ann Powell in the background, the 2 Orex cars. Here comes Leon Holly back up the inside, and he's going to retake the place. You see, they're still side by side, these two. This is great stuff. Holly takes the place back again, and Max Scharfegger is back to where he was a lap ago. So Butler still leads Salvadori and Kerr. They've spaced out a bit at the front of the field now. Ollie Smith still on his own in 4th position, the top rookie in the championship this year. There's Louis Austin, who's escaped into 5th now. Swatton 6th, Holly 7th, Scharfegger 8th, then Martin Wright coming through in 9th place, Sherry-Ann Powell in 10th, Lexi Powell is 11th, she's running well. Then Algar and Ward battling further back. Ben Ward, in fact, has got ahead of Tom Algar there in the second of the Kirsty Motorsport cars, the red, white and blue. 13 cars still running. Sadly, we lost Jake Wardle with those engine problems at the start, and he was unable to take the restart. Here's Wilf Butler. The Hampshire driver continues to lead the way. Out of Murray's. How long's left? Just under 8 minutes of this 15-minute race to go, so we're coming up to halfway. Black and white flag being displayed for track limits offences to Max Scharfegger, but he's run wide a couple of times. And Leon Holly, number 87, has had a problem at Murray's, which caught the tail end of that. He's got going again, but he loses out to Sherry-Ann Powell. I think that must mean that Martin Wright has gone through as well in the number 14. Yes, there he is. So have Scharfegger and Holly tangled again, I wonder? So Leon Holly is down to 10th position. So not too sure what's happened there. as Wilf Butler continues to lead Josh Lightning McQueen Salvadori. Max Scharfegger is going wider and wider on that hairpin every time. Are his brakes playing up or something, I wonder? So Martin Wright could catch him here and get up into P7. Don't know whether it's a legacy of that contact earlier on with Leon Holly. You can see the mirror hanging off. Leon Holly, meanwhile, is fighting back. He's up alongside Sherry-Ann Powell in the number 42 down into Agostini, named after Giacomo Agostini, the motorcycle legend. And Leon Holly retakes the place, back up into 9th, ahead of Sherry-Ann. There's Lexi Powell in the number treble 3. Good steady run from her in 11th place. It's been an incident-packed season for her so far. Here come your leaders, and look how Butler and Salvadori have pulled away from Ollie Kerr, who's on his own now in 3rd place. They're nearly 3 seconds clear of the treble 2. Through Brundle and Nelson, still Wilf Butler from Josh Salvadori, and Wilf Butler's definitely pulling away here from Salvadori in 2nd place. Just under 6 minutes to go, so it's looking good for Wilf Butler in the number 70. Butler had a win at Donington, a win at Brands Hatch in the first 2 rounds of the year, 1 win at Thruxton. Failed to win at Silverstone. The best he had there was a 2nd place, as we watched the battle between Ben Ward and Tom Algar at the back of the field. Wilf Butler had a win at Alton Park and 2 at Donington Park as well. So looking for win number 7 of the season for Wilf Butler. Josh Salvadori has done the majority of the winning in more recent rounds, but had a no score at Alton Park in the 18th round of the season, so playing catch up from there at the moment. There are the leaders. They were separated by 1.14 seconds over the line. Salvadori and Butler, they've been virtually inseparable at the top of the points so far this season. Ollie Kerr in 3rd place. There is the Simpson Race exhaust car. Ollie Smith has been on his own for most of this race in 4th. And then Louis Austin heads the battle for 5th here ahead of Matthew Swatton. Main focus now is the battle for 7th position, because Max Scharfegger staying ahead of Martin Wright. Behind them is Leon Holly, trying to recover after his mistake, or whatever happened down at Murray's Corner earlier on we didn't see. And Sherry-Ann Powell, Lexi Powell, and then the battle between Algar and Ward at the back of the field. Still a couple of laps to go. Now is Salvadori reeling in Wilf Butler? The gap was 1.14 last time through. I think Josh Salvadori is getting a little bit closer here. Josh Salvadori, who had a win at the opening round of the year at Donington, he had 1 as well at Brands Hatch. Wilf Butler just 3 points off him, so he'll be leading the points if it stays like this to the flag, I think. Depends on who gets fastest lap, because it's 25 points for a win, 22 for 2nd place. Who's got the fastest lap at the moment? It is Wilf Butler. So if Butler wins this and gets fastest lap, he'll get 4 points more than Josh Salvadori, and I think he'll be leading the championship, by my calculation, by 1 point. Salvadori on 4.25, Butler on 4.22, as we said at the beginning of the race. Coming into this with Oliver Kerr on 4.16 at the moment. Scored his first ever win at Silverstone in round 11, and had 2 at Croft as well. 1 last time out at Donington Park.
Outside the top 10 we have Lexi Powell in 11th. 12th place for the number 35 here, top of the line now is Algar, and the final of our runners within the race.
Swing it through Agostini for what should be the penultimate time. Martin Wright a bit out of shape there coming out of the hairpin. He's dropped a bit of ground to Max Scharfegger in the battle for 7th place. Thanks to all of your comments coming in so far. We haven't had much time to read them out with so many races today. Try to, if we can. Scharfegger staying ahead of Wright. That's the closest battle on track at the moment, really. They're fairly well spaced out now in the closing stages of this first race of the day for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The lead gap has gone out, and it's just under 2 seconds now between Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadori. Now, if Butler keeps that fastest lap, if he takes the win, he will lead the championship by a point. We're in for a good showdown between these two over the final weeks of the season, I reckon. Through Coram go the leaders. See him right on the edge of adhesion there as he comes through, the right-hander, then onto the brakes towards the left flick at what used to be known as Russell, after Jim Russell, who ran the racing school here at Snetterton for many years. Now Murray's, named of course in memory of the voice of motorsport himself. We still miss you, Murray Walker. Tom Algar at the back of the field, pulled away from Ben Ward now. Looks like Ben is going to make the finish in his first ever JSCC race for Kersley Motorsport. Shame that Jake Wardle had those problems, and Layla Henderson in qualifying as well.
Now, is he going to be caught by the end of this race? Because all of a sudden, Louis Austin, has massively improved his pace. Whether it was an improvement to Louis or just a drop off.
There's Lexi Powell, learning all the time in her first season of JSCC racing. Wonder if we'll see her in the British Truck Racing Championship one day, alongside her father. Black and white flag has been shown to Martin Wright as a warning for exceeding track limits. The clock has counted down to 0. Looks like it is going to be a victory for Wilf Butler, unless Josh Salvadori can do something very special in the last half lap of this race. Through towards Williams for the last time. Looks as though Josh Salvadori has just about settled for 2nd place now, and Ollie Kerr for 3rd. If Salvadori can snatch the fastest lap here, then the two protagonists will be level at the top. Looking at the sector times at the moment, Salvadori was quicker in the first sector, but Butler marginally quicker in sector 2, and they're not the quickest overall, so I don't think we're going to see any change for the fastest lap. But Wilf Butler started from pole position. He's got the fastest lap. He's going to have led all the way as well. Out of Murray's for the final time, into the Senna straights. The checkered flag is being prepared for number 70, Wilf Butler. He comes across the line, takes the win in Junior Saloon Car Championship race win. Race 1, Josh Salvadori comes over in 2nd, 2 seconds the winning margin. Ollie Kerr completes the podium. It should be Ollie Smith who comes through in 4th place. Quite a way in arrears of the podium finishers. No, Louis Austin comes through in 4th position. So Ollie Smith lost that 5th, lost that 4th place. Yeah, slower lap there, 2:28 on the last lap for Ollie Smith. So he's down in 5th. Matthew Swatton was 6th. 7th for Max Scharfegger from the back of the grid. Then Wright, Holly, and it should be Sherry Ann Powell who comes home in 10th, and Ben Ward doing a bit of rally crossing on the final corner there. But he will finish his first ever Junior Saloon Car Championship race. A And well done, Lexi Powell comes out on top in an early battle with Tom Algar. Provisional results of that first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And Wilf Butler the winner by 2 seconds over Josh Salvadori, and Butler gets the fastest lap as well, so takes the championship lead by a single point. Ollie Kerr in third place ahead of Louis Austin, who takes fourth on the last lap ahead of Ollie Smith. Swatton Scharfegger, Wright, Holly and Sherry-Ann Powell completing the top 10. Lexi Powell in 11th ahead of Tom Algar, and Ben Ward recovers from that little bit of rallycross to take 13th place. Sadly we lost Jake Wardle at the first start. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Will Butler is your winner, 2 seconds ahead of Josh Salvadori. Ollie Kerr finishes in third place, and the man they are going to be talking to very shortly.
Here we go down in Parc Fermé. Look at this great handshake between the two title rivals as well. Wilf, I'll let you get your helmet off first. We'll have a quick chat with you. But well, congratulations. Once you got your nose out in front, it was well, take it home from there. Really.
Yeah. Had some good pace, especially after the restart, and yeah, just put some fast laps in at the start, built a nice gap, and then just worked from there. Yeah.
Snetterton, you seem to be pretty in tune with it. What's the secret sauce around here?
I don't really know. It's just I think a lot of experience in this championship helps, because there's a lot of brave corners around here, braking my sideways, stuff like that. It's just yeah, it's a very skillful track, but yeah, loving it.
You and Josh are providing us with one hell of a title fight this season. Eye on the top prize?
Yeah, it's always going to be, but I mean, we're teammates, so just gotta use our heads a bit and just make sure we're sensible with it. And yeah, we're having some good racing so far this year, so looking forward to keep it on.
Well, congratulations, good man. Don't go too far, because I know Mark will want to talk to you as well. Let's go get Josh over here for a quick chat. Mark's just having a quick chat with Oliver Kerr, who came home in third place. Josh just not quite got the legs on him in that one.
Yeah, that's what it is, you know, you need some legs down here. It's a long track and lots of straights, and yeah, it's one of our weak points, but no, it's decent points.
Another opportunity coming up later, and still time in the championship.
Yeah, definitely, you know, if we get a good place in the championship, that's good, but if we don't, we don't. We look forward to senior racing.
Well, all I can say is thank you to both of you for putting on a great fight for us. We really appreciate it. Let's move over here. Mark will, hopefully, by the time we get over to Oliver Kerr, then he might be finished up. I'll let Mark know as well that I did tell Wilf not to run away for him, so he should be able to get him as well. I told him not to go far for you, Mark. I told him Wilf not to go far. Oliver, third place, happy?
It's all right. You know, going from third, finishing third. I think we could tweak the setup a little bit to kind of help just throughout the whole race. But no, happy with third.
It did look like they just had something a little bit extra in that race, a little bit more to unlock in the car. Then we think for this album.
Yeah, they definitely had kind of. I don't know what they had, but they had some, a little bit more than us in that race. So yeah, hopefully.
Well, do you want me to do a little rain dance?
Be quite nice, to be fair.
Look, like this. If I do that, it's going to rain.
Hopefully, yeah.
Give me your best rain dance.
Oh, no. I haven't got a rain dance.
One day. Well done, mate. Congratulations, P3 there. Right, that's it. That's my mission for the rest of the season. Get Oliver Kerr dancing on camera. Right, I'm just going to stay with us, actually. I think we've got a little bit of time, because coming up next, we do have the third British truck racing race of the weekend coming up. But before that, of course, I think there might just be a couple of little bits and bobs to do. I want to grab a chat with Martin Wright down here as well. He's the scholarship winner for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Dave, can you? I want to get Dave. Martin, we're great for you for a quick chat, because I wasn't aware of this, but I understand you broke your wrists at Donington Park, and that was only a few weeks ago, and you're racing. How are you?
It's a bit of a compromise to where I'm driving this weekend, but I'm just lucky to be here, really. Yeah. I'm just taking it as a good experience. But
I certainly won't shake your hand then, but please be careful, won't you?
Yeah.
All right, top man, thank you so much. Right, yes, let's just have a little look, shall we, down the track and see where we are with things, because I don't think we're too far away from the trucks. I can hear a bit of a rumble in the background here at Snetterton. Just a quick reminder, wherever you're watching this, we're live on YouTube, as you know, because you're obviously watching this, but if If you're at the BARC YouTube channel, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. If you're watching at the British Truck Racing Championship, again, likewise, like and subscribe, please. And of course, we're also live on the TCR UK YouTube channel as well. So again, if you hit that like button, if you hit that subscribe button, it's completely free to do, but it really, really does make a difference for us, for the teams, for the drivers, for the organisers, for everybody, so we can get this wonderful racing seen by so many people across the world. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? And let us know in that live chat where you're watching from. If you're in the UK, whereabouts in the UK are you? If you're overseas, whereabouts are you? We would love to know. I know Dave Goddard over there. He's Dave, actually, if anybody's wondering where Dave is, he's in that building down there, that bottom right hand window. That is where Dave is. I don't, Dave, if you can hear me, if you can you give a little wave out of there? I don't think Dave can hear us. He might be having. Oh no, here he comes. Look, that's Dave Goddard. That is Dave Goddard right there. That's his thumb. Thank you, Dave. I really appreciate that. And on that note, Dave Goddard, I'm going to hand back to you because it is time for the 3rd British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend here at Snetterton. Dave, over to you, over there, right there. That's where he is, right there.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Could just about see you over there among the junior saloon cars across the track from me. I'm basically just behind where this camera position is on the start line here at Snetterton this weekend in our commentary box. You can just about see me there. Thanks for all your comments coming in so far. We'll get on to them a little bit later on, but it is time for our first truck race of the day, the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid for this one based on the results of race 1 yesterday, but with the top 8 finishers flipped around, so 8th place starts on pole. Now, as you will know, if you're watching yesterday, there was quite a high attrition rate in race 1 yesterday, and we had a Division 2 truck finish in 8th, so we should see Simon Cole on pole for this race. He didn't start race 2 though, so we'll wait and see if Simon is out there for this one. If he is, he'll be on pole alongside David Smith in the number 11 MAN. Second row, Neil Yates and John Bowler. Row 3, Stuart and Michael Oliver, the father and son pairing. And row 4, David Jenkins and Ryan Smith, who is going for a hat-trick. 2 wins for him yesterday. Only 5 points clear in the championship ahead of Stuart Oliver, with David Jenkins a further 3 points back. It's the closest Division 1 has been for many seasons. Row 5, Sami Ojanen in the Sisu, and hopefully Bradley Harvey's DAF. Now, his engine suffered problems in race 2 yesterday. He had to pull off into the pits in a cloud of smoke, and we're told that Bradley and the team were up until 5:30 a.m. working on that truck to try and get it out for today. We'll see if he's there. Row 6, Callum Eason and Archie Handy, MAN and Volvo. Row 7 is Ricky Collins and Martin Gibson. They didn't take the restart in the first race yesterday, nor did Stephen Powell. So watch for them coming through the field from the back of the grid. Jake Evans in the number 10 starts alongside Stephen Powell. Graham Paul's MAN at the back. Unfortunately, I can tell you Tom O'Rourke, the Scottish driver in the International Navistar, number 86, is a non-starter with damage from yesterday. We might see him back out later in the day, though. So they head round to the grid. It looks like Simon Cole is there, so that's good. We will have a Division 2 truck then on pole position. That's going to make things interesting in the run down to the first corner. Ricky Collins there as well. Now, we know he picked up a lot of front end damage yesterday. I think he's actually put the old front end of his MAN onto the number 95, the yellow truck. So it's a rather jumbled grid, courtesy of a rather jumbled result in yesterday's race. We had, coming out of Wilson's hairpin for the first time, there was contact and Ricky Collins got sent spinning, which is a great shame for Ricky because he qualified up on the second row of the grid. And when he spun, he got collected by about 3 or 4 other trucks, which puts him out with damage for the day, but he's repaired for today. He's put a different front end on the number 95 MAN, the Yorkshire-based team. There's treble 3 Graham Poole. He got his first ever Division 2 podium yesterday. Just looking out of the commentary box window, I think Simon Cole has pulled into pit lane. Yes, he has. So Simon Cole is not starting on pole. He's going to start from pit lane, if at all. That's a shame. So it will be David Smith alone on the front row for this one. So they're on on the rolling lap. It will be a rolling start. If you've not seen truck racing before, my goodness, have you got a treat coming up. These machines around 5 tons in weight, almost 1,000 horsepower from their 12 and 13 litre turbocharged diesel engines, all running on sustainable fuel these days, HVO fuel. It's one of the partner sponsors of the championship, BWOC, that supplies that sustainable HVO fuel. A big thanks to all the partner sponsors: Napa Auto Parts UK, GT Tyres, Neil Yates Recovery, Alco, MV Commercial, Total Care Vehicle Lift, Sylvie Fleet Management, mentioned BWOC Fuels, Transport Monitoring Solutions, Truck and Driver Magazine, Freuhauf Trailers, Valvoline Motor Oils, LTS Global Solutions, and all the other sponsors of the British Truck Racing Championship. So David Smith is on his own on the front row of the grid. He had a win at Thruxton earlier this season, now looking for his second ever Division 1 win. He was Division 2 champion back in 2012. There's Ricky Collins, his MAN looking a bit different, the yellow machine, to yesterday, with the older style front end placed on it by the team to repair that bodywork damage. A bit of damage to Graham Pool's truck there as well. And there is Simon Cole and his team, frantically working on the 41. He should have been starting on pole position for this race. What a shame for the man from Dartford in Kent. Trying to work out what the problem is. Hopefully he can join in once the race has got underway. Failed to start yesterday's second race as well. He won Division 2. His first ever win at Snetterton in the first race yesterday. So coming into this weekend, Ryan Smith led by just 5 points. The man who's looking for his 10th consecutive, yes, 10th consecutive Division 1 title this year. Stuart Oliver has won 10 titles, but his weren't won in consecutive years. It took a couple of years out to race in the European Championship and won that as well.
Brilliant, that's good news. That's always nice to see the truck community coming together. So hopefully at some point we'll have Simon Cole out there.
So there is David Smith on pole, the number 11, well, outside pole. He's on his own on the front row now. 33 of Neil Yates, well up, has had one podium finish this year. Bestie's had his third at Brands Hatch on his home circuit. John Bowler, number 14, and then the Olivers. Stewart in the bonneted Volvo VNL, his son Michael alongside in the MAN. There is David Jenkins, champion back in 2011. Truck number 69, and his arch rival Ryan Smith alongside him. He'll have increased his championship lead slightly with 2 wins yesterday. Can he make it 3 out of 3? He's back in, well, 8th place on the grid officially, which has now become 7th with the demise of Simon Cole. Sami Ojanen had a win in Division 2 yesterday, the Finnish driver in the Finnish-built Sisu. The pace truck leads them round the GT Tyres Napa Auto Parts DAF. 17 trucks on the grid then. 17,000 horsepower about to be unleashed on the Snetterton circuits. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this one. There's Jake Evans at the back of the field. We don't have Bradley Harvey. The team's still working on that truck in the paddock after his problems yesterday. So here we go. The revs are starting to rise then. Let's get ready to rumble here at Snetterton. We're underway. Great shot there from just past the end of the pit wall as they go towards turn 1. It's David Smith who leads John Bowler into the first corner, Riches. I think there's a bit of contact there between the two of them, and John Bowler goes to the inside in the number 14. They're side by side on the run towards Wilson's hairpin. John Bowler takes the lead in the number 14 MAN. Neil Yates in 3rd position. They swing their way into the hairpin. Stuart Oliver in 4th, ahead of Michael Oliver, David Jenkins, Ryan Smith up there on the outside of Martin Gibson in the 101, missing some front bodywork after contact yesterday. So all 16 of them have made it round. 16 trucks out there. Of course, no Bradley Harvey. We normally see a maximum of 20, but a couple of trucks down in Division 1 at the start of the weekend because Adam Bintz and John Powell not here this weekend. We lost Tom O'Rourke with damage yesterday. Watch for David Jenkins here up the inside into Agostini. He's having a go at the Olivers. He's going to get alongside Michael Oliver. I don't think he'll get through there. Stephen Powell making the move past Sammy Oyer next. We've got Division 1 and 2 overlapping further back. The more powerful Division 1 trucks coming through on this very mixed up grid after all the attrition we had in race 1 yesterday. David Jenkins all over the back of Michael Oliver. Michael's father Stuart ahead of him. And then Ryan Smith, the number 1. But it is John Bowler, number 14, the man from Stockport, who leads the way. David Smith in second. Neil Yates holding third, the recovery company boss from Kent. Now who's leading Division 2 further back? It is Sammy Oyanen in the Sisu, looking for his third win of the season. Callum Eason up there in second, then Archie Handley, son of Simon Cole. And then Jake Evans, who had some problems in race 2 yesterday and failed to finish. It certainly has been a weekend of attrition so far in both classes. So they head their way round on the first lap of the day for the big rigs. John Bowler having made his way into the lead out of the first corner. Through the bomb hole they go. Ryan Smith stuck in traffic at the moment as he tries to make it 3 wins out of 3, but it's this man, John Bowler, in the number 14 truck who leads them round. He's had 1 win so far this year, that was in the final race at Thruxton. Had a couple of 2nd places, 3 2nd places to be precise as well. The standings in Division 1, he's currently in 4th place, so a win here would do him the world of good. Leads David Smith over the line by over 3 seconds already. The rest of the trucks go through line astern. Yates in third, then the Olivers, then Jenkins Smith and Martin Gibson. Division 2 is headed by Sammy Oyanen, ahead of Callum Eason. Jake Evans, Archie Handy. Now, has Simon Cole been able to join in from the pit lane? No, he hasn't. He's still there in pits at the moment, so we've only got 15 runners at present. Battle between David Jenkins and Ryan Smith is joined once again. John Bowler continues to lead the way. Stuart Oliver having a look maybe for 3rd place here, has a run on the inside of Neil Yates. Also having a look down the inside is Smith, but a big lock up there from David Jenkins. He's going to hit Michael Oliver and takes the 12 around. Ryan Smith goes round the outside in avoidance. Let's hope everybody avoids collecting the number 12. Well, David Jenkins just locked them up there coming into Agostini. He missed his braking point, he cannoned into the side of Michael Oliver. Thankfully everybody else has avoided the number 12, but a lot of damage there for Michael. I think the front tyre is punctured. That's going to be the end of his race, I think. Well, Ryan Smith was able to get around the outside, but he's lost a bit of ground. Ricky Collins got ahead of him. Meanwhile, Stuart Oliver is having a go at Neil Yates for 3rd position. Neil Yates has yet to take a maiden win in Division 1. Had a big accident at Thruxton a couple of years ago on his debut season. He's under fire from the 10 times champion Stuart Oliver. They're closing in on David Smith. Up to 5th as a result of that little contretemps at Agostini is Martin Gibson, missing the front bumper off his Team Oliver Racing MAN. There he is, back in the championship this year, been away with other commitments over the last couple of years, including a bit of car racing. Then we've got Stephen Powell, number 3, David Jenkins, Ricky Collett in the 95. Ryan Smith is in behind him, having been delayed in that incident at Agostini. John Bowler continuing to pull away at the front of the field. Meanwhile, here comes Stuart Oliver. He'll never get round the outside of Murray. Surely on Neil Yates, he'll try to. He is going to go round the outside. I've never seen that before. You very rarely see outside overtakes at Murray's, even in car racing, never mind in trucks. Leaders heading over the line. The lead gap is up to nearly 7 seconds now for John Bowler, so he's checked out at the front. Will the rest of the field be able to reel him in? John Bowler swings his way through the Wilson's hairpin, out of sight of everybody else. That's Graham Poole at the back of the field in the treble 3, looking for a 2nd podium of the weekend in Division 2 if he can. Meanwhile, Martin Gibson has got ahead of Neil Yates, who's dropped back into the clutches of his teammate now, Stephen Powell. Sliding out wide there, Neil Yates has he's got a puncture, that's why he's dropping back. I think his rear tyre's going down. Look at the right rear, you can see it bobbling around there, so I think Neil has got a puncture. we'll keep an eye on the 33. Watch as he goes into the right-hander. Yeah, that tyre does look a bit soft there, so that might be why Neil is dropping back. There's a yellow and red striped flag, well, flashing light there. That means slippery surface. Just warning the drivers. That's a common warning in truck racing, it has to be said. I thought it was a yellow flag at first and somebody dropped out, but no, that's the slippery surface flag we're seeing there coming out of Agostini. Maybe some debris from Michael Oliver's incident earlier on. So Neil Yates, the reason he's dropping back, I believe he may have a puncture in the right rear of the truck as Archie Handy slides off at Agostini. Well, John Bowler's away and gone. This is the fight for second place, led by David Smith ahead of Stuart Oliver. David Smith is a notoriously difficult driver to overtake, as Ryan Smith found out at Brands Hatch earlier this year. Holding on in second place, ahead of Stuart Oliver. It's Martin Gibson now up to fourth. He's still yet to take a win this season. We have had 9 different winners in Division 1 this year. In the most competitive season in Division 1 for many seasons. Where's Ryan Smith, meanwhile? Here he is. He still can't get past David Jenkins. They've been deadly rivals for several years, these two have. And Ricky Collins keeping pace with them as well in the 95, the heavy haulage boss from Halifax. Up and over the line come the leading runners. David Smith still holding that second place. Oliver being forced to go the long way round. Picking up that powder they put down, the marshals put down on the oil earlier on from the junior saloon cars. Michael Oliver, I can tell you, is still going. He's just gone past my commentary box ahead of the Division 2 runners. Still led by Sammy Oyen and Sisu. Stuart Oliver up the outside again. David Smith moves across, and Martin Gibson moving up alongside his teammate now to try and take third place away. This is not what Stuart Oliver wants, because he's fighting for the championship. He's ahead of his 2 rivals, Jenkins and Smith, though. Martin Gibson has to go out onto the grass there. There was no room on the outside coming out of Palmer. 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Neil Yates is still going. Whether that tyre is starting to go down, it's, of course, double rear wheels on the rear axle of one of these trucks, so he's got 5 others. Still, Ryan Smith can't get past David Jenkins. Look at him weaving about there on the run towards Hamilton. Here's the fight for second, and still Stuart Oliver throwing everything he's got at David Smith, who's simply saying, "You shall not pass," and holding second place. John Bowler must be wondering where everybody else has got to. He's 11 seconds up at the start of that lap. Oliver weaves across the straight there, down the Bentley straight. This could be an overtaking opportunity. He's going for the inside on David Smith in the MAN. Is Stuart Oliver finally going to get through for P2? No, he's not. David Smith doing a superb defensive job here. Martin Gibson in 4th place behind. Then it's Yates ahead of Stephen Powell, and Ryan Smith has finally got past David Jenkins. He's up into P7 now, the championship leader. For 10 titles in a row this year. They still can't dislodge David Smith from second place. There's Ricky Collins in 9th. Michael Oliver's still 10th after being spun out earlier on. Well, John Bowler has just gone past my commentary box. The second place fight's only just coming into Murray's. Up towards the stripe they come to complete lap number 4. The lead gap is nearly 16 seconds now. John Bowler is pulling away at the rate of 5 seconds a lap. This is incredible. There's our Division 2 leader, meanwhile. That is Sammy Oyanen, leading Jake Evans and Callum Eason. Of course, Simon Cole failed to start. And we don't have Bradley Harvey, still repairing the truck from engine problems yesterday. And still David Smith, he's loving this. Look at Stuart Oliver nibbling at the back of David Smith's truck there. I remember an incident at Brands Hatch a few years ago where Stuart Oliver got stuck to the back of Ricky Collins' truck, and they did about 2 laps with Ricky towing Stuart around the circuit. I hope that doesn't happen here with David Smith. I know Ricky Collins' trucks are used to towing heavy loads on the road, but not on the racetrack, as Stewart tries again. Again, David Smith, you shall not pass, moves across on him. Martin Gibson saying, OK, I'll try and go around the outside of both of you then. Stuart Oliver leans his teammate wide. This is brilliant stuff. All playing into the hands of John Bowler. Less than 4 minutes left now. Oh, Stuart Oliver's got caught up with Gibson. I thought they were both going to slide onto the grass, and look who's with them now. Here comes Ryan Smith. Something's got to give here, surely. They're bumping and boring their way around the Snetterton 300 circuit here. Still fighting for second, which is still held by David Smith. Here comes Ryan Smith, who's now up into P5. He's got past Stephen Powell and Neil Yates. The leader, John Bowler's away and gone into the distance. He's going to take the win, barring any mechanical disaster. But can they get past David Smith here, doing exactly what he did at Brands Hatch earlier this season? That time it was Ryan Smith on his rear bumper. This time it's Stuart Oliver. Here comes Ryan Smith all over the back of Martin Gibson now. Gibson's dropped back a little bit from the fight for second ahead of him, as he's busy defending now. Still somehow David Smith holding off Stuart Oliver, but how much longer? He has a look at the inside. That's a lot of brakes up there. He nearly hit the back of the MAN. 2.5 minutes to go, so John Bowler's gone through. We might get one more lap out of this, I think, because Bowler had already gone through. It's over the line. The gap is now 20 seconds. There's the leader. We haven't seen much of John Bowler because he's so far ahead. I think he might get one more lap out of this. There's the second place fight heading up to the Wilson's hairpin. Through the hairpin they come, and Martin Gibson's been able to close back up on Stuart Oliver again now. Behind him is Ryan Smith. Still leading Division 2 is Sammy Oyen, and I think further back, or is it? They've just gone past my commentary box. No, Jake Evans has taken the lead in Division 2 now, so it's the MAN leading Division 2. Down towards Agostini. Look at Ryan Smith weaving about there. Cloud of smoke from Stuart Oliver. He locks up under braking. And Ricky Collett now battling away with Neil Yates, Stephen Powell and David Jenkins, who's lost a bit of ground there. He's at the back of this group now, so he's down to 9th. Ricky Collins got ahead of him. Now this race sets the grid for race 5, the last race of the day. Again, the top 8 reverse. So whoever finishes 8th gets pole position. At the moment, that's Ricky Collins. Here's Jake Evans, number 10. He's taken the lead of Division 2 from Sammy Oyen. And he needs the points here. This will be ideal for him. Coming into the weekend, he was 14 points behind Bradley Harvey. They both failed to finish race 2 yesterday. So if Evans wins here, looks like he'll take the points lead back in Division 2. In Division 1, it's all about this traffic jam. It's like the A11 on a bad day, isn't it? Just waiting to see if John Bowler comes through to start one more lap, or whether the checkered flag will go out as we watch the battle for second place up towards Coram. John Bowler is coming up towards the start-finish line now. There's no checkered flag, so we will get one more lap. One more lap for David Smith to resist in second place. Oh, up the inside, Ryan Smith is going to send it into Murray's. Look at that. Nearly collects Martin Gibson, who goes out wide. Smith goes through. Ricky Collett's going to go through as well. That was an opportunist move. Ricky Collett is flying this weekend. Best weekend he's had in the championship so far this year. And Collett's gained 3 places on that last lap. He's up to P5. Behind him we've got Martin Gibson now. Then Yates and Powell 7th and 8th. So they'll be on the front row for race 5 if it stays like this. But I'm not sure it will stay like this. This is great stuff. So John Bowler just has to complete this last lap and he's won it. He's escaped. He's probably wondering where everybody else is. Holding each other up in the pack, that's where they are. David Jenkins almost pushing Stephen Powell there through the hairpin. This is brilliant stuff. Stuart Oliver continues to throw everything but the kitchen sink at David Smith here. Ryan Smith behind in 4th. Ricky Collett up there in 5th, he's going well. Down into Agostini for the last time. They've got to be careful on the brakes here, and David Smith is sliding wide. This is Oliver's opportunity. Is he finally going to get through? Bash into the side. Smith can spin straight in front of the pack. Off goes Ryan Smith on the grass on one side, Collett on the other. Oh, what a shame for David Smith. He held on for so long. And he's going to drop right down out of the top 8. So, who's up to second now? I think it's Stuart Oliver second. David Smith, a very angry David Smith, no doubt, gets going again. And now Ricky Collett is up into 4th position behind Ryan Smith. Ryan was heading off onto the grass there. He managed to get round the incident. Another front bumper gone for a burn for Ricky Collett. He's got Martin Gibson on his tail. Goodness me. So it's Stuart Oliver second, Ryan Smith third, Collett and Gibson fighting for 4th position. And behind them are the Neil Yates and Stephen Powell pairing. I'm not sure which way round they are. Those trucks look identical from a distance. Behind them is David Jenkins in 8th place, and if he stays 8th, he'll inherit pole position for race 5. Meanwhile, coming up to the line is John Bowler. Sounds the air horn as he crosses the line. He's way ahead of everybody else. He takes the win in race 3 of the weekend here at Snetterton. John Bowler has won it, but who's going to be second? Is Stuart Oliver going to hang on ahead of Ryan Smith? Here they come then out of Murray's for the final time. I'm out of breath after that race. Stuart Oliver will come in to take 2nd place. Ryan Smith is 3rd. Ricky Collett, I think, was 4th. Yes, he holds off Martin Gibson. They've just crossed the line in front of me. Meanwhile, here's our Division 2 leader. That's Jake Evans with his MAN. I thought we were going to see another pile-up there coming out of Agostini when David Smith got spun in front of the pack. Everybody dodged onto the grass to miss him. David Smith is coming in. He crosses the line in a dejected 10th place. It will be Jake Evans to come in to win Division 2. Second in Division 2 is Sammy Oyen, and third is Callum Eason. Archie Handy and Graham Poole will complete the finishers, but this man won it. 2nd win of the season for John Bowler. Power sliding in celebration. And there in pit lane is poor Simon Cole, who didn't even get to start from his pole position. Okay, pause for breath. Let's have a look at the provisional result. John Bowler the winner by over 25 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver, who finally got 2nd. And Ryan Smith managed to get through that contretemps at Agostini for 3rd. Ricky Collett an excellent 4th ahead of Martin Gibson, Neil Yates, Stephen Powell and David Jenkins completing the top 8. So that means he provisionally goes into pole position for race 5. Michael Oliver 9th. Poor David Smith, you have to feel for him. Held on in 2nd for so long. Ends up in 10th place. Division 2 is won by Jake Evans in the number 10 ahead of Sammy Oyanen, Callum Eason, Archie Handy, and waiting for Graham Poole to come in across the line at the moment, as he was close to a lap down in that one. Sadly, we lost Simon Cole at the start, and a couple of non-starters in that one, Bradley Harvey and Tom O'Rourke. So the truck's heading into Parc Ferme. Just awaiting Pointy down in Parc Ferme to get ready as they start to come in. And there is a probably very dejected David Smith in the number 11. He hung on for so long in that 2nd place, and then through Agostini for the last time round he went.
Thank you, Matt. Hopefully, I'm going to plant my feet where they are and not move, because for the moment, I think I'm bound.
Okay, I think Pointy is now ready down in Parc Ferme to talk to some of the drivers after what was a very lively third race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Pointy, over to you in just a moment.
That's just happened. The truck that finished second on the road. The 9-time British Truck Racing Champion.
Oh my goodness me! What on earth was that? What a race to start the Sunday off with. We might have kept you waiting with the amended schedule, but my God, what a race. John Bowler making an early start. I predicted it, I'll be honest. I don't care. I predicted that straight through at the beginning. What an incredible lead. We've got young son down here waiting for dad to come back. Of course, the weirdest thing in the world, first across the line, completes another full lap as everyone else comes in from the half lap. We've got to wait for John Bowler, the champ, the winner of the race, to come in. Here he comes now at the very, very back. Let's go down and see the celebration. Get waving through, make some room. Come on now. We'll also have a quick chat to Dave Smith. Keep rolling, Archie, keep rolling. There we go. Right, Danny, you just get down there and see the number 14, John Bowler. A sterling effort, incredible race. And it's going to be scenes. That's it, it's going to be scenes as we open the door. Wait a minute. Little one is going absolutely mental. You know what? You just get in there and look at this, the celebration between father and son, an emotional moment. The young guys watching that race has just seen dad take an absolute whopper of a win. Should we get you both out again now? There we go. John, evidently not a huge challenge for you, that race. But of course you still had to stay almost 20 seconds ahead the entire time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was a got a bit of breeze space at the start, and yeah, off we went.
And are you happy that Daddy won?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, could you give him any advice for the next race?
Yeah.
What are you going to tell him to do next race?
Win.
Yeah. Great coaching there, John. Phenomenal race. Very good effort. I mean, well, I don't know whether it was a phenomenal race. You didn't really do much, did you?
No, that's it. It was just a bit of a driver training for the rest.
One overtake, and then you were like the ghost car on Gran Turismo.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, I did learn from the video game.
Right, well done to you. Let's head back round now. If we can. Dave Smith, let me shake your hand. Condolences. I mean, look. We had some issues down here. We've got rubbing on the tyres, bit of bodywork to sort out, but hearts were in our throats that entire race. You were under constant pressure now. I think anybody that's watched this year knows that you're one of the hardest drivers to get past. And a sterling effort, really. I mean, it was almost the entire race up until that last lap. What flashed before your eyes when it all went down?
It all started on the first lap, first corner. I had a little bit, John was pushing me on a little bit, and I thought, all right, here we go. Got round the first corner, I thought, yep, righto. We lack a little bit of pace in the truck. We know the truck's probably not on par a little bit, so we're a little bit down. So it is get out in front and then drive, defend. Yeah, last lap. Yeah, Stuart, I thought I had to come. I locked it up on the way in. I thought, no. Collected it. I thought, I've got this.
So Stuart locked up behind you at one point, going for the inside line. We're like, oh, this is going to be horrible.
Yeah, I thought I had the line, I had the drive, and I think Stuart, as he come round, just glanced into the side of me and spun me. And that was it. It was just gutted, absolutely gutted.
I mean, yeah, our hearts go out to you, buddy, because that was fantastic. Where do we see you starting race 2? That'll be reverse grid from race 2 yesterday.
I think I was P7, so I'll be P2 again, won't I?
Oh, so another up at
P6, I'll be 3. I'll be 3.
Well, either P2 or P6. Oh, that's a big gap there.
Right at the front, don't we? Yeah.
Well, look. Let's try that again later on today. Really sorry it went down the way it went, but at least it's mendable, it's drivable, and we can all stay friends, yes? Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, okay. By the way, talking about friends, whilst I've got the opportunity, I need to say a bit of an apology and a hello to my #1 fan Noah out there, as well as of course my son Henry, who hopefully will be watching at home. Noah definitely is watching at home, and I didn't say hello to him yesterday. So Noah, if you're watching, everyone here's told me off for not giving you a shout out, so there's your shout out, mate, okay? Nice one. Right, let's have a quick run down and see if we can't find Dave Jenkins or Ryan Smith, because they were having an absolute battle as well. They've all disappeared. Here we go, Stephen, Ricky Collett. Ricky, were you like, what was it like being chased down by Ryan Smith?
Well, that wasn't so bad. I expected it, to be honest, but we had a cracking race. I can't believe how well I've done.
I saw some serious position changes out there. I mean, you were battling with teammate Neil Yates at some parts during that race as well. I think that was probably the best race of the weekend so far.
It was a great race. We had a DNF yesterday, so we started right at the back. So the idea of the plan was to get in the top 8 and have a good start to the last race, and suddenly we found ourselves there, and then there was so much carnage going on in front. You was just waiting, and then unfortunately another 2 spun off, which put us up again, and then someone else did. But had a good race with Ricky, good race with Neil, and it's very hard racing against your teammate. You don't want to.
We saw that further up, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to put them off or anything like that, but. Yeah, so we've got a front row start for the final, so which is it's good for us. Getting recovery from yesterday is very good. So
excellent. And whilst we've got you both, you excited to head off to Le Mans this week?
Oh yeah, may we?
May we?
Was that next week?
It's next weekend. That is, yeah. Big gap between. I mean, we'll all be setting off on Wednesday. Yeah.
What, like next week?
Yeah, Wednesday, not next week. We pack up tonight and we set up on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
Doesn't sound like you were planning.
No, that's all planned. It's all planned, mate. You try to have to plan 3 trucks to get there. Yeah, it's
I bet it is.
Look, it's a great calendar, and unfortunately, there's not a gap, but everyone's been prepared since the beginning of the year, so they're all professional there. So get all your stuff ready, and touch wood, there's no big disasters in the finals race.
He said it now, hasn't he?
Look, you can plan as much as you want with panels and spares and stuff like that, but hopefully, if everything goes to plan, and then everyone will be there, and it'll be Le Mans last year was fantastic with the French, the FIA at the night race, BGRC. I mean, yeah, it's a great event. I can't wait.
Absolutely phenomenal. Right, well, gents, bon voyage if I don't speak to you again this weekend. And au revoir. Merci bucket. Yeah, right. Ian, hello, how are you? You well?
It's good to see you this morning.
I know.
I haven't heard you all morning. Where have you been?
I was resting my voice after yesterday's incredible show open.
Yeah.
Have we had any feedback about that?
Yeah, a couple of EMI records have been on to us, told us that we've been sued for copyright.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, no.
It's not good. I mean, we changed the lyrics considerably.
And we were told our band name is No Direction at all. Actually, pointing, I'm really sorry, we've got Caterham's on track. So
yeah, his hand signals are shocking. He should have done this rather than this. This means carry on, Danny, for future reference.
It's the final race of the season for the Caterham Graduate Sigma 150s. Let's go racing! Yeah.
Thank you, No Direction, down there in Parc Fermé. We heard from them yesterday as well. Cars on their green flag lap. That's the last race of the season for the Sigma 150 class of the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Championship. Henry Heaton, number 34, on pole position. He was yesterday's winner by quite a clear margin in terms of Caterham racing. Alongside him for this race on the grid is number 150, Paul Goldstein. Now, I must say a big thank you to Darren Holcroft of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, who's realised that I struggle with maths and has done a bit of arithmetic for me. He's worked out that Paul Goldstein basically only needs to finish in the top 11 in this race, and he is the champion, even if Harry Kramer, his nearest rival, wins and gets fastest lap. If Kramer's second and doesn't get fastest lap, then Goldstein just needs to finish the race. If they finish level on points, then Paul Goldstein wins due to more race wins. So Paul Goldstein's championship to lose here, really, in our final race of the season. He's on the front row alongside Henry Heaton. Second row, 13, Miles Clarkson. Starts alongside 121 Harry Kramer. Row 3, 172 Theo Theato. And number 83, Jonathan Ems. In terms of the trophy category, meanwhile, which is where you only score points in 3 nominated rounds all year, that's already been won by Jamie Elwood ahead of James Sibbett. Neither of those two are here this weekend, so the trophy category is irrelevant for this weekend, but congratulations Jamie Elwood on his title there. So their own position then, it's the red and gold machine of Henry Heaton alongside the all-gold car of Paul Goldstein, all set to win gold this year. He just needs to finish in the top 11 to take the title. The green and yellow is Miles Clarkson on row 2 alongside the 1-2-1 of Harry Kramer. Row 3, Theo Theato and Jonathan Ems, the 2 orange cars. 4th row, Will Bryant, number 72 and 82 of Matthew Willoughby in his 100th motor race, and he says it will be his last for a while as well. So here we go then, we get underway with the last race of the season for the Sigma 150s. Big field of around 25 cars out there, and who's got the whole shot? It is Henry Heaton, the number 34, who will lead the way into riches for the first time. Looks like Goldstein up there in second place. We await to pick up the rest of the field as they go into the Wilson's hairpin. So Heaton leads it. There's Goldstein, all in gold in second place, side by side for third. Jonathan Ems with a good start up there on the outside of Miles Clarkson, who was the leading finisher yesterday's race in who was registered for the full championship. 136 there. Soma Indiana Boyd Gibbons nearly losing it. The longest name certainly here racing this weekend, starting from the back of the grid. So here come your leaders. It's Henry Heaton, number 34, very experienced Caterham racer who leads the way ahead of Goldstein. A challenge up the inside there for third from Theo Theato alongside Jonathan Ems. Clarkson is down to 5th, and then Rob Warner in 6th position. The championship sponsor, the man behind P4 Emergency Lighting. Rob Warner is 3rd in the points at the moment, but he won't win the title because even if he gets a good finish here, he's got higher scores to drop. You drop your 3 worst scores from across the season. So Rob Warner all set to take 3rd place in this year's title race. Side by side there with Harry Kramer, who goes through on the inside as they sort themselves out around turning that. Looks like it was number 50, James McCall, in behind them. There's Boyd Gibbons at the back, along with Rob Appleton, I think it was, in the number 2 car. So Henry Heaton looking to pull away in front for a second win of the weekend. He's competing, as we say, in the trophy category this year. That's one of the attractions of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. If you can't commit to the full season of the championship, then you nominate 3 rounds where you will score points, and you only pick up points from those 3 meetings, and you go into a separate points table, which is a slightly different way of doing things if you can't commit to a full season of racing. Well, this race showed on our timing initially as 20 minutes, but according to TSL timing, this is a 25-minute race, so a slightly longer race for the Caterham graduates, this Sigma 115 finale. Henry Heaton leads at the end of the first lap ahead of Goldstein, Theato, Clarkson, Ems, McCall. Rob Warner is 7th ahead of Harry Kramer. Matthew Willoughby is 9th, who was 2nd yesterday. Completing the top 10 is Tommy Eustace, number 148, one of our guest class runners this weekend. Quite a few guest entries in the final meeting of the season. Single file through the hairpin. Number 19 gets through on the inside there. That's Mark Gibson getting past the 37 of Graham Ewings. Sorry, my voice is still recovering from that previous truck race. It really was a cracker, wasn't it? Paul Goldstein still there in second. Remember, he only needs to finish 11th or higher to win the title. Through goes Harry Kramer, past Rob Warner. Behind them, the red and white car of Matthew Willoughby. It'll be his last race, he tells us, for quite a while. His car is up for sale. This is his 100th motor race as well. So Henry Heaton, we've seen him compete in the top-line Caterham 7 UK Championship, among others, in the past. They fling their cars through Williams corner. There's number 112, Andrew Whitton, in the strawberry. Notice the colour scheme on that car. And the strawberry currently working to hold off Stefano Mara, number 94, who retired from yesterday's race, the London-based Italian. 3 leaders have broken away very slightly. Rob Warner, there he is, the man behind the championship sponsors, P4 Emergency Lighting. not needing any emergency lighting in these conditions at the moment as he holds off Matthew Willoughby. It's the pack fighting away behind. Battles everywhere you look, typical Caterham racing. Swing their way through the left-hander at Murray's. Just behind them are the leading guest class runners. Number 148, the yellow car of Tommy Eustace, is the first guest class driver. Guest drivers, of course, not eligible for points. There he is, just going through on the start-finish line, the yellow car. So Henry Heaton leads by just under half a second at the moment, ahead of Paul Goldstein and Theo Theato. Goldstein getting closer to our race leader.
Trophy category, and that is the drivers who only select 3 rounds for the season, but they can of course go for their own points within that trophy category as well. Jamie Elwood has wrapped up.
Here's a battle further back, that's James McCall, and his front wing is flapping away. There's been a bit of contact. He's got Harry Kramer, one of our championship contenders, on his tail, but Harry has to win and get fastest lap, and hope Paul Goldstein finishes out of that all-important top 11 to take the title here. So it's looking unlikely at the moment. There is Tommy Eustace chasing the number 127 of Ian Howes, who's just got ahead of him there. The rest of the pack streams through behind. Paul Goldstein under pressure from Theo Theato, another of our trophy class runners in the number 172. Goldstein doesn't need to catch Henry Heaton here. If he stays where he is, he'll be the highest scoring competitor who's registered for the full championship. So that's what he needs to do. How long have we got left? Looks at the timing screen, just under 19 minutes as Harry Kramer stays ahead of James McCall. Good fight going on between those two, being caught by Rob Warner in the blue and orange car, then Matthew Willoughby, then behind him is Ian Howes. Up ahead of them, that's Jonathan Ems, number 83. That's the Clockwork Orange, as that car is known. Miles Clarkson, number 13, the green and yellow car, reeling in Paul Goldstein. I think Goldstein's lost out there to Theo Theato. He's gone up into second place. Clarkson is going for third, but Goldstein, he can afford to take it a little bit easier in this race. He knows where he needs to finish to take the title. He's won titles in the factory-backed Caterham series as well in the past, and Clarkson goes straight through there, coming out of Riches up into P3. Henry Heaton continues to lead. Theo Theato's going after him. Clarkson now third. Goldstein is in fourth place. But even if Goldstein fails to finish in the number 150 car, and Harry Kramer, I think, needs to finish in the top 2 of this race. So Clarkson's up to third now. Goldstein's still there in fourth. That will be enough for the title. Well, Harry Kramer going a bit wide there into Agostini, with James McCall chasing him. McCall in the turquoise car. First two breaking away then, Heaton and Theato. Both in the trophy awards, already been won by Caterham veteran Jamie Elwood. Harry Kramer continues ahead of James McCall. That front wing still flapping in the breeze on the left front wheel there. Further back in the order, there's the Strawberry, number 112. Just ahead of the Strawberry of Andrew Whitton was number 15, Kim Raymond, another Caterham veteran, the bright green car. James McCall still under fire from Warner and Matthew Willoughby. Whether it's a permanent retirement or a temporary one once he sells the car and stops racing at the end of the year, we don't know for Matthew Willoughby. Ian Howes and Tommy Eustace up behind him. Then behind them is Will Bryant, number 72. I wonder if he's any relation to Toby Bryant, who's a very successful Caterham racer over many years. Here's a battle further back. Andrew Sagar, number 119, has got 37. Graham Ewings behind him. They're battling outside the top 20 at the moment. Behind them, no, that's not Rob Warner having lost ground. It's 158 Steve Scarlett. Similar number, identical colour scheme, just to confuse us. Graham Ewings has got through there at Coram. Here comes the second place fight, and Miles Clarkson and Paul Goldstein closing up on Theo Theato now. Flinging through Palmer's. This overcast day, but thankfully dry so far here at Snetterton. Lead gap is 2 seconds for Heaton ahead of Theato. Fight for fifth is now headed up by for sixth, sorry, is headed up by Harry Kramer, because Jonathan Ems is still ahead of them there in the Clockwork Orange. Kramer in the red car in sixth position, the man from Cheshire. Henry Heaton leads the way, the man from Leeds. Here's a side-by-side fight, the number 19 running wide there, that's Mark Gibson. Loses a spot there further back in the order, I think that was the 137 he was battling with at Will Price. .72 in there as well as Will Bryant. Towards the bomb hole comes our second place battle. Well, Henry Heaton has now checked out in front ahead of Theato, Clarkson, Goldstein in fourth, the champion-elect. And behind them, Jonathan Ems in number 83, the Oxfordshire driver. Here's that battle between number 19 and Mark Gibson, who's got back ahead of Will Price in the 137 with the novice cross on the back of his car. You wear one of those on your car for your first 6 motor races after you get your licence. Caterham runs the Caterham Academy, which is only for novice racers. You can't have held a race licence before. You take your licence as part of joining the Caterham Academy. If you want to have a go at motor racing, then you need to get an ARDS licence. That's Association of Racing Driver Schools. There's plenty of race schools all over the UK if you want to learn to be a racing driver. There's Rob Warner's lost some ground, and Kim Raymond overshoots the hairpin. Loses out to Stefan O'Mara in the number 94. Stefan O'Mara not had a happy weekend so far, a retirement in yesterday's race if I remember correctly. Have a look at the results sheet in just a moment. Going towards the second half of this race now, just under 13 minutes to go in this 25-minute race for the Caterham Graduate Racing Club Sigma 150 category, named for its 150 brake horsepower Ford Sigma engines, similar to the Caterham 7310R specification. A few of them sliding there through Williams Corner, named after the late great Sir Frank Williams, founder of the Formula One team. Theo Theato up the inside, battling away with Miles Clarkson. This is for second place, behind Henry Heaton. Paul Goldstein just looking on. He doesn't want to get too involved in battles. He doesn't want to be taken out. He just wants to cruise to the title. There is Henry Heaton. Racing a whole variety of Caterham Championships, as does Paul Goldstein. He races wherever his Caterham is eligible. 181 coming under fire. That's Ed Benton with Will Price now on his tail. Number 19 has already gone through of Mark Gibson. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, has been recorded by Matt Willoughby, who is now up into P6 in the number 92. Number 82, sorry. Here's Rob Warner coming under fire. Who's that on his tail? It is the number 37, so Graham Ewings has now reeled in the 58, I think that is, of Rob Warner. Or is that, or has that thrown me off? Is that the 158 of Steve Scarlett? We said they're similar cars. Yeah, I think that's Steve Scarlett's actually further down the order. Here comes Theato on the inside, attacking Miles Clarkson into Agostini. He's going to go through on the inside, up into second position. Jonathan Williams keeping pace with Paul Goldstein.
Third place is fighting with Joe Piazza, who is now 2 places up the road, and also fighting with Heath, 5 places up the road. So now 2 right on beyond that.
Still 10.5 minutes of this race to go. James McCall a little bit sideways there, holding off Harry Kramer, who's down in 7th place. Seeing the title slipping away here. There's Steve Scarlett under fire from Graham Ewings. We move back towards the front of the field. McCall won't be close enough there. These two are close though. Ed Benton and the 137 of Will Price. Said there are battles everywhere you look in this race. Typical Caterham racing on the Snetterton 300 circuits. Harry Kramer has now gone ahead of James McCall. That was through Nelson. Theo Theato. Has he dropped a place there, Theo Theato? Behind Miles Clarkson. Leader just heads over the line. And yes, Clarkson is up into 2nd place. So Clarkson splits the 2 trophy registered drivers, Heaton and Theato. Paul Goldstein still in there behind them in the number 150, heading as it stands at the moment for the Sigma 150 Championship. Into the head. Miles Clarkson was involved in a fabulous photo finish in yesterday's race. First seeing Henry Heaton the winner by nearly 8 seconds. Matthew Willoughby beat Miles Clarkson to 2nd place by 2 1,000ths of a second. They photo finished over the line. Rob Warner was 4th and Goldstein was down in 8th. Surely now this is Paul Goldstein's championship, unless any major disaster befalls him. Now the 2 groups are starting to come together, look, because up behind Jonathan Ems there is Matthew Willoughby. Now how close behind him is Harry Kramer? There he is. Then McCall, Howes, Bryant and the rest of them. As this pack is definitely closing up, it's going to be one big pack for 2nd place before long. Henry Heaton is 3.75 seconds clear. Steve Scarlett further back in the order. This is down towards the tail end of the field. This is for 21st. Andrew Sagar battling with Rob Appleton, both stalwarts of the Caterham Graduate Racing Club. Here's the 2nd place battle. Theo Theato back ahead of Miles Clarkson. Clarkson throwing that number 13 machine around. There's Goldstein 4th. Jonathan Ems and Matthew Willoughby next. Up over the line they come to complete lap number 8 this time through. The black and white flag for track limits being displayed, and that goes to Harry Kramer, lead 121. As Clarkson and Theato continue to swap places for 2nd place. Miles Clarkson back up into 2nd. Towards Wilson's hairpin. Just about holding 2nd, Miles Clarkson. Goldstein just keeping a watching brief behind. Jonathan Ems still 5th ahead of Matthew Willoughby. Harry Kramer continuing his scrap with James McCall. There they are in the background, the red and the turquoise cars. Ahead of Bryant and Howes. Swing the way through Agostini up towards Hamilton. So Henry Heaton is heading for victory. Should be about 3 more laps to go. This is the back of this big group for 2nd place. The 2 black and white machines of Bryant and Howes. There's the leader. You can see the lead that Henry Heaton has got here as Theato once again Slipstreams through into second place past Miles Clarkson. Oh, he gets sideways on the exit, and Theo Theato over the grass. Good recovery. He slows up there, so Clarkson will get through on the outside. Theato gets his foot back on the throttle. Slid wide there, coming out of Brundle and across the grass. Was lucky not to spear into the pack as he came back on. So good recovery there by Theo Theato. He only lost one place. Goldstein ahead of him. Now that could have been disastrous for Goldstein. He was obviously being careful there, seeing that car go off ahead of him. He's got Matthew Willoughby, number 82, behind him. And then behind him as they come over the line, it will be Jonathan Ems. There's the orange machine, ahead of Kramer and McCall. Beating the top 10, Bryant and Howes. 5 minutes of the race to go. Lead gap is 5.5 seconds. For Henry Heaton over Miles Clarkson. Into the hairpin. Goldstein has lost a place there. Matthew Willoughby has got through into 4th position. Now challenging Henry Heaton. Matthew Willoughby, we saw this in yesterday's race. He comes on strong in the final part of the race. He got second yesterday in that photo finish with Miles Clarkson. He's going after Clarkson and Theato again. Where is Goldstein? There he is. And he's got... Is that his title rival behind him? Yes, Harry Kramer. Even if Kramer finishes ahead of Goldstein, it will still be the gold car that takes the title. Remember, he only needs to finish 11th or higher. Oh, it might be irrelevant for Kramer anyway. He's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, number 121. So that'll drop him down the order anyway. 5 seconds is a long time in Caterham racing. There is the 121. So that'll drop him back. Yeah, that will drop him, yes, to about 12th place, which is where at the moment Rob Warner is. He's having a quieter race this time. Still the battle rages on for second. Clarkson. Theato gets it right through there this time, but he's got Matt Willoughby on his tail now. Kramer has got ahead of Paul Goldstein, but on corrected time he'll drop back behind him. Goldstein just taking it easy here, I think. Cruising to the title. Rob Warner's gone wide there onto the grass. He's not having too happy a race here, unfortunately. He's got Stefan O'Mara and Andrew Whitton behind him. Just over 3 minutes to go, so it looks like it'll be 2 laps to go this time. There's the 5-second penalty board on the start-finish line. That's shown to Harry Kramer, so he'll know now he's got that penalty. It's the right-hander at Rich. It's still Miles Clarkson holding second, Theato third, Willoughby is fourth. Up the inside, Theo Theato on Miles Clarkson. They're scrapping for fun, these two are now, but Matthew Willoughby trying to get involved as well in the red and white number 82. Can he get through into P2 once again today? Well, there's Henry Heaton, our race leader. With everybody else scrapping behind him, he's just able to get his head down, and his foot down and pull away. Now 5 seconds ahead now. He's heading for a double victory here at Snetterton. Theato under fire from Willoughby. There is Paul Goldstein. Just a couple of laps from another Caterham Championship. But he only started racing a couple of years ago in the Caterham Academy, and he is proving to be one of the leading exponents of Caterham racing in the UK. Going into the closing stages now. There's James McCall. He's slipped back into the clutches of, I think that was Will Bryant. Here comes the fight for second. Theato at the inside into Brundle once again. He goes through. Can he get the car stopped for the right-hander at Nelson? Yes, he can. Good move, Theo Theato. Back up into second position. Here comes the second place fight. Out of Corham, up towards Murray's. Henry Heaton will be coming over to start his final lap this time. Here's a scrap further back in the order. That's 181 of Ed Benson, I think that is. And the 136 car, that is Summer Indiana Boyd Gibbons. They're fighting for 19th place. Full credit to all of our Caterham Graduates drivers. They always put on a great show, wherever in the order of the race they are. Still the second place fight rages on. Miles Clarkson got back ahead down the home straight there of Theo Theato. Then Willoughby, Harry Kramer's up there with them, but he knows he's got that time penalty coming, so Paul Goldstein will end up ahead of him in the final reckoning. So here we go, the last lap of the season for the Caterham Graduates Sigma 150 Championship. Round Agostini for the final time. There's Paul Goldstein just ahead of Jonathan Evans. He knows he's almost there for the Sigma 150 Championship. Matthew Willoughby just puts a wheel onto the grass there. Well, Henry Heaton is going to take the double. He is a master of Caterham racing, has appeared in the UK Championship among several others. He's going to make it a double for the weekend. Here's a battle further back. The 19 of Mark Gibson being caught by Charles Elliott, number 144 in the Rothmans look-alike machine. And there's the lead. You can see how much Henry Heaton has stretched it out. Second place battle coming down into Brundle for the last time. Will it be Theato or Clarkson in second place? Henry Heaton is going to win it. He could have another, could yet have another photo finish for second place. Heaton's coming in to win it, we know that. It's going to be a double for Henry Heaton. Checkered flag is at the ready. It's going to be Miles Clarkson by the look of it, who's escaped in second place. Henry Heaton comes in, about to take the checkered flag. He wins it. It's a double for Heaton here this weekend. Miles Clarkson is going to come over to take second. It's a photo for third. Matt Willoughby and Theo Theato cross the line together. And behind them in fifth place, it's gold for Goldstein. Paul Goldstein takes fifth position and wins the Caterham 7 Graduates Sigma 150 Championship. Rest of the cars across the line, and there he is. Gold for Goldstein. He wins the Sigma 150 Championship for 2025 with a fifth place. Harry Kramer's penalty dropping him to 10th. Henry Heaton takes the win by 4.7 seconds in the end. 2 wins in this weekend. Miles Clarkson in second, and another photo finish for Matt Willoughby. He finishes his 100th motor race on the podium. 0.031 of a second ahead of Theo Theato. Goldstein takes the title with fifth ahead of Jonathan Evans. Will Bryant is seventh ahead of James McCall, and Ian Howe's ninth. Harry Kramer, that 5-second penalty dropped into 10th. Then Eustace, Mara, Whitton and Rob Warner down in 14th position. He'll finish third provisionally in the championship this year. All but one of the starters finished that race. Commiserations to Paul Vokes, who was the only non-finisher. So that brings to a close the Sigma 150 season. The Sigma 135s have another race later on, but of course their championship already decided in favour of Tom McEwing. I think we can go down to celebrate with Paul Goldstein and Henry Heaton with Ian in Parc Fermé.
Look at this man right here. Here he goes. He's just going to go around to his family. Let's just let him do that. Let's do a couple of handshakes first of all. Look, great stuff from Paul Gold. Paul, I think you've got some family I want to see. Go see them first. There you go. Look, he is the 2025 Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 champion. That sounds good, doesn't it, Paul? Wrapping up the titles. He said, "Let you get your helmet off for a second, because I imagine there's a big smile underneath that balaclava." You knew what you had to do this weekend, and you have done it to perfection. How do you feel?
ecstatic, yeah. No, really, really chuffed. It's been tough. I lost my drop scores quite recently, and yeah, I had to finish this weekend, so I had to finish both races. So yesterday I was happy to let people past, and then today, if they got near me, go through. This man was my title contender. I clocked he got a black and white on about 3 laps to go with track limits, and then next lap he's got a 5-second penalty. I was like, done, you can come through now. So I let him through, and it just sat on his tail. So no, I'm ecstatic. Pretty sure I might be the first person to have won the 135 and then gone the next season and won the 150.
How does it feel then? Because as we said last season, you actually won 2 titles last year as well, didn't you? You've won the 150s. I've got a sneaky feeling you're in the title hunt for something next week.
I am back here next weekend for possible. I'm leading that one. I must finish those 3 races actually. No, it's put a lot of time and effort in. Obviously, this is only my 3rd year of motorsport. Put a lot of time in. I've had the right people around me to help me out. Darren Burke, race coach, DPR Motorsport. They've given me a title-winning car year after year. So I'm ecstatic.
I might give you a title-winning car, but you've got to drive it like a champion, and you've certainly done that. What's been the secret, boy? You said it's only your 3rd year of racing. Somebody watching this then, what's the secret to getting the most out of these Caterhams?
Just being calm and thought process is key. You can't win this on the first 2 laps. So a lot of my racing this season, I've been happy just to sit behind the front pack, and with 3 laps to go, I'll make my moves and I'll try and get back to the front, and it works most of the time. The more scrapping that goes on the front, the slower you are, the more you invite people behind you. So I'm more than happy just to sit, think, be clinical in the process. And yeah, that couldn't have been done without going through reviews with my race coach, Darren. He's taught me how to be thinking. When I think back to when I started this 2.5 years ago, I could barely process whether I had to turn left or turn right on track to remember where I was going. Okay, now I can clinically think about, right, I need to put my car here. I can even count the cars in front of me and know who's affecting me in the title, because some of those are guests and they don't really matter to me. There's a lot that's been learnt in the last 2.5 years.
Well, Paul, congratulations. You are the Sigma 150 champion. Congratulations. I'm at Silverstone in a couple of weeks with Caterham, so hopefully you'll be there. We'll have a party. It's going to be great. And talking about parties, we're going to see one on track right now, because the Milltek Civic Cup, 2nd race of the day. They've gone out already. You're on the formation lap. Let's hand over to your commentary team, Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill. Boys, over to you.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, Andy and Paul with you for the next best part of an hour or so, really, because we've got Milltek Civic Cup, followed immediately by the TCR UK Championship, and we have 2 races back-to-back for you. This is the reverse grid race for the Milltek Civic Cup, so if you joined us for race 1 earlier on today, the top 10 finishers from that race reversed to give us a grid for race 2, so it's Josh Bromley who has pole, and Dave Marshall, who came from the back of the grid, remember, 21st to 9th, well, now starts on the front row of the grid. Sam Nicolau and Spencer Stevenson are next. Spencer had that moment on the opening lap, so he'll be looking to bounce back from that one. Jake Renshaw and Jack Riddell, the Paul Winfield Trophy winner, share row 3. Then you've got the top 4 from race 1. Lewis Kent and Wesley Swain on row 4, and the 2 title contenders, Alistair Camp and Liam McGill, they share row number 5. Remember, the championship standings coming into this race have Liam McGill 2 points ahead of Alistair Camp in the title race. Jamie Petters and Harry England are next, ahead of Ben Bateman and Aidan Mitchell. Aidan Mitchell, though, maybe at the back of the grid, because they were going to put a new engine in his Benchmark Racing Honda Civic, so we'll see whether that has happened. Adam Parker and Will Butt are next, ahead of Charlotte Birch and Mark Hughes. Jake Hewlett at the back, he had a clutch issue and a broken drive shaft, we believe, at the same time in race number 1, so hopefully they've got that car sorted. If they have, he'll be on row 10 alongside Daniel Petters and Charlie Constable, who unfortunately did not take part in the first race. He had something on the suspension on the right front corner that broke on the warm lap, and that is why he was non-starter. He hopefully will be out for this one, though, starting 21st and last. So, 2 points in it in the championship race then, Liam McGill versus Alistair Camp. This is the final opportunity that either of those drivers, any of these drivers have, to drop any scores. So essentially the absolute worst case scenario is that Alistair Camp scores 27 points from this race, and the same for Liam McGill, because their second lowest score, if they were to non-finish, for example, in this race, is what they would end up scoring back. So there's a very good chance, Paul, whatever happens, we're going to go to Brands Hatch with next to nothing between those two. But these reverse grid races, we say it all the time, this is where championships are won and lost, because very often those two have finished first and second in race one of the weekend. In reverse grids, other people get involved. It's an opportunity to take some points out of your rivals.
Exactly that, and it's going to be a question of how you can get up the front from those 9th and 10th places, but also just damage limitation as well. You can't lean on someone, break a track rod or break a toe link and be in a load of trouble. But let's talk about the front of this grid, because there's a few people at the front here that are maybe on not the best of tyres, so they're not looking to win this, they're just looking to hang on in there, so the pack will be bunched.
Yes, I think this has got all of the makings of an absolute thriller. Josh Bromley and Dave Marshall on the front row of the grid together. Dave Marshall, remember, won the reverse grid race at Silverstone earlier this year from a similar position, I seem to recall, and he'll be hoping to try and do the same again in his FN2. Josh Bromley would love to get himself onto the top step of the podium for the first time in this second race of the weekend. Revs starting to rise then, the red lights go on. When they extinguish, we are racing for the second time today in the Milltek Civic Cup. Off they go, and it's a pretty even start from both of the front row then by the looks of it. McGill got away as well this time as he was in race one, so I don't think he's gained any ground on the run to turn one. Spencer Stevenson has, though. He's to the outside of Dave Marshall, into Rich's. Marshall inside, but from the inside they've both gripped out wide, and Jack Riddell gets to the inside for the second race in a row. Spencer Stevenson's off, and that's one of the Petters heading to the grass as well, with a half spin further back in the pack. Not sure if that's Jamie or Dan. Meanwhile, at the hairpin, everyone bunches together, and the two title contenders were amongst those going door handle to door handle through turn two.
Yeah, they're out of the first bit, aren't they? So one of the Petters off, as we said, but out front, look at Marshall. Oh, he's got to be careful, but it doesn't look like he's got the grip at the start of this race to really put the pressure on at the front.
No, so it is going to be Bromley, Riddell, and then side by side for third. Marshall there to the inside, I think, of Jake Renshaw in one of the BSR cars. Looking at the championship contenders, Alistair Camp there nips to the inside of Sam Nicolau, and Liam McGill tries to go with him, so they're moving through the pack pretty much as one, sort of as we expected, really. They're nose to tail as they round the left-hander at Hamilton. Look at this for third there, Renshaw to the inside of Dave Marshall, who is late on the brakes and covers him off.
Yeah, you can tell that it's cold out there. There's a lot of people weaving tyres, and it's a yellow flag, isn't it? And that's actually for one of the Petters.
And McGill is ahead of Camp Paul. He went round the outside of Alistair Camp through Oggies. That was a brave move on cold tyres, and that is hugely significant for the championship. Liam McGill ahead of Alistair Camp, and already, look, trying to make more ground against some of his Area Motorsport teammates.
Well, they're fanning out, aren't they? Lewis Kent now is looking round the outside of Renshaw. Jamie Petters it was that was off. What are they going to do about that? I think they have got the capability of live snatch recovery here today, but only at certain corners, and I think that is one of them that they can't use the live snatch recovery. Cold tyres for everyone, though.
Yeah, West Swain really struggling through goes Spencer Stevenson, as previously had gone Alistair Camp and Liam McGill. Look at Jake Hewlett, who was on the outside of a three-wide situation into Coram. He's nearly in the top 10 already, Jake Hewlett, from the back of the grid. At the front, though, exactly what you said would happen, Paul. They're bunching together.
Yeah, it looks like they're bunching up, isn't it? And it was actually Dave Marshall looking like he was into the back of Riddell there, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. And they're both catching Josh Bromley. So Bromley leads the opening lap. That's McGill to the outside of somebody else as they went across the timing line. So Liam McGill on the attack. That's Lewis Kent, another Area Motorsport teammate who doesn't put up too much of a fight. Will he be as gentle with Alistair Camp, I wonder? Well, Campy, I think, is up the inside and will try to complete that manoeuvre into the braking zone at the hairpin. There are your leaders then. Bromley leads, Riddell second, Marshall third, Renshaw fourth, McGill fifth already, Paul. A great opening lap.
Yeah, proper stuff, but Camp has just got him in his sights. He needs to stay there with him and just try to get in front of him. But yeah, this is going to be the next 12 minutes are going to be pivotal in the championship.
Yeah, 100%. And how important could it be that McGill got ahead of Camp on that opening lap? He didn't get off the line as well as Campy this time, but he's made the move, and he's on the inside and sideways against Jake Renshaw. That ends maybe in a bit of contact. If it wasn't significant, and I think he might still make the move stick on corner exit. Lewis Kent comes up to challenge as well. That could have been big. They both go past Renshaw, who did well in fairness there to see McGill coming and step out of the way.
He did. He opened the door up, seen him coming, because that would have been big contact otherwise. But that just shows you how cold these rear tyres are. It looks well skittish out there, as you can see them just running wide onto the back straight.
And now suddenly there are two cars between the title contenders. McGill has has Kent and Renshaw between himself and Alistair Camp, his title rival. Only one of those, remember, is a teammate. Out of the pit lane go Dana Mitchell, his weekend going from bad to worse, I'm afraid, in the Benchmark racing car. This, meanwhile, for second place. Dave Marshall now seems to be on the attack. He's trying to get past Jack Riddell, and Liam McGill sees an opportunity, goes to the outside into the bomb hole. That is super brave, and it works. He's into third place.
These are the chances you have to take, and McGill looks like he wants this championship. Really, really good opportunistic move that was. How is Riddell going to look at trying to defend from McGill? He's not. He's down the inside. Done. What a move. You don't get it done there, but Marshall's now going to be involved, and it's going to be slow off the corner.
And he's on the outside line. There's a danger here, isn't there, that McGill could get freight trained. He's getting the side draft against Jack Riddell. Bromley leads the way. Who is second at the line? McGill might have cleared it. That car is working well in a straight line. He does clear Jack Riddell and gets into second position. So McGill's second. That's Kent now to the inside of Dave Marshall as well. But look, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars now between McGill and Alistair Camp. That is impressive stuff.
Well, it's proper stuff that was. But McGill, and look at this, they're all bunching up again. McGill, though, what a... It was like Riddell missed a gear. It was unbelievable speed, but traction again. He must have just got that traction and got it done.
Yeah, that's what Camp was saying after the previous race. Speaking of, that is Alistair Camp around the outside of Jake Renshaw. Good move, a little bit sideways, but he's got the job done. That means there's only 3 cars between himself and McGill now. But Liam's already disappearing up the road and chasing after race leader Josh Bromley. Spencer Stevenson there to the inside of Renshaw as well. This is proper reverse racing. Renshaw gets lent on by Stevenson, and I think that is going to mean maybe Wes Swain comes through as well. And that black and green car, which just goes very wide, that is Jake Hewlett into the top 10 now, except he's just got onto the grass, as did Renshaw.
Yeah, Renshaw was just a little bit understeery, wasn't he, out of Hamilton's. But it's all settling down again, but Camp will not like the position he's in. He needs to be getting really further up, but it'll come because there's going to be some more, maybe a little bit of contact with those cars in front, and they'll bunch up again.
Yeah, well, the question now is, can McGill get past Bromley? There's no doubt to me that he's quicker than Josh Bromley, but Josh is not going to move aside without a fight, and that I am sure. That was a bit easier though. Lewis Kent getting past Jack Riddell, who I just don't think quite has the ultimate pace in this one, does he? He's slipping down the order, and Alistair Camp is now the next man to come and fill his mirrors and try to make a move stick. Good battling going on here a little bit further down the order, as Ben Bateman was one of those trying to make progress. Look at McGill though, already with the race leader.
Yeah, do you know why he's with the race leader? You were just having a look at the timing screen there, because Bromley ran so wide at Coram and had to come out the throttle. I would be interested to see if he's right with him now at the first corner. I think he's going to be, isn't he?
Oh yeah, look at that, less than a car length in it. We know McGill's car's working well across the start-finish straight. Josh Bromley though defends the inside on the way into Ridges. Now is that going to give McGill the opportunity? Yes it does. Bromley washes out wide, and in the end it's made quite easy for Liam McGill. Does Josh come back at him into the hairpin? He's not going to be close enough, is he? So Liam McGill will get the lead away. That took him 3 laps and a quarter to go from 10th on the grid to the lead of the race. Alistair Camp yet to break into the top 5, and that's the big difference, isn't it? Who can get to the front first? Even if Camp can get through the traffic, he will not surely now have a chance to chase down Liam McGill.
Yeah, this would have been a different story if McGill did not take that chance down at Bommel, because he wanted the place, and because he got the place, he just put some more distance between him and Camp. Great driving that was.
That was Dave Marshall nearly into the side of Lewis Kent. I'm not sure if they stayed out of each other's way then. They're both still there, which is good news. That's the battle for third position. In fact, Kent's just got ahead of Dave Marshall for third place. Dave was, I think, trying to get the position back. What a drive, though, from Liam McGill. The drive of a champion, this, isn't it? And another race win now, 6th of the season, surely is a bit of a formality now. The question for me is, what can Camp do? Camp is going about this race in a very different manner. He's obviously confident that he's got the pace to at least get to second, and hasn't taken as many risks as McGill has.
Yeah, if he can get up to second, I'll be very impressed. It just looks like, well, he might be picking one off now, mightn't he? Does he get down the inside of Riddell?
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, job done nicely underneath the bridge into Brundle and Nelson. But yeah, just completely different attitudes from both drivers. And Alistair Camp, I think, will be a little bit disappointed. He hit it well, in fairness, after race 1, but he'll be disappointed that McGill got the better of him in that first race. Oh my word, that's got Swain all over the grass out of the bomb hole. Alistair was telling us after that first race, he actually went off, we didn't catch it on the live stream, went off down at Brundtland Nelson in pursuit of Liam McGill, and now I fear he's not even going to have a chance to have a go at his title rival in this second race of the weekend. 6 and a bit minutes to go, then across the line they go, and the battle now is for second place as Lewis Kent starts to close in on Josh Bromley.
Interesting stuff. Well, there you go. That's round the outside. That's probably going to... I'll be well impressed if Kent pulls this off, because that is a dangerous place to be playing those games. Fair play to Bromley. He could have pushed him on the grass there. That's great stuff. But can he get the undercut? Well, he's got to be careful because Marshall's down his inside now. Marshall ain't messing around, is he?
Oh, Dave Marshall, ever the opportunist. And Josh Bromley saying, thank you, Dave. That's just given me an extra couple of corners to catch my breath. Lewis Kent turns from attack to defence and does hold on to third place despite some assistance there from Dave Marshall, who I think was actually pushing him through Palmer's that time. Might try once again to the inside into Agostini. I don't think he's quite close enough, and so the position stay as they are. It is then Alistair Camp behind them. Here comes Renshaw to the inside of Sam Nicolau, and that's another place gain for Jake Renshaw. Sorry, Hewlett, even getting my Jakes mixed up. Jake Hewlett into 9th position now, and continues to make good progress from the back.
Good stuff. Looks a bit murky out there, doesn't it? I think that might just be the camera. Well, no, it does look pretty murky. It's got the temperatures really dropped. I think that's why people were struggling with the rear tyre temps for sure.
Yes, there is rain forecast within the next hour or so, but it's not raining outside the commentary box at the moment, so fingers crossed we at least get to the end of this one without the weather gods playing their part. There is McGill, his car winking at us as it comes towards us, one headlight out, but that doesn't really matter. He's got a clear view of the track ahead. Behind is where the action is. That's Jack Riddell defending from Wesley Swain. This was 6th position, and Wesley Swain I don't think has quite got to the inside. Lots of curb taken by Jack Riddell. When you see cars doing that, Paul, you really do start to realise the punishment that they take over these curbs. It's not the quickest way through the corner either, is it?
Not at all, no, but that's a nice little undercut, that is. That's going to work, that for Spencer Stevenson. And he's going to get Jake Hewlett through with him as well. Yeah, he's scared himself to death on the outside there, isn't he?
Yes, rather him than me, and I think he sensibly let that one go. Ooh, and then tries immediately to get back to the inside of Hewlett at the next corner, but doesn't quite have the drive on corner exit. Across the line we go again, and that looked rather tasty. That was Camp, I think, on the inside of Dave Marshall for 4th position. How's that one going to sort itself out at Rich's corner? Josh Bromley was at the front of that queue. There is Liam McGill, but it's all behind him that the action is taking place. Hold your breath, hold your breath. Where are they? They're so far behind. It is Kent second and Camp third. Bromley sideways on the outside, but 2 places gained there for Camp, and he's now into a podium place.
Well, there we go then. So Campy has got to deal with his other teammate, who's still in with a chance at the title. So how difficult will he make this for him?
Yeah, good point. Lewis Kent is mathematically still in this, I think, especially if he can finish ahead of Alistair Camp in this race. But he didn't make life too difficult for Liam, did he, when Liam came knocking? So in theory, should treat his teammate the same. Jake Hewlett pulling over another retirement, and that looked mechanical again.
Absolute disaster of a weekend so far. That's awful.
He's had really good pace, hasn't he, Jake Hewlett? And just not quite clicked into place, I'm afraid, for Jake. It was a clutch and drive shaft issue, possibly related, in the first race, straight off the road. His weekend will end with a double DNF. That's such a shame, such a likeable guy is Jake Hewlett. Always got time to talk to us, and unfortunately won't see a checkered flag.
No, that's very sad, but Campy's looking a bit feisty here, isn't he? Kent is now, I mean, he needs to get this place really. And that might help. You don't want to be doing that over the sausage curb, but look at that, he's gained a little bit. You can't do that in an FN2, it'll probably go over on its roof. This looks better. This looks better for Camp. He's got a good run here. He just needs to set himself up for the last corner to then have a good run into the first corner up the long straight.
Yeah, that's where the EP3s, though, if anything, seem to get off the corners a bit better, don't they? Slightly better traction. So Alistair said after race 1 he would be this close to Liam McGill coming out of the last corner and just couldn't get the power down as effectively, and it meant there was no chance then to overtake at the end of the straight. This, meanwhile, is for 16th place, Will Butt, the Welshman, ahead of Charlotte Birch, and they may be some way down the order, but they still have an entertaining battle to be had. Mark Hughes is the next car behind them. He's 19 seconds back, and I suspect just again trying to keep himself out of trouble, banking some points in the Goodyear Diamond Award. This, though, is for second place, and this is absolutely vital for Camp, and he's got to be careful because Dave Marshall is right back with them.
Yeah, he's right there, and only needs. I know Dave wouldn't do this to Campy. I know they try and help each other out as much as they can, but he could do it getting past Lewis. And the FN2 of Camp is usually the better car in the first sector, but just speed just looks like it's gone away.
Yeah, even compared to race one, it's a little bit odd. And again, it was halfway through the race that he seemed to fade earlier today, and maybe the same sort of thing happening this time around. This battle continues to rage on. Charlotte Birch unable to find a way past Will Butt for the time being, but good to see these two enjoying a little scrap further back. Back to the front though, Lewis Kent. He's not moved aside for Alistair Camp, has he? Now, I didn't necessarily expect him to do that, but he's really under that much pressure at the moment. It's Marshall that looks the raciest of these three, and Kent seemingly happy to sit in second place.
I can't see Camp making any move. I mean, Dave Marshall looks more like a danger.
Yeah, absolutely. We're only within half a lap of the checkered flag now as well, so Lewis Kent doesn't really have to defend for much longer. This one is defending further back than Spencer Stevenson, I think, on the inside line. In fact, Spencer going slowly. We'll pick that up in a moment or two. Campy then closes in on Lewis Kent, but running out of opportunities now to make a move. As it stands then, it's going to be another 10 points that he loses to Liam McGill, and this won't count as a drop score for Alistair Camp. Remember, his drop was a 4th, and he is 1 place higher than that, so it's going to be a reasonable lead that Liam McGill may take into the final round. Campy pushing on through Coram, sideways on the brakes, tries to get to the inside of Lewis Kent, but he's not quite going to get there. In fact, Marshall's had a better run out of the final turn than Alistair Camp. It's another victory though for Liam McGill. That is a 6th win of the year, his 2nd of the day, and he will take the championship lead into the final round of Brands Hatch. It's Lewis Kent and Alistair Camp who join him on, again, an all-area motorsport podium, but that was a fantastic drive from Liam McGill. What a performance from Liam. To get another race victory. Will Button has been overtaken by Charlotte Birch. Look on the final lap, and it is going to be a drag race to the line, but I think Charlotte will beat the Welshman to 15th place in the end, that they actually were battling over. Because of Aidan Mitchell, I think, pitting again maybe. So Charlotte Birch ends up in 15th, and it's 16th position for Will Butt. So, provisional result then, it is Liam McGill, the race winner, 6.7 seconds. I mean, that's unheard of in a reverse grid race as well, and he got the fastest lap to boot. So, a brilliant performance that from Liam. Lewis Kent comes home in 2nd position, Alistair Camp 3rd, Dave Marshall 4th, and Josh Bromley comes home in 5th position. 6th place then for Jack Riddell, 7th is Wesley Swain, Spencer Stevenson in 8th, Jake Renshaw 9th, and Daniel Petters in 10th position. Then 11th position was Harry England, 12th for Ben Bateman, 13th Sam Nicolau, and 14th for Charlie Constable. 15th, Charlotte Birch, as we saw that brilliant battle that she had with William Butt in the closing stages. Mark Hughes, 17th, gets another Goodyear Diamond Award win, and he was the last of the finishers. So, the championship then, it'll be 40 points for McGill, and it will be 30, I believe, for Alistair Camp. I don't think we do no, we don't do a fastest lap point in this championship, do we? So yes, I reckon that's going to be 12 points the advantage for McGill going into Brands Hatch. Now that's a decent lead. It's about the biggest lead anyone's had all year, really, in the Milltek Civic Cup, but it could be overturned. You've got to remember it's a 10-point swing, finishing 1st to 3rd, as we've just seen in that race. So if Campy can go and get a couple of race wins at a track where he's always been pretty handy in the past, then you never know. In fact, I'm just getting a unofficial. Oh, sorry, he does get a bonus point for the fastest lap. I stand corrected, so it's an extra point for McGill. So McGill 11 points more than Camp in that race, and that means 13 points will separate them going into the final rounds of Brands Hatch. Right, let's get all of the thoughts of our podium finishers, and another race win for Liam McGill. Paul O'Neill is over there now to chat to him.
Milltek Civic Cup Race 2 is done and dusted. First place. He's not here, but we'll get him. That was proper stuff. Liam McGill. Liam, let's have you over here, Captain. Proper stuff, mate. Very impressive. I think it took about 4 minutes for you to come from your starting position, P10, to win the race. I tell you what, mate, you took a big risk.
Massive risk. Sometimes I go into the reverse grid races like this absolutely tuned up and ready to go, and then other times I think, no, let's play it safe, and playing it safe's never worked for me, ever. So I'd made the decision well before the race that it was time to go for it. I mean, this is crunch time, and we've only got 2 races left in the season, and you know, who knows how quick Ali's going to be at Brands Hatch. I'm sure he'll be rapid as always, so I had to take some serious risks there, yeah, going round outside of people and things like that. People like Lewis as well. I'm glad he gave me some space, to be honest.
You know you can do that with people like Lewis, though.
Yeah, Lewis a very fair racer, hard racer, very fair racer, and clean all the time.
I seen you probably having a look in your mirrors to see where Campy was. He was quite far back. It didn't look like he had the speed, but typical Campy, made the places up at the end, didn't he?
He did. I mean, I think he was in 4th for... He certainly looked like he was on 4th in the last lap. Then he pulls into P3, so no, it doesn't surprise me.
Good man. So you're going to regroup, get the car all sorted, get to Brands, do your best.
Yeah, that's exactly it, and I'm looking forward to it.
Good man. All the best, mate. Well done. Proper impressive stuff. Let's get Lewis Kent over here. Lewis, sorry, mate. Sorry, guys. How are you? You okay?
Yeah, you?
I'm all right, mate. You look like you haven't even been out in the car. That was an interesting race, wasn't it? Like, literally, you just found yourself in crazy positions.
Yeah, it was. I said to Ian at the start of the day, what was race 1 going to be like? And I said chaos, and it wasn't race 1, it was race 2 that was chaos. Yeah, got an all right start, got round the outside, and then just sort of got stuck in from lap 1. I was very, very happy and very thankful that I got a nice little tap from behind from my teammate to get me down the inside of Josh. Because I don't think I would have got down the inside of Josh. But yeah, really happy. Another 1, 2, 3 for area. Again, it's sort of just showing the pace that we've all got.
What are you thinking about the championship? Is it something you're still thinking about, or what do you think? He's so quick. McGill is so fast.
Yeah, I don't know. Like at the end of the day, McGill's found something from Croft. Like from Croft, he's been right on the money. Brands next. We all know that Brands is my back garden, so should be all right. Should be quick round there. Had a win at the start of the year there. Just got to get my head down and push forward at Brands. But yeah, obviously you don't forget about the championship the whole time. You've always got to have your eye on it. All it's going to take is for Ali and Liam to have a bit of a tussle in the DNF, and I'll jump back into first. So you never know. You never know what can happen. We've seen a lot stranger things happen. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Roll on, Brands.
Not over yet, mate. Well done. Where's Campy? Where is he? Here he is. They're all here. Sorry, gentlemen. A little bit of a debrief. What's been said?
Important than you, then.
Mate, that could be anyone. That could be my mum.
I'm more airline.
All right, mate. Steady. You seem happy enough, mate. You left it late on to get on the podium.
Yeah. That's just Sunday, innit? Sunday driving. I was just chilling. No, just didn't find a gap, mate. To be fair, and car was wrong place, wrong time every time, and round here you just get balked with it. It's so powery. But yeah, that's what it is. We're third.
Have you got an answer to McGill's pace, or are we just going to get to Brands and see the FN2 come into its own?
No, I've got no answer. Just yeah, it's frustrating a little bit, to be honest, because we're doing everything we can, and it just 1 minute we're quick. We've had an upset through the year with balance change and that, then we're getting back into the rhythm again. But yeah, got no answer. Literally, like for once, I'm speechless.
I don't believe that for a minute. Going to Brands, still there with a shout, mate. It's still on, isn't it? Still on.
Yeah, definitely. You never write it off, and I know myself. Last round, yeah, anything could happen. So yeah, you don't wish up on anyone, but at the same time, you're going to go racing, and you know that. Like even then, I was looking at the mirrors. Whether he was doing it to put me off, I don't know. But his lights were flashing like hell behind me, and when I set off from the line, I thought. I heard, you know when you hear every noise as it's going, and I thought, is he flashing me because I've got a problem? I was like, no, go away, get him out of the mirrors. But whether his finger was catching, because I know his buttons on his steering wheel, but yeah, just flash away, and I was thinking, maybe he's got a wire coming loose. All these things are going through your head, but no, you don't want that to happen, but obviously at the same time, it'd be nice.
You think too much, mate. Anyway, all the best, well done.
Thank you very much.
Top man, Campy. Right, let's have a look who else we can speak to. Oh, Jack Finland. AKA Jack Grealish. How are you, boss? Happy enough with the Civics? They're always a spectacle and one of the best racing championships in the UK.
100%. I think you just summed it up. One of the best racing championships in the UK. I mean, the bang for buck that you get in Civic Cup is probably the best value for money in the UK at the moment, isn't it? So I think the boys have done well. Obviously Liam's had a great weekend, hasn't he, there, but I just want to give Wes Swain a shout out. In the first race I thought he drove a really mature race and drove really well, so no, they've been good again, haven't they? They're great to watch.
If I was a driver looking to come into Civic Cup, how would you be selling it to me?
Close, exciting. I mean, the package that we're on now, but even into next year, is going to be exciting for them with what we've got to come in the calendar announcements in the next week or so. It's just exactly what it says on the tin, and I think that's really important to people, isn't it? Just the clarity, and exactly what you get is what we say that it's going to be.
And it's not raining?
Not yet. And Ben Riley has told me it's not going to rain until 8 o'clock today, so they can all go and see Ben if that changes.
He is the Michael Fish of the weather, isn't he?
He loves the weather, don't he, Ben? So no, I trust Ben, and it's not going to rain.
We'll take it as that then, mate. But yeah, nice to see the Civics out there again and giving it the big one.
100%, mate, and we're just off to TCR now to be released, so I'm going to run off and leave you to it. Thank you.
Good man.
Cheers, mate.
Keep up the good work. Right, okay, I think we're going to head back to the studio, or the comms box, or wherever it is we've got, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Well, we're waiting with bated breath to see what happens in this first of 2 TCR UK races today, with an awful lot on the line again in the championship. We are getting down to crunch time, just 4 races to go, exactly the same situation we were in at the start of the weekend for Civic Cup, really. 4 races to go, and only the 2 races today can be counted as dropped scores. This, by the way, is a look at how the rest of the afternoon looks for you. We've got 2 doses of TCR UK action. The first race of the day coming up next, and then again at around about 4:30 we will have the second race. We've also got more truck racing coming your way. After TCR UK we have their second race of the day, and the British Truck Racing Championship back out just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. 2 mini challenge club sport races and the final Caterham racing action, the P4 emergency lighting Caterham Graduates RC Sigma 135 category out in the middle of the afternoon. So a busy day ahead, and a really important race this in the context of the TCR UK Championship for a number of reasons, really. We have a tie at the top of the championship table at the moment. Adam Shepherd, 6 times a race winner this year, is joint championship leader now after his double race victory at Alton Park last time out, sharing that championship lead with Callum Newsham. Now, you may remember, those of you who followed TCR UK throughout the season, that Adam Shepherd switched to a new car, the Cupra Leon VZ, the latest generation of Cupra TCR car, midway through the year. In fact, at Silverstone, the 3rd event of the season, was when he made the switch over to the new Cupra, and it took him a couple of rounds just to get through the teething problems, and then he really started doing well. Picked up 2 wins from the 3 races at Croft, picked up a double victory again last time at Alton Park. So Adam Shepherd has won 4 of the last 5 races in that new Cupra Leon VZ. However, Callum Newsham, who's just been sort of plugging away at the wheel of his trusty old Hyundai i30N, has now also upgraded to a newer Hyundai Elantra N TCR. So Callum Newsham also now in a new car. That means he hasn't started from the back of the grid in this race, though, so he's done the same sort of thing as Adam, really, switching to a latest generation TCR car, but doing it much later in the season. And with only 4 races to go, he starts stone dead last on the grid, and his title rival Adam Shepherd, as you can see there, is on pole position. He shares that front row, does Adam Shepherd, with Maximus Hall, who is a former British touring car racer, mini challenge front runner, and he's at the wheel of a Ben Sharp Racing prepared Lincoln Co. We've seen Lincoln Co's winning this championship before, remember, in the hands of Victor Anderson a couple of years ago. Then come the father and son pairing, Sam and Steve Laidlaw, son ahead of father actually, on that second row of the grid. They were both out in the brick car race yesterday, you may remember. Steve Laidlaw got himself entangled with a Ginetta in the closing stages of that one. He'll be hoping for a cleaner time of it this afternoon. Then row 3, Brad Hutchison and Harry Blore, with Luke Sargent and Mark Smith together on row 4. Row 5 for Alex Jones and Jeff Oldham. Will Beach there is 11th ahead of George Jackson. Now, George Jackson was actually 2nd quickest in qualifying yesterday, but he too has switched to a new car. He's another in a Cupra Leon VZ, so same car as Adam Shepherd and Steve and Sam Laidlaw. We've seen that car do a lot of the winning in the second half of the season, the Cupra Leon VZ, and George Jackson now the wheel of one of those has also made some big steps forward in pace, but because it's a change of car, he has to start from the back of the grid, but has front in pace. And then three-time race winner and joint championship leader Callum Newsham lines up at the tail end of the field. So that is how the standings look, that's how the grid looks, and Adam Shepherd looking for perhaps another 2 race victories. Now, if he does today what he managed to do last time at Alton Park and do the double, then he would tie Lewis Kent, who we saw out in that Civic Cup race earlier on. He would tie Lewis Kent for the record of most race wins in the championship. Lewis Kent won 14 races in his time in TCR UK. Adam Shepherd currently sits on 12 race victories. Another 2 would put him joint top on that particular tally, and that would mean that Adam Shepherd would lead essentially every single stats category that there is. He already has more podiums than anybody else, he's led more laps than anybody else in the history of the championship, he's had more pole positions, 13 career pole this is for Adam Shepherd today, and he is again tied with Lewis Kent for the most fastest laps in championship history at 15. So Adam Shepherd, it is really remarkable, this career that he has put together in TCR UK, all of those race wins, all of those podiums and pole positions, and yet to win a championship. Right, I can see on the screen in front of me, Paul O'Neill is down on the grid. The cars are about to arrive with him. Let's head down and hear from Paul, shall we, and see what he can pick up on the grid before the race.
It's TCR UK time, it's Snetterton, the cars are just about to come to the grid. Adam Shepherd on pole. I'm going to grab a quick word with series promoter Stuart Lyne. Stuart, bring you over here, mate. There's a couple of things I need to ask you about. One of them is, it's been a busy few months, isn't it? There's been a lot going on with regards to TCR UK.
Yeah. We've it's been a tough year again, you know, because of the economy and stuff. But you know, we've held our own. We've run some good meetings. I mean, and just when you thought you were gathering some traction, we thought, oh, maybe at 18 at least for this one. And then we had the fire at PMR, which, you know, is not documented too much about the fact that there were 7 TCR cars in there. But we've got through that now. You know, Adam's done a great job sorting the insurance out, and everyone's going to be, well, getting back to normal as we speak. But there's new cars coming in, so. You know, everything. I'm not saying it's a great thing that we lost the cars, but you know, at least everything's been resolved.
It's amazing to see how many cars there are actually on the grid after what you were just saying about what happened at Power Maxton. Adam Weaver, I couldn't imagine what that was like for him. His whole business gone.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a nightmare for him, and you know, but look, we've all worked together and we've worked through it, and you know, and I think, you know, we can only go forward now. I think the grid's looking good. The last round of brands, I think, you know, looks like we've got a few more coming in again. So, you know, I think it's good times for us.
So it's all looking good, mate.
Thank you.
No worries. Right, follow me. Let's go and have a little chat to some drivers. Sorry about the back of my head. Oh, can I actually just grab it? Thank you. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you. Circuit comms here are lovely at Snetterton. Adam Shepherd, all looking okay to the grid. Happy enough? What you got to do? It's cold, mate. Cold.
Yeah, car feels good. It's hard to tell, obviously, on a warming up lap, but yeah, everything feels fine. We'll see what we can do.
Top man, I'll leave you to it because I'm just getting a bit of a tap out. Yeah, these guys are very busy. Engineers speaking to them. Very quick turnaround on the grid. Max Hall, quick one. Might get a little word from him. If not, Ben Sharp, who runs his car. Let's just talk to Ben quickly. How happy are you with Max Hall and this Lincoln Co?
And I'm really over the moon. Obviously, he's done no running in the car compared to everyone else, and to go and put it P3, it was on the grid. We got P2 obviously handed to us, and there's still loads more. Like in the first time he ran new tyres this weekend properly was then, so we were still learning the car, and there's half a second in him, a little bit in the car. Just got to get off the line now.
Are we going to see a win here? Because Adam Shepherd's got a championship to win, mate.
He says he don't care. He's going for it. He says he's going to put a show on and go for it. It's whether. But problem is, this will be his first proper start, so we'll have to see if he can get the thing off the line. He ain't going to hang about.
Yeah. We'll see, mate. Talking about hanging about, looks like they're starting to leave the grid, so I'm going to hand back to you guys because I think this is a quick turnaround here.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Well, that sets us up nicely, doesn't it, for, again, a bit of drama maybe at the start of this race. Max Hall, who long-time BARC viewers will remember, I'm sure, as the 2022 Junior Saloon Car Champion. Junior Saloon Cars racing on this package this weekend as well. Also was runner-up in the Mini Challenge JCW class, the top class a couple of years ago. And Max Hall, an extremely talented driver, not a driver known generally for backing out of an opportunity to go for a race win, and that's not a criticism, far from it. We need more drivers like that really in championships such as this one, and Max Hall knows that he's got half a chance here going for a race win. But important point there, I think, that is team principal Ben Sharp mentions, which is starting these TCR cars, getting them off the line can be a little bit of a challenge, and this being the first time that he's done a standing start in a TCR car, is he going to be able to get off the line as well as Adam Shepherd? Adam's starts though haven't been brilliant since he's had this Cooper VZ either, so maybe opens the door for the Laidlaws behind. Sam Laidlaw third, Steve Laidlaw fourth on the grid, remember, and they were both, they're known for their good starts. Ever since they got their hands on those Coopers, they've been able to get off the line extremely well, and they will be wanting to do the same again. So rev start to rise then, green flag lap about to get underway, and a little practice start here for Max Hall. Gets quite a lot of wheel spin, perhaps just trying to generate some heat into the front tyres on that Lincoln Co. But the real start, if you like, that we get, he'll be hoping that he doesn't get quite as much wheel spin as that. There at the back is Callum Newsham in the Hyundai Elantra. They just haven't quite got the setup right on that Elantra yet. But Paul O'Neill, this, well, what day does Callum Newsham have ahead? I don't think he necessarily expects to be in the fight for race wins. That makes it more about damage limitation, would you say?
I would like to think so. He'll just want to get round the first corner, let's be quite honest. He's obviously driven the car in testing, he's qualified it, has to start at the back, but the one thing you won't want to do is get involved in somebody else's accident. But that car will be a very different car than he's driven already, because it's very cold out there, bitterly cold, mate. They're going to be really struggling with rear tyres, I think.
Yes, and already drivers have been complaining about a general lack of grip on track this weekend, and if you're also trying to figure out a brand new car, then that only adds to the challenge, doesn't it? Adam Shepherd versus Max Hall, we're bigging this up quite a lot. I mean, the obvious advantage has to lie with Adam Shepherd. He's the more experienced of the two in this category of racing. He's had more time in that car than he's in right now. But if Max Hall has half an opportunity, he's not going to back out of it, is he?
I don't like to speculate, but I've got to say I don't see Max Hall challenging him at the start, because of the fact that it's his first start in one of these cars, but also I think really Adam is just going to be a little step ahead of him with how comfortable he is on cold tyres, mate, to be honest.
Well, that's certainly what Adam will be hoping. There is the Elantra of Callum Newsham, good-looking car, that, isn't it? Sort of a hybrid of the Works Hyundai livery and his Norscot livery that we saw on the i30N earlier in the season. I mean, it's an interesting call that they've made. He wanted to get in this car a little bit earlier in the season. They didn't quite have all the pieces in place to make that happen. He's finally got the new car, but to do so late in the season, when he's joint championship leader, I mean, talk about, you know, giving yourself everything to do. It's a heck of a mountain they've got to climb.
Well, he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't, to be honest, because the Elantra is the car to have, but you just need the time testing and getting on top of it, and they're not quite there yet. I mean, he just needs to be on the podium in one of these races. That's all he can hope for. But listen, Callum's a proper peddler. Let's not forget what he's done in that i30, because that is not the fastest car on the grid.
No, absolutely. It was at one point the car to have, but that's the nature of TCR regulations. New cars come out and things move on, and now it does seem like Cupras and Elantra, you know, that's the way to go, isn't it, it seems. And he really wanted to not miss the boat on that, but has certainly left himself and the team with plenty to do. Obviously starting at the back, not because that's where he was on raw pace, but just because he's had the official line is an engine change, the whole car's changed, of course, so that's why he starts at the back. Same for George Jackson. What can George do in this one, do you think? Because he was second fastest in qualifying yesterday, but again, new car has to come from the back of the grid.
Yeah, definitely. What can he do? Well, on that pace he's shown yesterday, he can really ruffle the feathers of the top five, no doubt. I mean, that was a that was the story of the day. Proper effort that was. So yeah, it just shows you new car testing, a bit of coaching, that it can do wonders for you. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, but I'm really just a little bit concerned about these cold rear tyres for some of these drivers.
Yes, it's a quick first corner at Riches, isn't it? You don't want to get sideways through there, especially if you're on the inside of somebody, so keep an eye on everything that happens through the first couple of turns. Quick points on dropped scores, by the way. Callum Newsham's had 2 non-finishes this year. The first of those came in the very first race at Donington Park on the national circuit. He then had another non-finish in race 2 on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit a few weeks later, so he's used his drop scores up. Adam Shepherd is dropping 46 points at the moment, so the very worst thing that can happen to him this weekend is he walks away from Snetterton with 46 points back in his back pocket. Right, red lights are about to go on. It is the first race of 2 this afternoon. TCR UK here at Snetterton. Adam Shepherd and Max Hall on the front row together. Light now, off they go. Red will start for Max Hall, and so it will be contested into the first corner. Newsham already making ground. It's the Laidlaws who steam through in the second and third, and Sam Laidlaw to the inside of his father Steve will hold on to the runners-up spot through the first corner. Look at Newsham getting boxed in behind Will Beach and therefore not making the progress he would have wanted. Sam Laidlaw closes in on Adam Shepherd into the hairpin. 3 VZ Cupras in a line, and Max Hall to the inside of Hutchison for 4th. There is Newsham. 3 or 4 places gained already for Callum.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there, isn't there? And fair play, the Laidlaws have really got on the back of Shepherd as fast as they can, and they're really into these tyres. They're not hanging around, and the car's moving around, and that is a lot of weaving, even by the man who is really the master of TCRs at the minute, the leader, Adam Shepherd.
And Adam doesn't mind a loose race car, does he? But even he knows he hasn't got much grip, neither of Mark Smith, and that looks like 2 places gained by Callum Newsham, perhaps. He certainly gained 1, and I think he might have gained 2 places through the Agostini hairpin. Max Hall to the inside of Steve Laidlaw. Oh, Max, be careful. Steve is always going to close the door. Steve Laidlaw will not want to give away that 3rd place. Max Hall with it all to do. Oh, what was that then?
Shepherd turning in with oversteer, but Max Hall does the same. So there's a lot of no grip. Look at them, they're all struggling as they come through Williams, and wow, they all got away with it. That left rear, as soon as they leant on it, which should be warmish, is giving way. But Max Hall now is getting the job done on Brad Hutchison.
Yeah, he's got the inside for the left. That will be the outside for the right-hander at Nelson, though, and I think Hutchison will stand his ground. Well, in fact, they've swapped sides somehow. Brad now on the outside line. Oh, and a bit of a touch coming off the corner. I think Brad got a bit squirrely over the exit curve there. I don't think that was intentional. But anyway, he allows Max Hall through in the end. I think it's Callum Newsham. It is, isn't it? So Callum Newsham is into 6th place already. That is a dream opening lap, really.
Yeah, he's made sure he stayed well out the way of people with cold rear tyres and big slides. So yeah, all looking pretty good actually. And Jeff Alden just trying to get the thing round. That looks pretty slow. Has he got a problem or had a problem?
I think he's got a problem, hasn't he? That Astra is not running at the speed you would expect it to be. Side-by-side battle there between Alex Jones and I think that was Will Beach, maybe, with George Jackson actually, and Will Beach for 7th position. So Jackson also making good progress through the order, back of the grid to 7th. But the story now, Paul, over the remaining 17.5 minutes is what further progress can Callum Newsham make? He's got past a lot of the drivers he would expect to be able to beat. He's now going to come up against some of the drivers that he's been battling with all season long, and this is where the overtakes get a little bit harder.
Yeah, it'll be getting more difficult, won't it, as they go? But the Laidlaws might end up holding each other up, and Max Hall will probably get to grips with that car on cold tyres and get that up to speed. But Brad Hutchison's not letting him get away.
No, definitely not. It's 4 cars per second, isn't it, really? Shepard's he was 1.4 seconds up the road at the start of the lap, and he's gapped to them even more, I suspect, through the first sector on this first full flying lap of the race. And yeah, that lead gap is just extending, isn't it? Adam Shepherd, he looks like a car that moves around underneath him. He really seems to have found the sweet spot now with the Cooper of his head. Max Hall, though, looks quicker than the Laidlaw, certainly quicker than Steve through the first part of this lap. And the Lincoln Co is in the slipstream now, down the back straight.
Yeah, this is where the Lincoln Co will be ready to strike down the back straight. It's got some good speed, it's nice and narrow, good aero, but it'll be difficult to get past any of the Laidlaws.
Fastest car in the first sector, Callum Newsham, purple first sector, quicker than the race leader. by, in sector 2 I should say, by 0.6 of a second. Quicker than Adam Shepherd, that is, by 0.6 of a second. Callum Newsham is absolutely flying, and he's almost on the tail end now of this podium battle, so there's a real opportunity here for Newsham to get some good points out of this race. Max Hall, meanwhile, peaks to the inside of Steve Laidlaw. That's a difficult place to make a move, though, at the final turn. Good traction from the Lincoln Co off the corner, though, and Steve Laidlaw could be in trouble by the time we reach turn 1.
How Callum Newsham approaches these next few cars in line is going to define his championship, in my opinion, because time is running out to get these big points in. But let's see what he can do. But that was a stonking lap, wasn't it?
It's the fastest lap of the race. That lap of 1:59.2 was a full second quicker than Adam Shepherd, and he was in clean air, both of them. Max Hall to the inside of Steve Laidlaw, so Hall has gone through, and Newsham is there as well. Great traction off the corner, gets to the inside of Brad Hutchison, and Callum Newsham gains another position. This is a remarkable drive from a driver who's in his first competitive outing in that car from the back of the grid. Everyone was saying he had no hope of matching Adam Shepherd this weekend, and look at him go from a different postcode, gets to the inside of Steve Laidlaw, 2 places in 2 corners.
That is unbelievable stuff, and that's a big hit. A big hit from Hutchison on Steve Laidlaw, and what's going to happen at the next corner? Oh, well, that was a bit weird, because Steve's lost loads of speed.
Yeah, well, I think they both delayed each other. Hutchison again thinks about the inside of hockey. So, yes, I think Callum Newsham will be very grateful to be seeing that unfolding in his mirrors rather than in front of him. So, Newsham for the podium now, a definite reality. Paul, we're only a quarter of the way through the race. Could he win it?
Well, look at this, still weaving after 5 minutes of racing speed. That was Adam Weaver. Sorry. Adam Shepherd. I was going to say Adam Shepherd Weaving. Adam Weaver Shepherd. Oh dear. But yeah, still tyre temperatures critical at the rear of the car. Bizarre.
That is bizarre, isn't it? We're nearly 3 laps in now. So, yeah, you would expect them to have got over the worst of that. Newsham's car, though, looks really well planted, doesn't it? Look at that. Nice rotation through core and corner, not over-rotating. Gets it into Murray's pretty well. Max Hall, meanwhile, starting to have a nibble now at Sam Laidlaw. Stevie was battling a lap ago and got past at the hairpin. Now it's Sam Laidlaw he wants to try and get past, and that would be for second place. Look at that. Less than a car length between them as they cross the line. And Callum Newsham puts another quick lap in, a 1:59.2. Now remember, he was in traffic that time. He was only 6 tenths slower than the leader as Max Hall goes to second and Newsham goes with him. Sam's off the road, is he?
Oh, Sam is off the road, isn't he?
I think he was. He's lost a lot of ground either way, so that was a real gift for Callum Newsham, because that could have been a real fight otherwise.
Wow. I'll tell you what, this is really falling into his favour at the minute. But how is he going to approach Max Hall? That's the next question.
Well, all the talk at the start of the race was how was Max Hall going to approach Adam Shepherd. It's not Shepherd that he's been battling with. It will be Callum Newsham that he comes into contact with first, hopefully not literally. Brad Hutchison, meanwhile, ahead of Steve Laidlaw now, so that position has changed in the end. Remember, we saw them collide at this part of the circuit a lap ago. Thankfully, they keep it clean this time by. George Jackson, the next car behind, he's also catching this group in 7th, ahead of Luke Sargent, Will Beach, and Harry Moore at the back of the top 10. So, we are about a third of the way through the race. The lead gap at the start of the lap was 5.1 seconds. Newsham, though, was 5.9 off the lead. That is the gap we need to watch. In the first sector, Callum Newsham at 37.2, matched by Adam Shepherd out in front. It's a purple middle sector for Shepherd, immediately beaten by Newsham. They are matching each other, but Newsham is not yet in clean air.
Interesting. Well, Max Hall is going pretty well, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a battle, a real big battle. This couldn't have worked out any better for Callum Newsham.
If you'd have told Callum Newsham 10 minutes ago you'll be in a podium place perhaps by the halfway point, I think he would have absolutely loved the odds of that. And here he is on the tail of Max Hall, looking the quicker of the two as they accelerate out of the Murray's hairpin. Let's compare lap time there. Shepherd comes through, it's a new fastest lap of 1:58.285. For Max Hall, it's even faster at 58.0 and a 58.1 Newsham. So the fastest lap now belongs to Max Hall, but crucially, Paul, they were both quicker than the race leader.
I think that's got to be just management from Adam Shepherd. He's done enough TCR racing and been in enough. Oh, what's gone on there? Is that Newsham around the outside? Oh, ain't gonna work.
I thought he was going a lot quicker into the corner than Max Hall, a bit too quick in the end.
Wow, but look at that. He's gaining on him now because he got the car straightened up out of the hairpin. He's right into him again. Oh, what's he going to do here? Does he really want to make Max Hall work hard for this? because the one thing he can't afford is contact, but he knows how good he is on the brakes because he's seen it firsthand from before. He's got to get underneath him on a switchback if he's going to try that game, and he could do it here. That front end on that Elantra is pretty impressive.
And it's getting off the corners well because of that. He's getting the car rotated, gets on the throttle nice and early, but just can't find a way past Max Hall, who runs very wide out of Hamilton. But Max made his intentions clear there. He is going to defend this position, and it's up to Callum Newsham to come and take it away from him. He tries to get to the inside into Williams, not able to do it. Takes a wider line in though, and that should fade the Hyundai down the straight.
He's onto him here. He's going to have to pull alongside him, but it's going to be round the outside. How brave is Callum Newsham? Because he doesn't really need to do this, but he might have to. He's going to get forced into it. What's going to happen? That's an overlap. Can he get it round the outside? That is super special. What a move. And it was a clap from you, Andy. That was brilliant. And he's got it done. That's brilliant.
A brave move, yes, but what an important move that is. He is now in second position, potentially only losing about 5 points to Adam Shepherd, and he's got half the race now in clean air to show us exactly what that car is capable of. The body language of that Elantra through corner, that looks the car to have.
Absolutely, that was impressive. They've got to have made changes from yesterday from driving the car, because that looks like a different beast. Impressive, very impressive.
So it's a 7.6 second gap between Adam Shepherd and Callum Newsham. 9.5 minutes to go, but we haven't yet really seen Callum Newsham in clean air, not since the tyres have gone up to temperature anyway. So this is the lap where we might really see what he's capable of. There goes, or is about to go, Adam Shepherd, I think, through Palmer's somewhere. And here comes Callum Newsham in second position now, and we will watch the timing screens with interest. Adam Shepherd, interestingly, I know you're saying he's managing the race, he's just put in another purple first sector, quickest of anybody through the first part of the lap. So we might just be able to see Callum Newsham distantly in his mirrors and know that now maybe is the time to start pushing. Others behind definitely going to start pushing, and George Jackson, I think, is now the one we really need to focus on.
Yeah, George Jackson getting on with it, isn't he? And now he's up with Steve Laidlaw, isn't he? It's a good effort.
Yes, now again, all three of these cars in this battle, Sam and Steve Laidlaw and George Jackson, they're all these Cupra Leon VZ, so it's all three drivers in the same car, so all running to the same BOP. There's a difference in compensation weights based on how drivers are doing in the championship. That will favour George Jackson over the Laidlaws, but regardless of that, what a different driver we're seeing in George Jackson. And it's really important, I think, to labour the point that this is not just because he's in a new car. He's at the inside of Steve Laidlaw now and looking for a move, not able to do it, but he has put a lot of work in the build-up to this weekend, so that when he got the new car, he was a good enough driver in a way to extract the most from it.
Yeah, it's been, like you say, it's been one of the most impressive things about this weekend, and we all thought Steve and Sam were doing great jobs, and George Jackson, I've got to say, has jumped in this thing and made it look really special. Fair play.
So Adam Shepherd crosses the line at the end of lap number 6. It's another new fastest lap, a 1:57.460. Callum Newsham, a 58.0, 6/10 slower. So now Adam Shepherd, I think, just starting to almost make the point to Callum Newsham. Okay, yes, you've done very well to get into second place. You ain't catching me though. 8.2 seconds the margin now at the end of that 6th lap of the race. Main battling is to be had behind. Newsham, though, to his credit, now a second clear of Max Hall. So Max Hall, I think, might have to settle for third at the moment. Hutchison fourth, then Sam and Steve Laidlaw, with George Jackson applying pressure to them in 7th place. There's Adam Shepherd, though, and well, he's done everything he can. I think he'll be a little bit miffed, though, to look in the mirrors and see that Elantra is up into 2nd place.
And that's probably why you've seen the lap times from him, where he's been managing, or even the cars have such cold rear tyres that he's thought, I don't want to do anything silly and just go off driving around in the lead. So he's probably got more rear temp in his tyres, had a look in the mirror and thought, I'll just crack on a little bit.
Yes, I think you're probably right. Also, that fastest lap, remember, worth a bonus point, so that is significant in the championship, as tight as it is. There is Newsham then, 2nd position. As it stands, he would be 6 points only behind Adam Shepherd and set to start 1 place ahead of Adam on the grid for race 2 later on today. This is turning into a really, really good day so far for Callum Newsham. He hasn't quite shaken off Max Hall, and he still needs to get through the next 6.5 minutes without any dramas. in order to bank those points. Then comes the Cupra class. Hutchison in his Gen 2 Cupra, the 3 VZs behind, Sam, Steve Laidlaw and George Jackson. And there, Luke Sargent, who's got the better now of Will Beach. That's the 8th position. Will Beach in his Gen 2 Cupra. It's a very well presented car, and he's doing his bit to keep it all in one piece.
Yeah, seems to be going good. A few gremlins for Luke yesterday in qualifying and testing, but looks like he's getting some decent lap times in. And all he needs to do is finish this race, and then see where he ends up for the reverse grid.
Yes, well, at the moment he would be third. Harry Law would have pole position, with Will Beach on the front row. Mark Smith, who we've seen quite often benefiting from the reverse grid, would be the first one on the outside of that reversal at the moment, 11th position for the former Alpha racer. And then you've got Alex Jones and Jeff Holden battling in the Gen 1 Cup, but Jeff Holden, obviously we've seen limping around. I think there's some sort of issue in his Opel Astra, is somewhat way on the pace. There's the gap. You can see visibly the gap between Adam Shepherd and Callum Newsham. It went out again on the previous lap to the tune of in fact, only by about half a tenth. So Newsham with a personal best lap, matching the leader's pace. And the Gen 1 Cup battle continuing to rage on. Not really rage on, actually. Alex Jones keeping his golf in one piece and fairly sedately on his way towards another class win.
It's all going swimmingly well, isn't it? Shepherd will be very disappointed that Newsham is in second place so quickly, because he would have relied on these guys, actually, or especially the Laidlaws, to back him up a bit. But he was easy feed. Jackson's right into it, isn't he?
Yeah, George Jackson doesn't want to mess up his shiny new toy, I'm sure, but equally he'll want to get stuck in here and gain a few places. He looks quicker than Steve Laidlaw right now. Just not quite had the pace maybe this weekend that we've been used to seeing from them. They were out in the brick car race yesterday getting some more track time, albeit in very different conditions. It was very wet when they were last out on the track this weekend. But Sam and Steve Laidlaw, they've been pretty evenly matched between the two of them, but not quite having the pace of Adam Shepherd, for example. We've seen particularly Steve Laidlaw really struggling Adam earlier this year.
Yeah, this is it's interesting, isn't it? Sam and Steve, I expect to be a lot quicker than this. They're always not guaranteed a podium, no one's guaranteed it, but top 3 pace is always usually there for them, and it's this has been a real sticking point this weekend. But I'm sure they'll come away with something by the time the weekend's over.
It's a difficult track, though, isn't it, Snetterton? We often think of Walton Park, Croft as being the really difficult circuits that challenge the drivers, but Snetterton, because it's so long, because it's so technically demanding, do you think it does favour drivers with a few more years' experience than the Laidlaws?
I think that is something, because it's a long lap and it's technical. The high speeds, he's got it done. Jackson's done it.
Nice.
George Jackson down the inside of Steve Laidlaw. Oof, that'll sting. That'll really sting. If someone else in a VZ, you'd think you're top dog. I know how it is as a driver, so interesting. Got to give hats off to George Jackson. Spot on stuff.
There will be, I think, a difference in weight between the cars because, as I said, the compensation weight will favour George Jackson, who's not been season entrant. He's not been a factor in the championship battle, but still, Steve Laidlaw will not have a beaming smile on his face, I suspect, at the end of this race. But
even with the compensation weight,
yeah,
which shouldn't be a lot, it's a long lap, to be fair, so it is probably quite a hindrance. There's a yellow flag just getting waved. Is that at the first corner, maybe? Or it could be where we were. Anyway, we're all good. Seems like everyone's still going, but yeah, it is. It's a difficult track. It's technical, and it's proved to be interesting anyway for our championship protagonists.
Most certainly so. Right, we're going to come through now, I think, to begin the penultimate lap of the race. They might just have time, I think they will just have time for 2 more laps then. So Adam Shepherd will have another nearly 6 miles of racing to do before he picks up win number 7 of the season. This will be a 13th career win, 1 away now from tying Lewis Kent's record of 14. So he's very, very close now to snatching that last record that he wants. Well, I suppose the last record he really wants is to add himself to the list of champions in TCR UK. Remarkable time that Adam's had in the championship, really. Ever since he came into TCR, he was one of the front runners. He was winning races. He was always a pace setter. It's just never quite worked out for the championship, has it? And look, we still have 3 more races after this one. This championship is far from won. but he's got to feel that this is his best opportunity yet to do it, and hopefully he's not thinking back to previous years where things have gone wrong, because he's got all of the tools now, Adam Shepherd, to finally lift that championship trophy, hasn't he?
Exactly. He's got the right car, he's got the right team around him, he's got everything in place, he's got the experience of all those times he's come close, and wow, he's come close a few times, hasn't he? Sometimes it's ended in free practice one of the final rounds.
Right here, in fact, on a soggy day at Snetterton, I seem to recall a few years ago. Yeah, he'll just need to try and put that all behind him as we head into these final 3 races and just get the job done. He'll be disappointed, I'm sure, in the fact that he's not taking more points out of Callum Newsham, but anyway, he will want to make sure that he doesn't make any more mistakes. Luke Sargent, by the way, has disappeared. He's stopped out on track, perhaps the cause of the yellow flag up at turn 1. There's also a time penalty for Max Hall, a 5-second track limits penalty. It shouldn't affect anything though, because he's 10 seconds up the road of Brad Hutchison in 4th position.
Yeah, that's quite a thing that happens when you're in a new car. It's not the width of the car, it's the actual, just the overdriving of it, trying to get the time out of it, and you never know what it's going to be like. You just seat time in a car just gives you everything you need. So yeah, it's been a good outing this has for Max Hall.
Yes, definitely has caught a few people's attention, I suspect. Adam Shepherd then on to his final lap of the race, and 7.1 seconds still the cushion that he's got over Callum Newsham, but those two starting together on the grid for race 2 is a tantalising prospect. You have to feel that if Callum had started on the front row with Adam, this could have been a much closer race, but anyway, as it is, Adam have been able to sort of dominate really. Newsham second, Hall third with that penalty to be applied, and the closest battle, the one for 4th, Brad Hutchison trying to fend off Sam Laidlaw, and Alex Jones continues on his way seemingly to a Gen 1 Cup victory.
Yeah, we'll see what goes on. Harry Bloor in his new Cooper, he's been happy with that. Lot less going on with the steering wheel, he was telling me. Obviously with the i30 it was quite a nervous car, had to be nervous to make it super quick, but yeah, he's getting on with that car. We'll see him further up the front, I reckon, at Brands Hatch, maybe in this next race.
Harry Bloor is in the pit lane.
Oh, maybe not then.
I was about to make the point that meant Mark Smith would be on pole position for race 2. That might now become Alex Jones if Harry Bloor doesn't manage to get back out on track. So Harry Bloor pulling into the pit lane then potentially to retire. But Adam Shepherd is on course for a 7th win of the year. It will put him back now into the championship lead by, I reckon, 6 points going into race 2 later on, and puts him within 1 win of the all-time record held by Lewis Kent. This battle's still yet to be resolved though. George Jackson has sort of stuck behind Steve Laidlaw, but he's closer than ever now, all down the back straight.
Well, he's got a big chance here. He's going to have to go one way or the other, but this is your man who's going to win it.
Yeah, Adam Shepherd to the final corner will pick up on that battle. Well, here we are, side by side, nearly into the S's, but I think Steve Laidlaw has that one covered off for now. Adam Shepherd, though, is heading for the timing line, has crossed the timing line now. There he goes to claim the race victory here at Snetterton. And that 7th win of the year is a really important one in the championship battle. Callum Newsham second, just 7 seconds back at the flag. Max Hall should hold on to third, despite the penalty to be applied for exceeding track limits. Is George Jackson going to have a pop at Steve Laidlaw at the last corner? Answer, no, not quite close enough on the way in, but much quicker through the middle of the corner. Steve, I think, was a little bit wide, and this will now be a drag race to the line. Is Jackson going to be able to get alongside? Answer is no. There we go. They had to negotiate Jeff Holden's Opel as well, which really was struggling for pace in that race on the way to the line. So Adam Shepherd, another race victory, a career 13th, a season 7th, which tells you all you need to know about how successful he's been this year. This has been by far his best year in TCR UK, his most consistent year in TCR UK. He will argue, and he's got a valid point, I think, that he probably should have won 6 or 7 races last year, but his car just wasn't reliable enough. And now into 2025, this new Cupra Leon BZ has proven to be exactly what he needed to mount a serious championship challenge. Shepherd the winner, Newsham second, Max Hall in third, ahead of Brad Hutchison and Sam Laidlaw. Steve Laidlaw was 6th ahead of the charging George Jackson. Will be James Mark Smith 9th, and Harry Bloor did, I think, get back out on track. Yes, he did. We'll have to wait and see whether he gets to the line ahead of Alex Jones, though. It's going to be nip and tuck, actually. They haven't yet got to the checkered flag. That will be significant for the reverse grid race, and it will be Alex Jones who picks up the reversed grid pole position. So, exciting stuff from TCR UK. I can tell you Harry Blore there has gone across the line in 10th, so Blore will be pole position for race 2 a little bit later on. We'll well, that's got all the makings of another dramatic race, hasn't it? Because with the 2 title contenders now starting alongside each other for that race, they're not only starting alongside each other, but starting along outside each other in the back of the pack. That could be a fascinating 20-minute encounter. Do not want to miss that one. It is due to kick off, all things being well, at around about 4:30 this afternoon. We've got one more race before the scheduled lunch break, that being race 2 of the day for the British Truck Racing Championship, their 4th race of the weekend. So the trucks will be up next. And before that, we'll have an opportunity to hear from our podium finishers down in Parc Fermé. Just waiting for cars to make their way around. It's a slightly different route back to the back to the paddock area at Snetterton. They don't do a full in-lap because it's such a really wrong by doing a full in-lap actually. Other categories have been told that they're going to make use the cut through at the exit of Palmer's Corner, turn 3. To take the back exit into the paddock, with the TCR drivers being led around a whole lap to the pit lane entry. So that's why we've got this short delay before the cars make it back. Adam Shepherd will be the first one to get there, and confirmation then that Shepherd will take 41 points from that race. That is 6 more than Callum Newsham, and even my very, very shaky math skills tell me that means they are going to be separated by just those 6 points, because they were level on points going into the race. 6 points will be the difference between the two of them. Sam Laidlaw, by the way, 3rd in the championship, and indeed his father Steve, mathematically both still in contention for the championship, but of course they both finished behind the top 2 in the points. So actually not really the result that they needed, was it, to keep the championship hopes alive. Cars then arrived down in Parc Fermé, greeted by teams and family members who give a nice round of applause to the drivers as they make their way down. And I think we are almost ready then to head down and have a chat with our podium finishers at the end of a very important race, that Max Hall, Callum Newsham and championship leader Adam Shepherd down in Parc Fermé, ready to catch up with Paul O'Neill.
And your winner, Adam Shepherd. Standard stuff from Adam. Absolutely loving the throttle when you're coming in, mate. I think you must do about 3 to the gallon when you're coming in on the green flag lap. Brilliant stuff, mate. Congratulations. All under control. Tell you what, never seen anyone weave the tyres 10 minutes into a race, mate. What's going on?
It's so lively. We've been struggling with balance all weekend with the car, oversteer, understeer, oversteer, understeer. So we had understeer in qualifying, tweaked the car, and now massive oversteer again. So just trying to get heat into the rears, even 10 minutes in, as you say. But no, it's fast. I think we've got fastest lap as well, which is good. So yeah, brilliant start.
Happy enough with your own start, because you must have looked in your mirror and thought, where's Max gone?
Yeah, had a bit of a wheel spin, so it was hard to gauge how good mine was. So I think Max got a bad one, but yeah, big lead into turn 1, turn 2, and then yeah, brought it home.
What's the plan for this next race? Is it just damage limitation, or let's try and win it?
Okay, try and win it. We've got to try and win everything now. I think it's going to be wet. We've not driven this car in the wet up in about 3 laps on Thursday, so I think lots of people will be in the same boat with that. But yeah, see how we go, and yeah, try and win the next one.
Was you quite interested to see who was behind you at the end?
Yeah, I was watching behind me, so I was like wishing Max on a little bit to try and take some more points off Callum, but no, I knew it'd come through, so yeah, good race.
Top man, well done. Go and celebrate with the team. This man here probably wouldn't believe that you were going to finish second. That was probably quite emotional, mate. That's amazing.
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect that, but
I'm not crying, by the way. I'm coughing.
But yeah, I was really fighting the car there. It's really loose. It's hard to drive, but you know it's fast, so yeah, I'll take that. But I didn't expect to get second. I was hoping for top 3, but not second. But so I'm happy with that.
When did you think, actually, she's underneath me now, I'm gonna go for it? Because there's a lot of weaving by a lot of cars. Even the leader was Adam Shepherd, flat out trying to get rear tyre temp.
Yeah, well, it was about maybe five laps in, and I know I could start pushing because my tyres felt really cold. But it was just, I was just sliding all the way through the race there, which is it's a fast race car, but yeah, it's very hard to hold on to.
Team have done a good job, mate. You've got to be well proud of them.
Yeah, exactly. Like they don't know the car, this brand new car, and neither do I. And I think we're doing a pretty good job with it.
Wicked. Right, on to the next one and see how you get on, lad.
Cheers, thank you.
Spot on, Max. Wow, good effort, mate. It's nice to see you up here. Loving TCR UK.
I mean, yeah, after that result, I'm loving it, yeah.
Look great, car looks fantastic. Still, it looks like hard work though. The rear tyre temps, everyone complaining about.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really realise how much hard work it'd be, especially on the first couple of laps. It was all sliding round, managed to keep under control, and the tyre drop off towards the end was really bad. But that one was me getting used to the car and how it races. But yeah, I'm really happy with that in the end.
What about the start, mate? I think you kind of knew it was going to be difficult.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a difficult one to get off the line. But just released the rev limit button too early, just wheel span. But we'll learn it for the next one.
Next one, going to be starting, you know, pretty high up there again. Just got to go for it. You've got a race under your belt. You must be thinking, I've got to have a win here.
I mean, I've heard it'd be wet as well, so I'm kind of looking forward to that one. So we'll see what happens.
Awesome, mate. Go and celebrate with the team. Well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Top man. Right, I think that is everybody gone. So I'm going to have to hand back to you guys.
Thank you very much indeed to Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen. They'll be back later on for the second race for the TCR UK Championship. But now it's back to the big rigs, race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Snetterton. It was all about the race for second place in our race earlier on as John Bowler ran away and hid at the front of the field. Everybody else trying to get past David Smith for second place. The battle was resolved on the final lap when Stuart Oliver made contact with Smith, and Smith unfortunately went spinning and ended up in 10th place. But he's third on the grid here. The grid for this race set by the second race we had yesterday, again with the top 8 reverse. So it'll be Michael Oliver, number 12. Hopefully his truck has been repaired after some contact in the earlier race. He'll be on pole in truck number 12 alongside John Bowler. Is he going to clear off from the front once again? Row 2, David Smith and Martin Gibson. Stephen Powell and David Jenkins on row 3 with Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith, our title contenders 6th, 7th and 8th. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Neil Yates alongside Division 2 winner from race 2 yesterday, Sami Oyanen. Row 6 of the grid will be 26 Callum Eason and hopefully 96 Bradley Harvey. We'll wait to see if his repairs have been completed from yesterday. He retired from race 2 in a cloud of smoke, and the team have been changing the engine in that truck overnight. So you heard earlier from Pointy, the team didn't get to bed until 5:30 this morning. They were back here at the circuit. Well, I don't think they slept at all. We'll wait to see if Bradley Harvey is out for this one. Row 7 of the grid will be Archie Handy, number 40, and Simon Cole, 41, who was supposed to start from pole in race 3 earlier on today, but failed to get away. Row 8, 95, Ricky Collett, who missed race 2 yesterday, so he'll be starting further down the order in this one alongside Graham Poole in treble 3, and number 10, Jake Evans, will go from the back. No Tom O'Rourke, he has withdrawn with damage from yesterday. Just looking to see if Bradley Harvey and Simon Cole are there further back in the order as they come round. Simon Cole is there, Bradley Harvey isn't. That's a shame. So you could well see 16 trucks out there for this one. As we said earlier, we are unfortunately missing Adam Bint this weekend, number 5 in his familiar black Mercedes Actros. Always a crowd pleaser, as Adam had a win at Pembrey with that truck earlier this year, but budget constraints and work commitments preventing him from racing this weekend. He's hoping to be back at Brands Hatch in November. No John Powell either. It's been a season of struggle for him with his new DAF. We'll hope to see him back at Brands Hatch as well. There is Jake Evans, one of our 3 different winners in Division 2 this weekend. Simon Cole and Sami Oyanen were our winners yesterday. The trucks are going to go straight into their green flag lap behind the pace truck. They're not going to stop on the grid. This will be a 15-minute race once again. Race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. This is Jake Evans' opportunity to pull clear of the championship at the top of the championship in Division 2. In Division 1, Ryan Smith will be leading the championship once again. Again, thanks to all the partner sponsors of the British Truck Racing Championship. For I have Trailers, Total Care, Napa Auto Parts, Valvoline Oils, Truck and Driver Magazine, GT Tyres, TMS Transport Monitoring Solutions, Sylvie Fleet Management, BWOC Sustainable Fuels, MV Commercial, that's Tom O'Rourke's company. Sadly Tom sidelined this weekend with damage from yesterday by the look of things. Neil Yates Recovery and Alco, LTS Global Solutions, and also Rydam Universal on board this weekend, makers of wheels for trucks. They supply wheel rims for this championship, which are all clad in GT tyres for this season. The GT Tyres MAN leading the field around for this one. Michael Oliver's truck repaired after some contact earlier on is on the pole and looking to get back to winning ways this season. But is John Bowler going to clear off in front again? There are the two pink and white machines, Simon Cole and Archie Handy. Jake Evans starting from the back. Not as murky as it looks here at Snetterton through our camera there. That's a bit of damage to our camera lens caused by the rainstorm yesterday. Unfortunately, it's missed it up a bit, so apologies there. Yesterday's rainstorm during the Brit Car race did affect our equipment a little, so we can only apologise. Everything will be back to normal for our next session on BARC TV. Lead is coming up at Silverstone at the beginning of October. Trucks, of course, back in action at Le Mans in France next weekend on the Bugatti circuits. We rejoin them on BARC TV on Bonfire Weekend, November the 1st and 2nd at Brands Hatch. Will Ryan Smith make it 10 titles in a row? Who's going to top Division 2? There's quite a contest going on there between some of our newcomers. Who's going to top Race 4? Michael Oliver and John Bowler, front row of the grid. Revs beginning to rise already from these 12 and 13 litre engines. Almost 1,000 horsepower under each driver's right foot. David Smith alongside Martin Gibson on the second. Two bonneted trucks of Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith together. David Jenkins on the third row has had such a consistent season this year. Only one race win. He's always been there in the points, only one retirement. That was when he broke his radiator at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. Tension beginning to mount. Cloudy, but so far dry conditions today. Red lights are on the starting gantry. Revs beginning to rise. The pack about to be unleashed for race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. They barrel their way into the pit straight. The revs are up and away we go. And towards Rich's corner for the first time. Who's going to get the whole shot? It looks like it is Michael Oliver, who has held his lead for pole position. Not such a good start for John Bowler this time. David Smith going through into second place. And who's that coming up the inside? Looks like Neil Yates. John Bowler's been hung out to dry around the outside. He's gone backwards. Second place is David Smith. It's Stephen Powell, in fact, up there in third place in the number 3. Martin Gibson making his way down the outside into the hairpin. David Smith will lead on him. There's contact between the two of them. Gibson slides it out. He's onto the grass. And the number 3 of Stephen Powell will go through. Gibson will rejoin. He'll lose out to David Jenkins, who's had a good start. But John Bowler had a terrible start. He's gone back to about 6th or 7th position. Stuart Oliver's come through on him as well. Ryan Smith just behind him. What a contrast to the race earlier on. Michael Oliver leads the way in the number 12 MAN. It's MAN's holding the first 5 places at the moment. Ryan Smith attacking John Bowler, trying to go around the outside of Agostini. He won't get through there. Neil Yates just behind him. Sammy Oyanen in the Sisu leads Division 2. Out of Agostini for the first time. Up the inside, David Jenkins gets past David Smith. Is up into 3rd position behind Stephen Powell. Steve Powell has yet to win this year. He's not had a happy season, had a lot of mechanical troubles with the MAN early on in the year, and Simon Cole slowing again. Well, he won race 1 for Division 2 yesterday, but he's had no luck since then. Out in front then it is, as Simon Cole pulls off, out in front it is Michael Oliver in the number 12. And a couple of wins already this year. There's Graham Poole at the tail of the field in the treble 3. 2nd place is the similar looking truck of number 3, Stephen Powell, his teammates. 3rd place Jenkins, 4th David Smith, then the battle between Martin Gibson, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. 5th, 6th and 7th John Bowler down to 8th, having started on the front row. 9th place Neil Yates, Ricky Collin rounds out the top 10. They plunge their way through the bomb hole. See how the circuit drops away slightly there. It's that hollow, then up towards the long right-hander of Coram. There's Ricky Collin, the yellow machine, hanging on at the tail of this pack in 10th position. And a gap back to the Division 2 leader, Sammy Oyanen, looking for his 2nd win of the weekend. Watch for Jake Evans coming through there, though. Coming through to complete lap number 1 then of this 4th truck race of the weekend. Across the line they go. It's Michael Oliver leads by nearly 1.5 seconds over Stephen Powell in 2nd place. Ricky Collett, the big mover on lap 1, he's gained 4 places. John Bowler lost 6 places. Stuart Oliver, battle is joined with Ryan Smith. It's Michael Oliver, number 12, from Hexham in Northumberland, leads the way. Stephen Powell from Brands Hatch. Well, he lives just down the road from the Kent circuit, where he runs the Portobello Inn. Excellent Italian food available there as well, I have to say. David Jenkins from Stafford in 3rd place in the number 69. David Smith, also from Kent, in 4th in the number 11. Martin Gibson, chased by his team leader Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith behind them. 19 British titles between the two of them in 7 and 1. Will it be 20 this year for Ryan when we get to the end of the season at Brands Hatch? Can David Jenkins beat them for his 2nd British title? He's still in contention. Here comes Ryan Smith, has a look at Hamilton. No, you don't, says Stuart Oliver. Through towards the right-hander at Hoggy, but Ryan Smith tries again. We don't very often see overtakes here on the inside through the right-hander at Hoggy. He leans on Stuart Oliver, takes him wide, and John Bowler's going to try and go through as well. As Stuart Oliver won't be too happy there, I don't think. Lost 2 spots as Ryan Smith comes through into P6. Down the back straight they come. Up the inside comes Martin Gibson attacking David Smith. Doesn't quite manage to get alongside. John Bowler staying ahead of Stuart Oliver after that change at Oggies. Through the bomb hole. Still your leader, it's Michael Oliver in the number 12. Here's the battle for 2nd place. Good to see Stephen Powell having a stronger run. It's been a quiet season for him. Up there in 2nd place ahead of David Jenkins. MAN trucks holding the first 5 places at the moment. Over the line they go, and the lead gap is not huge here. David Jenkins has set the fastest lap of the race, 2:26.482. Only 2.4 seconds covers the first 3 at the moment. This is the battle for 4th. David Smith, Martin Gibson. There's Ryan Smith in 6th place. Swing their way through the right-hander. Then up towards Wilson's Head. David Jenkins all over the back of Stephen Powell for 2nd place. Tell you, Jake Evans has made short work of the Division 2 field. He's already into the lead of the class. At the end of lap 2, he leads Oyanen, and Callum Eason is having a good, consistent weekend. Archie Handy and Graham Poole next. We lost Simon Cole on the first lap, and more teething problems with his Iveco. Three of them together as they come into the left-hander at Agostini. Here comes Ryan Smith on the inside of Martin Gibson. He's tackling the 101 machine for 5th place now. Through goes the number 1. His next target will be David Smith. As Stuart Oliver fights back alongside John Bowler, the number 14. Meanwhile, David Jenkins is going for 2nd on the back of Stephen Powell. To the Bentley straight they come. These three have pulled away from the rest of the field. They're around 5.5 seconds clear of David Smith, who's now got Ryan Smith, his namesake, on his tail. We've been there before. Remember Brands Hatch at the start of the season? Is David Smith going to put in another "you shall not pass" performance here? There they are in the background. Ryan's going for the inside, the two Smiths together. I think David will hold his advantage. Yes, he has. 101 is next, that is Martin Gibson. Ryan Smith goes for the inside. David Smith holds it through Nelson. I don't think he'll get through there. Oh, and Graham Poole's lost it, coming into Agostini, onto the grass. He'll get going again from there, no problem, he hasn't hit anything. Graham's at the tail of the Division 2 field in 5th position in that class. And Ryan Smith already going for David Smith on the inside, but David moves to cover into Murray's corner. This is bringing Martin Gibson back into this battle as well. Ryan Smith's best chance, I think, is to get alongside down the Pitby centre straight, which they're coming into now. 7.5 minutes to go, so we're already at half distance. Another new fastest lap for David Jenkins, 2:25.718 for the 3rd place man. Ryan Smith not close enough to attack this time as they go into Riches. Martin Gibson might have a go at them as well, and Stuart Oliver is up behind them. There's the battle for the lead, the three of them together now. They're not letting Michael Oliver get away here. Michael continues to set the pace. Ryan Smith, well, he won't get around the outside on the hairpin, surely. It'll allow Martin Gibson a chance to attack. Hits the grass there on the exit, Ryan Smith. He's trying a bit too hard there to get alongside David Smith. David Jenkins continuing to attack Stephen Powell for 2nd place. Michael Oliver's had 3 wins this year already, 1 at Pembrey, 2 at Donington Park, at Convoy in the Park. He won the first and last races there, looking for win number 4 of the season. Ryan Smith looking to get past David Smith. He slides up the inside into Hamilton. Clean pass, he goes through. Good move by Ryan Smith. Up into P4, and now he'll go after the 3 leaders. Now, what's the gap between 3rd and 4th places? At about 10 seconds between the two of them, so he's got a lot of ground to make up in the next 6 minutes. Ryan Smith, well, there's our Division 2 leader, Jake Evans, from the back of the grid, going for his 2nd win of the weekend, and with no Bradley Harvey out there, this is an ideal opportunity for Jake Evans to close up and take the points lead in Division 2. It'll be an interesting run into the season for the Division 2 drivers. Ryan Smith starting to get away now from David Smith. He's going after the lead battle. Is there enough time to catch them? David Smith has got Team Oliver all over his tail. Martin Gibson and Stuart Oliver. Then it is John Bowler. He's under fire from Ricky Collins, who's got ahead of Neil Yates up into 9th. Round the right-hander at Coram. Top 3 have got across the line, and Stephen Powell has now done the fastest lap, 2:25.627. So Powell is attacking for the lead here as we reach 2/3 distance in this race. Race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Here are the leaders into the Wilson's hairpin. Michael Oliver coming under a bit of pressure now. Stephen Powell in the number 3. He wants that first win of the season. The best he's had in the 2nd place at Donington. He's had 4 non-finishes and a non-start. At his home circuit of Brands Hatch, he failed to start the final race. Black and white flag has been shown to Ryan Smith for exceeding track limits. We saw him run wide out of the hairpin. It's just a warning. There he is in the background. That's the gap to the leaders. He's only got just over 4 minutes to catch them. David Smith is once again doing the "you shall not pass" tactic on Team Oliver this time. Martin Gibson and Stuart Oliver. Stuart won't be happy to be that far down because he's trying to fight for the championship. Jenkins chasing Powell for second. Powell attacking and defending at the same time, trying to catch our leader, Michael Oliver. This is the fight for fourth. The fifth place, I should say. Towards Williams. Well, Gibson ran wide there on the grass coming out of Oggies, so he's dropped back a little. Is Stuart Oliver going to get alongside there, I wonder? Here are the leaders. Michael Oliver, Stephen Powell, David Jenkins. No change in the order. Less than 2 seconds covers the three of them. Into Coram. Towards Murray's. Here's the second group headed up by David Smith. This is for 5th position. Ryan Smith is in no man's land at the moment as he tries to catch the leaders. But I think he's run out of time. He's not going to catch the leading trio. Flash across the line. Let's see what the gap is this time. 1.61 seconds covers the three of them. But Ryan Smith, not surprisingly, has done the fastest lap because he's on his own. Stuart Oliver attacking his teammate Martin Gibson now, trying to take P6 away. David Jenkins still all over the back of the number 3 of Stephen Powell for second place. There's Jake Evans, continues to lead Division 2 in 11th overall. How far ahead of Sami Oyanen is he? Let's have a look at the gap as they come over. It's just quite a clear lead. Still Team Oliver unable to do anything about the number 11 MAN ahead of them as David Jenkins tries to get a run for second place. Now he outbraked himself there once and walloped Michael Oliver in the previous race. So managed to get it stopped this time. Lead gap in Division 2 is 16 seconds, so I think that's fairly settled. Ryan Smith still in fourth, still with the fastest lap of the race. John Bowler has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. There he is, that'll drop him behind Neil Yates in the result. So John Bowler, contrasting fortunes for him, a dominant win earlier on, but now will only finish most likely in 10th. Leaders down the Bentley straight. There's only a minute left on the clock, so it could well be checkered flag this time. Wait and see. We may get one more lap out of this. We'll have to see as they cross the line. Still Michael Oliver has led all the way from pole position. This will give Ryan Smith another lap's chance to try and catch the three leaders, but he was 11 seconds behind them at the end of the previous lap. It's looking good here for Michael Oliver for a fourth win of the season, I should say. Over the line they go. It is last lap time for Michael Oliver. There's David Jenkins. Is that Michael Oliver slowing down? He's down to third, Michael Oliver, as they cross the line there. He was slow out of... yeah, Michael's got a problem. He was slow out of the final corner. So David Jenkins and Stephen Powell now fighting for the lead. Stephen Powell's got the lead, but he's under attack from Jenkins. I think Michael Oliver's got a problem. He was very slow down the straights and into Riches. Well, that took me by surprise. I think it took Stephen Powell by surprise as well. Powell finds himself in the lead. Now, can he hold off David Jenkins? There's a little bit of smoke coming from Jenkins' truck there, I think. They lap Graham Poole, who slowed up as well. Yeah, look how far Michael Oliver's dropped back. He's in trouble. Stephen Powell is under fire from a rather smoky David Jenkins for the lead. out of Agostini. They're on the last lap now. You have to feel for Michael Oliver there. I don't know what the problem was. He just suddenly slowed coming down the pit straight past the commentary box. And now David Jenkins attacking. Stephen Powell's gone wide, coming through Oggies, and through goes Jenkins. Stephen Powell just suddenly went wide there, all on his own. Has he got a problem as well? Look how he's dropped back. There's Michael Oliver up in a cloud of smoke. He's out of it. Oh, goodness me. And is Powell in trouble as well? Coming down the straight there, there's smoke coming from Jenkins. It looks like it's coming from the right front of Jenkins' truck there, look. And Stephen Powell seems to be slowing as well. No, he's back up to speed now. He ran wide coming out of Oggies. It looked like he was slowing down, but he's got the momentum back again now. What a bizarre end to this race. It looks as though David Jenkins is heading for a second win of the season, and at a perfect time as well. With the championship race hotting up, it'll be Ryan Smith in third place now, but a long way back. What a weekend of attrition and uncertainty it has been here at Snetterton this year for the annual visit to the British Truck Racing Championship. And it's going to be the LKQ, Digraph and Morris Lubricants MAN of David Jenkins. Comes in to take the victory. Second for Stephen Powell. Well, David Jenkins was third going into that final lap, and he comes out with the win. Well clear of Ryan Smith, who's going to come over in third place. Smith crosses the line for third. And there is a gutted Michael Oliver. He'd held on in front all the way there, Michael Oliver. Just suddenly, look at that cloud of smoke. He'd slowed up. I think the turbo must have blown. That amount of smoke, I think the turbo let go on the MAN, which will show why, explains why he slowed up, because he lost boost and then the turbo blew. What a shame for Michael Oliver. Meanwhile, in Division 2, Jake Evans will take his second win of the weekend by a clear margin over, should be Sami Ojanen in second place. See the provisional result. The rest of the Division 2 trucks just coming home, but provisional results is a win for David Jenkins by 1.63 seconds over Stephen Powell after Powell ran wide on the final lap at Oggies. Ryan Smith comes in for third, David Smith is fourth, then Martin Gibson in fifth position, Stuart Oliver is sixth. That won't help his championship challenge, certainly. Ricky Collins seventh ahead of Neil Yates. John Bowler, dominant win earlier on, down in ninth this time. Jake Evans completes the top 10 and wins Division 2. Sami Ojanen second in Division 2, 25 seconds down. Callum Eason continues his good weekend with third in Division 2. And Archie Handy and Graham Poole a lap down. The other finishers, we lost Simon Cole on the first lap. And of course we lost Michael Oliver. Such a shame after he'd led for so long. Undoubtedly upset Michael Oliver talking to the trackside recovery crew. I think that's Steve Bewers there in the background. The owner of Trackside Recovery. Big thanks to them for their help this weekend with all their various heavy artillery. We await the trucks to head into Parc Fermé. One race to go. We hope Michael Oliver gets back out for that final race. Okay, I think we can now hand down to Pointy in Parc Fermé in just a moment to hear from our drivers.
I want to do an impression of Ian Waterhouse doing an impression of me. Whoa! 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 What a race! Whoa! Whoa! I mean, seriously, there was smoke, there was tears, there was overtakes. Incredible race there, my goodness me. And look at the result we've got for Dave Jenkins.
Oh, brilliant. We
I was so upset about knocking Michael off in the first race this morning. It literally broke my heart, and I just didn't.
Sure, he was very sad about it.
I was. I didn't have the spirit in me, and like my friends and family messaged me afterwards. Oh, was it broken? Did you get damage? No, the only damage was me. You know, and I had a stern word with myself. And I know Michael's had some bad luck then, and Steve made a mistake, but we were there. We came off the P6, and we kept him under pressure the whole race. And my boy's done a brilliant job turning the truck round. My commercial partners, LKQ, Digraph, Morris Lubricants, and all the rest of them, I absolutely wouldn't be here without them all. And I think that was the highs and lows of truck racing today. But let's not get too elated. We've got one more. We've got one more tough battle. Unfortunately, we didn't finish 8th in the race before. Michael and I have been to the Clarks and reversed the position, so we're 9th. So he gets the pole for the last race. That was their decision, not ours, of course, but that's what happened, and it was only right because I did ruin his race. But so we are overjoyed at what we've just done. I've got loads and loads of friends and family here this weekend supporting me. It is brilliant. It's truck racing at its best, and really pleased. Thank you very much.
An absolutely elated Dave Jenkins there, and a very deserving competitor as well, because like you say, you've got to be in the position, you've got to be able to make the moves when the opportunity arises. So Dave, very good job. So we'll get you some silverware handed out very shortly. He's busy. Let's have a chat to Ryan Smith again. Ryan, what a battle, Mike. We saw some action again. It's been action-packed today, hasn't it?
It's been action-packed. Hey, do you know the fans pay the money? They want to watch entertainment. I think that's entertainment. It's good to watch. Dave drove very well, you know. He deserved that. Steve Powell was gone, and I just got through the bit of a pack, and I just looked up the road. I thought, nah, you're good, but you're not that good. And I just knew it wasn't, so we just concentrated on trying to get the fastest lap, get another point on the board, and bring it home. One more to go.
One more to go indeed. That does seem to be the word of the weekend. One more to go. Good luck for the last race. Ryan Smith, another fantastic result for him. Let's have a word with Martin Gibson. Martin Gibson, now, you had a very interesting race. I know I'm supposed to be unbiased, but I'll tell you what, the air was blue in the GT2. What's he doing? He's going to crash into Stewart. What are you doing? Another very competitive race for you there. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was really good. With the trouble we're having, I'm quite surprised to be where we are, but really enjoying it, so I can't complain.
Enjoying it is the main thing, isn't it? Because as much as this is a very, very competitive sport, it's important to remember that, you know, people are meant to be, you know, getting pleasure and joy from racing in a racing truck.
Exactly, yeah, that's why we're here, and that's why people come to see it, to enjoy it as well. So.
And obviously we've not spoken to you for a little while now. Le Mans very quickly approaching, one race left this weekend. What's the one, if you could pick one thing you're looking forward to at Le Mans, what would it be?
A radiator without a hole in it, that would be good.
Oh yeah, that probably. Oh yeah, there's a bit of pink on the floor. That's not good. That doing a little.
No, I've never been there myself. So.
Oh wow, in anything.
On a push bike.
Oh my goodness, so big experience for you racing there.
Yeah, I need to watch some videos and learn where it goes. So I'm looking forward to it.
That is mega. Well, don't watch too much because it's not the exact Le Mans circuit. Because the main road section that they use for the actual Le Mans 24 isn't used, it's just a main road whilst we're there.
I'll still take the truck down there anyway.
Yeah. They were like, I think, do you want to just send someone to get Martin Gibson? Well, great race, one left to go. I think that's all we've got time for here in Parc Ferme. So, I tell you, this is getting very, very exciting. So we'll leave you to go back over to Dave Goddard in the commentary box to see what else we've got lined up for you here at Snetterton.
There we go, so we've found ourselves at Ryan Smith. We've got a stunt guy at the top again, because that's where we know we
So 6 races to come this afternoon then on our revised timetable here at the Snetterton circuit. Slightly revised after, of course, so we had to reschedule a couple of yesterday's races due to the delay because of rain. Mini Challenge Club Sport coming up after the lunch break, which is in about half an hour's time, followed by the final P4 emergency lighting Caterham graduates race of the season, the Signal 135s. We've got junior saloon cars, then it's back to Paul and Andy for the TCR UK second race, a final truck race, and then more from the minis. So I'll be back in about half an hour with our next race for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtec Motorsport, second of 3 races today for the BMW Minis. But for now, we're going to take about half an hour's break for lunch.
Hey everyone, yes, welcome to our first ever quiz here. It's the trucks against TCR. Nice to see you. If you are under the age of 40, ask your mum and dad there right now. Right, we've got the TCR team over here against the trucks team over here. Let's start with Andy McEwen, team captain. Please introduce your team for us.
So, on my left, I have our current championship leader, Callum Newsham, and on our right, I have another TCR driver, Brad Hutchison.
Fantastic. And how old are you and where have you come from?
I'm 26 and I've come from Southampton.
Oh, lovely. How about you? How old are you? Where have you come from?
I'm 27 and I'm from Yorkshire,
West Yorkshire. Over here we have team captain Pointy. Pointy, please introduce us to your team.
This is Team Truck Sport. We've got Michael Oliver, who is from slightly north than me, and this is John Bowler, who's from slightly more north than him. Truck racing.
So little lad, how old are you? Where are you from?
I want to be a fireman when I grow up.
Okay, there we go. We'll quickly move over here to this young man over here as well. How old are you? Where you come from today?
I'm John Bowler. I'm 36 and I'm Michael's carer.
Just so you know, we do have their parents as well over here as well. So let me just grab the clipboard because we have a series of questions. We're going to pit your knowledge against each other. So TCR team, we're going to ask you questions about trucks, and trucks team, we're going to ask you questions about TCR. So who would like to go first? Yeah, that's good because I wrote their question first. So here we go. And actually, the questions they're quite similar for both of you. So for the trucks, okay, we're here at Snetterton this weekend. What was the lap time for pole position here last year for TCR?
Is it car?
Is it lap time Pointy?
1 minute 55.
I'll have another guess. 2:13.
What's your final answer? No.
Here's one.
Well, you get a bonus point as well if you can name the driver.
Ask John again.
He's leading the championship.
That one.
Okay, well.
Was it Bob?
Was it Bob? Wasn't
Close. Just worth guessing a random name. Right, the answer.
Robert.
The answer, no.
No, it's not.
Do you know the answer?
What was the question?
What was the pole position time for TCR here last season?
Yeah, 1:55. 5. Yeah. Done by Adam Shepherd in a Cupra.
Okay, well done. It was Adam Shepherd, that's correct, and it was 1:55.6. So well done, guys. Point over there. Sorry, you should have got that anyway, so you don't actually get a point. Right, question for TCR about the trucks. Same question, actually. Well, let me just double check it was. What was the pole position time here last year for Division 1 trucks? And bonus point if you could tell us who it was.
Confirm. It's Division 223 by
223.
Jamie. Is it Jamie? The blue and yellow truck. Jamie.
No, Ryan.
Jamie.
2 minute 20.
223.
223.
No, 222. They'll turn their engines up. Yeah.
222.
How did you know they do that?
Okay, do you know what? Did you have a look at my clipboard earlier? It is 222.563, and it was.
I mean,
You were close with Ryan Smith. Yeah, well done. So is that 1-1? Is that 1-1? 1-1? Can somebody keep score? Phil Kinchel. Yeah, 1-1. Right, okay, let's move on. Trucks question for you about TCR. What is the rough horsepower output for a TCR touring car? Roughly.
480.
No, that's sensible guess. That's stupid. That's stupid.
230.
I was going at.
Yeah, you go then.
220.
I just went for a normal car.
285.
Normal fast car.
285. Do you guys know?
What have you got written down? Because it depends. His is
Well,
more than mine.
this is why I say roughly.
Oh,
And this, by the way, I didn't write these. By the way, this came from BARC. I've got 350.
Yeah, I was going to say anywhere between 340 and 360 is about right. Yeah.
So it wasn't that far off then. 430. Was it?
Well, just a fair bit, Pointy.
It's a bit closer than 250.
Okay, right, same question actually for you guys, TCR, about trucks. What is the rough horsepower output for a Div 1 truck, roughly?
We think it's
over
1,000 plus.
No, you've got to have a number.
You think it's over 1,000? There's a lot of numbers over 1,000. I'm not having that either. Okay, I can tell you the answer we've got is between 1,200 and 1,400, so no points. 0, 0.
For being closest. Like 400.
No, yeah, that's true. Yeah, but yours is a smaller number. No points.
Still 1-1.
Nil points. 1-1 stays 1-1. Well done. This is going so well. Okay, here we go. Question for the trucks.
Looking at your clipboard again.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
I'll tell you, if you can read this writing, then fair enough. You know. So, okay. Pointy, Michael, John. Who is leading the TCR Championship?
You said it earlier. You said it earlier.
What's his name then?
It's Bradley, isn't it? Callum. Is it?
Callum what?
Callum.
Bob. It was Bob.
Callum what? I said it earlier. So.
Dave Sinsenstein.
Half a point.
Callum Coffey. Callum Coffey.
Callum, put him out of misery.
No, it's Waterboy.
Waterboy.
Oh,
It's Callum Newsham. So half a point.
That's what we said.
Callum Newsham.
We should have said that. Obviously.
No, I didn't hear that. Half a point. Right, okay, guys. Similar question for you, actually. Who is leading Division 1 in the Truck Championship?
Got to be Ryan Smith, right?
Yeah. The number one.
Any advance on Ryan Smith?
The number one truck. I looked at it earlier.
Final answer?
Ryan Smith.
There you go. Correct. So it's 2 and 1.5 over. You boys got to get cracking. Hang on, let me just hold this up a little bit so you can't see. Okay, question 7 for trucks. I didn't write this.
Who won the most? Ryan Smith. Who got number 1 last year, Ryan?
I don't know. I've been up there. Michael's won a couple of times actually. So
Who
yeah.
was fastest in qualifying at Donington last year?
Yeah.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
I know that.
I know that one. Right, let's go. All right, come on. Right, trucks. Question about TCR. How many events, not rounds, are there on the TCR calendar this year?
It's 14.
How many events? How many meetings essentially? Not. So
how many weekends do they go racing?
Yeah.
Right.
14.
Thank you.
I want to say 14.
14.
Yeah. No. Well, we do 7.
How many is it?
You can have that one.
Okay, well done. Trucks is 7. Another point. 3 points over here.
Just nice guys, aren't we? See, that's
10,
how we roll. 10. All right.
No, wait. 9. 8.
9. 8. 7.
7. Well done. Point over here as well. Point over here as well.
Drive a truck.
Listen, they're miles behind. Don't worry about it. Right, where are we? Okay.
Enjoy myself.
This is a good question. Thanks for coming along. You do have some adults to drive you home, though.
Oh, thank you.
Good. Thanks, John. Okay. Right, trucks for TCR. Here we go. Can you name what's the highest and lowest racing numbers on the TCR cars this season? The highest and lowest.
So we've got a 1?
I don't know. Tell me. That's the question. Well, if I told you that, then I'd give you half the answer.
Give us half.
What was the question?
As a car.
So, and it's the same for the trucks. So think about it as well. So for the trucks, and you guys for TCR, the racing numbers on the cars. Who's got the lowest? Yeah, the smallest and the biggest number. Both.
I reckon the lowest number is the lowest number is 2, and the highest number is 666.
No.
Oh, guess. Wait a minute, guess. What are you going to do? Come on, you got the answers or what?
I was going to try and get them out.
I'll tell you what. Okay, we'll come back to you. What do you reckon for trucks?
Right, what's the question? So what the number?
Highest and lowest number.
The highest and lowest race number. That's correct. So point over here, please, Phil. 1 point for that. What's the highest? This is a bit of a shot in the dark.
I'm sure it's a 3-digit.
3 maybe?
323.
Oh, correct! Oh, 2 points! I know. Don't blame me. Guys.
We're going to go 1 and 101.
Come on.
617.
Oh, 617. 2 points here as well. Well done, guys.
617.
6 and 117. So I got Bradley Burns as 6, Adam Shepherd as 117, Ryan Smith is number 1, Graham Paul 333 for the trucks. Now, final scores, please. Phil, I think we have a clear winner here, don't we? Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's TCR 4-3 maybe, 4-3 or 4-2.5.
Watch our sport.
One final question, no. One final question.
We don't watch anything else.
That's what I mean, yeah.
One final question for you. How many BARC championships have been racing in 2025? Closest gets a prize.
No, we'll just next win. Next point wins.
So next point wins. Yeah. So
How many BARC championships?
How many BARC championships are there?
No, don't go stupid number.
I'm
We'll try and win
being
this.
serious. I'm thinking. Well, there's this one.
Comment below. Comment below. Let us know what you think.
Are we actually doing
We've come to the agreement on
22.
22.
They've gone 22.
Can we just go lower?
Go higher or lower?
I'd go higher.
Higher than 22. All playing higher and lower now, are we?
Is it closest
Let's do 23.
Closest wins.
Yeah, 23.
It's 34. TCR wins! TCR, you are more knowledgeable. Congratulations. Well done, guys. Congratulations. The extra prize is tickets to the next TCR round. Well done. Yes. Congratulations, guys. Woo! Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the weekend, everybody here at Snetterton. Thank you. Right, Dave Taylor. You came in actually into Park Fair, mate, revving the engine, giving it a beat. Were you trying to run me over, Dave?
Yeah.
Look, you said that race 1 for you was a bit of a test session. So race 2, what are we expecting?
A result, because didn't get a result this race. So.
Okay. Well, look, you've got good luck charm here, haven't you?
Aye.
Eddie the Meerkat, who apparently Dave thinks looks a bit like me. I don't know. No, I'm not so sure about that. Look, you've made the trip all the way down from Scotland. In fact, you go all over the country doing this. Why is the Mini CLUBSPORT so special to you?
It's very friendly. You know, you could mingle in with the guys. We'll have our on-track bumps and we're off-track bumps. So you know, as long as they're here racing and enjoying it, that's the main thing. Like I say, race 1, I missed 2 laps because I'd come in with a misfire. So. Hopefully get that sorted.
We'll talk about racing. I think it's time to go racing for race 2 here of the Mini Challenge CLUBSPORT. Dave, over to you.
Well, I've not yet seen cars out on track for the next race, which is the Mini Challenge CLUBSPORT. They'll be forming up in the assembly area at the moment. We're next underway in just over 10 minutes' time. We're going to see cars forming up for our next race. 6 races to come this afternoon. So for now, we'll see a bit more of what Ian and Pointy have been up to in the paddock this weekend.
Hi there, welcome back to the British Truck Racing Championship paddock. You just saw a bit of an incident there with Michael Oliver not having a great finish to race 2 here at Snetterton. But of course, with a lunch break ahead of us and a cameraman in the postcode, we thought, you know what, let's just go and have a butcher's what's going on. Now, this is something you won't always get to see. Tensions can be a little bit high, especially seeing as Dave Jenkins just told us in Park Ferme, Michael Oliver has been handed the first place grid position in the last race of the weekend, so there's a lot of pressure to get this tested. Let's try and wingle our way through. Of course we can see, excuse me. Oh, is it a Heppel? Is it tight, that?
Very tight.
Oh my goodness, man, it looks tight. Very tight. Very tight on the rim, isn't it, Steve? Yeah. Right. We won't get too close over here, but we can see on the back of Michael Oliver's, as I did have a gamble. I did have a gamble as it being turbo related. We can see the turbo coming out. Looks like we've had, what's happened? The actual turbo. Is it bust a seal or a hose?
No.
The whole thing's... Oh no. Okay, yeah, so... Yeah, I could. Yeah, go on. Zoom in on what he's about to show you, because the the bits that spin very quickly on a turbo and inside the turbo.
It's supposed to have lots of propellers on it and it's supposed to be straight, but it's not.
It's neither. No propeller. Sans propeller. Sans propeller. Is it going to be? Oh, thanks. Is it hot? Is it hot? You pass it here then. Yeah. Is it going to be fixable for the next race?
It depends if we're going to have to take the intercooler out. If we've got to take the intercooler out, I'd probably not.
What are the chances of that kind of this kind of shrapnel disappearing off into there then?
Quite high. Look, it's full of oil.
Oh yes, you've got to. So that's you're going to flush out the entire intercooler because that's not going to be good for the engine if it starts breathing.
I'm going to take this pipe off. I'll take the pipe off the other side and see what's sitting in there. And if that's clean, I'll be all right with it. But if it's full of oil on that side and it's got a bit of metal in, I'll probably just say. Just everyone pray.
Nil point. Okay, everyone pray. Can we all just pray for Michael Oliver to fix the turbo? That there's no junk in the other side. Look, there you go. Stevie's on the kneeling pad, specifically designed. Yeah, so as you can see, loads of pressure. We've got a couple of hours. What time's the next race? So they've got 3 hours. So if they can do it, they will do it. As we saw last night with Bradley Harvey, said they were up until 5:30 in the morning changing an engine. When they had that issue race 2 yesterday, they actually sent a truck out with a trailer to go and get another engine lump, and then they spent the entire night transferring the gearbox, the running gear, everything out, the race spec, head rocket cover, everything, the lot. You know, we're talking pistons, we're talking crank. It was a complete engine rebuild. 5:30 they gave up and then finished it off this morning. Hopefully we might see a continued or finished weekend from Bradley Harvey. Over to the right though, just to quickly show you the kind of things that happen when trucks come back in though. Quite a bit of damage to the bumpers here, but this is just one of the mechanics now checking on the running gear, which of course will be the wishbones. We've got the brake discs, which actually carries the hub for the wheels as well. The pads will get sanded down because they obviously get very hot. If there's fresh pads going on, they'll sand those in just to take the surface off them. Very common thing for pretty much any team on the truck racing circuit. When I say circuit, I mean like, you know, the rounds and stuff, because they're not on the circuit, are they? They're in the paddock. Shut up, Ian. Ian, you've obviously been around a lot of different awnings and garages and stuff. When you come over to the trucks and you see the aftermath of a race and how much pressure there is to get things fixed and the scale of some of these parts and the vehicles, how does it differ to what you see on the rest of the paddock?
I was just watching the chaps here take the tyre off, and they've got the guns, but they've got the hammer to bash it off as well. And of course, when we're doing the caterers, for example, it's just like a couple of bolts off the car. I mean, you know, obviously different world, isn't it? I mean, these are what, 4.5, 5 ton trucks, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, if you saw the quiz yesterday, then yeah, just some of them are over 5 tons.
Yeah.
Incredible amounts of weight. In fact, after the last race, we saw Ryan Smith, Arnie, his head mechanic, using a hammer and chisel because his front right wheel had rubbed against someone else's wheel and the bolts had gnarled up, so he was having to chisel them off to get them loose. And you just think, oh yeah, hammer and chisel, that's the race.
There's no nonsense, is there? There's no, it's literally just get a hammer and bash it.
If it'll do, it'll do.
Absolutely.
We saw Stevie said very tight, and sometimes you've got to bash it when it's tight.
But don't you just love, what do you know what I love about walking around the truck
Go on.
area here, the paddock, is smell.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good smell, isn't it?
Yeah, and surprising actually, you still get that real engineering fragrance, even though of course we're running completely on biodiesel now. Yeah. So massive shout out to BWOC, of course, who are a partner and sponsor of the championship, because all the trucks in the BTRC are running on green diesel.
A big thank you as well to GT. Cracking brownies they've got.
Oh yeah, M&S best.
Other supermarkets are available, of course. Pointy, just on the quiz yesterday.
Oh, listen.
A little bit of homework needed on your boys' part, isn't it?
Just any homework would have been good, I think. Yeah, I mean, look, I think we held our own. I think, as from an educational standpoint, maybe could have done better on an entertainment basis. So I think we smashed it.
Absolutely, and talking of entertainment basis, I know a lot of people watching on the Truck Racing YouTube channel, so hit that subscribe button, because next week you're off to Le Français.
Le Mans!
Which is where, sorry?
It's in France.
It's in France, okay.
Just in case, because it could have been Le Mans in Spain.
Yeah.
But that's much spelt Le Mans. Rather than.
Are you looking to your little French? Looking forward to your French adventure?
You know what? Yes, and obviously, you know, we were lucky enough to commentate from the circuit commentary last year. It was an incredible experience for me. I mean, I realised I'd achieved a bucket list thing without putting it on my bucket list.
Yeah. And
yeah.
the French are letting you back in?
No.
So you commentate from home, does you?
No, they'll be like, you're allowed to come to France, you're allowed to come to Le Mans, you're allowed to come to the circuit, you are not allowed to come to race control.
Why am I just not surprised?
I don't know, I think it could have been something to do with the 100,000 natives that were actually on the circuit that weekend that were like, who's this guy on the tannoy? We don't know him. And obviously Bruno and Anthony, great guys. Yeah. They are the circuit commentators that are there all year round, do an incredible job. And yeah, I mean, although I started to kind of semi-translate what they were commentating on near the end of the weekend, it's a different world, different ballgame.
You're quite good at French then.
Oui. Don't try it, it's not going to work.
Comment table 2.
Je m'appelle Ponty.
Hey, knows his stuff. Right,
let's go. That's enough.
I don't know if you feel free to carry walking around. If not, we're not too
let's
far away.
have a look at some of the tents. Yes, minis. How long we got left?
5 minutes. They're due to get underway at 2:40 actually, so they'll be on track fairly soon. But
very
you
soon.
want
Okay, let's come. Let's hear it. Anybody want to chat? Anyone want to say hello? What's your name?
Katie.
Hello, Katie. What are you here to see?
I know. Just my brother wanted to come.
Oh, your brother. This brother or that brother? This one. Oh, what's your name?
Bradley.
Hello, Bradley. Why did you want to come?
To see the trucks.
That's the answer I was looking for. Okay. Which is your favourite truck?
That one.
That one there, number 7.
The pink one.
The pink one? Which one's the pink one?
I don't know what.
Is it Simon Cole and Archie Handy? 41 and 40?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thumbs up for Team Cole. You maybe go over there and give them a bit of, get a bit of a hand, give them some cheer because they need a bit of help with their reliability, yeah?
Yeah.
Consistent engine management is what we need. Yeah, good job, guys. Thank you very much. As you can see, though, great turnout today at Snetterton, even though we had absolutely horrific weather yesterday. That even though it's effectively a school day, a school night rather, we've still got hi guys, hi. We've still got plenty of spectators. In fact, I've been told off, right? There is obviously an unwritten competition about who's Pointy's #1 fan. Max has been in touch. Ian Waterhouse is Pointy's #1 fan for some reason, bless him. He's obviously never met anyone else. But Max, this is a shout out to you. You're all equal #1s to me, so yeah, shout out to Max, shout out to Noah. But of course, I'm sorry guys, there's no competition, but my son Henry is the original G, okay? He will always take the top spot, the crown, the legend that he is. So hi Henry, hi Charlie, if you're watching at home. Right, let's have a look over at Easton's team, why not? Doing very well. Callum Easton this weekend. It just looks like we're sticking some fresh tyres on or having to move around. Are they fresh or are we just moving them? What's your tyre procedure? Because everyone's slightly different.
So about halfway through we had a bit of understeer, so we just picked a better left front for it.
So you will change one individual tyre based on how something's performing, rather than if you had a car, for example, on the road, you'd be like, well, I might as well have them both done.
Yeah, that's it. So it's all done on traction performance, and we were getting quite a lot of slip, so we'll just have a look at, bearing in mind this circuit's primarily right-handers, what the fast ones that matter are. So we lean on them quite well. I don't think we change the rears too much because they wear quite nicely. Yeah. But the left front takes a lot of havoc. We did the same when I was racing cars.
Right. Because of course you came in from the Clios, is that? No, minis.
Mini Challenge, yeah.
And what, I mean, we've spoken about it before, massive size difference between the two vehicles. What about with regards to the processes? Is racing just racing and it's a different vehicle, or is it a kind of different ethos, a different way of life with certain championships?
It all comes down to the vehicle you're driving. So obviously there is with the minis, which is a great championship run by Rio Beauchamp, which is great, so tight, so level. But when you jump into this, you've got a bit more body roll that you've got to deal with. Obviously front wheel drive to rear wheel drive, lock diff, and they weren't. So it's one of them. In the minis we'd struggle with understeer. With these we'll struggle with understeer, but it's just what it is. It's the natural characteristics of it all.
So basically you've just got to be better. Right, well, we'll leave you to play tyres, and that is all we've got time for now. In the British Truck Racing paddock, I believe he said we've got the Caterhams or the Minis out next, actually. So let's go back to Dave in the commentary box to give you a rundown on what's coming up.
Thanks, Pointy. As you can see, it is the Mini Challenge Club Sport in association with Airtec Motorsport that is on track next for their second race of the day, lined up in the order that they finished the first race. So Ollie Wilmot takes pole, looking for his 11th win of the season so far, if my count is correct. Starts alongside Andy Langley in the number 42 machine. Second row, Freddie Hewitt, winner at Brands Hatch last time out, starts alongside number 16, Ben Trundley. Row 3 is the gold car of John Wyatt, number treble 7, alongside 53, Neil Clark. Fourth row, 231, Steve Webb, and number 77, Adrian Lingy. Then we've got 29, DJ Paul Sawyer, and 41, Ian Trundley. Yes, they're both there. Sixth row, 89, Freya Belk. 411, Zach Blackwell, who broke down in the first race. He's not there, unfortunately, so problems for Zach. 219, Chris Johnson, who pulled up in race 1 as well. He's there. 7, James Dudley, he failed to start the first race. I think he had problems in qualifying, so James Dudley is a non-starter. Then there's a gap, and we've got Class C with the less powerful Coopers. 55, Gary Papworth won the first race. He's on pole there, his second win of the season, alongside Daniel Truman in the number 19. Then number 14, Chris Aram, 2, Adam Kirkland, and 28, David Taylor, the Scotsman, starts from the back. He had some problems in the first race and finished adrift at the back. So a couple of cars missing then. No Zach Blackwell, he broke down while fighting for a podium place, pulled up at the Wilson Hairpin in race 1, unfortunately. And also, unfortunately, I believe I see a few spots of rain out there at the moment. We said it may rain this afternoon. No, not certainly not to the scale that we saw yesterday here at Snetterton, when an absolute deluge of a rainstorm hit the circuit and the brick car race had to be halted. Haven't seen rain like that for a long time here at Snetterton. Had a bit of thunder and lightning yesterday as well. Certainly looked spectacular. Didn't help our marshals or our cameras though. Again, full credit to everybody for battling against the conditions yesterday. 2 races to go today for the Mini Challenge. Ollie Wilmot dominated the early part of the season, was beaten for the first time this year. Last time out at Brands Hatch by Freddie Hewitt. Well, Andy Langley has an unbeaten run in Class S53 so far. Well, S53 and S56, the S classes starting combined, and the slightly slower Class C cars, less powerful cars, start from the back from a separate grid effectively, and they have their own race. Gary Papworth was their winner earlier on. Gary in the Union flag liveried car. Ollie Wilmot, the Swiss-based employee of the ski industry. He said skiing in the winter, helicopters in the summer for him. Sounds almost like James Bond, doesn't it? Thanks to all the championship partners: Airtec Motorsport, Garmin, SatNav Specialists, Ravenol Oils, Davanti, Silver Lake Automotive Recycling. I know they've got a presence in the paddock this weekend. Norfolk Cars Mini Specialists, their local circuit this weekend. BMTR Motorsport Tyres, based in Birmingham. Opus Group and Robin Austin Surveyors, the championship partners for the Mini Challenge this year. It's the Club Sports, the more cost-effective way to go BMW Mini Racing. See a couple of cars with the wipers on out there, so a bit of rain coming down. Not very serious rain at the moment, I have to say. So it's the white and red car of Ollie Wilmot who pulls up in pole position. The dark blue and grey car with the pink roof and the white stripes and wheels. That's Andy Langley, first of our S53 class runners, starts alongside him. The grey car with the purple wheels, that's Freddie Hewitt, alongside the mostly navy blue with the pink headlight covers is number 16, which is Ben Trundley. John Wyatt in the gold car on row 3. Gold because he works as a jeweller. Alongside him, the green and white of number 53, Neil Clark. Clark used to compete in the Cooper class towards the back of the field. So the red light comes on there. It's a 15-minute race for the Mini Challenge Club Sport category, and we are underway. View of the wipers going, as you can see, as they leave the grid. Everybody's away well, down towards Riches for the first time. It's a great start by Andy Langley from the outside the front row. The S53 class car has got the lead ahead of Ollie Wilmot as they head into Riches. Somebody's gone off, I think, on the outside there. Riches will pick that up in a moment. The yellow flags are out there, so somebody has slid off on the outside. It may be pretty wet up there, as the leader finds out as he hits the hairpin and goes out way wide. Andy Langley, they're all over the place. It's definitely raining up at that end of the circuit, as you can see. They tiptoe their way around. There's Dave Taylor, hoping to get a few more laps in than he did in race one, battling out. Oh, it's Freddie Hewitt that's gone off. He's gone straight on into the gravel. He's out of the race. That's one of the favourites in trouble already, and his race looks to be run. So it's Andy Langley who leads, Ollie Wilmot in second place, Ben Trundley is third. There's a car joining from the pit lane just in front of my commentary box. It's Chris Johnson. There's somebody else out as well. I think that is Freya Belt, number 89, quite possibly, that has either pulled off or gone off up there. It's getting wetter out there. You can see how slowly they're making their way into Agostini there, the Cooper class cars. There's a car slowing there as well. I think the safety car is being scrambled, in fact. Yes, I can see yellow flags on the home straight, so it looks like we're going safety car because of the cars that are off on the first part of the lap and because of the conditions. So the safety car is going to be scrambled with Andy Langley, number 42, local man from Fakenham in Norfolk, in the lead. So Andy Langley slows the field down. They'll take up position behind the safety car. It's Langley leads, Wilmot second, Ben Trundley third. Neil Clark's had a good start. He's up to fourth in the green car. There's Chris Johnson. It was him who joined in from the pits. He had some problems in race one. Behind Andy Langley is John Wyatt. And then looks like it's possibly Ian Trundley in sixth position. There's Paul Sawyer, white and green car, professional DJ. There's the Cooper class cars, 5 off them. Looks like they're being led by Daniel Truman. Keen to get back to winning ways, looking for his 9th win of the season. It's the white and green car. Second of the Coopers is the Union flag car of Papworth. And David Taylor's up to third, so he's got ahead of Chris Aram and the number 2 car, which is Adam Kirkman. The Hyundai safety car is now on track. There's Chris Johnson at the back of the field. So we've got 17 cars out there. Well, we did have. We've lost a couple of them, unfortunately. Freddie Hewitt in the gravel at Riches. It's only fairly recently that a gravel trap has been put in up there at Riches. Used to just be the run-off into the field. You can see that bit of barrier there in the background. That didn't used to be there. BTCC fans may remember back in the mid-90s when Rickard Rydell in the Volvo had his brakes fail going into Riches corner. He went off backwards and managed to go through a gap in the bank around the edge of the circuit. He missed an ambulance by about 2 inches. Extraordinary incident. Somehow he missed everybody and went practically out of the circuit boundary into the farmland next door. Backwards as well. Rickard went on to be champion, of course, 3 years later. Maybe these are some of the touring car stars of the future, who knows? Andy Langley with the lead, ahead of Ollie Wilmot, the Swiss-based driver. No circuit racing in Switzerland, of course. The sport of motor racing was banned in 1955 in the country after the Le Mans disaster, when Mercedes driver Pierre Levey and large numbers of spectators lost their lives when Pierre Levey crashed his Mercedes into the crowd. And Switzerland announced a ban on motor racing, and did not relent until very recently when Formula E came along. The Geneva E-Prix has been held a couple of times. Hill climbing is held in the country, but no circuit racing. Last few cars making their way through. Number 2, one of our newcomers to the Cooper class this year. Number 2, Adam Kirkland at the back of the field. Chris Johnson's been able to catch up as a result of this delay as well, the man from Nottingham, who joined in late from the pit lane. So the officials just clearing Freddie Hewitt's car away from up at Rich's corner out of the gravel. Freya Belk out of the race as well. We didn't see what's happened to her, but I think she just pulled over. A few cars with their headlights on, but not all of these cars have headlights. A lot of them with the headlights apertures panelled in. There is Freddie Hewitt's car recovered. Fancy meeting you here, he says to Freya Belk. She's parked out of the way. I think we will go back to green flag this time. Those two cars safely recovered. Playing with the dishes out there, and of course I've been feeling where the grip might be and where the lack of adhesion might be as well around the circuit. So it's always every single time a driver goes round when it scratches itself on the rain, it just becomes different every single time. So it's shocking to see at the minute, really. It just evolves as well, doesn't it? It continually evolves the track. So yeah, Core is one of the difficult ones. Rich isn't too bad in the wreck. Take a wider arm through there. Thanks again for all your comments coming in. We would read some out, but I think the safety car's about to come in. Yes, the safety car will be coming in. The rain is getting a bit worse out there, unfortunately, so it's going to be a bit slip and slide at Snetterton on this restart. Andy Langley, can he hold the lead? This might play into the hands of the S53 cars. They're a bit less powerful than the S56s. Yeah, and with the recovery done pretty quickly by the marshals and recovery, we have the safety car right now on top of the Monday. Here they come then towards the green flag, and the race gets back underway for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtec Motorsports. Leaders across the line, Andy Langley from Ollie Wilmots, Ben Trundley in third position. They're going to get round Rich is okay. Neil Clark in fourth ahead of John Wyatt, who's got the headlights on in the treble 7 car. It's Ian Trundley in 6th place. Steve Webb is 7th. Towards the hairpin they go. The rain is bucketing down up at that end of the circuit. They said it would arrive at some point after 2 p.m. The forecasters have got it absolutely right. Ollie Wilmot's a little bit wide through there. They've got to take it very carefully indeed. Paul Sawyer moving up onto the back of Steve Webb there. Behind them, the 77 of Adrian Lingy. Through come the Coopers at the back of the field. It's the Norfolk Mini number 42 car of Andy Langley who leads the way. He's pulling away from Ollie Wilmot here, looking for, I think, his first overall win. If he wins this, he'll make it, I think, 11 class wins out of 11 so far this year. Fairly close in the midfield. John Wyatt under fire from Ian Trundley, who has a look to the inside. Steve Webb and Paul Sawyer battling just as they were in race 1. Sawyer going around the outside through Agostini. Behind them is Lingy. Now Paul Sawyer moving up to try and have a go at the number 41, which is Ian Trundley. There's a yellow flag up there in the background again. Now whereabouts is that? Is that coming towards Palmer? Somebody may have run wide. Wait and see. Battle at the back between a pair of the C-Class cars. 14 Chris Aram, number 2 Adam Kirkland. Chasing down Chris Johnson and sideways, both of them there. That shows you how wet it is. A bit of power sliding there. There goes Ollie Wilmots ahead of... oh, there's the problem. That's why the yellow flag's up. Ben Trundley, who was third. I was just trying to work out where he'd gone. He's pulled over. So Ben Trundley's out of the race. Paul Sawyer's going well. He's got ahead of Ian Trundley. So maybe it reduced pace this race because of the rain, but it's still close. And the Cooper class, the C-Class cars, are keeping up with the quicker cars in this as a result. So there goes Ollie Wilmots ahead of Neil Clark. That's second and third. John Wyatt is fourth. And we've got a battle between Paul Sawyer, Ian Trundley and Steve Webb. Leader's about to come up over the line. Langley's already gone through. He's nearly 6 seconds clear now. He's done fastest lap of 2:38.123. The rest of the lapping in the mid-240s, 243, 245, 248. So Langley blitzing this race. There he goes. Ollie Wilmot up there in second. Conditions are worsening out there. Neil Clark in third. So Langley leads and leads Class S53. Ollie Wilmot still leads Class S56. Paul Sawyer's going well up there in fifth overall at the moment, ahead of Ian Trundley. Sawyer the second of the S53s. They're the cars with the yellow markers on our timing tower. The Class C cars with the light blue. That's being led by Daniel Truman ahead of Gary Papworth.
What was the progress of the 4-1-1? I don't think that's again. That's
4 minutes of this race to go. Steve Webb leads Adrian Lingy there further back. There's Dan Truman, the leader of the Class C cars. Chris Johnson's got ahead of Gary Papworth. Chris Johnson in a Class S53 car. Third in Class C is David Taylor. Saw him having some lively battles at Thruxton earlier this year when these cars visited. Race control have given the notice rain lights on. I think that means on the back of the cars. A lot of them haven't got proper headlights, as we can see. There's Ollie Wilmot, but he's way behind Andy Langley. He's loving these wet conditions. Paul Sawyer's loving this as well. He's starting to close up on John Wyatt, I think. There is the number 19 leading Class C, Daniel Truman from Leighton Buzzard in Bedfordshire. Controlling the pace in the C category. Andy Langley, meanwhile, has just gone past my commentary box. He's completed 4 laps. Last lap time is a 2:39. Truman in 9th overall. We said the Class C cars able to keep up with the S56 and S53 cars much better. The rain proving a great leveller. Across the line, a side-by-side battle there. That's between Ian Trundley and Steve Webb for 6th position. So close between Chris Johnson getting past Gary Papworth. There's Webb. He's got ahead of Ian Trundley up into P6 now. There's John Wyatt closing up on Neil Clark in the battle for 3rd place. Paul Sawyer in 5th position. Into Palmer, there's Ian Trundley in the TGR number 41 car, being chased by number 77 now of Adrian Lingy. That's the other Ski Set Wengen sponsored car, colleague of Ollie Wilmot. He's going to have a go down the inside. Ollie and Trundley, the 41. Won't get close enough into Agostini. Coming into the closing stages now, only 1 minute left on the clock. So Andy Langley doing around to start his final lap provisionally this time. Adam Kirkland, our novice, getting past Chris Aram there. Now here's Andy Langley. Will he be checkered flag this time, or will we see one more lap to go? It's going to be close as he gets to the line. I think it will be last lap this time around. Here comes Andy Langley through Coram. I don't think he's taken an overall win yet this year. There's the battle for 3rd between Neil Clark and John Wyatt for 2nd in Class S56 as well. These cars, of course, have another race at the end of the programme too. There's 5 seconds left on the clock. It will be last lap this time. The clock about to flick to zero just as Andy Langley crosses the line, so he will get one more lap, but only just in time over the line there. Battle for third place is the highlight at the moment. Ollie Wilmot, I think, has settled for second now. See what the gap is. It was 12.5 seconds last time through. Ollie Wilmot just about to go over the line now. The gap is 19.4 seconds. The last lap for Andy Langley was 7 seconds quicker than Ollie Wilmot. So I think Andy Langley must be the only car with wet tyres on or something. Either way, he'll be crowned as the Rainmaster in the Mini Challenge Club Sport. He's dominated this one. There's the battle for third. Neil Clark in the 53 from Kings Lynn, still holding off John Wyatt, the Essex-based driver in the Gold Machine. Races a VW Golf in various other saloon events as well. A very busy racer is John Wyatt. Racing BMW Minis for a few years now. Paul Sawyer is still in P5 ahead of Steve Webb and Adrian Lingy. They've got past Ian Trundley. Chris Johnson in 9th. Daniel Truman is down to 10th. Johnson coming through, having started from the pit lane. Daniel Truman still leads Class C by 8.5 seconds over Gary Papworth and David Taylor. Kirkland and Aram rounding out the 14 runners. We've had 3 retirements, of course. We lost Freya Belk and Freddie Hewitt on the first corner, and Ben Trundley dropping out of the race as well. Hopefully they can repair for later on. Hopefully we'll see the likes of Zach Blackwell back out as well. Third place battle swings its way through the right-hand Rotoggies. There's Gary Papworth in the most likely Austin Powers-inspired Union flag livery. And here comes Andy Langley. It's going to be a win for Norfolk Mini right here in Norfolk. He has run away from everybody else on the restart of this one. It's going to be an overall win for an S53 class car. We don't say that too often. And here comes the Rainmaster in this one, Andy Langley. He's going to keep up his run of class wins. It's going to be 11 out of 11 for 2025. But more importantly, this one is an overall win as well. Here he comes up towards the line. Andy Langley wins the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtec Motorsport Race 2 here at Snetterton. It's going to be Ollie Wilmot in second, so he'll get back to class winning ways once again. Who is going to be third overall and complete the podium? Will it be Neil Clark in the green car? Will it be John Wyatt in the Gold Machine? Looks like Neil Clark has got the edge. Or is John Wyatt going to get a run here? John Wyatt has got a run here up alongside him. He's going to go through, I think, on the run up to the checkered flag. Who's it going to be? John Wyatt does get there. I didn't expect that. John Wyatt steals third place from Neil Clark on the line by 0.3 of a second. Paul Sawyer is going to take 5th. He'll be pleased with that. It's one of his best overall results so far for the DJ. Then a group behind, headed by Steve Webb, ahead of Adrian Lingy, Ian Trundley. Chris Johnson comes through for 9th. He started from the pit lane, so that's a good run through. We wait for Daniel Truman. There he is. He wins Class C. He gets back to class winning ways. Gary Papworth set to follow him home ahead of David Taylor, Kirkland and Aram. There is David Taylor. Great entertainer is the Scotsman, races purely for fun. And he makes it home after a few problems in race 1. He'll be pleased with that. 3rd in class, 12th overall. Adam Kirkland and Chris Aram next. So Andy Langley's winning margin in the end, 25.6 seconds. Lapping some 6 seconds a lap faster than the man behind him, Ollie Wilmot, who takes second and wins Class S56. John Wyatt snatching third on the line from Neil Clark. Paul Sawyer 5th ahead of Steve Webb. Then Adrian Lingy, Ian Trundley and Chris Johnson. Daniel Truman wins Class C ahead of Papworth, Taylor, Kirkland and Aram. We lost Ben Trundley, Freddie Hewitt and Freya Belk. They splash their way back into the paddock then. And we'll hear shortly from Andy Rainmaster Langley. He did master the monsoon in that one, certainly. We can head down to Ian Waterhouse in just a moment to hear from our new Rainmaster. Waiting to hear from Andy Langley.
Well, here we go, Andy Langley. I didn't think you were going to get out. Come over here, because it's pretty grim out there, isn't it? How slippy is it?
Oh, incredibly slippy. Yeah, I just couldn't believe it. Nearly went off several times, but I saw the gap growing, and yeah, just took it fairly easy. But wow,
you clearly like these conditions, though.
Yeah, I've got a bit of an advantage because this is my home circuit. So I've done a lot of laps around here. So yeah, perhaps that was cheating a little bit, but anyway, yeah, great, loved it.
Look, well done, congratulations. I won't leave you too long because you've still, hopefully, fingers crossed, got another one to go later. So good luck, congratulations, thanks Andy. Stay dry, won't you? We'll grab Ollie Wilmot in a second. I did want to find John Wyatt. What a race he had, coming home third, right on the line as well. An absolute cracker. Already, blimey, Caterhams are already onto the start line. We are running through very quickly as we possibly can. Ollie, come on, don't ruin that hair. Look at that. Wow, I'm jealous, man. Look, another great race.
Category, well, won the category, so main thing. But yeah, we've put it on slick setup, so it's a difficult one. So I was really struggling. Like 2 more laps and I think I wouldn't be on the podium.
Well, at least you know what to do for later, right?
Yeah, we were hoping, but yeah, it's going to be wet.
Okay, look, I'll let you go. Stay dry. Thank you so much, Ollie. Great to see you as well. Yeah, like I said, John White, what a fantastic race. They're all the way over there. Of course, it is starting to absolutely hammer it down here, and it's going to stay for the rest of the day. We're going to have a wet afternoon here at Snetterton, but the Caterhams are already on track. So more action coming up for you right now. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, and into position then, the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Sigma 135 category. We'll give you the grid for this one. The championship's already been sewn up. It is the champion Tom McEwing on pole in the number 49 alongside 96 Luke Waitman. Failed to finish the earlier race this weekend. Row 2, number 10 James Hapgood alongside 14 Sean Crellin. On row 3, treble 1, which is Steve Merritt, another non-finisher in race 1. Starts alongside 98 of Adam Waitman. 4th row, 198 Henry Morris, alongside 42 Neil Warnock. 122 Louise Deason and 95 Tom Gunter. Another non-finisher in the first race, completing the top 10. The 6th row, 77 Giles Derry and 17 Giles Hanson. Simon Arnold and Michael Munns on row 7 in 51 and 54. The 8th row, 104 Neville Sykes alongside 68, which is Darren Butler. 199 Orlando Morris and 71 Lee James, and 6 Anthony Nichols and 40 Dean Pollen complete the top 20 on this grid. Just been told there will be 2 green flag laps in this one because of the changing conditions. Drivers haven't run in the wet so far this weekend, so protocol is that 2 green flag laps are held. Simon Nicholas and Benja Headley on row 11 ahead of Neil Bell and Russell Gunter on row 12. Mark Soden and Norman Jeeves row 13. Behind them Alan Bateman and David Jarvis. Ian Hapgood and Neil Perry complete the first 15 rows of the grid. Row 16 is Stephen Trinder, number 711, alongside 36, which is Grant Boyd Gibbons. He's changed category, was meant to race in the Sigma 150s this weekend. Row 17 is Mike Waitman, number 21, and Rob Winrow in the 146. Paul Vokes, car 69, alongside number 57, Simon White. David Poulter and Simon Martin round out the grid. Simon Martin, due to a tyre infringement in qualifying, will be starting at the back with a 10-second penalty. They move off then for what is a significant race, because the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Championship, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, this is their last race with the BARC. They are moving on to pastures new for 2026. So this is their last race with BARC, their last race of 2025. So we thank them for their entertainment on BARC TV over the years. All the best in their new ventures.
and in the end, second place driver Tom McEwen. Those two were the top two through by 24 thousandths of a second. Very, very close indeed. So that was
field of some 38 cars we should see for this one. One non-starter, Toby Bryant, number 141, was withdrawn with a bit of damage from earlier on. But it is Tom McEwen on pole, the already confirmed champion. Race 1 earlier in the weekend, it was James Hapgood who took the overall victory. And Tom McEwen in second place. They almost dead heated over the line, 24 thousandths of a second in it. Adam Wakeman completing the podium in number 98, because of course we lost Tom Gunter early on. Luke Wakeman after some contact with the back of Sean Crellin's car. Stephen Merritt ended up in a tangle as well, coming through the hairpin, and he dropped out, and Paul Vokes was a retirement as well. Caterham's being accompanied by a chorus of air horns from the show trucks on the infield by the sound of it in the background. While we have these two green flag laps, hello to a few of our commenters. Hi to Petunia. Hi to Norfolk Mini, one of their drivers winning the previous race. Cristano, Connor Penfold, Fluffy Pingu. Right to Hannah Houston, she was cheering on Freya Belk in the Mini. Sadly, Freya didn't get very far. Connor Penfold, who's here at Snetterton today, so just picked up my hot chocolate from trackside. Yes, needed in these conditions, certainly. Hi to Grant, watching in South Africa. Hi to Gary Anderson as well. Carl Smith and everybody else who's commented recently. We haven't really got round to many of your comments today. As Cristano says, well done to the Norfolk lads in the Minis. As they head round the Caterhams on their second green flag lap, just let them get acclimatised to the wet conditions, because they haven't run in the wet so far this weekend.
Changeable weather conditions which they had from earlier on this morning, so second chance for the drivers to try things out, although the pack will need to catch up a little bit with the 13-8-car field that is stretched out from kind of the final cars coming through for them, and the lead cars already heading away.
Tom McEwen, the bright green car, will be on pole. Apologies if I do get mixed up between the cars of Luke Wakeman and Stephen Merritt here. They are very similar livery. That's 198, which is Henry Morris, Henry and Orlando Morris from Surrey, out in this one.
The away day came then towards the end of July, and last time out we had 3 races at Anglesey towards the end of August.
Luke Wakeman in the black car with the orange roll cage. James Hapgood in purple and yellow, his car easy to pick out, the Welshman. Alongside him will be Sean Crellin. He comes all the way from the Isle of Man, the turquoise, red and yellow car. Oh, we've got somebody who's spun. I think that's Adam Wakeman. Has spun at Oggy's there in the background. So he'll try and make his way back up to his grid position. Adam Wakeman, the red car with the white wheels, yes. Steve Merritt alongside him will be in black with a Dayglow orange nose cone. Just waiting the cars to start forming up on the grid shortly then, for what will be a 25-minute race. We've seen one frantic Caterham race already, the finale for the Sigma 150s over 25 minutes. By tradition, the second race for each class is slightly longer at each meeting. There's Crellin, Steve Merritt. There's Henry Morris. Neil Warner, the grey car with the Dayglow yellow Flashes will start alongside him. There's Adam Wakeman. He's making his way back up to his grid position. Or trying to, after spinning off at Oggies. So the front row now started to come into line on the grid in front of my commentary box. It is Tom McEwing looking to round off his championship season with a win. He was beaten in a photo finish by James Hapgood in race 1 yesterday. Adam Wakeman has regained his third row slot on the grid. Fifth row of the grid, I can see Louise Neeson with the pink roll cage. Alongside her should be Tom Gunter, the silver and black car. Yes, he's there. Number 6 will be Giles Derry, the green and gold machine, alongside number 17, Giles Hansen. He's in light blue, black and orange. It'll take a while to get the grid formed up here. Simon Arnold, the yellow car, number 51. Alongside 54, Michael Munns, who's in green. It's going to be very slippery here, especially in the early stages. Hi to Craig Atkins. It says, car 67, driven by Ian Hapgood, is my old car, so keeping an eye on how it goes. Where's Ian Hapgood starting? Let's have a look further down the grid. He's on row 15. Keep an eye on Ian's car. His former owner is watching. Loads of Fraser Lochte as well.
There or thereabouts, and of course with the time constraint today anyway, moving on with things pretty rapidly, so this race is scheduled to start 3:10. A couple of minutes past that now, gets to finish at 6 o'clock with a curfew at 6:30, and now marshals ushering a few of the cars into the positions they need to be. Towards the rear there, we're going to get those cars where they should be, and I think we're almost there, so all being good, we get the green flag, and 38 or thereabouts cars in position. 25 minutes of race to look forward.
Okay, just waiting for everybody to be confirmed in position then by the marshals. 5-second board has been held aloft. The red lights come on. Revs are up for our last Caterham race of the weekend, and away they go. Not a great start there by Sean Crellin. He's quite slow away in the 14. There's one or two cars fairly slow away in the wet. Some of these cars won't have been set up for wet conditions, of course, and one car was very slow away. Was Neil Warnock, number 42. He's got away at the back of the field, so he must have stalled. Meantime, the leaders are heading up towards the Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Let's have a look who's got the lead as they come into it. McEwing is there on the inside. One car running out very wide is Hapgood in the number 10. Bit of bodywork goes flying there. I think that was Luke Wakeman attacking for the lead in the number 96 car. They're sliding all over the place on the hairpin. Very tentative in these early stages. Saw there the grey and green car of Neil Warnock at the back of the field, number 42. It is McEwing who leads the way. Somebody spun in the background. That's taken out Sean Crellin. I think it was Henry Morris who spun, and Crellin got caught up with him. They've got going again. So McEwing leads it. It's Wakeman in second place. Steve Merritt is third. Hapgood is fourth. And I think that might be Tom Gunter who's come through to fifth in the number 95 car. The rest of them go filtering their way tentatively through Agostini. 67, the purple car, that's the car we mentioned earlier, Ian Hapgood, the purple car with the white trim. There's another spinner up at Hamilton's. Who's gone there? That's the number 71 car of Lee James facing the wrong way. Local man from Diss in Norfolk. He's trying to rejoin. The car sliding wide there. Here they come down the Bentley straight, the leaders. Luke Wakeman on the left, the black car. In the green car, it's Tom McEwing, the champion. Steve Merritt going with them. Those three have pulled away slightly from him. The number 10 of James Hapgood, fight side by side with Tom Gunter, I think that is, for fourth position. It's McEwing who leads the way as they come through Nelson. So a fair few slips, slides, skids and spins in the early stages here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. These drivers just getting acclimatised to the conditions at the moment. Except after this, we're going to have the junior saloon cars and then the TCR touring cars, incidentally, on the revised timetable. As round the outside into the lead goes Luke Waitman. Number 60's moving up the order fairly rapidly. That is Mark Soden, the Derbyshire driver in the blue car, side by side with the 22, the Williams lookalike of Neil Bell. So they come through to complete the opening lap of this Caterham Graduate Sigma 135 race. It is Luke Waitman who leads the way. 10-second penalty for number 155, Simon Martin. He was supposed to take a 10-second penalty on the grid because he was at the back because of a tyre for infringement in qualifying. I don't think he took that penalty, so he's been given an additional 10-second penalty, Simon Martin. I don't think he waited for the additional 10 seconds at the start. That'll be why. Meanwhile, Luke Waitman leads McEwing, Merritt. There's Gunter in 4th place. Hapgood is 5th in the purple and yellow car. Purple and yellow colours like that looks a bit like a Cadbury's caramel. 6th place is Adam Waitman. He's lost his nose cone somewhere, maybe as a result of that spin on the green flag lap. There's Giles Hansen, number 17. He is in P8. Plenty of chop and change. Russell Gunter, number 163, has gained some places, certainly, back in the midfield. Up the inside comes Steve Merritt into Agostini. He's going to take 2nd place away. There's Adam Waitman. You can see his nose cone is missing. That'll affect him particularly down the straights. So behind him is Giles Derry. Oh, somebody's off in the background. Who's that that's gone around? Spin coming out of course, if you drop your rear wheel onto the grass on the Exeter Palmers, you will be sent spinning. We'll pick up who that was in just a moment. Everybody else filtering through Agostini okay by the look of things. Couldn't quite make out the number on that car that spun, but it got going again, only with the loss of a bit of bodywork. Adam Waitman runs wide again. So number 96, Luke Waitman, is your leader. He's a guest class car though this weekend. A lot of drivers who were in the trophy but have completed their 3 scoring rounds running in the guest class, and Steve Merritt's going through into the lead. He takes the lead through Brundle and Nelson. McEwing closing back up as well, and Tom Gunter, number 95, looking to make up for a non-finish yesterday, is going with them. Look how wet it is now down at the bomb hole and into Coram. Hapgood is in 5th place. Through Murray's. Here's a battle further back in the order. That's the number 22 of Neil Bell, the blue and yellow car. Soden behind him, we saw him earlier. Number 54 chasing them is Michael Munns, who started fairly well up on the 6th row of the grid. He's dropped back down the order. Tom McEwing sends it up the inside, going into Richard. He's going to go into 2nd. Luke Waitman had already gone through, I think, to take the lead as we watch number 174. That's David Poulter. Up towards the hairpin. It is Waitman who leads. McEwing back into 2nd ahead of Steve Merritt. There's Gunter Hapgood trying to go with them in the number 10. Adam Waitman in 6th place in the 98, that missing nose cone. Lead battle heads out of Palms. Merritt's trying for 2nd place. He's surely going to go through here down the short straights. Side by side for 2nd on the inside to Agostini is Merritt, and he goes through. Gets the tighter line up into 2nd place under braking.
Well, it was Luke Waitman, but now it's back with Stephen Merritt, so had a change back once again. Tom McEwing, 2nd place marking, albeit 3 corners.
As the pack heads its way through. There's the purple number 67 car we mentioned earlier. Craig Atkins' old car. Ian Hapgood driving it now. Now, where in the order is he? Let's have a look down the timing screen when we have a moment. 26th place at the moment.
7 seconds back at the line. Through the first sector, he was...
Midfield heads to Agostini. Simon Arnold coming under fire there. I think it was Paul Vokes behind him, possibly number 69. There's Simon Martin, who'll have that penalty added on. presumably because he didn't take the penalty at the start of the race. Luke Waitman continues to lead the way. Up the inside comes Tom McEwing, but he'll be on the outside for Nelson. Can he get the move done? Yes, he can. And driving there by Tom McEwing, this year's champion. Somebody's off. Who's that has spun? Number 57, that's Simon Whites, who's rejoining. Now, where was he in the order? Simon Whites in the sort of bronze-coloured car. He was towards the tail of the field. Very busy down the Bentley straight. There's Paul Vokes, the orange and blue number 69 car. Just got ahead of the 27, which is Simon Nicholas. Chasing the yellow machine there. I think that's Simon Arnold ahead of them. 122 Louise Deason as well, holding off Simon Martin. Rain lights on as they head into Coram. Leaders have already headed up into the Wilson's hairpin. It's still Luke Waitman, Tom McEwing, Steve Merritt battling out in front. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Adam Waitman in 6th, so that's a damaged nose. He's not slowing him down too much, is it? He set the fastest lap of the race, 2:39.927. First driver to dip into the 2:39s in this race. Tom Krellin running wide there. He's dropped back into 9th place ahead of Giles Hansen. Brave Marshall there grabbing a souvenir from the edge of the track. So there go the leaders, 4 of them line astern almost. It's still Luke Waitman, number 96, the man from Derbyshire who leads the way. Chased by Tom McEwing. He's come down from York. Steve Merrick, number treble 1 in 3rd from Whitney in Oxfordshire. Tom Gunter from Reading in 4th place. To the Bentley straight they go. Meanwhile, back at Palmer's, some busy battling further back. So the 15 minutes of this 25-minute race still to go. Still Luke Waitman, number 96, who leads the way. I believe he's the brother of Adam Waitman. So Mike Waitman out there towards the back of the field. And straight off, wallop straight into the barrier. What happened there? Who was that? It's the 57 car again of Simon White. I'm not quite sure what happened there. It looked like something broke. He suddenly went across into the barrier, running into Agostini. The car didn't seem to turn away, so I reckon his steering may have broken there. So out goes the man from Surrey. Already seen him spin once. Here's a battle further back in the order. The car with the flames design on there is Anthony Nichols, number 6, leading the 75, the blue machine of Benja Headley. Simon Martin trying to make a move on Louise Deason's number 122. She's dropped quite a way down the order, qualified well. Simon White manages to make it into the paddock at least. He's out of the race without impact with the barriers. Still your leader is Luke Waitman. And 3/4 of a second clear. Here he comes. Down into Agostini ahead of Tom McEwing. 3rd place it is Steve Merritt. No change up front. So close bunch together, but no change in position really. There's Mike Waitman, number 21. I believe he's the father of Luke and Adam. I could be wrong. Apologies if I am. Mike is further back in the order at the moment, not able to fight with the rest of the family at the front. He's down in 32nd, in fact, at the moment. There is Luke Wakeman leading the way out of Oggies up towards Williams. Side by side there, the 63 on the inside of the 27. 63 is Norman Jeeves, 27 Simon Nicholas. And they're under fire from number 163, Russell Gunter. I think it might have been him who spun at Palmer earlier on and clipped the barriers. He's fighting his way back up. Leaders head down into the left-hander at Brundtland. Tom McEwen going for the inside. Wakeman holds him off, only just there through Brundle and Nelson for the lead of the race. Steve Merritt with the Dayglow orange nose and wheel rims in third place. Here's a replay. Watch the background at Palmer. And there's a spin. It's Louise Deason, number 122. Oh, that was close. Paul Vokes very nearly T-boning her. Lucky escape there. Good avoiding reflexes there by Paul Vokes. So it's certainly still slip and slide at Snetterton. And a fair few spins as well. Still 11.5 minutes of this race to go. 77 there, Giles Derry. Runner-up in the championship provisionally this year. He's running in 8th place here. Number 6 is the Anthony Nichols car with the white and flames paint job. Looks a bit like an American hot rod. Being chased by the 75 of Benja Headley, one of our guest class runners. A lot of drivers running as a guest this weekend, not scoring points. And now, if you had to change the lead, indeed we have. Tom McEwen has taken over from Luke Wakeman, so battle is now joined at the front of the field. Towards Agostini. Can Luke Wakeman take the lead back again? A little wide there. This can allow Steve Merritt a chance to attack. He was wide on the run into the left-hander. Just about holds second place though. Tom Gunter still 4th. And James Hapgood in 5th. Side by side between the 27 of Simon Nicholas and the recovering Louise Deason after her spin, making her way back up the order. Would the leader out of shape there? Tom McEwen's going to lose the lead. Through goes Luke Wakeman. He saw Tom McEwen kick the tail out there coming through the right-hander at Oggies. Down the straight, Tom McEwen moves back to the inside. He's trying to slipstream his way into the lead. Pulled out of the slipstream of Luke Wakeman. He's surely going to go through on the inside. Yes, he's done it. Again, twitching there as they come off Nelson. McEwen and Wakeman continuing to swap the lead. Changes every time down the straight. Inside there, going through is 104 Neville Sykes with the white wheels, the blue car. His fight is towards the bottom end of the top 20. 25 Tom Gunter, just giving you a watching brief on the leaders from his 4th place, trying to have a go at Steve Merritt, number treble 1. Leaders go over the lines almost side by side. Wakeman up on the outside. Can he get back ahead of Tom McEwen? 8.5 minutes of this race still to go. There's Mike Wakeman, number 21. Leader group comes through the Wilson hairpin, and Gunter is through into 2nd place. He must have got a good run down the straight through Riches on the back of Wakeman. That's the fight for 2nd place. Tom McEwen has escaped slightly now. There is McEwen. It could become a 6-way fight here shortly because Hapgood and Adam Wakeman are closing up on them as well. So there's still no shortage of excitement here at Snetterton despite the conditions. James Hapgood, the number 10, in 5th place. The cars further back coming into Brundle. One of them, Neil Perry, in the red and white Marlborough lookalike. Leader runs out wide. He always does there through Williams in these wet conditions. Looks like Luke Waitman could have got back into 2nd place here, ahead of Tom Gunter. Or has he? Check as they come towards us at Brundle this time. Tom McEwing leads the way. He wants to bow out for the season with a win to crown his championship. Waitman back through on Tom Gunter for 2nd place. Steve Merritt 4th. Behind them in 5th, Adam Waitman gets ahead of James Hapgood. Through Coram come the leaders. Chances of James Hapgood making it a double for the weekend appearing remote at the moment. Side by side across the line. Look at Waitman trying to get around the outside here. Tom McEwing for the lead. Can he do it as they go towards Riches? Huge battle further back down the order. Who's leading now? It is Tom McEwing, who has held his lead. Still close, bunched up behind leader. They come down towards the left-hand Red Agostino. Just over 5 minutes to go. Tom McEwing still somehow holding the lead. Gunter now back up into 2nd. Waitman is 3rd. Steve Merritt looking on from 4th place. If anything, 5th and 6th are having their own private battle now, with Hapgood attacking the back of Adam Waitman. They've dropped slightly off the lead quartet. Here comes Steve Merritt on the attack into Oggies. He's on the outside line. It's the fight for 3rd, and Merritt gets crossed up as a result of that. Tom McEwing still leads ahead of Tom Gunter in 2nd. It's now definitely a 6-way scrap again, though, because Adam Waitman's going after the top 4. I'm sure he'll take James Hapgood along with him. Here comes Tom Gunter. He wants a turn at leading this race. It's been Waitman and the number 49 that have led so far. Louise Deason's off again. She's not having a great race. Thankfully, nobody close enough this time. And Tom Gunter's got a run on the leader coming out of Nelson into the bomb hole. They're side by side. Tom Gunter had a good look up the inside there, but Tom McEwing keeps his foot in and just about keeps his lead. Great stuff there out of the Nelson corner towards the bomb hole. Tom Gunter had a real run on the race leader. He and Luke Waitman have led most of the way so far. Be an upset if Tom Gunter could steal victory. 3.5 minutes to go, so 2 laps left. There's Neil Warnock, the number 42. Only down 27th at the moment, normally a front runner. 49 on the attack there as well as Tom McEwing battling it out for the lead with Tom Gunter. Has Gunter taken the lead down the straight? Indeed he has. Tom Gunter, but he's going to slide wide on the hairpin. Can he gather it up? Yes, he can. Here comes Adam Waitman into the equation as well. The Waitman's battling it out with Steve Merritt. Tom Gunter has now taken the lead. There he is. from Tom McKeown. He's pushing a bit too hard there through Palmer's. He went out wide. You don't want to get a wheel onto the grass there, because as we've already seen, it will send you spinning. So now we've got a race on our hands. We'll be coming round to start the last lap, I think, this time around. Tom Gunter leads the way. There's a back marker in there as well, which is Neil Perry, I think, number 5. Given the length of the circuit, you don't very often get back marker traffic. I think that's Louise Deason in trouble again, the 122. She's struggling a bit with the setup, I think. There are the leaders heading into Hamilton's. Waitman's gone wide. He's on the grass there out of Hamilton. And through to third goes Steve Merritt. Thank you very much, says Steve. Takes third place. Luke Waitman goes down to fourth. Now the leaders have got Neil Perry, the back marker, to deal with in the red and whites Caterham. Moves to the inside there through Williams. Down the straight they come. Now, has Tom Gunter been able to get it far enough ahead to break the toe? Coming up on what I think is David Poulter, number 174, to be lapped. Leaders through Brundle. Into Nelson. Can Tom McKeown fight back around what's going to be a cracker of a final lap to try and defeat the 95 of Tom Gunter? James Hackwood now under fire from Adam Waitman again.
Halfway round that lap, then Thomas Gunter falls back once more. So we're just trying to work out the cars compared to traffic. The silver car is the race leader down towards Murray, Thomas Gunter. The second car is the green team to Thomas McKeown.
So here come the leaders out of Murray's to start their final lap. Less than a minute on the clock. The last lap of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club season, and their last lap as part of the British Automobile Racing Club as well, before the club moves on to pastures new, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. And Neil Warnock is off in the 42. It's not been a good race for him at all. Wheel spins his way over the grass to rejoin. Last lap board, you can see his outs from the marshals on the home straights. So is it going to be Tom Gunter or 49 of Tom McKeown who take the win? They're at Wilson's hairpin. Steve Merritt diving up the inside there, still battling with Luke Waitman for third place. There's the battle for third. Leaders coming up on a back marker. It's Mike Waitman, number 21. Tom Gunter goes around him at Agostini. Waitman stays to the left. Blue flags being shown to him, the blue lights on there from the marshals to warn him that the leaders are lapping him. There is Tom McKeown giving chase to Thomas Gunter for the lead. Gunter, the silver car, out of Oggies. Tom McKeown, who he's got a little bit crossed up there. Did McKeown lose it there? I can't know. He's just got the rear end kicked out. He's done that a couple of times. I thought he lost it for a second there. Westland come through. Merritt, Luke Waitman, James Hapgood on the number 10. And then Adam Waitman in the battered number 98 car, missing its nose. Here come your leaders down under the bridge. It's only the left at Brundle, a couple of right-handers, and then into Murray's. For Thomas Gunter, number 95, the man from Reading. He's going to take the last win of the season for the Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 category. He's got to keep his nose clean here through the final couple of corners. Tom McKeown, the champion, dropping back in second place. Here he comes into Murray's for the final time. He may have failed to finish yesterday's race after an early mishap, but no problem today. He's raced his way through from fourth to first. Tom Gunter is going to be the last winner of the season for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. There is the checkered flag. Gunter wins it. Over the line come his pursuers. McKeown will take second place, Merritt third, Luke Waitman is fourth, James Hapgood fifth, Adam Waitman is sixth. They were covered by less than 6 seconds in the end. And that does bring the curtain down on the Caterham Graduates Racing Club's tenure with the British Automobile Racing Club. So thank you very much to Caterham Graduates Racing Club. It's been a pleasure to commentate on you over the last few years for BARC TV. We wish them all the best in their ventures to pastures new in 2026. The rest of the finishers coming home. Giles Derry is 7th, Henry Morris is 8th, Sean Crellin, the Manxman, is 9th, and I think it'll be Orlando Morris completing the top 10. We look at the provisional results. Still cars coming across the line, but we can make you a provisional result of a win for Tom Gunter, number 95, battling all the way in that top 10. He got the fastest lap as well. Tom McEwing second. He'll now start the proper celebrations of his championship, just under 3 seconds down at the flag. Stephen Merritt in third, ahead of Luke Wakeman, with James Hapgood completing the top 5. Adam Wakeman in 6th place, then Derry, Morris, Crellin and Orlando Morris completing the top 10, ahead of Giles Hansen, Mark Soden. 71 Lee James, despite a spin early on, is 30, and 22 of Neil Bell rounds out the first 14 places. Drivers sounding their horns as they cross the line. That's the end of the season for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Championship.
So Thomas Gunter just out of his car, taking the steering wheel back on it. He'll be chatting to very shortly in Waterhouse of BARC TV.
And we'd just like to say thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment. Big thanks to the championship sponsor Rob Warner, we saw him racing earlier, the man behind P4 Emergency Lighting, and also to the club chairman Matthew Willoughby. Congratulations on his 100th race earlier on, and a happy retirement as well. He is his card up for sale. He's going to be stopping racing at the end of this year, so happy retirement, Matt, and thanks for all your work with the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates and the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. So end of their BARC era here at Snetterton today. We'll hand down to the final word with them with Ian in Park Fermé.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with that result. I think it's really too early to say, but I think that's also going to be the first championship. So, yeah.
Thomas Gunter, there you go. That means you are the final winner in 2025. Quite a nice accolade to have, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice to finish on, absolutely.
Talk us through the race, difficult conditions out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the green flag laps, there are a couple of guys spinning. But yeah, just tried to stay patient, and I guess it paid off in the end.
A couple of back markers near the end, no late nerves?
Yeah, I was a little bit worried when I saw them coming around the corner, absolutely. But no, they were brilliant. They stayed, they very predictable, stayed on line. They made it really easy just to go around the outside, which is what we can ask already.
Are we going to see you back next year?
I hope so. Yeah, fingers crossed.
Good man, congratulations, Thomas Gunter. He takes me to Tom, can we just borrow you a second? Now, look, we already knew it beforehand anyway. I just wanted to say it to you in person. You are, of course, the 2025 Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 champion. How does it feel?
Yeah, awesome. And to be honest, in no part, or small part, because of that last race, which was so much fun. Obviously, like super sketchy conditions. The amount of times I nearly lost it. Oh my god! But it was such good driving out there. Like Tom Gunter was like mega. His pace the last couple of laps were like incredible. But even the start, Luke Wakeman, Steve Merritt, it was like awesome. And like there was no drama. Like
I think on that last lap, it stretched it to about a second. Where you like, do you know what? Let's just get home and finish. Let's not.
Yeah, for sure. And also we started catching a few lap cars, and to be honest, yeah, at that point I was like, don't bin it, just bring it home. My mini goal today was this weekend was 2 podiums. So yeah, I'm pleased with that. And yeah, had a great year. Really enjoyed myself. Can I say my sister and brother-in-law Rosie and Matt are watching me in Ecuador. Yeah, so they always make an effort to watch me wherever they are in the world. So thanks, guys. Yeah, and hopefully see you soon.
What does it mean to you, Tom, to be champion this year?
You know what? It's amazing, but I generally really have enjoyed racing in this championship so much. Like the most since my academy year. The camaraderie is similar, and the vibe and the paddock's awesome. And like you can see how packed this grid is. Like it's easily the biggest grid in Caterham racing at the moment. And like the racing's awesome. There's like so few incidents, and yeah, everyone has a great time.
Tom, well done. Congratulations, a fantastic year. You are the champion, of course. As you can see, we've got the junior saloons on track now as well, and that does end the season for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. What a fantastic year it has been. Of course, Paul Goldstein picking up the Sigma 150s and Tom McEwen winning the Sigma 135s. Big thank you to the Caterham Graduates Racing Club for this year, and we'll see them next year. What we will see straight away, though, Junior Saloon Car Championship, their second and final race of the weekend, about to get underway. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the junior saloons on the grid for their second and final race of the weekend. We're getting underway very shortly. Just waiting to confirm, will they get 2 green flag laps? Not sure if they will. We haven't had any notification of it, but if they haven't run in the wet yet this weekend, they often do. We'll wait and see as the cars get underway. I'm pleased to say Jake Wardle's back out after his problems at the start of race 1. So the grid reads as follows. Josh Salvadori is on pole this time because the grid is taken from the second fastest lap time for each driver from qualifying. Ollie Kerr starts alongside him, and Wilf Butler, winner of race 1, is on the second row, number 70, alongside number 27, Matthew Swan. Row 3, Ollie Smith alongside Louis Austin, Leon Holly and Martin Wright on row 4. The 5th row, Sherry Ann Powell with Jake Wardle, our newcomer, alongside him. Didn't get away with engine trouble in the first race. On the 6th row behind them, we have Tom Algar and Ben Ward, our other newcomer this weekend, and Lexi Powell and Max Scharfegger on row 7. Watch for Max coming through because, of course, he didn't set a time after problems in qualifying yesterday, so has had to start at the back. So making their way around on their green flag lap then, and some of the cars, of course, having switched to wet weather tyres for this race, and that means a change of wheel rims for Josh Salvadori. He's now got day-glow yellow wheel rims on the car. I think that looks even cooler than it did originally with the red wheels on that car. Very impressive indeed from Josh Salvadori and Team Lightning McQueen. Also at the back of the field, check out the bright yellow headlamps for Max Scharfegger. Day-glow yellow to match the paint job on the car. I remember it was Lewis Saunders, the former champion, on one meeting in the wet at Cadwell Park a few years ago when I was on PA commentary duty. He had bright red bulbs in the headlamps. Certainly looked very menacing, that car did, with them. So they make their way around on their green flag lap then. Whether they'll get just 1 or will they'll get 2, we'll wait and see. We haven't had any notification. Thanks again for their support, Goodyear for tyres and Milltek for brakes, the supporters of the Junior Saloon Car Championship this year. So there's just 1 point in it by my calculation in the championship after Wilf Butler won and got fastest lap earlier on. He is a single point ahead of Josh Salvadori. Entered the race 3 points behind him. With Ollie Kerr third in the points. Ollie Smith is 4th, the leading rookie. I think he's gone over to bright orange wheel trims for this one, as has Wilf Butler. What colour is the wet weather tyre rims on Ollie Kerr? Silver. Here you can see the day-glow yellow wheels now on Josh Salvadori's car. Looks good. This is going to be very slip and slide indeed. A lively race earlier on with Wilf Butler leading all the way. Now, I don't think they're stopping on the grid this time through, are they? So double check, no they're not. They are going to have a second green flag lap. On the front row of the grid. The second row then, team number 70 was Butler. Here we join by number 27, which is Matthew Swanson. Then moving back to row... It's, of course, protocol that if conditions have changed since qualifying or your earlier race, you get 2 green flag laps to get acclimatised. Accompanied by number 14, which is Martin Wright. Then on to what's going to be the 5th row of the grid. You'll find number 42, Sherry Ann Powell. Ollie Kerr looking for the return to winning ways. Had a couple of wins at Silverstone recently. Just looking at the points championship for 2025. It was 2 wins at Donington Park recently and 1 for Ollie Kerr in the triple header meeting. That was the Convoy in the Park meeting. Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadori had 1 each at Alton Park. There were 2 wins for Ollie Kerr. That was at Croft. He had 1 at Silverstone, 2 at Croft, apologies there. Wilf Butler had a win at Croft as well. So the top 3 in the championship have pretty much divided up the wins between them so far this season. The only exceptions being a couple of wins, as we said earlier, for Luca Maserati, who's now moved up into senior racing, and Lewis Stannard, who had a win at Donington at the season opener, but we haven't seen him out for a couple of rounds now.
Head of the order, but so far this season, the wins have gone the way of the top 3 champions.
TCR UK are going to be up next. Andy McEwen has just rejoined us here in the commentary box. You never know, some of these drivers might make it all the way through to TCR UK someday, these junior racers, some as young as 14.
If things go his way, Olico on the outside of the front row, he's had 4 wins so far this year. Another win have been shared by 2 drivers not here this weekend.
So they head down the Bentley Straight, just warming their Goodyear tyres. They'll pull up on the grid this time, ready for this 15-minute race. Probably some sliding around in this one, says Connor Penfold. Yep, you're not wrong there. Jody Wood says, good luck, Louis Austin. Where's he lining up? He's 6th on the grid. The green and white number 26 car. Didn't get the best of starts in our earlier race. The grid seems to have rather split into 2 here, doesn't it? There's the other 6 cars towards the back, headed by Sherry Ann Powell in the 42. Just going to take them a while to line up on the grid here. Hopefully nobody burns their clutch out. Hyundai safety car waiting there at the back. Identical 1.6 litre Citroën Saxo VTRs. So can Josh Salvadori take his first win of the weekend? Will Ollie Kerr take his first Snetterton victory?
On our way through. So let's see what happens this time round.
Will Matthew Swatton take a first win, possibly? The Kersley Motorsport team on top, run by Alex Kersley, who we've seen out the last few years in the Hyundai Coupe Cup. Only seen him race once this year. He's been busy running his team instead. So the red car with the Dayglow yellow wheels of Josh Salvadori on pole. Simpson Race exhaust liveried car of Ollie Kerr alongside him. Second row in white and black with orange wheels is Wilf Butler. Red, white and blue with the white wheels is Matthew Swatton. I think that's his best starting position so far on the second row. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid then. This will be a 15-minute race for the junior saloon cars. The red lights are on. They go out now and we are underway. Power comes on and down towards Riches for the first time. Looks like everybody is away cleanly. Up towards the first corner they go. Looks like Josh Salvadori has just about held his lead. Leon Holly charging up the inside of Martin Wright into the first corner. Max Scharfegger's made a good start. He's made up about 4 places already. There's Jake Wardle, our newcomer, at the back of the field in number 3, the blue car. It's Salvadori in the clear as they head into the hairpin for the first time. Ben Butler up on the outside of Ollie Kerr. Ollie Smith into 4th place. Matthew Swatton stuck on the wider line. Scharfegger's carving his way through the field early on in this one. He'll be one to watch. And there is Jake Wardle. No repeats of his earlier problems. He's been able to get underway. A lot of understeer there. Running wide for Josh Salvadori. It's very slippery out there at Palmer on the infield loop. Leon Holly nearly loses it there. The light blue number 87 car. Got the wipers going frantically as they head down towards Agostini for the first time. It's Salvadori who leads the way, then second is Butler, third is Ollie Kerr. So Wilf Butler's got through into second place. Look at the way Scharfegger's going up alongside Matthew Swatton already. He started last on the grid. A bit of door handling there. Swatton goes over the curb. Everybody's kept it together so far. Tom Algar at the back of the field in the number 35, the man from Sussex. Running wide there over the curb briefly was Max Scharfegger. I reckon he could challenge for a podium in this one, the way he's going in these early stages, you know. Chasing down Louis Austin now. That's for P5 already. We've only done half a lap. Through Williams' corner for the first time. There's our other newcomer, Ben Ward, being caught by Jake Wardle. In great shape, the third of our newcomers, Layla Henderson rather, was unable to race this weekend. Damage to her car from qualifying yesterday. Salvadori leads it, but Wilf Butler is keeping him in his sights. Two of our three championship protagonists. Ollie Kerr still in contention for the title as well. Ollie Smith is in 4th place, then Louis Austin. Scharfegger's up behind them. 7th is Matthew Swap. Leon Holly is 8th. Through the bomb hole. 26th of Louis Austin. Comes from Farringdon in Oxfordshire. Under fire from Max Scharfegger. Josh Salvadori from Chelmsford leads the way. Coming through to complete lap number 1. Here they come to complete the first lap then, up over the grid on the Senna straights. Scharfegger, the big winner on that first lap. He started 14th. He's up to, I think it's 6th place already, following in the wheel tracks of Louis Austin. Over the line they come. Salvadori's leads 1.3 seconds over Butler. He swapped places with Ollie Kerr, and here comes Scharfegger up the outside, going into Riches. That's a brave move on Louis Austin. You get that wrong, you're in the ploughed field next door, but he's done it. Max Scharfegger is absolutely flying along at the moment. Up towards the hairpin comes Max Scharfegger. He's on the tail of Ollie Smith now, going for 4th place. Could he catch our podium runners? I'm not sure if Max has had a podium yet this year. He's 5th in the points. I'm just looking through the points chart here. Yes, he has had a podium. He had a 2nd place at Brands Hatch earlier this season. Now challenging Ollie Smith for that 3rd place. Yeah, he was on the podium at Brands earlier this year, but Max Scharfegger, this is seriously impressive stuff in the early stages, now challenging Ollie Smith for 4th place. Out of Agostini, still Salvadori who leads the way from Butler and Kerr. Then these two battling for 4th position. 6th is Louis Austin. Nearly clipping the back of Ollie Smith there, the number 80. Going for the outside at Oggies. That's a very rare move. You probably wait till the Bentley straights to attack. Yes, Ollie Smith. Oh, he's got in too hot there into Williams. Good save. They door handle together as Smith tries to rejoin. They both slide wide onto the grass. Ollie Smith goes all the way off down the grass verge. He's rally crossing. And Louis Austin could gain a couple of places here. Ollie Smith still trying to find the tarmac. Yeah, he slid wide. As he came back on, he cannoned off Max Scharfegger's car. That's delayed Scharfegger's progress up the field a little. And Ollie Smith, is he wounded there? The wing mirror's broken on both of those cars. Scharfegger we saw lose a mirror in the first race as well. As he flings it through Nelson. He's still not slowing down, is he? But oh, has that damaged his steering? Look at his left front wheel. That's a bit of contact. That may have damaged the steering on Scharfegger's car. That'll be a real disappointment if he suffered damage there. Was he just testing it there to make sure the tracking was okay after that bit of contact with Ollie Smith? Hopefully he's able to continue. And off goes Ben Ward, the number 64 in the Kersley Motorsport car. I don't think he's going off. I think he's parking it. Yes, Ben Ward in trouble. Scharfegger's lost out to Leon Holly. I think he's wounded. I think Scharfegger's got damage to his steering, unfortunately. Oh, what a disappointment after that run through the field in the early stages. Yes, he's losing places. Such a shame for Max Scharfegger if that car is damaged. He tries to keep going. He's lost his pace. Meanwhile, for the lead, look at this, into the hairpin. Wilf Butler up the inside. He's trying to take Josh Salvadori for the lead. Salvadori will try and stay alongside him on the run up towards Palmer. He'll have the inside line for the left-hander. And Josh Salvadori, I think, will just about hold his lead. Butler tries to turn it back. They are absolutely together. So Wilf Butler on the bumper, literally, of the Lightning McQueen look-alike. Down towards Agostini, he'll try and pull out of the slipstream and get the inside line away. Wilf Butler tries to take the lead, he's down the inside, is he? And Salvador is sliding wide, he's got sideways, he's going to lose the lead. Butler takes it up. Salvadori gets the cutback. I thought Josh Salvadori was going to spin there, but he's kept his foot in. He could get the lead back again with a bit of luck here into Hamilton. This is a great race between these two. Up the inside, this time it's Butler's turn to run wide. Salvadori gets it turned back through Hamilton's and he retakes the lead. Butler still up alongside him though on the outside line. Terrific race between these two. And Salvadori has somehow got the lead back again. Magnificent. Only a minimum bit of rubbing there as well. You can see the wing mirror dislodged slightly on Salvadori's car. Despite the slippery conditions, the drivers are loving this. And Wilf Butler getting ready to fight back again. Third is still Ollie Kerr, keeping a watching brief behind them, thinking if these two fall over each other, I can take the lead. Fourth further back is Louis Austin. There is Max Scharfegger. He's down with Martin Wright now, 7th and 8th places. I think that's a bit of contact has knocked the tracking out, but never mind that, because look at the way Wilf Butler's going as they come through Brundle and Nelson. He's almost up alongside Salvadori again. Of course, all this battling is allowing Ollie Kerr to close in third place in the treble 2. 23 has got a 5-second penalty for track limit. That's Max Scharfegger after that battling earlier on. So he's got a 5-second penalty, unfortunately. As Wilf Butler attacks through Coram. Can he get up the inside? Oh, he's got sideways. Good save, Wilf Butler. Just about holds it together. He's lost a bit of momentum there, lost a couple of car lengths on Salvadori, but he'll close them straight back up again. 6 minutes 45 seconds of this race to go. My goodness, we've got a cracking race going on here. They're coming up towards the start-finish line. Butler was almost pushing Salvadori there as they go over the line. Kerr in third place. He's a second further back. These three have gone well clear of Louis Austin fourth. Butler's going to try and send a move up the inside into Riches. He won't get there. Salvadori holds the lead. Louis Austin at nearly 9.5 seconds down now in fourth place. It's all about the three title contenders at the front. There's still 2 rounds to go after this, of course. They go to Woolton Park in October, and then the finale at the beginning of November at Brands Hatch. Now Ollie Kerr is trying to make it a three-way fight for the lead. He's closing up. It's a Palmer. Kerr's got his headlights on. Well, Butler goes a bit wide there, coming out of Palmer. He nearly got onto the grass. He's right with Salvadori now. Which side's he going to go on the entry to Agostini? He goes to the right. That's around the outside. This is where Salvadori a lap ago nearly lost it. Kerr just looking on from third place. The inside Butler, he could get a move done here at Hamilton. He's got the inside line for the left-hander. He's going through. Wilf Butler takes the lead. Terrific stuff. Keeps it in tight on the exit. He didn't run wide. Salvadori is going to try and go back around the outside as Oggies. Look at this. This is superb racing between these two. They're side by side on the run into Williams. Butler's got the inside line this time. Salvadori keeping his foot in. There's nothing between the two of them. This is more like a Caterham race up front between them. And now Kerr's going to have a go. They're not going to go 3 wide down the Bentley Straight in weather like this, surely. He goes to the other side of the track now. This is like Caterham racing. 3 of them wide down the Bentley Straight. Oh, magnificent. Ollie Kerr's, is he going to take both of them? Butler in the middle. Kerr's going to be on the outside. Salvadori's got the inside line. Salvadori retakes the lead. Into the right-hander at Nelson. It's Salvadori from Butler. Kerr very nearly got both of them. He's in third place, but he's going for it. He was just keeping a watching brief earlier on, but Ollie Kerr is on the attack now. Salvadori's pulled away a little bit through the bomb hole there. Just over 4 minutes of this race still to go, so a couple of laps at least still of this terrific race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship remaining. Further 10-second penalty for Max Scharfegger, so after his early charge from the back, it's all coming apart for him. You can see his tracking's been knocked out. The wheel's not tracking through on the front by that contact with Ollie Smith earlier on. Another 10 seconds of penalties for him for track limits as well. He's all over the place further back in the lower reaches of the top 10 as the leaders come up over the line. This pulsating race for the junior saloon cars up towards Riches. Salvadore from Butler, Kerr in third place. They're nearly 10 seconds clear of Louis Austin in fourth. Further back in the order, it's now Leon Holly is up to fifth, battling with Matthew Swatton. They were close as they crossed the line there past my commentary box. Martin Wright is seventh, Scharfegger in eighth place at the moment. Ollie Smith, as a result of that off on the Bentley Straight, has dropped to ninth. Sherry-Ann Powell is 10th, and behind them Jake Wardle is 11th. Tom Algar is 12th. Lexi Powell 13th, and Ben Ward, who I thought had pulled over, is still going in 14th place. There's the battle for fifth. Leon Holly being chased by Matthew Swatton. Leon Holly all the way from Devon. Here are the leaders into Agostini. Less than 3 minutes to go. Leon Holly, a forceful young racer, holding that fifth position ahead of Swatton. Martin Wright further back in seventh. He's about 6.5 seconds back off these two now. There he is in the background. Black car with the orange flashes. Here are our leaders. They're coming up towards Williams Corner. Leaders run a little bit wide through there. Salvadore. Meanwhile, Scharfegger and Smith. Oh, these two are at it again. They're determined to leave the track with no wing mirrors intact, I don't think. You can see that that evil handling car of Scharfegger is dropping further and further back, though. It's either knocked the tracking out or perhaps bent a steering arm on that car. Talking of wing mirrors, there's not many left on Josh Salvadore's car either. The one's pushed in, the other one's pointing at the sky. He's still leading, with Wilf Butler giving chase. Through the bomb hole, up towards Coram. They'll be starting their last lap this time around. Ollie Kerr's dropped back a little now. They don't want to push too hard here. Know how slippy it is. Through Murray's to the penultimate time. Black and white flag being shown to number 70. That's Wilf Butler. A warning for exceeding track limits for the second place car. Needs to be careful around this final lap. There's Kerr in third. He's dropped about another half a second back now. So it looks like he will take third place. If anything, Salvadore is pulling away slightly. Here's a battle further back. We saw these two battling in race one as well. Lexi Powell ahead of Tom Algar. This is the fight for 12th and 13th places. It's been a good, solid weekend of development for Lexi Powell. Had a rather incident-packed season so far. She's certainly kept her nose clean back in the pack for this round. Good improvement from the treble 3. Josh Salvadore in the 110. He's pulled away slightly now from Wilf Butler. Surely heading for victory.
Josh Salvadore, he'll be getting an extra point for fastest lap. So he's 1 point ahead of the championship.
Looking for win number 7 of his season, Josh Salvadore. Who's got the fastest lap in this one? For the extra point, it is Butler who's got the fastest lap. So again, there'll be just 1 point in it, I think, in the championship. But this time, it'll be in favour of Salvadore. As Matthew Swatton continues to put Leon Holly under pressure. Clock has counted down to 0, so it will be checkered flag at this time. Leaders heading into the Bentley Straight. I think Josh Salvadore has got clean away here after that incredible side-by-side battling earlier on. This has certainly been one of the races of the weekend so far. Here at Snetterton Circuit on BARC TV. Towards Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Oh, Leon Holly a bit out of shape there coming through Williams Corner, but he holds 5th place. Leader comes down through the bomb hole. It looks as though Josh Salvadore has done enough. And He and Wilf Butler are going to fight for this title right the way to the last lap of the last race of the season, I think. I can't wait for the penultimate round at Alton Park and then the final showdown at Brands Hatch in November. Into the final corner. Here he comes for win number 7 of the season. Josh Salvadore up towards the checkered flag. And Lightning McQueen himself comes through to take the win here at Snetterton. Wilf Butler second and Ollie Kerr third. What a great race between the top two in that one. The battle for 5th is not finished yet. It's going to be Louis Austin who will take a rather lonely P4. Now is Leon Holly going to be able to hang on ahead of Matthew Swatton to take 5th place? Holly's had a couple of wayward moments on the last lap, but Matthew Swatton is closing up. Can he slipstream him on the run to the line? This is going to be close. Matthew Swatton pulls out of the slipstream. He's not quite going to get there. Leon Holly gets it by 0.2 of a second. Martin Wright will take 7th place. It's Ollie Smith in 5th. Sherry-Ann Powell is 9th. Who's going to complete the top 10? Well, Max Scharfeg will cross the line in 10th place, I think, yes, but he'll have that penalty. So Jake Wardle gets a top 10 on his debut weekend. Well done, Jake. Racing for Lexi Powell and Tom Algar to cross the line, but the provisional results, a win for Josh Salvadore. He pulled away in the last couple of laps after that incredible side-by-side battling to win by 1 3/4 seconds, near enough over Wilf Butler. Ollie Kerr completing the podium. Louis Austin a fine 4th ahead of Leon Holly and Matthew Swatton. They had a good dice in the closing stage. Martin Wright 7th ahead of Ollie Smith, delayed by that off on Bentley Straight. Sherry-Ann Powell 9th, Jake Wardle a good 10th, Max Scharfeg with that 10 with that penalty for track limits and that bit of steering damage, dropping down to 11th, what might have been for him. And Lexi Powell beats Tom Algar for 12th place, then Ward with the final finisher. I think we can hand down to Ian in Park Ferme to hear from our race winner.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Matt. Yes, so we've got our
Whoa, one each today for Josh and Wilf. The title fight continues as they head to Alton Park next. But Josh, wow, you boys, the respect that you two have amongst yourselves, with Oliver as well in the mix as well. We just couldn't call it.
Yeah, it was really tough. A couple of mistakes on my part. Just being the guinea pig out front, you just don't know what to expect. I went off, they gave me a kick up the back, and we got on with it.
It was great racing. Well done. Congratulations. I'll let you crack on. Wilf, can we get out of this rain? Let's get out of this rain. I just talked about the respect between you and Josh and Oliver as well. The racing was sensational.
Yeah, it was amazing race. Had some few door bangs along the way, but obviously in the wet it's going to happen. We were just giving each other so much room, and it was just such a good hack. Yeah, it was amazing. Right,
now, of course, it's 1 for 1 here at Snetterton. So, in fact, let me come around here. Yeah, 1 for 1 here at Snetterton. So it's kind of as you were really in the championship, wasn't it? On to Alton Park next. Do you like Alton?
Yeah, Alton was one of my favourite circuits. Me and Josh are very evenly matched, like every other track. So, yeah, it's going to be a good race. It's going to be close again, I think. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Don't go far, because Wilf, Mark will need you as well. Oliver, I told you that rain dance worked, didn't it?
It did work, but unfortunately we kind of got some wheel spin at the start. Controlled it relatively well, but still we kind of kept it in third and kept it on the track, which I think was the main thing.
You looked actually at one point, I was watching it, I was fascinated on that stream. In fact, you were 3 wide at one point coming down to Bentley Straight, and then it looked like they just got a little edge on you for the final lap or so.
I think kind of the whole race, I think we were just struggling with wheel spin. It's just not getting the traction off the corner, but good race nonetheless.
Well done, congratulations, a pair of third places, so great stuff indeed. Right, let me just head on over, because we've got TCR coming up very shortly. Normally, let's go into the garage, shall we, and stay dry, because the rain, it sounds silly when people say wet rain, because it is, but it's that fat wet rain as well. Normally there's a grid walk for TCR. I'm not too sure if it's going on or not, so I will go and find out very shortly. If there is, we'll be down on the start-finish straight. If not, then I will be handing over to your commentator for the second TCR race day of the day. It's going to be an absolute corker. So I'm going to hand back to comms. I'll go find out We might be on the track, we might not. What we're definitely going to see, though, is this TCR race coming up. Over to you guys.
Yes, thank you, Ian. Well, conditions have changed significantly since we last had TCR cars on the track, with the heavens opening pretty much right on schedule, really. It was supposed to be mid-afternoon, and indeed that has been the case. The sky is now leaden grey, full blanket of grey cloud above us, and no real sign of things improving massively. The good news is, whilst the track is wet, it's certainly not waterlogged. We don't have a huge amount of standing water, so the track is certainly very raceable, but conditions are not as pleasant as they have been for the race earlier on today. That race earlier on today was won by Adam Shepherd. Yet another victory for Adam in his quest for the 2025 TCR UK Championship, and he really did everything that he could in that race. He started from pole position, he led the whole way, and he came across the line first at the end of the 20 minutes. What wasn't quite according to the script was his big championship rival Callum Newsham coming from the back of the grid in a brand new car that he's never raced before, and finishing in second position in that new Hyundai Elantra. He had to start at the back of the grid because it was a new car, and as per championship regulations, if you change car, you start the next race from the back, but he came charging through the order, finished in second position, with young Max Hall on his TCR UK debut coming home in third. Well, now we have different conditions. We've got a completely jumbled grid because the top 10 finishers from race 1 are reversed to give us the grid order for race number 2. So it's Harry Blore who ends up on pole position, and Mark Smith alongside him. Will Beach and George Jackson together on row 2. Now, George Jackson could really be a dark horse in this one because he's been flying in his new, for this weekend, Cupra Leon BZ. Another two similar cars, Steve and Sam Laidlaw are on row 3 ahead of Brad Hutchison, and then the podium finishes from race 1. Max Hall is 8th on the grid, and then the two title contenders are together on row 5, Callum Newsham and Adam Shepherd. We reckon 6 points only between those two, in now Adam's favour, and we'll wait and see if that's still the case after this race. Then come the only two Gen 1 Cup cars. Alex Jones was the class winner in Gen 1 Cup earlier on. He starts ahead of Jeff Alden in the struggling Opel Astra, and Luke Sargent's at the back of the grid. He also had some issues in the earlier race, which led to a non-finish. So Adam Shepherd then, after the race win earlier on, 6 points only now ahead of Callum Newsham, but starts 1 position behind Callum on the grid for this one. So Callum Newsham then with a bit of a track position advantage. Adam reckoned when we spoke to him after the race earlier on that he had some pace in hand. He was just controlling things at the front of the field and not taking too many risks. Well, now they're both going to have to take a few risks in order to get through the field in these tricky conditions. That could be even harder for them. So cars then making their way around to the grid. I can see out of my commentary box window that Paul O'Neill is on the grid, and I hope that means we'll be able to hear from some of the drivers once the cars make their way around. Don't think there's any real question on tyre choice here. It's going to be a wet Goodyear tyre, which is required for these conditions. Tyres, therefore, not a question, but car setup is going to be a bit of a question. Who has got a good wet setup for their car? It's always a little bit tricky, especially with so many drivers who are either in their first weekend in their car or haven't done a full season in their particular cars. Case in point, Callum Newsham in the Hyundai Elantra, which makes its way around towards the end of the outlap now. This will be the first time he's raced that car in the wet, and he is going to be embarking now upon a pretty steep learning curve, you'd have to say, in these conditions. He will be one of the first to arrive on what is a fairly busy grid. He will pull up into the 9th starting position, so it's still a few places higher than he started race 1, but he is starting back there with some other quick drivers, including, as I said, Adam Shepherd, and that's got to be his big target, to keep Adam Shepherd at bay and to take some points back out of him. If Callum could go to Brands Hatch next time, more or less on equal footing with Adam Shepherd in the standings, then that would be big for his championship hopes, needless to say. Brad Hutchison and Callum Newsham keen to get on with things. The rest of them are still taking their time, making their way around the track. And, relatively lower attrition rate in that race earlier on. I think I'm right in saying Adam Shepherd was the only non-finisher. But see these conditions, whether that changes. There is Steve Laidlaw. Now remember how well Steve went in what was essentially our last wet races in the championship. That was at Thruxton last year. We had a sort of damp, greasy, slick, dry question mark race at Donington Park earlier on this year. But really, the last properly wet races we had were the 2 Sunday races at Thruxton last year. One was won by Steve Laidlaw and one by Carl Boardley. So Steve Laidlaw good in the wet, and he is going to be gunning for a good result in this one, starting from the 3rd row of the grid. Right, let's head down there, shall we? Cars starting to arrive in earnest on the grid. Paul O'Neill is standing by, ready to go. Let's head down and hear from him now.
TCR UK is back. It's very wet. We're at Snetterton. It's a nice shot you're going to have down the grid. So on the pole is the pole man coming up to the top. You can see him. He's just coming through here. It's going to be a very, very, very big day for him, this is. He's had a decent run out of it this morning in the first race. Harry Blaw on the pole, reverse grid pole. Mark Smith is alongside him in the same car. Different teams. Harry is just getting a bit of pressure taken out of his wet tyres. I'm just going to have a little interruption with him. I know he's a bit busy, but let's just have a word, because he's getting his marks put on by his let's make sure that you're all sorted before you speak to us, mate. He's getting sorted. You must be quite nervous, maybe. You got the car underneath you to do it, lad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is my first time to work actually this year, I believe. Oh, wow. Yeah, first time this year. Bit nervous. I think it's a bit cruel putting me on pole, I think. But yeah, I'm excited and nervous at the same time, I believe. Yeah, it's going to be good fun.
I think the best word of advice, mate, is just keep looking ahead and just get on with it, mate, and you'll be fine. This car will be absolutely spot on in the wet. Have you had a good feel round in this warm-up lap?
Definitely, yeah. I definitely think it's more, I would say, more good than I thought, definitely in the wet. Obviously, yeah. But yeah, I'm very optimistic, I would like to say. But yeah.
I'm sure you'll be fine, mate. I'll leave you to it. Make sure you got all your heated windscreens on and everything. Shut the doors. Last thing the drivers want is to have somebody talking to them and having rain go in the cabin. So the 2-minute board is out. I'll let these guys chat. Hello. Rick Kerry. Rick Kerry's here. Rick, you're not getting away with it. What's going on? I thought you were going to be here, mate.
I know, we were looking. I tested in the Link car, the Lynx & Co car. Was really good, but I thought I'd put the money towards buying it or buying one. So hopefully for next season, we're interested. Whether it's definitely happening, I don't know, but we'd like to if we can.
Good man. Rick Kerry said he's definitely on the grid for TCR UK next year. Yeah, good man. Good to see you, lad. Right, okay. Let's have a look. Have we got a little bit of time? And then they're all going off. How long we got? 2 minutes. Okay. I think we're going to have to leave it, to be honest. This is going to be a quick turnaround. Be 2 green flag laps, I think, for these guys, just to get used to the wet. So back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Yeah, good point. Probably will be 2 green flag laps because of the change of conditions since these cars were last out on track. So it'll be a little while long before we get the race underway, but that's an opportunity for the team, for the drivers, I should say, to figure out the track conditions and figure out whether or not they might have made the right decision on setup. It's so tricky, this, isn't it, when you don't have a huge amount of setup data to go off to then make sure that you make the right calls and you have the car balanced how you want it. That's going to be what decides this race, I suspect, and surviving in these tricky conditions without slipping off the road as well. So just the 6 championship points in it between Adam Shepherd and Callum Newsham. In other championship standings news, Mark Smith continues to lead the Goodyear Diamond Award, although did lose 6 points to Will Beach in the race earlier on. They are now 50 points apart with 3 races to go. Sounds like a big margin, but remember, no drop scores at Brands Hatch, so that's, you know, a win for Beach and a non-finish for Mark Smith would bring that right back together. And in the Gen 1 Cup, it is Jeff Alden who leads the way again by a slightly diminished margin now over Alex Jones, who again took 6 points out of him earlier on. Alex Jones said he had brake issues with his Gen 1 Golf in the first race, but he still managed to beat Jeff Alden, who was struggling a little bit, I think, in the Opal, and so 49 points, I think, will separate those two coming into this race. So, second race of the weekend, and difficult conditions. Paul O'Neill's arrived, a little bit damp, but very, very much full of energy and ready to go, Paul. This should be good.
I'm really looking forward to this. I think it needs something a little bit different, which we've got. A bit of rain, reverse grid. The front row looks petrified, so that's good. But yeah, hey, listen, this will be really good. This is the race that we need to set us up for this championship final. So let's see what happens. They'll all be on really good wets. They're gonna have to be on good wets, mate, because otherwise they're just gonna be having no turning or anything like that. Max Hall is someone I'm really looking forward to watching because this will be a leveler.
Yes, I spoke to him after race 1 and he said he hopes it's wet. He's good in the wet, he backs himself, and like you said, it's a great leveller. There are so many drivers out there as well, Paul, who are entering into their first ever wet race in their particular car. You know, you've got George Jackson, Adam Shepherd won't have done a wet race yet in his car, Callum Newsham, Max Hall. So many people really voyaging into the unknown here. So whereas actually normally you'd think experienced drivers probably better in these conditions, quite a lot of those experienced drivers are sort of starting at square one again.
Yes, definitely. The only thing to add to that, we were speaking to Luke Sargent before, and he was the one who pointed out that Steve Laidlaw and Sam Laidlaw did the brick car race yesterday, and
in the wet.
Very wet like this.
Very good point, well made, Paul. Yeah, it was very similar conditions to these, and they were up there fighting for a class win, weren't they, in the TCR class, so we expect them maybe to find a bit of form, and this is exactly what they needed, because that pace for the Laidlaws that we've seen all season long, it just wasn't there this afternoon, was it?
Yeah, not there at all. I mean, it's the first time I've actually seen the VZs not look like they just looked out of position. It was bizarre, because they're always either not far off the top running VZ or right on it, so or better sometimes. So yeah, this will be something that they probably want, so they can just go home with a good result, I would say. But I think there might be a little bit of action on here, because there's going to be people locking up left, right and centre, not knowing how much pedal pressure to put on their brakes.
You all have done a few wet laps in your time, I'm sure, around here in a front-wheel drive touring car. Where are the trouble spots? Is it into those big braking zones or through the high-speed stuff?
No, high-speed stuff's usually okay if you stay a car width away from the apexes. But with regards to braking, I always coach people, if it's a heavy braking zone with big speed, you've got to start braking offline onto that part of the track that hasn't got that rubber ingrained into it. It's a dry line. Away from that, and then start to come back across and then get yourself in. So the hairpins could be the ones where you might see a few dives on inexperienced guys who are in the front. So yeah, I just hope everyone gets through the first few corners all right.
Well, I mentioned whilst you were out on the grid, Paul, that the last properly wet races we had were at Thruxton towards the end of last year. Now, we had a race at Thruxton, a reverse grid race. Mark Smith was on pole position, Callum Newsham was leading the championship, and partway around the first lap they collided at the complex, and that was Newsham's season done. He cannot have a non-finish in this race, Callum Newsham. He has used both of his drop scores up. He's also got a shiny new and I'm sure not very cheap Hyundai Elantra that he doesn't want to mess up. But these are the kind of conditions, aren't they, with inexperienced drivers at the front, drivers under a lot of championship pressure starting further back. In these conditions, anything can happen.
Exactly that, anything can happen. The pinch point will be that second corner, that Wilson hairpin will be the one that will be difficult to get around. They've got to make sure their brake biases are somewhere near, so they've got enough front pressure and rear pressure on a little bit of a difference, because otherwise if you've got too much front, you are stuffed. I think we are nearly ready to go, aren't we?
I think you're right. They've had 2 laps to try and get all of that stuff sorted. The out lap from the pit lane, that green flag lap. The next time they set off into turn 1, it will be at full racing speed, and that is about to happen. The red lights are about to go on, and the second race of the weekend from Snetterton in TCR UK about to get underway. Lights out, and the pole sitter Harry Floor goes nowhere. Now he gets going, but he looks looking down the order and delayed Callum Newsham slightly, I think, and Shepherd might be ahead of him. We'll pick that up in a moment, but Harry Floor goes nowhere. And does that mean then that Mark Smith leads the way? No, I think it's Will Beach. Will Beach has got the advantage, and George Jackson steams around the outside. What's going on further back? Keep an eye on those championship rivals. They're battling away with Max Hall towards the hairpin. This for the race lead though. George Jackson wants to try and hit the front early. It is Beach with the early advantage. Where are Newsham and Shepherd? Newsham is back up the inside of Shepherd and having a go at Sam Laidlaw too.
Yeah, impressive stuff, and I see that Max Hall was getting very involved, wasn't he? But look at the wet line round the outside. George Jackson, that looked like he was getting quite a bit of momentum then against Will Beach. So let's see what happens. But Callum Newsham is right in the thick of it. Harry Blaw's dropping. Well, that could actually be Mark Smith dropping like a stone.
I think it was Mark Smith, yes, it's side by side for the lead. Meanwhile, Jackson right round the outside, using that wet line to great effect, as look is Max Hall against Steve Laidlaw. So some of those drivers who've done a bit more front-wheel drive racing in the wet, they know the lines, they know what they need to do, and George Jackson has now got the lead of the race. Steve Laidlaw side by side with Max Hall, and that almost allowed an opportunity for Callum Newsham, who just couldn't quite get the momentum through the left-hand kink at Hamilton. Shepherd closes in on his rival as well. Jackson with the lead though, and this is a dream scenario for George Jackson. He's got the lead, he's got clean air, he can see where he's going, and we know in the dry at least he's had really good pace this weekend.
Yeah, definitely, and George Jackson was fast in the way, wasn't he? What happened? That was a wheel spin for Callum Newsham, just on the exit of Williams, and it looks like now he's got the job done.
Well, that is Shepherd alongside him. I think Newsham got a wheel on the curb, spun the tyres up. Shepherd's alongside. These are the top two in the championship. They're side by side. Hall round the outside of Laidlaw, but it's what's going on behind that we need to see. They're still side by side, and Shepherd's got him. So 2 positional changes between these two in the first 2/3 of a lap. Shepherd then back ahead of Newsham. Could that prove to be a tiny but costly error from Callum?
Yeah, maybe, but you never know what's going to go on. They've got to get around this first lap just to see what it's like under racing conditions. And yeah, you can see they're all turning in a bit later for Coram. But George Jackson is away like a scalding cat.
He's got Brad Hutchison going after him though. Remember, Brad won his first ever race on the road, at least, in the wet at Donington a couple of years ago. He had it taken away on a technical infringement, but he did dominate on the road. We know he's pretty handy in these conditions. Big pack of cars going through there. That was Steve Laidlaw, Max Hall and Adam Shepherd, all trying to keep Laidlaw at bay. It's the 4th position that they're battling, and look at Shepherd on the wide line, ringed around Steve Laidlaw. That was made to look very easy.
That was proper stuff, that would be something George Jackson would have probably seen the last bit of. Max Hall round the outside, and look how quick he gets off the corner, but he did leave himself open a bit. That's down the inside now, Callum Newsham. Laidlaw just struggling and dropping back again.
Yeah, and I think Newsham will get that move made into Palmer's. Really important here, isn't it, for Newsham not to panic? Yes, okay, he was ahead of Shepherd, he's given the place back away, but he's still moving through the pack with Adam Shepherd, and we know they were pretty evenly matched in the dry earlier on. Dropping down there, in fact, Newsham didn't get past Laidlaw in the end, so he's still the meat in a Laidlaw sandwich, as Max Hall here goes for another podium. He enjoyed his podium on debut in race 1, and he wants to try and get another one now in race 2. He is to the inside of Will Beach at Hamilton. He's ahead of Will Beach by the time they exit Hamilton, and now Will has the attentions of Adam Shepherd, who lunges to the inside into Agostini, and I think that should be job done.
Interesting. What's going to be really interesting is to see how George Jackson deals with the pressure, even though he's starting to gap Hutchison, but it's how you manage that wet tyre. If this starts to dry out a little bit, raining too hard, there's a lot of spray. If you don't look after them front, you start wheel spinning on curbs with white lines and losing traction, you're going to absolutely wreck them wet tyres.
Yeah, they've got to be careful about that, haven't they? We're only 4 minutes in, lots of racing still to be done. Max Hall versus Adam Shepherd. Well, we were teeing this battle up in race 1. We never really got it after Max Hall's poor starters. Newsham lunges to the inside of Steve Laidlaw, who gets him straight back again. Again, corner exit, not great for Newsham. And Sam Laidlaw sees an opportunity to get alongside as well. Around goes Sam Laidlaw. Sam Laidlaw with a spin coming out of the bomb hole. Newsham continues. That was almost big, very big indeed.
Well, we don't know what damage that's done, because Callum Newsham's car took quite a big hit there. Not massive, it was a little bit square, but he'll be worried about that. But his car looks okay to now, but if it's going to do anything, it's going to bend a tolling cord, do something to it.
Yeah, those are the tiny bits of contact that in the wet are just so much more likely to happen than in the dry. I think Newsham will count himself pretty lucky to have got away with that. Poor Sam Laidlaw, though, plummets down the order. He is behind Luke Sargent now in 9th position. Jeff Alden, by the way, leads in the Gen 1 Cup. He's about 10 seconds up the road from Alex Jones. So Jeff clearly overcoming some of the issues that he had in the Opel in race 1 earlier on today. As I started saying, though, this is the battle we kind of expected for the race win in the first race. Didn't really happen. Now, though, we're really going to see what Max Hall has got. He has got the track position advantage, and in the wet, Paul, I'd argue that's even more important than in the dry, isn't it? Being the car ahead, you've got clearer view, and you get the first pick of what line to go for.
Yeah, exactly that. But yeah, there's a lot of different lines coming from Shepherd and Max Hall, so it's really interesting to see how this battle pans out. But he's got his hands full with Adam Shepherd. But I'm really impressed with Max Hall. Hall. It's not an easy thing to do, jumping this car in the wet.
Where was Callum Newsham? Did I miss? There's a yellow flag at the top of the screen. I do not see Callum Newsham in this picture. He should be there, and I don't see the Hyundai Elantra. Now, I hope that that's just my eyes deceiving me. Let's have a look. So there goes Hutchison then. There are Hall, Shepherd. The next car should be Will Beach, then Steve Laidlaw, and then it should be Callum Newsham. So we've got the Cupra VZ of Steve Laidlaw not there either. So Steve Laidlaw and Callum Newsham, I think I'm right in saying, Paul, are not there. So there has been a drama in the first sector. There is Steve Laidlaw. So Steve Laidlaw's car pointing the wrong way, but has that involved one of our championship contenders, Paul?
Oh, that could be interesting. They're very much their last sectors are both. Newsham has completed the second sector. He has, but 1 minute 29 compared to people doing 41s and 42. So he's somewhere in that second sector now. So where is he? Something's happened, hasn't it?
And is the car wounded? Remember, he was battling Steve Laidlaw for 6th position. He'd already had a tangle with Sam Laidlaw, and now something perhaps has happened with Steve. We don't really know. Lead gap, by the way, comes down as well, as Brad Hutchison was quite a bit quicker than George Jackson.
No.
There is Newsham. He's been in the wall, hasn't he?
Has he, or has Steve hit the back of him? We don't know, we can't say. It might be two completely different instances, but that doesn't look, that looks horrendous.
Yeah, look at the height that the rear wing's got on it. That's been backwards into something, I think, fairly quickly. And that is a brand new, to him anyway, Hyundai Elantra, which now has a huge amount of repair work. I mean, forget this race. He's not going to finish this one, surely. The question now is whether they're going to be able to get that car back on track for Brands Hatch for the championship decider yet again. Right at the end of the season, in wet conditions, it all unravels for Newsham.
That is a huge hit. Whatever he's hit, that's massive. He could easily have gone off at turn 1 because it was the first sector he didn't complete, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, Laidlaw, I think, is off between turns 1 and 2. Again, we're not saying they were linked, but if the conditions worsened all of a sudden around Rich's corner, it may well have caught them both out. We'll get to the bottom of it as and when we can. For now, though, we've got to fight for the race lead here. George Jackson has been reeled in rapidly by Brad Hutchison. Is this tyre management, perhaps, already coming into play? Hutchison noticeably quicker over the last lap or so. And as they battle, third-place man Max Hall and fastest driver on the track, Adam Shepherd, get closer and closer as well.
Well, Max Hall, as you say, is now starting to gain, very much so. Hutchison needs to get this move done on Jackson because he's caught him ever so quickly, but this could really back everyone up into Shepherd, like you say. This is interesting, mate. Is he looking for wetter patches of water here? It's like wet enough. It's wet enough, George. Crack on.
Well, either way, he's probably feeling that the front tyres aren't giving him quite the grip that they were earlier on, but he still has the track position advantage. Again, though, of these 3 cars, Brad Hutchison, he is the one who's had the most experience in this car in these conditions. George Jackson, his first wet race in this car. Max Hall, his first wet race in this car. Even Adam Shepherd is the same in 4th position. This could be advantage Hutchison if only he could find a way past George Jackson. George, though, I'm fairly certain he's not going to be in the mood for moving aside, is he? He's going to put up a fight here.
Absolutely not. You bang on with that. And there's fastest laps being exchanged. Now it's Max Hall who's done a 13.8, and that is a lot quicker. That's nearly 2 seconds, 2.1 seconds quicker than the leader. So yeah, they're really catching up now.
There is Harry Blur. He's in 8th position. This is what we want to see, though. We're ticking towards the halfway point. Good exit from the hairpin there for George Jackson. So he gaps Hutchison again, and the pressure George must be feeling here, gunning for his first ever win in the championship in these conditions with this cast of characters hunting him down. So difficult for him to not put a foot wrong over the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, but still, he's still doing a great job. You've got to say, he must have had a little lock-up somewhere, or because they caught him ever so fast. But he's doing all the right things. He's using the right lines. Will Max Hall use too much of that front tyre? He doesn't know how hard the Lincoln Co's going to use this front tyre, so he's just going off field.
No, very good point. So he's going quickly enough for now, though, isn't he? The Lincoln Co closing right in on the Cupra, the Gen 2 Cupra, as he rounds Oggies and heads for Williams. All of them taking the wide line, inches away from the edge of the road. And Shepherd there in fourth was, well, actually not quite as quick, certainly, as Max Hall ahead of him. Hall is the danger man right now. There is Sam Laidlaw, meanwhile, on the recovery drive. He's cleared Will Beach now. That's fifth position that goes the way of Laidlaw Jr., the surviving Laidlaw in this race. But the leaders arrived down at Brundle and Nelson once again. George Jackson with the lead, but you do have the feeling that this is all going to kick off at some point. Max Hall is the one looking the most likely to make a move, but Paul, to overtake in these conditions, you've got to go off the ideal wet racing line, and that makes overtaking that little bit harder.
Yeah, it does, but all you need to do really is get involved with somebody, really close up on them, make them see the headlights, and just push them into a mistake. It'll make your job a lot easier. But like you say, it's a bit like a scale electrics track at the minute, because you can't really brake offline, because that will be used by the oh, that's Steve Laidlaw's car. Has that got quite a bit of damage on the rear?
Possibly. The boot might have popped open slightly. It's hard to tell through the fence how bad it is. It's not as bad as Newsham's car. As I say, we don't know. We're assuming they're linked. We do not know if they were linked. They could have been two separate incidents. We'll only find out when we talk to the drivers after the race. Newsham, I think, is in the pits, still in the pits. I doubt he will return, which is a shame. He could do, really, with finishing the race, because remember, he's used all his drop scores. Any points that he can score in this race would be worth it, but they can't risk doing any more damage to that car. Right, here comes Max Hall, right on the tail now, Brad Hutchison. The sooner he gets past Brad, the more time he's got to go after the race leader.
Yeah, definitely. But you can see who's lurking in the background. Adam Shepherd's not making massive time on them, is he? He's really pushed hard early on to try and get that gap there. But if Hutchison starts backing Max Hall up, that's Jackson away, and then there's Shepherd fully involved. But he's quite far away.
Yeah, and not really gaining, I don't think, on the three ahead. So you're right, he will be hoping that there's a bit of a battle brewing here, and I suspect he might get his wish, because Max Hall is closer than ever now to Brad Hutchison as they turn through Oggies. All about getting a good run out of here, good traction out of Williams. In fact, he's up the inside already. Look at the traction the Lincoln Co have. That's the inside line for Williams. That's a tough place to pass in the way there's contact. Brad is sideways, a wheel on the grass, gathers it together. Max Hall goes through. Your thoughts, Paul?
Oh, yeah. I think Max, although in his heart of hearts, he would not have meant that. He just tried to carry that momentum in. But if I was Brad Hutchison, I wouldn't be happy with that. I wouldn't be happy with it. But he's still going. And 10 years ago, we would be saying that was a great pass.
Absolutely agree. It's a prime example, isn't it, of the point we were making and why it's so difficult to overtake in the wet, because in the dry, that contact would probably never have happened. When he got to the inside, it's normally the grippy side of the road, but there's no grip there in the wet. He got a bit of oversteer, and unfortunately, Brad Hutchison's car was then in the path that he was sliding through, so really unfortunate, but yeah, you have to imagine that will be discussed later.
Yeah, it'll be looked at, but like I say, you never know what the clerks are going to say these days. But anyway, the race leader is George Jackson, and he's absolutely flying.
Yes, well, if you thought that was exciting, George Jackson versus Max Hall is a fight you'd buy a ticket for, isn't it? And that is the fight we may be about to have. 6 minutes left to settle it. That little skirmish has given George Jackson 2.3 seconds of a cushion, though. And in fact, on that lap, George did an outright fastest first and third sector. Quite a few personal best sectors coming in, actually, as track conditions maybe improve, or at the very least drivers get a bit more used to the conditions. Hutchison, of course, now has to watch his mirrors because Adam Shepherd is closing in, and in this race now, I'm sure the team will have tried to get the message to Adam that Callum is out. Any points now that Adam Shepherd can gain in this race could be invaluable when we get to the Brands Hatch finale.
Yeah, definitely. So that's going to be, there's two battles here, but now George Jackson, when you see a different car behind you, then you start to worry, because you've already battled with the car that was behind you, knew what they were capable of, where they were quick, where they weren't. Now he's got to see that all again in his mirror with Max Hall, and he'll know Max is a proper talent.
And Max was 3/10 quicker than George in the first sector on this lap alone. A purple first sector for Max Hall. There is the Lincoln Co. It's visibly closer now, I would say, than it was at the start of the lap. At the start of the lap, it was 2.36 seconds, down by a chunk in sector one. Possibly the same will be true of the second sector. And a similar sort of story here, I think. Brad Hutchison just trying to regroup. It's difficult, isn't it, when you've lost a place, especially if you feel a little bit aggrieved. It's difficult to then get back in the zone, and that's exactly what Brad Brad has to do.
Exactly that. He needs to get back in the zone, doesn't he? What's going on here? Shepherd all around the back of Hutchison. This is going to be tasty as well, because Brad ain't going to roll over.
Ooh, a little bit better traction though, you'd say, from the VZ. A tighter line from Adam, but you don't want to be up the inside into the bomb hole in these conditions. So that signals back in line, and the two Cupras run nose to tail through Coram Corner. Gen 1 update, Jeff Alden still leading, so it looks like that's going to be a reverse situation of what we had in the race earlier on today. Good to see the Opel running a little bit better. Jeff's always got a smile on his face, hasn't he? But a trophy at the end of the day will leave him beaming as he leaves Snetterton.
I always love having Jeff to interview. He's a proper guy. Track limits flags are going out by the looks of it. 117. So that's Adam Shepherd. Wow. Track limits in the wet.
If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Adam Shepherd, isn't it? Let's be honest. And that's not a comment against his driving, but just he is always willing to push things to the extreme, even in conditions such as these. But does have to be mindful of that. Now, 5-second penalty in fairness wouldn't affect him too much. He's 14 seconds up the road from Sam Laidlaw, but if he gets past Brad Hutchison, then that's a different story. That's what he's trying to do. Lead gap, by the way, down to 1.5 seconds. New fastest lap for Max Hall, 2:13.5. 9/10 quicker than the leader. He'll be with George Jackson by the end of the lap at that rate, and that will be a really interesting situation if those two get themselves together.
Yeah, definitely. This is really two fantastic battles, and Matt, I've got to say, George Jackson, yeah, fair play, wet and dry. He's been fast.
Absolutely. I'll be honest with you, I did not expect to be calling George Jackson as part of a race-winning battle this weekend, but he has taken massive steps forward. We documented that in the first race, and to do it in these conditions, Paul, as well, an extra unknown that he wasn't really anticipating. Massively, massively impressive.
Yeah, well, there's your Gen 1 Cup leader, Big Jeff. He's loving life, isn't he? It's always good to see him out in the car, and just needs to stroke it home now for that trophy.
Yes, he does. Right, here come the leaders. What is the gap doing? Well, in the first sector, it went out actually by a 10. And about the same in Sector 2. There was traffic there, wasn't there? They had Alex Jones's Gen 1 Cup Golf struggling with brake issues, Alex said. So in these conditions, I can't imagine he's having a lot of fun in the number 7 car. Now they've cleared the traffic, though. Max Hall can set his sights once again on the Cupra ahead. We're going to be starting the final lap this time, though. So George Jackson just needs to get around this final tour without making a mistake, and he might well be able to claim a maiden TCR UK victory. Max Hall, though, will not stop charging until he sees that checkered flag.
Absolutely, but George has had this in the bag, you know, most of the race. He's not done anything silly. He's not locked the wheel by the looks of it. Gotta say, he's looked the real deal.
He has so far. Let's see what the gap is. Yeah, 1.7 seconds it goes out to this time. A personal best lap for Jackson, so responding to the incoming pressure from Max Hall. And George Jackson hits the brakes into the Wilson hairpin. Just stays that car's width away from the apex, as Paul said, so in fairness does Max behind. What's going on for third? Hutchison versus Shepherd. Oh, Hutchison was defending, I think, there from Adam Shepherd, but Shepherd not able to find a way through, and I don't think, really, Paul, willing to take too many risks here.
No, he doesn't need to. He'll probably see that Callum's had a problem somewhere along the line, so he'll be just playing for points. But George Jackson, unless something horrendous happens, I think he's all good.
Well, they almost matched each other in Sector 1, so nothing to choose between them there, nothing to choose between these two either. Brad Hutchison, Gen 2 Cupra, ahead of Adam Shepherd, Gen 3 Cupra, and it's the second of those cars that have the tighter line through Agostini, but not quite enough momentum to get alongside on the short shoot into Hamilton. They turn through the left-hand king, then they'll hit the brakes into Oggies. Is there a chance up the inside? No, takes a wider line into Shepherd, gets an overlap. This could be clever driving from Adam. He'll look now to get the switch back on the exit, but Brad Hutchison parks the car on the line that Adam Shepherd wanted. Really good defensive driving that.
Yeah, that's proper stuff, and Brad needs this podium. He's had a couple of torrid weekends with regards to results. This is proper stuff from him. This will be great to see him on a podium.
George Jackson again matches Max Hall in the middle sector. I don't think Max Hall is quite going to get there, is he? George Jackson is now 4 corners away from a first ever victory in TCR UK in pretty dreadful conditions, it has to be said, here in Snetterton. What an achievement this is going to be for George Jackson. Max Hall, I think, will be satisfied with his debut weekend, 2 podium finishes. Who will join them on the 3rd step, though? That's the real question, isn't it? That one will run right down to the wire. George Jackson, though, turns the Trade Nation liveried Cupra Leon VZ through the final corner, goes through the gears, searches for the checkered flag, and he will see it first. He crosses the line, does George Jackson, to claim a first ever victory in TCR UK. Max Hall comes home in 2nd position, and it will, by the looks of it, be Brad Hutchison who hangs on to the final step on the podium. Adam Shepherd 4th, though, will extend that championship lead. The non-finish for Callum Newsham, well, is that maybe the first nail in his championship coffin? I wonder. We'll have to wait and see exactly what the point situation is as we head to the Brands Hatch decider. Well, George Jackson, I think, is going to be quite pleased with that. He was pretty pleased with himself after qualifying yesterday, and now a race winner in the championship. George Jackson, who would have thought it? Hey, it's always so great to see drivers that are plugged away at this. You know, he's tried a few different cars, he's been racing on and off in the championship for a couple of years now, George Jackson. To see the progress that he has made is very, very pleasing indeed, and he, I'm sure, will be the most pleased of anybody. Luke Sargent comes across the line in his Audi, and he is well, not going to be quite so pleased, I don't think, at the end of what's been a trying weekend, really, for Luke. 7th place for him. It's a win, though, for George Jackson for the first time ever in TCR UK. Max Hall comes home in 2nd, and Brad Hutchison in 3rd place. Adam Shepherd 4th. Well, he would have liked the 3rd place, but 27 points he will take out of that race, and that, I reckon, puts him 33 ahead of Callum Newsham going into the decider. Then it's Sam Laidlaw 5th after that spin. Will beach 6th, 7th position then for Luke Sargent. 8th, Harry Blur. 9th, Mark Smith. And Jeff Alden will eventually come home in 10th position to claim the win in the Gen 1 Cup. Alex Jones, a lap down, has already seen the checkered flag. And we, of course, lost Steve Laidlaw and Callum Newsham on the same lap, lap number 3. We don't yet know if they were related incidents. I did see out of the commentary box window, it's moved now, but I did see Steve Laidlaw's Cupra on back of a flatbed truck in the Parc Ferme area. In fact, I could see Steve walking in the general direction of race control, although in fairness, that's also roughly where the Area Motorsport awning is. So, again, not wanting to put 2 and 2 together, but we need to try and get an answer as to what happened on that lap that took Steve Laidlaw and Callum Newsham out of the race. Well, drama aplenty at Snetterton, and that could be perhaps the most important result of the year. Callum Newsham not finishing up. Really feel sorry for him. Feel bad for Steve Laidlaw as well, because I think that's a race in which he would have felt he had a chance at a really good result with his previous success in wet weather conditions, and sadly not able to demonstrate that potential with both of their races ending a little bit early. So cars then filtering their way down into the pit lane, and we will very shortly have a chance to hear from our debut race winner, George Jackson, after a sensational result and a race win that he will not forget in a hurry. George Jackson, massively impressive stuff that. Yes, he's got a new car. Yes, that particular Cupra has been arguably the car to have this season, but let that not detract one little bit from what has been an incredible achievement here from George Jackson. He's put a lot of work in the weeks building up to this Snetterton event that have allowed him now to really perform when it counted, and to do that, as I said, in those wet conditions. I doff my cap to George Jackson, who is a race winner in TCR UK. So I can see Paul O'Neill trudging through the rain to get over to the Parc Ferme area, and he will have a chat with our podium drivers shortly. Still some more racing to come here from Snetterton. Don't go anywhere. With it's only 5 o'clock and we are cramming the races in today right the way to the end of the day after some delays yesterday. The rain not stopping play here today at Snetterton, that's for sure, and it didn't stop TCR UK putting on a fascinating display. 'Let's head down into Parc Ferme and hear all about it. Well, George Jackson, 2nd position, 3rd position, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, 32nd, 33rd, 34th, 35th, 36th, 37th, 38th, 39th, 40th, 41st, 42nd, 43rd, 44th, 45th, 46th, 47th, 48th, 49th, 50th, 51st, 52nd, 53rd, 54th, 55th, 56th, 57th, 58th, 59th, 60th, 61st, 62nd, 63rd, 64th, 65th, 66th, 67th, 68th,
congratulations going on amongst all of the team members. So wait for the drivers to get their back helmets off, and then we'll have a word with Bradley.
Wowzers, wow. Wasn't it? Follow me. Look at this, man. George Jackson, you are a TCR UK race winner. Unbelievable, mate. Get that lid off. But I've got to say, wet or dry, super impressive. You must have been over the moon, mate, to see that checkered flag.
Sorry, mate, I got here.
Oh, we're going to say it all again. Well done. Wet or dry, super fast, unbelievable. Bet you couldn't wait to see that checkered flag.
Oh, mate. Every lap I was coming around, I was thinking, please, God, let it be the next one. Jesus Christ. Don't really know what to say. Big shout out to my sponsor, Trade Nation. Pep and all the boys at Vanian. And massive shout out to Shepherd, because he's really brought me on a lot. And mate, fuck Jesus, I'm a bit lost for words, to be honest, Paul.
I never thought I'd see the day I'd see you cry, mate.
I'm nearly there though, I'm nearly there. Oh wow, what a feeling. Jesus Christ. Oof.
Long time coming, mate. I'll leave you to speak to the team, because that's a big moment for you. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. He deserves all the credit he gets. Let's get Max Hall. Where's Max Hall? Max is just over that way. Sorry, might be a bit big on the camera. Max, quick one. Mate, thought you might have had that. He drove well, didn't he, the boy?
Mate, just couldn't catch him. In the end, just couldn't catch him. But yeah, I mean, the Lincoln Coast quick in the wet, we found that out. But yeah, it was a really good race. I love racing in the rain. Thought I would have got him at the end, but just about didn't have it.
Bit close with Brad. I know you didn't mean it. It looked like you had to carry the momentum in, but he didn't even leave the track, to be fair. But yeah, you must have thought, no, I'm going to hit him.
That's exactly what I thought, especially with how this year's went. That would have not been a good look, would it? But yeah, obviously just went in. It's wet in it, so the inside's going to be slippy. Hit a slippy patch, had to correct it, and then couldn't carry on the corner, and he's on the outside. So yeah.
Good man. Have you enjoyed this weekend?
Oh mate, really enjoyed it. And a fresh start. I'm loving it so far.
Hey, top man, well done.
Cheers.
Good lad. Good lad. Right, where's Bradders? Brad Hutchison. Brad, there he is. Let's get Brad. Quick one with Brad. Sorry, mate. All good. That was pretty cool. Let me talk you through Williams. What happened there?
What's Williams? The one on the back straight?
Yeah, you know what I'm going to ask.
Yeah. Graduate. Graduate drilled me hard. Yeah.
I said you might have a word.
No comment.
Okay.
Let the stewards decide, I think. Before the podium celebration, ideally, because you know. But yeah, no. The rest of the race was all right. Up until that point, the car was quite quick, and then it was like a bendy bus. It's bad enough in these conditions, isn't it? But yeah, no, I'm happy. We got a podium in the dinosaur, in the tractor.
It's weird to say that though, isn't it? Because it is now a car that is actually a difficult one. It's like a different category now, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we've been round in circles, haven't we? Because it's deja vu, because we had this with the Gen 1, didn't we? And everyone said, no, there's only 3 tenths in it, and then they made a whole cup for it. But yeah, hi Mum, she's on holiday. She's in nicer weather than this. Yeah, no, I can't complain. I'm happy enough, you know, it's a podium. Robin's racing and all that, but yeah.
We'll see what happens then, mate. Well done. Right, okay, if we can, let's get a quick word with Will Beach. I think it was Will. I think you did win the Goodyear Diamond Award, didn't you? Good job, I come and see you then. Happy enough? Had a good weekend?
Happy. Yeah, we had a really good weekend, 6th and then 8th, but slippy out there to that last one. But,
happy to go home though?
Yeah, happy to go now, yeah. But yeah, I was really chuffed. Chuffed for George, winning his first race, but no, mega chuffed really.
Good for you, mate. Spot on, well done. Well done. We see... Actually, no, we can't find him. Jeff Alden, looks like he might have gone, so we are going to head back to you guys. Cars are going.
Thank you very much to Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen for taking us through the Milltek Civic Cup and TCR UK action over the course of this weekend. 2 races still to go though here at Snetterton, our 5th and final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship coming out on the track. It's been a lively weekend, plenty of action and attrition. It's going to be pretty slippery for their final race of the weekend. The grid based on the results of race 3, which was this morning, with the top 8 reversed. So provisionally it will be David Jenkins, number 69, winner of race 4 today, who will start on pole for this one, looking for a double. Alongside him, number 12, Michael Oliver, if he has got the turbo repaired from earlier on. Row 2, 3, Stephen Powell, and 33, Neil Yates, the teammates. Row 3, 101, Martin Gibson, and number 1, Ryan Smith, looking for a hat-trick this weekend. On the 4th row, 7, Stuart Oliver, and 14, John Bowler, who ran away at the front of that 3rd race of the weekend, the first today. 5th row, Ricky Collett and David Smith. Now, is Michael Oliver there? See as they come through here. Yes, he is. Excellent. They've got that truck back out. Excellent stuff. Row 6, we'll bring non-Division 2, Sammy Oyenin and Callum Easton together, then Archie Handy and Simon Cole, son ahead of father on the grid. Bradley Harvey, is he there? I think he is. Just coming under the bridge now. Yes, the team have got Bradley Harvey back out. Well done to Bradley's team, Weaver Motorsports. They've replaced the engine in that truck. They missed the 2 races earlier on, but Bradley Harvey, they know he needs points in Division 2, and he is out there. There's the yellow and white machine. Jake Evans will start alongside him. Graham Poole at the back. So 17 of the 18 trucks that were here. Of course, we haven't got Tom O'Rourke. He withdrew after damage yesterday. But full credit to Bradley Harvey's team for getting him back out for this one. They've worked all night and all day today to change the engine in that truck, as we heard earlier, after it went up in smoke yesterday. Because he's fighting with Jake Evans for the lead in Division 2. There is Jake Evans. Trucks are already onto their green flag lap. They won't stop on the grid. They're just heading past my position now. You can see how wet and slippery it's going to be out there. But I'm pleased we've got all 17 of the trucks, I think, back out there. Just checking if Archie Handy and Simon Cole are there. I don't think Simon is, actually. He had problems earlier on. Of course, he pulled up on the first lap of race 4. So I don't think Simon Cole is there, unfortunately, which is a shame. Started off so well with a win in Division 2 for Simon. Sammy Oyenin won race 2, then 2 wins for Jake Evans. So I think Jake is going to be leading the Division 2 points as we go into the penultimate round in France. And then we await Le Mans, Brands Hatch rather, in November. There they are heading through the Wilson's hairpin on the rolling green flag lap at the moment. There's no Simon Cole. There's Bradley Harvey. There is Jake Evans. And we should have Graham Poole at the back. There's the treble 3. Got his first podium in Division 2 this weekend. That was in race 2 yesterday. But it's David Jenkins in the MAN on pole position. The LKQ Digraph Morris Lubricants MAN alongside the Team Oliver GT Tyres Manuka Honey MAN of Michael Oliver. Great to see Michael back out. The team have been working frantically to repair the turbo after it went up in smoke earlier on. Penultimate race of the day. We have got one to go after this, the 3rd race for the Mini Challenge Club Sport, with Airtec Motorsport is coming up after this one. So they make their way around Agostini. This is going to be an interesting one. Going to be very slip and slide. In Division 1, 2 wins so far for Ryan Smith this weekend. A dominant win for John Bowler, 1 for David Jenkins. I think David Jenkins might be in 2nd place in the championship now, behind Ryan Smith as well. I think he's leapfrogged Stuart Oliver. Stuart's a little bit off the boil results-wise this weekend. There's Ryan Smith on the outside of row 3 in the Daimler Freightliner. Jenkins off from the front, going for win number 2 this weekend. Really shake up the championship chase if he can win here. Hasn't won a title since 2011. Stuart Oliver with the most titles on 10, Ryan Smith on 9. Matt Summerfield, I think, next in the rankings with 4.
Third place now after a solid weekend, Sam Boynan, so the Finnish racer is on 321 points. As I said, Bradley Harvey has only gained 16 points this weekend in the 4 races so far, but let's see if we can turn that around with solid points in the 5th and final race.
So Jenkins and Oliver lead them round. Final 15-minute race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Thanks again to all the partner sponsors.
The British Truck Racing Championship has been this year both Division 1 and Division 2.
Just keeping it steady at the moment. It's going to be very wet and slippery out there.
Dry weather to arrive before we get that one on the way. In the meantime, trucks are working their way through the final part of the circuit with the runs of the Forum and the Monaco and Barry to negotiate. And this will be the third time.
Division 2 headed up by Sammy Oyanen and Callum Easton. Callum's had a very good weekend, one of the drivers of the weekend for me. Show trucks sounding their air horns in support from the infield. You can see them there in the background. So here we go. Pace truck into pit lane. Red lights are on the starting gantry. It's time for race 5 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Waiting for the red lights to go out. They do so now. And here we go. The charge down to riches. Bit of a slow start there for Neil Yates. I think it is on the outside on second row. He has dropped back, caused a bit of a traffic jam. The first 3 have been able to get away slightly. As a result, it is David Jenkins who leads. Michael Oliver, everybody else in the spray behind. Stephen Powell is in 3rd. Have a look who's come through for 4th place there. I think it might be Martin Gibson, the 101 in 4th. Stuart Oliver side by side with Yates, who got a bit of a slower getaway there. Caused a bit of a bottleneck behind, but up towards Wilson's hairpin. It's Jenkins who leads. Michael Oliver in 2nd. 3rd is Stephen Powell. There's Yates hanging on the outside of Gibson. Stuart Oliver's there on the inside. They try and go 3 wide. That won't work. Neil Yates will have to go out on the grass. Not the best of starts for Brian Smith. He's back in the pack. Everybody's made it round so far. Jenkins leads into Palmer. Sliding a bit wide, just exploring this now very wet circuit. Stephen Powell in 3rd. Oh, a bit of a slide from, well, the top 2 through there. On the exit of Palmer, getting a wheel onto the grass slightly down to Agostini. David Jenkins looking for win number 2 this weekend. Heads the pack. First 2 have broken away very slightly here from Stephen Powell in 3rd. You can see how much slower they are. Just tiptoeing their way into Agostini. Can you tiptoe in a truck? Yes, I think you can. Sammy Oyanen just leads Division 2 ahead of Callum Easton, and Jake Evans already up there ahead of Archie Handy for 3rd. They're leaning on each other slightly. As the Division 1 pack in the spray somewhere heads towards Hamilton. Brian Smith is in 6th position, the championship leader. Stuart Oliver attacking Martin Gibson for 4th. They got rid of Neil Yates out wide on the hairpin for the first time. And Michael Oliver trying to attack David Jenkins for the lead as they come into the right-hander at Williams. Michael Oliver's got a run for the lead here, coming into the Bentley Straight. He's going to go through and take the lead. Michael Oliver, now it will be just reward if he takes a win here, because he led for so long in race 4 earlier on, only for his turbo to let go. Michael Oliver leads David Jenkins. You can't see anybody else behind him. Look at the sprays kicking up here as they come down into Brundle. Stephen Powell still there in 3rd, still looking for his first win. He was furious after race 4 earlier on. He ran wide on the last lap at Oggies, slid wide onto the grass and let David Jenkins up the inside to take the win. Martin Gibson in 4th place. There's Smith, he's up to 5th. He's got ahead of Stuart Oliver, and John Bowler's got through as well. Ricky Collett behind them. David Smith running wide in the number 11, battling with Neil Yates. And look at Callum Easton in the 26, the green and black MAN. He's going for Sammy Oyanen. They lean on each other. You can't go 2 abreast through the bomb hole. His bodywork on the back of Oyanen's truck is damaged there, I notice. But he holds the lead, the Finn. Callum Easton looking for his first Division 2 win here as Ryan Smith up the inside into Murray's, takes Martin Gibson. Now chasing down Stephen Powell for 3rd place. Not chasing down, he just charges straight up alongside him and he's through already. Ryan Smith's revelling in these wet conditions. Michael Oliver leads David Jenkins meanwhile up front as they complete the opening lap. Stephen Powell still holding 4th position into Rich's and out of it for the 2nd time. Michael Oliver continues to lead from Hexham in Northumberland, looking for his 4th win of the season. David Jenkins looking for his 3rd. Ryan Smith looking to get back to winning ways, looking for his 3rd win of the weekend. Bradley Harvey didn't get far, sadly he's pulled into the pit lane, that's a shame. Yep, he's in the pits. More problems for the number 96 machine. Ryan Smith looking for his 10th win of the season already here. And here he comes down the inside on David Jenkins into Agostini. And he's through. Up into 2nd. And surely it's only a matter of time before he goes past Michael Oliver. He's visibly faster than everybody else in these wet conditions here. The championship leader. He's already on the tail of Oliver. Oliver a bit sideways at Hamilton's. Up towards the right-hander at Oggy's. Oliver sliding a bit wide again. I reckon Ryan Smith will try and get the lead at the end of the Bentley Straights. Bradley Harvey said he was rejoining from the pits. Just outside my commentary box, he's got going again, but the leaders are on the Bentley Straights. See the standing water being kicked up there by Michael Oliver, but Ryan Smith closing onto his tail now. Down the straight they come, under the bridge. Ryan Smith, is he close enough? No, he's not. Well, there's Sammy Oyen, despite that dislodged wheel arch on the back of his truck, is still leading Division 2. Ahead of, in 2nd place, ahead of Neil Yates there, Division 1 truck. That's good going by Sammy. Ryan Smith, he did not get the lead from Michael Oliver at the end of the Bentley Straights. Still in 2nd place. Sliding their way out of the bomb hole towards Coram. Top 3 well clear of Stephen Powell in 4th. It's Martin Gibson, I think, in 5th place now. Out of Murray's. So the 9 minutes to go. So can Michael Oliver resist and take his 1st win of the weekend? Smith's got him in his sights now as they go into the Senna Straights. He's trying to move up alongside, trying to go down the inside here. He could get past here at Rich's with a bit of luck. Michael Oliver gives him room on the inside. They're side by side on the run into the corner, and Ryan Smith takes the lead. That's a good move there, down the straight into the 1st corner at Rich's. Michael Oliver ready to fight back though, but I reckon we're going to see Smith drive off. Well, I was hoping we could say drive off into the sunset, but no chance, is there? Drive off into the spray, and now David Jenkins is closing back up as well. Still Stephen Powell 4th. Martin Gibson had a moment on that last lap. He's dropped to 8th behind Stuart Oliver, Bowler and Ricky Collins. David Smith in 9th place, and there's been a change of lead, I think, in Division 2 as well. Just looking at the timing streak, Callum Eason has taken the lead. Now, could we see him take his 1st win in Division 2? In the ex-Andrew Fulcher MAN. Pick him up if we can. Meanwhile, Ricky Collins attacking John Bowler. Stuart Oliver having a go at Stephen Powell. There's Martin Gibson, he's dropped back. David Smith is next through. And yes, there is Callum Eason in the number 26, the black and green. He's got the lead in Division 2 for the 1st time this weekend. Could he go on to take his 1st Division 2 win? Both his parents have raced trucks, Wayne and Joanne Eason. We heard from Wayne earlier in the weekend. Can Callum take a 1st class win? There'll be a big celebration if he does. Could we see 4 different winners in Division 2 this weekend? Weather is getting worse out there, certainly. It's under 7 minutes to go. Stuart Oliver under attack from John Bowler. Ryan Smith with the lead, but Michael Oliver's not letting him get away. Ryan Smith did the fastest lap of the race last time around. a measure of how tricky the conditions are, it was a 3 minutes 2 seconds lap, which is about 30 seconds off what they were lapping earlier on. It's getting very, very tricky out there just to see where you're going now. Stephen Powell, Oliver, Bowler, then Ricky Collins. Ricky Collins qualified well. Second row of the grid in the qualifying session for race 1, and then was promptly taken out on the hairpin. It's been a weekend of catch-up ever since then. There's Sammy Oyen, and he's still ahead of Neil Yates in the 33. But he's losing ground all the time. Look at the lead in Division 2 that Callum Easton has got here. Neil Yates off the pace. Somebody's off. That's Archie Handy going, well, I was going to say grass tracking. He's going ploughing coming out of the bomb hole there. Drags some mud onto the circuit, but keeps it going. Yes, Motorsport Vision boss Dr. Jonathan Palmer won't like that, having his grass ploughed up. Please replace your divots, gentlemen. Ryan Smith continues to lead. His fastest lap, 3 minutes, 0.9 of a second. Chased by Michael Oliver. There's Graham Poole at the back of the field in treble 3. He's had a reasonable weekend, his first podium in Division 2 yesterday. Here's a battle between Stephen Powell and Stuart Oliver. This is for 4th place. Oliver moves ahead. That's coming into Palmer, I think. Yes, around the outside. Don't very often see outside manoeuvres there. Ryan Smith starting to clear away now. He's a couple of seconds up on Michael Oliver. David Jenkins still 3rd. And we have a red flag. Red flag with 4.5 minutes to go. What has happened? Has somebody gone off, or is it just because it is too wet to continue? It's Jake Evans that's gone off. That is up at Riches, I think. He's gone straight on. That's where Freddie Hewitt's Mini went off earlier. So Jake Evans is off. Archie Handy's still grass tracking his way around. Now, will that be race declared? Because there were 4.5 minutes still to go. Yeah, that's going into Riches, isn't it, where he's gone off up there, Jake Evans. So it's been a mixed weekend for Jake. Now, we're not sure if we're going to get a restart to that one, whether it will be results declared. I'm not sure. I suspect it will be, but we'll wait and confirm. They've gone past 2/3 distance. I think it's 75% distance you have to complete to reach a result. So Jake Evans in the gravel. He'll be okay, the truck is upright, but that's the end of his race. So right, if it is result declared, Ryan Smith will take the win ahead of Michael Oliver and David Jenkins. And if the result is declared, Division 2 will be a first ever win for Callum Easton, ahead of Sammy Oyenan, and, well, Evans was 3rd at the time when he went off, so I think it'll be Archie Handy who completes the podium. Now, are the trucks going into pit lane, or are they heading onto the grid? That might give away if we are going to restart or not. Well, there is Callum Easton. He might have just scored, if we don't restart this race, he could have just scored his first Division 2 victory. But no confirmation at the moment. Are the trucks going to head into pit lane. There's a marshal on the grid holding up a red flag. There is Jake Evans' truck that brought out the red flag. The timing screen has just reset and it's not set for the next race. We didn't see a checkered flag, so I'm wondering if we are going to see a restart here. But there are 4.5 minutes left. I doubt they'll restart over the full 15 minutes. But we will wait and await confirmation from the stewards. Our senior clerk of the course this weekend at Snetterton is Andy Butler, along with Robert Lentel for the British Truck Racing Championship and Josh Mendelson. So the truck's waiting for a decision, as are we at the moment, to see what's going to happen with this final race. And when we have confirmation, we will bring it to you.
Still waiting to see which of the big recovery units is going to have on the circuit. Oh, there it is. Just getting out here up there at the corner. And quite definitely that is going to be our recovery team. It's the machine that we've had here all weekend long. So we've got the WBA, I think, up there at the minute to do the recovery.
So awaiting news at the moment on what's going to happen with our final truck race. Red flagged with 4.5 minutes to go after Jake Evans went into the gravel at Rich's Corner. And there is the heavy artillery being brought in to tow him in. Thanks to Trackside Recovery and their assistance. There is one truck in pit lane, that's Graham Poole. Looks like he's had a problem, he's pulled in.
The NWBA group offers nationwide vehicle assistance, which they provide collision recovery and storage management services for insurance companies, motor manufacturing and collision aftercare companies, and whatever size vehicles from 2 wheels to 18. They are specially equipped and insured for recovery on motorcycles, cars, light goods vehicles, public service vehicles, heavy goods vehicles, and also ADR vehicle recovery, construction time, and farm machinery. So whatever you have done, these machines pretty much move you out the way. So that's what we have. John Farnell, Jason Farnell in that machine for today. And if you're wondering why they are towed backwards, if you've ever wondered that at a race meeting, well, just to let you know, the race trucks will be towed backwards because where it's possible, it's the easiest way to remove them, because the back of the truck has more structural points to lift, which makes the recovery process quicker, and also the handbrake is also on the back wheel, so no need to fill the truck with air, and recover the truck will be straight.
So we continue to await news on what's going to happen with this race. Timing screen has gone blank, but it still says 4 minutes 35. So I wonder if we're going to restart over the distance that was remaining in the race. I've not known trucks do that before, to be quite honest. We saw Brick Car Endurance do it yesterday after the race was stopped when rain stopped play. And I'm wondering if the trucks are going to resume over the remaining distance, which would be a new feature this year. 4 minutes 35 left. We'd only get a couple of laps, if so. It's such a long lap here. But we'll wait and confirm officially.
The paddock area. So it's going to take a while, but do stay with us. We've got the resumption of the British Truck Racing Championship final race of the weekend to look forward to. I know the weather conditions are pretty horrid. If you've got an umbrella or a place to safety to get to, please do. And we'll be back very shortly for the resumption of our final truck race. And of course, as we said, we'll have our final mini challenge.
Hello to one of our commenters on YouTube, who I believe is watching in Germany, who says, BARC has opened my eyes to how truck racing is the coolest racing ever. Thank you, dude, on YouTube. Again, apologies that some of our camera lenses are misted up today. They were affected by the rainstorm we had yesterday. So sorry if a few of our cameras are a bit misted up, but the equipment did get affected by the rainstorm we had during the brick car race yesterday, but the crew are doing the best they can. A big thanks to all our camera crews braving the weather this weekend, along with our marshals, recovery crews and everybody else. So Jake Evans we see being towed out of the gravel. Had retaken the championship lead in Division 2 from Bradley Harvey before this incident, but they both had misfortune this weekend. It's going to be a very interesting run into the season in Division 2. Hello to Karen Chesters. Mark Burry says, I was there yesterday and what a day it was. Glad you enjoyed it, Mark. Plenty of comments from Connor Penfold as well. He's here enjoying the action. Thanks to everybody for your comments on the stream. It's very wet down the main straight, says Connor Penfold. Yes, it is. My commentary box is overlooking the main straight. It certainly is at the moment. As the truck is now out of the gravel up there. And we'll wait to see what is going to happen with Jake Evans and what's going to happen with this race. You can see the flashing lights as I look out of the window of the heavy recovery vehicles up there at Riches. Oscar Davis says, still waiting for a win for Neil Yates. Well, you never know if you restart this race. I bet he'd love to get his first win at Brands Hatch, his home circuit. Kathy Warman says, keep it up, Callum Eason. Left Boot 83 says, I was there yesterday, still barely dried out from the thunderstorm. Yeah, so have our camera crews and some of the marshals as well. And Team ALC Relaunch says, can you say hi to Laura and Arthur for me? Currently sat after the straight, braving the weather. Fair play to you. Great to have you here. It's just come up on TSL timing. The race will not be restarted. So that is end of play for the truck racers today. It's been decided by the clerk of the course the race will not restart. So I believe that will mean that Ryan Smith will be your winner. The timing screen has gone blank, so I can't confirm anything else officially, but I believe that will go to Ryan Smith. And I think this is provisional, but I think that will mean that Callum Eason has got his first Division 2 win. But that's not confirmed at the moment. That is unofficial, my own observation. But if Callum has taken the win, then congratulations to him. The trucks will be taken back to the paddock. Hopefully we can get some updates from Pointy down in the paddock area, if he's keeping dry.
WG Motorsport, the team of Callum Eason, because they've got the work the race will not do, and that means that Callum Eason does pick up the victory within Division 2. That does mean it's going to be a first victory in the British Truck Racing Championship in Division 2 for Callum Eason. And with that result, which puts Jake Evans out of the race, I imagine that'll take him to the championship league as well. So what a shocking weekend it has been for the man from Kent, who's down there in Montbridge, who's going to be the home round Brands Hatch in around about 6 weeks' time. So well done to Callum. He picks up the win in Division 2. I can't give you the result, unfortunately, because the screen has been cleared, but it was a win for Ryan Smith. Second on the track was Michael Oliver, and third David Jenkins. They'll be your top three. In Division 2, it'll be a win for Callum Eason. Trying to work out who was behind him. It was Sammy Winner who finished there in second position, and third place has gone the way of what looks to be Archie Hadley in the number 40 truck. So they are your top three in each of the divisions. Truck's now being taken around at reduced pace behind the pace truck as it works its way.
Okay, so we wait to hear from down in the paddock, and I think we will have one more race to go then. It is the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtec Motorsport. They have their third race of the weekend coming up. They've already had one wet race today. Will Andy Langley be the rain master once more?
As always, the reverse grid races do really throw up some action and plenty of overtaking as well, and that's exactly what the likes of Ryan Smith, Dave Jenkins, Stuart Oliver.
Good to see Jake Evans has been able to drive back to the pits as well. No damage, he was just beat in the gravel.
Good to see John Mulder, of course, a winner earlier on. That was his second victory of the season in that number 14 truck. Because earlier on in the year, he picked up a victory in the BCRC. That came for him and Thruxton in race number 5. And of course, Dave Jenkins picked up his second victory of the season as well. But it's a three-time win this weekend for Ryan Smith. Went to the front in yesterday's two races after the man who qualified on pole both of those races went through for dominant wins. For today, as I said, he's had to work a little bit harder. Got to the podium in race number 3 and 4 and picked up the spoils in the final race of the weekend as well. In these wet conditions, so today in the Freightliner, Ryan Smith.
The closer Dan Proctor and Amanda Perry, they're watching on YouTube as well.
The part survey for the truck very shortly. What I'll do is I'll rattle through the grid for the Mini, and then that'll give Mark plenty of time to talk to drivers once they get there, so I wouldn't imagine it'll be too much longer.
Hi to Blaze, who's a Stuart Oliver fan. CTS 41 Racing say tough weekend for us, but we'll come back stronger. Yeah, I'm sure you will, Simon and company.
So we'll get the grid up for you, and we'll give you the final grid of the weekend for
Hi to Leon Smith, sitting beside the circuit just after the bomb hole. Hi to Dan Hughes. Hannah Houston, who says, are the Minis having another race today? She's supporting Freya Belk today, number 89. Unfortunately retired on the first lap of the race earlier. Well, the trucks are saying their goodbyes with their air horns. That's the end of their action for today. Team of the weekend for me goes to Bradley Harvey's team for getting that truck back out after yesterday. They've worked all night, they've had no sleep. They've worked all the way through today to get it back out for the last race as well. And I think one of the drivers of the weekend for me has to be Callum Eason. If he's got that first class win, that is just reward. I think we can hand down shortly to the Parc Ferme area.
53 car starts alongside on race 2. Third row then team number 29 is Paul Sawyer, alongside the
It's raining, definitely raining. Apologies for the calling of the early race there, but of course I was in the pit lane not long ago, and hi Stuart. Wayne Eason jokingly said to one of the marshals, can we call it a checkered flag? How much do I have to pay you to get the checkered flag out? Not quite what he meant, I don't think, but nonetheless, here we are. Everyone's very excited that the race is over, as you can tell. Ryan Smith, I believe, taking first place after that, even though it goes back a lap on the red flag. Good God! They started making more noise than I am. So yeah, we had Jake Evans going off there. Still yet to, shall we say, enjoy the wonders that is a snatch recovery. But I'm sure obviously there's health and safety regulations behind using a chain to pull something out of the gravel and let it go on its merry way. Let's have a quick chat to Callum Eason. As you know, one would say Wayne Eason making a deal with the devil. You alright, John?
Absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic. Did you like
wet out there, I tell you.
It looked wet. You were driving through some puddles there.
Just one or two. It wasn't for the boys out there, tell you.
Oh, well, definitely wasn't. Very, very wet, as the band is called. Wayne, very quickly, I've just told everyone on the stream about your bribe. Another wonderful father and son moment there as Callum jumps down from the cab. Supporters go crazy. How much did it cost you? Yeah. You offered Marshall's money for the checkered flag.
It's worth every penny, mate. It's worth every penny, mate.
Just like to point out, he did not actually pay anyone for the checkered flag.
No, it's brilliant, mate. We needed the rain, mate. I mean, he's so down on power compared to the others, but that just shows, give anybody power, they'll drive with it. But give someone ability, and they'll do it in these kind of conditions, mate, you know.
Well, you saw him coming just past Neil Yates early in the race. You got on the radio and you were like, keep pushing.
Pointy, I know he can do it, mate. I know he can drive. I've seen him for a few years now. When he's racing, he's not my son. He's just another prima donna racing driver, mate, you know. But I know he can drive. Obviously in the minis, bless him, he's far too stocky for a mini, shall we say. But, you know, I mean, obviously we've got to thank Tool Maniac massively, mate. Without Tool Maniac and Peter Osborne, mate, we can't go racing. There's Eurolease, there's Green Group, which is Osborne again, bless him. Yeah, we're just buzzing, mate. There'll be others that I've forgotten, but they'll get over it.
Well, and that's hear from Dave Jenkins very quickly before we come back to Callum. Interesting race up there at the front of Division 1 as well. Action-packed again. We've had some really interesting conditions this weekend.
Interesting, yeah. Super slippy then. Everything to lose, nothing to gain really. Shame the race didn't go the distance, but super sensible not to restart it. I think the spray ball off the start and the cold tyres into turn 1 was going to be a recipe for disaster.
Corner 2 was like just a lake sitting on that corner, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think because while we'd been stood on the grid, there was no ability to see where the water was. Everything had gone cold again. I think that was going to be a problem. So
absolutely, and I'd just like to shout out to the Met Office who actually got the prediction right.
Yeah, they were pretty close, weren't they?
Yeah,
but
bang on 5 past 5.
I'd like to just put a shout out to the organisers. It's been a difficult weekend with the timescale. Got 5 more or less full races in. Championship's in great shape, and it's set for a thrilling end. And personally, without my team and my sponsors, I'd be nowhere. So big thanks to LKQ Digraph and Morris Lubricants as ever, and my long-suffering family and team.
Well done, Dave. Thank you very much. It's absolutely coming down here.
I just need to mention something. So
here we go. Another sponsor shout out.
No. We're missing a very important member of our team in Jill Fulcher, who sadly lost her mum the week before last.
Oh, no.
So she's not here this weekend. And Andrew he's been instrumental in what we do. So, you know, we're sending all our thoughts and wishes to the Fulcher family, and hopefully they'll be back soon.
Yeah, shout out to the Fulcher family. Right, I'm going to hand back because it's absolutely heaving down, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, Pointy. I just want to say thank you for this weekend as always. I know we had a bit of a giggle, a bit of banter, but it's great working with you, it really
Absolute
is.
pleasure.
Right, fingers crossed, we've got one more race, Mini Club Sport. Let's get this camera out of the rain. Dave, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed to Pointy and Ian down in Park Ferme. Congratulations to Callum Easton in particular on his first ever win in the championship. One race to go here at Snetterton. It's the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtec Motorsport. The cars are about to head out onto the grid, which will look like this. Andy Langley starts on pole due to his win in race 2 earlier on, alongside Ollie Wilmot. Second row, John Wyatt and Neil Clark. Then the third row will be Paul Sawyer alongside Steve Wen. Adrian Lingy is on row 4 alongside Ian Trundley. Row 5, Chris Johnson, and hopefully Ben Trundley is there after he failed to finish earlier on. Just waiting to see if he comes up to the grid in front of the box. Row 6 of the grid should be Freddie Hewitt and Freya Belk if they're back out after earlier on. Row 7, Zach Blackwell and James Dudley. Neither of them started race 2, so I'm not sure we'll see them. Just taking a look towards the grid, yes, Ian Trundley is there. I can't see Chris Johnson or Ben Trundley at the moment. Freddie Hewitt's there. Freya Belk is there. And the last two there, Zach Blackwell and James Dudley, I can't see them. So on to the Class C runners further back. Daniel Truman and Gary Papworth head up their grid ahead of David Taylor and number 2 Adam Kirkland. And Chris Aram will start at the back. I think we've got all 5 of them. So there's a few cars missing among classes S56 and S53. Kev says on YouTube, shout out to the marshals for their hard work in these awful wet conditions. We can't go racing without these hard working guys and girls. Well said, Kev. Well done indeed to all of them. You've been loving Pointy's umbrella as well, the Batman umbrella. As the car's about to move away for their green flag lap on our final race of this very busy weekend here for the Mini Challenge Club Sport. John Wyatt struggling away there. His Sussex Road and Race teammates Paul Sawyer behind him. Yes, all 5 of the club class cars are there, Class C. Now, no Zach Blackwell, he broke down earlier on. James Dudley sadly didn't get to race, the Welshman. I think he had problems in qualifying. Long trip from Cardiff for no racing. There's a couple of other cars, as we say, missing as well. I don't think Chris Johnson was there, although we did see him start from the pit lane in race 2. And no Ben Trundley, he broke down while running 3rd in race 2. There's one of the Sussex Road and Race cars, the gold cars of John Wyatt. Freddie Hewitt, watch for him coming through. And towards the back of the first grid, the S-Class cars. They're the C-Class cars, a little further back, the less powerful machines. Whoa, David Taylor, power sliding through the hairpin there. We haven't started racing yet, David. He said he races purely for fun, the Scotsman. There is a separate Scottish Mini Cooper Cup as well, run by the Scottish Motor Racing Club up at Knockhill. This will be another 15-minute race to close out the programme of 19 races across the weekend. We managed to get them all in, so well done to the organisers, of course, having to reschedule after rain stopped play yesterday. Let's hope rain doesn't stop play on my journey home from Snetterton back to the West Midlands today. A lot of these cars without headlights as well. This is brave from some of these drivers. Just on their green flag warming up lap at the moment. Full credit to all our racers this weekend for their entertainment. Andy Abrams says, thank you for another good weekend of motorsports. Motorsport Mishaps says, well done everyone this weekend. Great racing. That is Jake Wardle, of course. Check him out on YouTube. Making his debut this weekend in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Right, to Hopper's Motorsport Vlogs. Reminds me of the Snetterton BTCC weekend from last year. A shout out there from the show trucks on the centre. Hi to Dominic Russell, who says it's good to see all the racing live. Thank you to the BARC YouTubes and Snetterton, and thanks to our production company as well. Hi to Declan, son of Fraser Lochte, commented earlier this weekend. Thank you everybody for your comments. I think they are going round for a second time. Yes, a second green flag lap for the Minis given the conditions. Well, we've got time, so letting the drivers get acclimatised.
And rain falling on the circuit, so very damp out there. There's going to be a race where we see that time dramatically drop off from what we've seen so far this weekend. So when we get 5, that's been a possibly 6, we'll have to wait and see. But as I said, that time will be massively reduced. All the drivers being more now than me, but the lights on, it's no surprise. It's so important. It's like ahead of you. As well. And they've gone pretty well in terms of schedule. We've got through about 3 many drivers.
So Andy Langley in pole position then. He's unbeaten in Class S53 this year. Ollie Wilmot, beaten a couple of times, last time out at Brands Hatch by Freddie Hewitt, looking to get back to overall winning ways here. He took the first race of the weekend. Second row of the grid, we've got John Wyatt in the gold machine, alongside Neil Clark in the 53. used to compete in the Cooper class. I think he used to drive the Union flag livery car that Gary Papworth's now in. Paul Sawyer on row 3 had one of his best showings earlier on, the Sussex Road and Race car in 5th place. Paul comes from Alford in Hampshire. Starts alongside Steve Webb in the 231 from Guildford in Surrey. And row 4, it's Adrian Lingy, the second of the Ski-Wengen supported cars. It looks like we are possibly going to start behind the safety car. Yes, there it is, moving into position on the main straight. So we're, in view of the conditions, it will be a start behind the safety car. Elliot Danaher and Kathy Gwilliam, the safety car team this weekend, driver and observer, in the electric Hyundai Ioniq. So instead of lining up double file, it will be single file, I think, for the safety car starts. Once the safety car moves off. So they will form up on the grid, but then we'll move away behind the Hyundai safety car. Hopper's Motorsport vlog says, best of luck to Freddie Hewitt. Used to race against him online years ago. Hi to Amelia Hogan. Good luck to her, marshalling for her first time next week at Thruxton. So best of luck, Amelia, making her debut with the Orange family. Elliot Danaher's commented on our YouTube feed saying thanks for the shout out. That's our safety car driver. No texting and driving, Elliot. There he is in the Hyundai. Hi to Lamole as well. Time for your comments afterwards, because we're off and rolling then with our safety car start. So the race has officially got underway with the Mini Challenge Club Sport category. Of course, we see the main class, the JCW John Cooper Works Mini, supporting the British Touring Car Championship. There's the Mini Challenge Trophy as well. Oh, car number 2 hasn't made it round on the green flag laps. The recovery crew have been in action there. That's car number 2 of Adam Kirkland. So we lost one car on the green flag laps there, unfortunately. That's one of our Class C cars. That's a great shame. Sophie Mays says, is that the Radio 1 DJ, Paul Sawyer? It is indeed, Sophie. It's attracted quite a bit of publicity for this championship. Great to have DJ Paul Sawyer racing with us. He's had one of his best weekends, a fine 5th place earlier on. He's in the white and lime green car. And quite a few racing DJs over the years. Paul, the latest of around the circuit and also off it. There'll be a big American car display, the UFC attraction, a free grid walk on the Sunday as well, and a big stock car display on the circuit. Lots of American themed food, shows, there's a marketing event for anyone who wants to get involved in that. That's it. All the details and then up to the website. That's Snetterton.co.uk, and online admission always down to the working. Hi to Jade, who says shout out to the Norfolk Cars mechanics and drivers. Quite a few cars being run by the Norfolk Cars team, including Andy Langley. I think the Trundleys are part of that team, Neil Clark and Gary Papworth as well. Fair play to the team, looking after so many minis here this weekend. Now, how long is the safety car going to be out? We'll wait and see until the officials deem it safe to go racing. Although conditions worsening at the moment, there's not a lot of visibility out there, it has to be said, so we'll wait and see. Mentioning racing DJs, I know that Noel Edmonds was a big motorsport fan. Remember the documentary he did at the Le Mans 24 Hours with the Paynos team in the 1990s? So another of my nostalgia moments there. I say nostalgia, it doesn't seem like it was 5 minutes ago. And it is John the Jeweller Wyatt as well, asks Sophie. Yes, John Wyatt. Been racing his BMW Minis for a few years now with the Sussex Road and Race team. Expanded a bit this year with his VW Golf in various open events, we said earlier as well. Well, the lights are out on the safety car. And we are about to get underway. Just keeping it steady there, Andy Langley, our pole sitter. Ollie Wilmot behind him. Different classes, those two, of course. We had the first overall win for an S53 car earlier on for Andy Langley. He's already getting his foot down. We can't overtake, of course, until they cross the start-finish line. Final race of the weekend then, about to go green. Safety car is in pit lane. And here we go, the green flag waves, and we're underway with our final race of the weekend. 10 minutes 50 left on the clock as they cross the line. Andy Langley is away like a shot ahead of Ollie Wilmot. Into third place is Neil Clark. He's got ahead of John Wyatt. We can just about see them there as they head into Riches for the first time under green flag conditions. Then up towards the hairpin at Wilson's. Originally called Montreal, of course, renamed after the late IndyCar racer Justin Wilson. They splashed their way through, very close there in the midfield. I think Freddie Hewitt was there on the outside. It's a bit tricky to pick out who is who in the gloom there. But it's Andy Langley who leads the way up towards Agostini for the first time. Wilmot in second place, looks like it's Neil Clark in third. Wyatt fourth, Paul Sawyer rounding out the top five at the moment, then a solid wall of spray behind him. I think that's Freddie Hewitt's about to come through on the inside into Agostini, attacking Sawyer. He goes through into P5. 77 of Lingy is behind them, then Steve Webb and the number 41 of Ian Trundley. The Class C cars a little further behind, there's Freya Belk. Running wide is Gary Papworth, chasing Dan Truman for the lead of Class C. Only 4 cars in Class C now, with Adam Kirkland already out. Andy Langley continues to lead the way. Come down the Bentley straight, and Andy Langley's already clearing off, proving himself as a rain master. Here's the battle in Class C. Look at David Taylor up the inside down the Bentley straight, attacking Gary Papworth. They're both on the tail of Dan Truman. How can the drivers without headlights see where they're going? It's incredible. Paul Sawyer moving back ahead of the 77 there of Adrian Lingy. Out of Nelson, Steve Webb behind them. Through the bomb hole, become the water splash if we have any more rain. Towards the end of the first lap under green, Andy Langley, and somebody's off. That's Freddie Hewitt. Oh dear, Freddie, well, he ended up in the gravel earlier on. He's gone off at Coram. He's managed to recover it this time off the grass though and continue. Leaders head over the line then. That lap was a 2:46.5 for Andy Langley. Leads Wilmot by over 3.5 seconds at the end of the first lap of green flag racing. Andy Langley heads up towards Riches. There's, I think that's Neil Clark. You can just about see him through the rain there as he heads into the right-hander. He's up to third ahead of John Wyatt. Paul Sawyer rounding out the top 5. So Langley leads Class S53, Wilmot S56 in second place. Wait to see who comes through in the lead of Class C. I think it's Gary Papworth who's gone to the front there in Class C. Freddie Hewitt around the outside there, attacking Ian Trundley. This control saying lights on, but they haven't all got headlights, these cars. There's Class C, the 4 of them together. And behind them it is Freya Belk, the 89. She's struggling a bit. Trying her hardest though, as Adrian Lingy at the inside. This is for P5. Oh, into Agostini, that was close. Between the two of them, have they got round? Indeed they have. That's it to get up towards Hamilton. Adrian Lingy didn't get the move done there. Paul Sawyer still ahead of him in 5th position, the Radio 1 DJ. Now Lingy will try again as they come into Oggie's corner. Out towards the back of the circuit once again. Just over 6 minutes to go. Freddie Hewitt making a move on Steve Webb, goes through at Williams' corner. Behind them is Ian Trundley, I think. Hard to tell there. That's Ollie Wilmot in second place. Well, he works in the skiing industry, as we know, but conditions more suitable for water skiing this weekend. There's the fight for 5th. Sawyer second in Class S53 as well. Andy Langley leading that class up front. There's Steve Webb under fire from Freddie Hewitt, recovering from his off a lap ago. Behind Freddie, I think is Ian Trundley, has dropped back a couple of places there. Splashed their way out of the bomb hole towards Corham, and Adrian Lingy is going for the 5th place here. A lot of understeer there for Paul Sawyer. He keeps the power on and he holds 5th position. Leaders are coming down the home straight at the moment. The lead gap, looking at the timing screen, is still 6.48 seconds. Yes, so Andy Langley is pulling away at the rate of a couple of seconds a lap at the moment. At least. Nearly 3 seconds a lap that time by from Ollie Wilmot. Neil Clark in third. Less than 5 minutes to go now. There's our second place man. Hairpin is getting nigh on impossible on the inside line now. Look at the standing water. It's all playing into the hands of this man. He's enjoying this. Andy Langley out in front. Ollie Wilmot still second. Well, they're trying their hardest, but it's a struggle to actually race each other in this, although Paul Sawyer's being reeled in now. He's lost that 5th place to Adrian Lingy, and now here comes Freddie Hewitt in the number 5. Behind them is Steve Webb, then Ian Trundley, then the Class C cars further back, headed up still by Papworth. He's 2.8 seconds ahead of Dan Truman now, with David Taylor third in that class. There's the fight for third. That's Clark and Wyatt together. So John Wyatt could be closing up here to try and take a podium place. There's Wilmot through under the bridge. Clark still holding third. But it's a wonder anyone can see anything. We can barely see the cars from trackside at the moment. Drivers doing very, very well indeed. to put on a show here. 2 minutes 50 left on the clock, so we'll get possibly only one more lap out of this, because the leader is lapping in the 2 minute 46s. I think we'll just get the one more lap here. There's Gary Papworth leading Class C ahead of Dan Truman. There's David Taylor. Slightly frustrating weekend for the Scotsman. Yes, the last lap board is out, so the leader has just gone through. So we're on the last lap now. It's going to be a 5-lap race to conclude the day for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtec Motorsport. There's Gary Papworth, looking for his second class win of the weekend in the Austin Powers lookalike. And there is the man looking for his second overall win of the weekend and the season, Andy Langley, the Rainmaster. He's pulled away on that last lap by 3.3 seconds. He's nearly 10 seconds clear of Ollie Wilmot now. There's a green light on there. Does that mean there's a yellow out at the hairpin, possibly? Yeah, I can see a yellow flag at the first corner at Riches. Has somebody's gone off up there. Just seeing, looking out of the commentary box window, I can see the yellow flags waving. There's Neil Clark still ahead of John Wyatt, but he's closing him down. Now, have we lost anybody up there? Trying to work out from the timing screen. Paul Sawyer lost a couple of places on that lap. And there is a car. Is that Freddie Hewitt again? I couldn't quite tell there for a moment. I think, have we lost the number 5 again there? Yes, that's Freddie Hewitt, number 5, and it's in exactly the same place as the previous race. Freddie Hewitt has done exactly the same as he did in race 2. So that means Paul Sawyer will be up to 6th place, Steve Webb to 7th. Up the inside, Dan Truman battling away with David Taylor. Scotsman fights back, excuse me, he says. They're losing ground to Gary Papworth. He's going to win the class. And who's going to win this race? It's going to be Andy Langley. Here he comes on his local circuit, the Norfolk Mini driver. Here he comes towards Coram for what will be the last time. Checkered flag is prepared for him. And our last winner of this marathon weekend here at Snetterton is going to be Andy Langley. Comes out of the final corner. Up past the pit lane entrance. The checkered flag is in sight for number 42, Andy Langley. Up over the line, takes his second win of the weekend, keeps up his unbeaten run in Class S53 this year as well. What's his winning margin going to be? Ollie Wilmot will come over in second, only just ahead of Neil Clark there. So Wilmot in second, 10.9 seconds down, our race winner. Neil Clark third, John Wyatt fourth, and Adrian Lingy was fifth. They all closed up in the closing stages. It's going to be Paul Sawyer in 6th position, 7th for Steve Webb. Ian Trundley will take 8th place. And here comes Gary Papworth. He's going to be 9th overall and win Class C. What's his margin? His margin was 4 seconds over Daniel Truman. Here comes Truman. Over the line in second in the category. And David Taylor will take third. Chris Aram and Freya Belk will be our other finishers. who's going to be ahead. It's Freya Belk just ahead of Chris Aram as they cross the line in 13th and 14th, 12th and 13th rather. Full result, Andy Langley the winner by 11 seconds near enough in the end ahead of Ollie Wilmots winning their classes. Neil Clark in third ahead of John Wyatt and Adrian Lingy, with Paul Sawyer completing the top 6. Steve Webb in 7th ahead of Ian Trundley, and then the Class C runners, Gary Papworth ahead of Dan Truman and David Taylor. Freya Belk was next home ahead of Chris Aram. We lost Freddie Hewitt into the gravel, and Adam Kirkland didn't take the starts. Right, that's wraps up racing from here at Snetterton this weekend. Big thanks to everyone, especially our volunteer marshals out there on their posts in this hideous weather. Thanks to our camera crews as well. Big thanks to Andy and Paul, Andy McEwen and Paul O'Neill for taking us through the TCR and Civic Cup races as well. But that's about all from here in the commentary box from myself, Dave Goddard. I've run out of voice, so I will hand you over to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé for the final words.
Oh wow, what a race that was. Andy Langley over there is your winner. As you can see, he's in the car. We have requested that he comes over here. We can't go out because we've got we don't want to absolutely destroy the camera. There's Andy. Great race. I mean, credit to BARC as well for getting that one underway too. So Andy's coming over now. Let's just very quickly grab a word because I know Mark wants to speak to him as well. Andy, wow, that was quite something out there. Just how bad was it?
Oh, probably the worst conditions I've driven in, to be honest. Really? Yeah, lots of standing water everywhere. You just had to sort of guess where the line was.
A note on the entire day then, because home advantage has certainly paid dividends, isn't it?
I think it definitely did today, yeah. Yeah, that's a fact.
Look, I'm going to let you go anyway. If you don't mind just having a quick chat with Mark in a minute, if that's all right, really appreciate that. I'm going to move over here where it's dry. I just want to say on the live stream, can we give a big shout out, by the way, in the live chat to, we've got a team of people who spent the entire weekend here getting absolutely drenched. Big thank you to Danny, of course, who's been holding this camera all weekend. Massive thank you to you. Out around the circuit, we have had Anton, Zolly, Haas, Jake and Sean. A big shout out to those guys. They are still out there now packing those cameras down. They have spent the entire weekend getting absolutely drenched. So please, in that live chat, a bit of love for the people who bring you these pictures completely live and free as well. So big shout out to them. Of course, a massive shout out to Chris, our director this weekend. A massive shout out to the one and only Dave Goddard, Paul O'Neill and Andy McEwen as well. So thank you everybody so much. Just as Max Hall's TCR car makes its way out of Scrutineering here. That is it from Snetterton. It ends on a wet note indeed, but the racing has been hot, hot, hot. It's been a superb weekend here at Snetterton. BARC TV will be back. As ever, thank you to you for watching. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. More racing action coming up in 2025 here with the British Automobile Racing Club. From me, Ian Waterhouse, it's goodbye, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.